He just takes his tone, makes me feel stupid.
Oh, who's that? I'll stick up for you.
You will? All right. I'll get back to you on it.
Who's he bullying? No
He's bullying
tanks?
me. Yeah,
Oh, yeah. I know, pretending like he's Mr. Innocent. I don't know
But usually
why
we're
they're
bullying with it.
characterizing me like this.
That's why he's always crying about being interrupted, and then getting support from all the flat earthers in here telling all the Globers to shut up. It just doesn't happen when it's the opposite way.
Demon, do you have some math you want to show me tonight? I haven't seen it before.
Holy fuck! You're the way you're interacting is so gross. Seriously, it's
I know
so
it's gross to you. I know it is. I know. Yep, and I accept that completely. I hope you do as well.
Well, it's pretty fucking rude. You wouldn't do that to anyone else in here that's, a flat earther. Why are you doing it to me?
Oh, I've been so mean to so many flat earthers. Yeah,
yes,
please bring me the witnesses. I'm meaner to them by
we
far.
got receipts.
I mean, y'all talk about, having proper discourse, and then this shit show happens and you don't have nothing to say. That's cool. That's fucking cool.
No, Demon, you're all right, man. It's just you're doing all right.
Do you just get super triggered when it's a girl that's picking on you? Is that why you're getting so upset?
Yeah, let's just call a truce. Never ask me that same question in another, slightly similar way again, and we'll be perfectly fine. Oh, do you have some math you want to show?
Well, you said you had the math that proved Globe wrong. All I asked for was that math. And then you got fucking buttered.
Because you're acting like you've never seen it before. It's the same routine we did the other night. I mean, I'm not going to go and rewind it.
You're going to run from the question and try and obfuscate like that.
I already
fucking
answered you. Okay, I'll put it in the text
guys.
for you. I'll put it in the text chat for you.
Okay.
We encourage debate, but we discourage talking over each other. Respectfully, I love you both, but just try to chill.
Yeah, let's just say, ma'am, I do think you're in a cult. I do think you've been twisted, but I do appreciate your attitude and I do admire you greatly for it. Bless you. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
What's
the name of the cult? What's the name of the cult?
The Flat Earth cult.
Flurfism, I guess.
Yeah.
She's not even a flat earther. I didn't know you were a flat earther. Dandelion. Oh, okay.
So here's the thing: everybody is.
I didn't know that either. I didn't think
some kind, right? So there's the culture and counterculture.
We have a false accusation now. I didn't know. I mean, yeah, that's news to me. I would like for that to be handled. I don't appreciate that because that's a cuss word to me. I would have thought I had known that a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't remember her making a claim that the Earth was flat. Right? Like no.
Yeah, so that would have been somebody exposing who they really are. You see what happens? What isn't that funny?
I am in a cult because I choose to not believe to be living on a spinning, wobbling, tilted space both flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness. But whoever believes that the Earth is a spinning, wobbling, pear-shaped, tilted, spinning ball where water sticks to it and has and where there is a pressurized system next to a vacuum flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness, without any evidence for this being the case, then you're not in a cult. This is
you're supposed to be joking, not saying the actual truth.
On a serious note here now, so math is a language, as far as I understand, and looking through different histories and resources and things. So math is basically a language. You can explain a lot with math, and if you look at different translations, when we look at, for instance, hieroglyphics, people translate things differently with the hieroglyph, the Egyptian, art and stuff like that, or their writings, and they would come to a different outcome. So, could it be that the math is just translated badly in some instances, because our senses give us different answers to that actual math, if that makes sense.
Yeah, where'd you get the math from?
So that's what I'm asking the question now. So I'm asking.
Yeah, there's no claim. Yeah.
So they got a math thing, and then they're giving an answer, or they're giving an outcome, and I'm saying that outcome is incorrect. For instance, with refraction, they're giving calculations with math, but I'm saying, but my senses are telling me no, that's not. That's incorrect. My senses are telling me it's something different. So the translation from math to English is wrong in that sense.
Yeah, that's probably why people that worry about the math, rather there's some sort of title on the left side or the right side, a Republican or Democrat, whatever, neither of them are going to have evidence. They're just going to be professing their religious beliefs. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Could it be a translation issue? And then the other question I had for we can go back to the sorry. Like I said, I don't hop in here much. I'm trying to get as much as I can in here. I write in a little book a lot of times. You guys are chatting. So I'm saying, why are there so many anti-flat Earth fights? Why are there so many anti-flat Earthers here? Is it to double check that because there's something off?
Oh, I have the answer if you want it. I have the absolute
Hold on.
answer. Yeah, if
Almost
you
done
need it.
three
Let me.
cent.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
you weren't ready. Go ahead.
Or just to argue, do they just love arguing? And then lastly, is it because they dislike someone or looking more into an alternative? So yeah, basically, are they just here because they love arguing about because there's an argument here and
Right.
there's
Uh-huh.
actually no answer to either
Oh,
argument.
there is an
So
answer. If you want that answer, I could easily give it to you. Yeah.
you can, but yeah, once again, for me myself, I'm
Yeah,
philosopher.
you might not be able to have. Yeah, that's the thing is that some people know quite well. Others aren't ready for that information. Some of them just don't understand yet. So there's just levels to this. It's normal.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, those are my last points. Other than that, I'll leave the rest of my book for another day when I do up in.
What's going on, Mr. Clay Under Seal?
Oh, not
Dude,
much, man.
I think so. Come on,
the
what's the answer, dude?
He didn't want the answer. If he wanted the
Jeez.
answer, he would have closed his mouth so he could hear it.
I know
He
you.
is a
I
philosophy
really
guy.
wanted to know what the answer was too.
Oh, the answer is because the reason that people fight over this is because it's a deception. Just like Republicans and Democrats fight, and people get found. They think there's got to be truth in there, right? Nope, both sides are wrong. It's a great. Satan is very good at his job.
I think
Well,
it's
the
an
people
ego
arguing for
issue.
flat Earth are part of the deception.
Anti-flat earthers are here because they're terrified that we could be right. So they come to try to debate us. And since the science doesn't support the globe, they make up new science and they interpret science their own way to try to support a globe.
Well, I think
So,
I think
so
it's
Oh
so
wait,
I'm
go ahead
gonna
and
simple.
ask.
I
I'm
Oh
gonna
wait, go ahead. Yeah.
they're just impressed by the very notion that we can escape the paradigm and actually stand for who we are and be individual thinkers instead of following the mass. Because imagine what would happen if you need to tell your parents or your family and your friends that you now know that the Earth is a stationary flat plane. That's why they actually
Ooh,
secretly,
ouch.
subconsciously admire us as being strong personalities with their intellect being able to stand behind the very truthful foundational understanding. Thank you.
Well,
Why did you have
it's
to
a
tell your
deception. So
parents
somebody
no?
asked me a question. I'm just going to say yes. It's a deception, and no, Earth is not a stationary flat plane. Every word matters. So yes, it's a deception. If somebody tells me the truth, just because they told me the truth once, doesn't mean everything they tell me is the truth. And that even means that even when they're deceived, they don't know they're telling me a lie. So it's very complicated. Yeah, but it's obvious. There's no mystery here. Yeah, the flat Earth is also a deception. Absolutely.
there we
So
go.
anyone
I will agree
arguing for
with
the
you.
flat Earth is part of it.
No, I didn't say that. I said it's a deception. I said you're deceived. Duh. Thanks. Words
I
Yeah,
will
are
like we
agree,
don't know.
and that's why
Yeah,
I'm a no earther
welcome to
because
kindergarten
I will
language. Yeah.
agree.
yeah, demon star. Like we don't know. We can measure like water at a certain point, right? And then the land at a certain height, and then we don't know if it goes. The land then goes up, and more water sits a little higher, and then goes down into a bigger ocean. Who knows? I don't know. Right? You can only
What is this in
measure, I
reference
guess,
to?
where. What's that?
I don't know what this is in reference to. I'm sorry, I'm a little lost.
Oh, I thought you were asking about the flat Earth being deception.
Oh fuck! I thought we already answered it.
Uh,
Yes,
So
it is
so
a deception. Correct. Both
so to
sides are
give
wrong. Correct.
So to give an example, so I don't know if the actual physical measurements to a point. So I went to a high school, or I was actually invited to a high school to do an interview or whatever you want to call it with one of the lecturers at the high school that does science whatever and I've got the video where I did the whole my refraction demonstration of it and my findings of refraction and giving an example of why we see what we see. So there's times where we'll see there's that hard line where we see the water line, and then we'll see sky, and then in that sky sometimes we see an upside down ship, we'll see half a ship, half a building, whatever. But between ourselves and that hard line, that is clear visual. We're seeing clear. There's nothing curving there. But as far as I understand, mainstream says there is curving going on there, or light is curving. But I've got to a point where I've asked the high school, or this teacher. She's got a master's degree in science. She's got a whole fucking thing here going on here. Anyways, where she was also like, okay, we don't teach refraction in school in the curriculum anymore. That's in South Africa now, so I don't know if it's still in the rest of the world, but in South Africa they don't teach refraction anymore, and I think because
What
they
grade was
are
it?
anomalies. This is
What?
grade 11 and grade 12.
Gotcha.
So I've got the whole video. I didn't post it. I've got it on my personal computer. I don't post it on YouTube because of personal reasons. Um, but I've shared it with a few people in a private Google um, uh, meet, or whatever you want to call it. However, so my point is, um, we see up until a point, and then we see refraction, or we see a mirage, we see something happening, and I'm able to demonstrate how we see through a medium where we see that mirage happening. Um, so I'm not saying that it's because it's curved or not curved, or it's flat or this. I think, like I said, I'm a no earther. I think we live in our fucking eyeballs. We receive light, and our brains determine what's going on wherever. If you look at the shape of the eye, that's the shape of the world we see. If you go look outside, that's why things get smaller. Um, however, like I'm saying, I don't think there's an well, there is. We can observe it, but it hasn't ever been done to measure it observationally to see
What
what.
would you measure? Yeah, I mean, like
It,
measuring, like physically measure. Like, what would you measure?
can I
You
get
would
in?
measure to that hard line. Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
They never taught refraction to comport to a globe per se, not in school. That's why people like Walter Bisson has to make up their own refraction calculator, which has never been done, to try to support the globe, and other people have to make up what I call fake science to, like Ruhif with the weather balloon data, to try to build his refraction model to get to a globe.
See, the thing is that you guys used to claim for hundreds of years, possibly, that the boats go over the horizon, and that's how you know we live on a globe. And then we started saying, okay, well, what's the dimensions of this globe? And you compare it to reality, and we found out that you can see too far, way too far. So once we falsified the globe size, and we said, look, over here, we can see too far. How come the horizon's like 10 miles away from where it's supposed to be? Then you guys said, oh, well, refraction. At that point, you made your globe unfalsifiable, and whatever kind of scientific model you thought you had went out the window, and now it's just, a toy model that you can't falsify. So it's not even really worth talking about.
So it's more the understanding of refraction. So I've had emails with Andrew Thomas Young. I've had emails with the University of Cape Town, and I've had personal interactions with the high school that I went to almost 20 years ago, 15 or 20 years ago. Which I was invited to. The teacher I was with in high school, my wife and I were at a campsite. He camped at the campsite right next to us, and then he asked me what I was up to, and I told him I was in IT, blah blah blah, and I started a business, and my wife and I have got our own business, and he actually invited me to the high school to discuss my findings with one of the classes, and then we had a discussion with the teachers and blah blah blah, and we got to this whole thing of refraction, and I did my presentation of what I've been doing, my understanding of refraction, what could be happening, and yeah, they got me in touch with the universities, and that's why I'm saying there's a point that we are seeing too. um, that's that hard line, because there's a lot of times we see, even if it's like a millimeter on a video or photograph, where we see a little bit of water posting through it. That's because it's crossing a boundary layer a medium layer that we're seeing, and they agree with it. We need funding. The high schools actually offered me funding to do this, but we need more funding, and yeah, we're struggling to get that funding. Um, not, I don't think it's because we are because it's nonsense. I think it's because it's yeah, fucking actually, I don't even know why we're not getting funding. But yeah, it's probably because it's not gonna fucking bring in millions. I think because it might change the whole world, the whole outcome of the world. Um, however, yeah, I think it's a very interesting topic, and I don't think it should get the ridicule that it gets. Um, be it flat globe, I like I said, I don't even think it's a fucking shape.
Well, I mean, flat's not a shape for a start, but I agree with XO because me and New Perspective, Dave, we've been saying for a long time that it's this deception on both sides because what's more divisive? What's bread and circuses? What do? They want to make sure everyone's arguing with each other, and then they fuck off with all money. They've done that since time immemorial. So yeah,
So
I agree with XO.
if there's deception on the flat Earth side, how is it being applied, in your opinion?
Oh, denying the ether, right? So if there is deception, right, it would be denying one of the basic fundamentals of reality. So if you don't want to call it ether, you can call it 0 point energy, quantum foam, virtual particles, whatever you want to call it. But there seems to be a background medium, and you can demonstrate this many ways. One of them there is the Casimir experiment, right? You can do the Schwinger effect, where they pull electrons out of thin air. But it's obvious that even the mainstream admits it. If you look at the vacuum catastrophe, there's too much energy in the vacuum. Well, what would people from the 1800s call it, like Maxwell and Steinmetz and Faraday and Tesla? What would they call it? Well, they'd probably call it the ether.
So is there a problem with using the current model of what was the particle term? Quantum particles, or what was the word you used?
Quantum foam is
No,
one name for it.
yeah,
It's also
the
called
particle one.
0 point energy. It's also called virtual particles. They have many names for it. The
Yeah,
Greeks called it something else.
that's what I was talking about, the virtual particle. Do you have any problem with the current model of virtual particles and how they're explained?
Well, they're just describing that there's
Right.
these particles that appear to pop in and out of existence, right?
Right. And you agree, like you think that they've found that, or do you disagree with that entirely?
No, no, no. That's just one way of describing the same phenomenon that I keep talking about.
Right. I just right. So you can call that ether, right? If that's the case, if you're trying to, if the argument is that there are virtual particles, yeah, if they science, the body of science would agree with that. And if you
Well,
want to call
I wouldn't
ether,
call
you
it
can.
virtual par. Yeah, I wouldn't call it virtual particles, but that's what Lawrence Krauss likes to call it, right? Because according to him, there's nothing and nothing. Sorry, nothing doesn't really mean nothing. There's something and nothing. And to me, he's talking about the background medium, obviously.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you call it virtual particles then? Like, is there a reason other than the term?
That's a really weird name because they're not virtual. They're actually measurable, right? That's why it's called 0 point energy. Because if you have a system that should have 0 volts in it, it's going to have 0.5, right? So it's 0.5 energy, right? That exists in every system, no matter where you go. Like even if you suck everything you can out of the vacuum, and you've got almost near perfect vacuum, there's way too much energy density in this vacuum, according to Harvard, right? That's what some would call the background medium, right? And flat earthers that try to hide that, in my opinion, are doing a disservice. Thanks.
So
For me,
you were in a. Oh, go ahead.
oh yeah, I want to say for me, flat Earth, the deception there is because there's very little to argue about, except that you you see too far, or where the argument gets to a got you, or when I hear too many of the debates where it's like, okay, cool, explain this, and then it cannot be explained, but it cannot be explained on either model, and that's for me the I'm not going to say the deception, but that's where they got the upper hand, where they could say, "Okay, cool, fuck,
Well,
if you got
yeah,
answer, we got answer,
that's the
you
deception
lose."
part is the
Yeah,
modeling. Yeah, the modeling is the deception part. That
yeah,
either that when somebody starts to claim, well, I have a better model, and it's reality now. Yeah.
yeah. That's for me where I say I'm a fucking no earther, because yeah, I am a no earther.
Yeah, when that model starts becoming, more real than reality, where things now need to match the model or they're not real. You know what? This doesn't fit into my model, then I have to throw away natural observation because it doesn't fit my model. That's when it starts becoming a dangerous. I don't know if deception is the right word, but it starts becoming dangerous.
Yeah, and that's why I'm
Well, I
thinking this
counter
is
that
the yeah
with
this
how about this? The model we previously had about the Big Bang, we made a natural observation with the JWST telescope. We are changing the model. Now, what you claimed is the opposite of that. If we went by your paradigm, we would have looked at that telescope and be like, it doesn't match what we previously thought, so we're gonna say the telescope's broken.
For me, there's a
No,
lot of truth in the
Yeah,
Big Bang, but I think it's different in the sense of your when you look at the conception of birth. Um, but once again, this is probably a discussion I can only have with one or two individuals where they would say, "Okay, cool, I'm open up to spirituality." Like I said, I'm not a religious person anymore. I used to be a Christian. I'm no longer that, but at a stage I thought I was fucking God for two or 3 days. I thought, Jesus, fuck it. This
and what did
am
you
I the
what did you
only
answer back when you said that? Like, what did you say back when you said Jesus? Like,
well
what was your answer to yourself?
for me I thought this is what
Just
Jesus
I'm busting
felt.
your balls.
No, no, really. I thought this is what Jesus felt. And this is when I realized that I'm possibly Christian, but Buddhist, Hinduism, and I need to learn the rest because I think there's so much truth in all of them. Because I think this is what Jesus. If I read the scriptures, I think Jesus taught that you're part of everything.
if you
Um,
get a chance, read the Bhagavad Gita because it sounds like uh, that's really mainly like spirituality and like you've already said a couple things that made me think you already read it. So I'd give that a shot if I
I
were you.
haven't. I haven't. I literally haven't read a lot of stuff. I listen to a lot of people on YouTube. I listen to a lot of guided meditations. I do a lot of guided meditations.
Yeah.
I've entered a Buddhism culture at the moment. I every night I do a meditation. I've learned now how to get rid of thoughts. It's changed my whole life, and I would say thank you to the introduction to flat earth, because I would have thought that everything is fucking material. Christianity is the only way, because that's the way I was brought up. And like I say, I think this shouldn't be an argument. I think this should be a discussion. Yeah, at a stage
Absolutely.
I thought I was the only living being. My wife luckily my wife resigned and she works with me now with my business. At a stage I thought I was the only fucking living being. When my wife was at work, I was like, Jesus, I'm alone. Um, yeah, I had these moments of realization. I have my friends and things like that, but I'm just saying, like, I've created this reality. Am I projecting what I'm seeing, or am I seeing what I'm projecting?
Well, just
Yeah,
to get you to back to what you were saying earlier, which I think is very important for you to remember and recognize because it was very wise. The problem these globe believers get in is they're trying to model something that's way too large, and if they were honest, like beyond their comprehension, that's why. Yeah, you say, oh, the model can't explain this. Neither model can explain this thing or that thing. Yeah, because certain things can't be explained by a model. That's why models are better suited for something, smaller phenomenon that is more contained in a system that we can test and, make natural observations upon and so on. So all these people that try to go out into what's really metaphysics and try to pretend they have a scientific view on it when really they don't, because it's impossible for them to go outside the system of the earth and actually observe it. They're just pretending, and therefore, as many would claim, playing God and so on. So, that is why I was trying to say to you earlier, this is not an equivalent argument between people who claim they have this model that explains everything in the world and people who, like yourself, don't. I mean, unfortunately, that opposition has been by design codified into this alleged term of flat earther, which then some of those people do claim they understand and know everything. So I can understand why you want to have nothing to do with them. But in fact, you are a person who rejects this fantasy globe model, which is, of course, much too large for any human to actually make claims upon being able to understand all of the ins and outs of things that are that much larger than themselves and much larger than their field of natural observation.
Yeah, so that's why I'm so intrigued by the flat Earth, because th- what they're doing is showing me how it could be wrong. I'm not saying it is wrong. I'm just saying how it could be wrong, and that's what's opened me up to where I'm at now, and I appreciate it so much. Um, like I say, I feel like I'm the one that's manifesting this. Are these voices in my head because I'm listening to you guys on the internet?
Oh shit, your
When
psychosis hasn't
We
broken
are
yet. You're
real.
still in it. Yeah,
We're
we're
real.
real.
Demon Stride, we're
Yeah.
real, aren't we?
no,
Yeah, wink, wink. We're definitely real.
so I would get to that because I got a friend, a very close friend. I was his best man at his wedding as well. He studied psychology, and he mentioned these sort of things to me before, and I hand waved it. I said, "No, Christianity is the only way." And he introduced me to Sigmund Freud, and I've only started reading Sigmund Freud stuff and listening to his audiobooks recently because of this introduction. And yeah, it's really opened up my mind, and
You
yeah,
should really, if you're going to listen to audiobooks, why not listen to Carl Jung instead of Sigmund Freud? I mean, what would make you choose him? I mean, clearly inferior. I'm sorry. That is totally my opinion.
Yeah, no, I
yeah.
agree with her. Sigmund Freud definitely is. He's got some interesting ideas, but he's pretty, late to the game, I guess, for a lot of the current stuff you could be looking at.
So my friend, he studied psychology, and he recommended Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung as the fathers of modern psychology, and that's why.
Yeah.
However, yeah, I look very very deeper into it. I like a lot of Lao Tzu, the Chinese philosopher, sort of those sort of things as well. But it ties in a lot with what the modern guys talk about as well. Well, modern being early 1900s.
Yeah, Sigmund Freud is interesting. Like he declared that when women yawn, it's because they're suppressing the need to have phallus in their mouth, and this is all at the same time when they didn't even know of the clitoris. So I guess take what he says with a grain of salt.
You
Yeah,
know,
I
that's
know a
still
lot of guys just like Sigmund Freud. Yep, and I've just had just about enough of them. So yeah, just
Yeah,
keep
and then he
yourself away
snorts a
from them.
rail of cocaine
yeah. If
right
you were to
before he
look up
opens up
like
the
right
therapy
now,
door.
yeah, on the internet right now, it says something like so. It'll say like if you twirl your hair, right? Like this is like from the medical, from like a medical website. If you twirl your hair, right, it shows signs of anxiety that can be, I guess countered with methods of either getting like a lollipop or performing fellatio. Yeah, that's what it says
So
on
what
like
you're
the
saying is, if Sigmund
medical
Freud
website.
was alive, Sigmund Freud was alive today, he'd be subscribing to all these MGTOW websites and acting, like, oh, when a woman does this, then blah blah blah, and you just need to find a stupid one, and then you'll be happy. Yeah,
He
he'd
just
be
didn't.
totally into that. Yeah.
He just didn't get Me Too. That he's too old for that.
Yeah,
That
but
dude was a freak.
look into Lao Tzu's philosophy of the ego, and I don't know if you guys know Lao Tzu. I think he's about 600 BC or 400 BC. But yeah, good stuff. really, really awesome philosophy of who we are, why we are who we are, sort of thing, which led me to. So I don't believe in mainstream evolution, but I do think there's a evolution of the consciousness. So I think everything's being manifested. Everything's energy. This is my current understanding, and this current humanity that we're in, I don't know if it's me manifesting it or I'm in someone else's manifestation of it.
You're in
But
mine, actually. My
could
bad.
be, could
I should have
be.
let you know
You
earlier.
Yeah, you could be the god, but like I say, I've at a stage I felt I was the god. I was manifesting this stuff, and it freaked me out. But yeah, I think it's a very interesting discussion, and I think it's a very important discussion, and I think it'll keep humanity sane in its own sense if you take it
Have
seriously.
you looked for any medical help for this psychological condition? Because I tell you what, uh, there was definitely a point in time when I had a mental issue back in the day, and I kind of had uh, the same kind of thought process for a bit there, and it got pretty severe, but I ended up getting help through magic mushrooms, and it completely changed me. I don't know if you have access or if you are able to, but as long as you don't have schizophrenia, I don't know, maybe give that a shot.
I did, yes. So I did went to go find out what the fuck is going on with me, and it's not that it was just a realization of taking out a physical. The whole thing was me understanding everything to be physical,
Mhm.
and yeah, it's a
Listen,
lot of
beer man.
physical.
If you were God, or if you made this all and it's some sort of projection, would you really look the way you look? Would you give yourself the stuff that you have? Come on, man. Would you
No,
even be
so
doing this to yourself if you could have created yourself? You wouldn't even be doing this to yourself. It's unrealistic.
I'd give myself another inch or two at least.
so
Yeah.
no, like I
That's a
spoke to
great
Dawn.
argument. I love that one. That's good. I'm
So
sorry. Yeah.
I spoke to Dawn about it as well. So Dawn speaks a lot about Alan Watts, and then I was introduced to Alan Watts, and that made a lot of sense to me as well. Where you get that God concept, and the psychologist actually also said that you get that realization of that thought process of it, but yeah, I don't even know how to explain it
It's
on a difficult.
essentially God wanting a surprise. That's what it is. That's what it boils down to. That's what Alan Watts talks about
Yeah,
because he knows
s-
How
everything.
could, how could God be surprised about anything? He knows every like.
Yeah, so he manifests on here. The
no.
million masu. That's like the Hindu way of.
Right.
So that's the
No,
other
I
thing
get it.
is, apparently, I could be wrong. The psychologists actually agreed to this as well, or mentioned this as well, that everyone's understanding of what and who God is totally different.
Yes.
Every single human being's understanding of it. So if I mention that I felt this God complex, you wouldn't fucking even, you cannot fathom what I'm explaining, or what I'm saying when I mention that. So I'm not talking about the God in the Bible. I'm not talking about the God in the Quran. It's a totally different God that I'm talking about.
Yeah, but
Your
if there is a God, obviously there would just be an objective nature of a creator, and really how differently people interpret that wouldn't actually change it.
Couldn't he be relative though? Couldn't he be not objective? Like he has that ability though. No? Couldn't he like appear different to every individual?
There has to be absolute intention to create. So if we have a
Really?
limited ability to understand, yeah,
What's
yeah,
your thoughts of a one conscious? Because that's where I'm at the moment. I'm thinking I'm one conscious. I'm part of someone else's conscience.
Yeah, same
And I'm
here.
Dude,
thinking,
that's
yeah,
terrifying, man. That's
I think
terrifying.
Yeah.
what composes our conscious is a piece of a bigger mind, but we are of course thus not equivalent to the power of that bigger mind.
yeah. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I'm thinking, for instance, I'm a thought of a bigger thing. But what I do
That's
with
what, Carl Jung talks about the collective unconscious. I mean, I'm sure many of us have experienced that as being real. I think like what you're talking about where it becomes, I think one of the reasons why it becomes like unhealthy or whatever you want to call it, or shown as a disorder in people is because we're so encouraged from birth to have an external locus of control when it's demonstrably the case that an internal locus of control is a more healthy way to be, so that like when you first realize, oh, I don't really need to listen to this external locus of control, then I think there's like a unhealthy course correction. There were some people like have like it's like too much into that internal locus of control. Like, not only am I in control of my life, I'm in control of everything I see. It's like it goes too far the other direction, but it's because of, some of the psychological programs that we're all being subjected to are encouraging us to get all of our validation, worthiness, and determination of what truth is from without instead of from within, even though it's more healthy, obviously, to have an internal locus of control. I mean, some people obviously have like a really serious external locus of control. It took me a while to realize, like these people, like they literally only do everything based on like what other people think and like whether other people think it's cool or not. Like that's just so outrageous. But like I
Yeah, it's
think
called
almost most
Glovers.
people, yeah, that's what they do, right? Like they don't even like have, they don't even care about, it's like they don't even, that's why they appear to like not even exist, because they literally only care about what other people think. It's so weird.
But what's so
yeah,
funny is, you know how we have certain things that classify people as clinically insane now? Like, if someone says, I have a bunch of voices in my head that tell me to do bad things, and sometimes I'm Austin, but sometimes I'm Eric, and Eric does bad things, and all this stuff. Like, we were like, oh, this dude is clinically insane, or whatever. Back in the day, if you said, oh, well, is God objective? Because maybe he changes based on how I interpret. I see we're both standing in front of a tree, and I think this is a tree. But if you think and believe that's not a tree, then for you, physical reality is different, and that's not a tree. And everything shifts and morphs based on your subjective interpretation at the moment. They would classify you as clinically insane, right? Like now it's considered profound somehow, but no, it's not. It lacks logic. It requires absolute intention to have intrinsic order in this place.
so you spoke about words or voices in the head. So I've never experienced that. However, if those voices are thoughts, then fuck it. Yes, I always have it. I always
Yeah.
think like, okay, fuck it. These I feel like a cup of coffee now. Then I'm gonna have a cup of coffee. But I live in a third world country, South Africa, and there's so much poverty in this country. It's not even funny. And my wife and I, we bought a new place now, and we I rebuilt the kitchen. We actually finished today. We finished the place today, so we're moving in the next 2 weeks. But there's so much poverty where there's people living in shacks and they don't have food, and it's shocking. And I'm thinking to myself, there's so much free land. Why do they have to pay to be in a place that they were born? They're born here. Um, why?
They're trapped.
How
You're
they?
stuck by the
How can
system,
they?
man.
Yeah.
The
So
system wants you to be poor. It wants you to stay where you're born. That's like the majority of people don't leave, within 50 miles of where they were initially born. Like it's all part of the system. Like, hey, let's distract you with something to buy. Let's distract you with something to watch. All the while we're, pulling this money out of your pocket. And they're not watching things. They're not, being distracted.
yeah, but they can't even fucking put food on their table, and they're not allowed to go and build a house somewhere and plant their own crops. They're not allowed to. If they do it, it gets demolished. We drive past it regularly where they break down these people's houses. Even though it's
Right.
shacks, they break it down. It's like fucking where's common human rights?
We have that
Gone
here in
to.
America too, except it's just it's like tent cities all over the place, and they're within cityscapes, and it's because there's a somewhat of a social structure there to help help them feed or whatever. You get to some mental state and you're not able to do the things you're talking about, building a house, doing all this. Like some people just can't, man. The system's too fucking hard and it breaks them. You know, like you think we had homeless people like that, you know, way back in the day? It just, you're right. There's so much land. They weren't distracted and trapped in a like a monetary system like this. I don't know how to get out of it though.
Yeah, but if you look pre 1600s, they never had these problems in the pre 1600s. It's when the fucking Dutch
Exactly.
came. Yeah, I blame the Dutch, but also once again that's me. That's where I'm at the moment. Even though I'm probably deep down from Dutch descent, but I think a lot of us are from that colonial period, from the 1600s. I think some shit happened pre 1600, and yeah, we in this retarded slave system that we're in at the moment. If you
For
look at it,
sure.
for instance, South Africa, 1600 something, I can't even remember the exact date, but it's 1600 something. Jan van Riebeeck came here. In the USA, in New York, it was Nieuwe Amsterdam. That was also 1600. They went to Australia. They went to India. They set up all these little star forts, little fucking slave camps, and yeah. Colonized all these places. It's disgusting. It's gross. It's fucking. I hate it. I fucking hate it. My rant over. My bad.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, there's obviously this certain class or type of person who has used our compassion against us for centuries. And so, you know, I mean, in my view, it's up to us to stop letting them do it. I mean, they're parasites.
Yeah, and the more you look into the fantasy of everything of these reptilians, I think they're the ones running this shit, and it sounds fantasy. It sounds crazy. I would never even thought I would think of these sort of things, and yeah, I think they could be running
Yeah.
this shit.
Oh, yeah, it could
It's
be. I don't know. I
crazy.
mean, I've heard people say that. I'm not making that claim, but I have, you know, personally experienced that there's many people in this world who, yeah, have basically no heart, no soul. I mean, they're called NPCs, they're called organic portals, Watiko, whatever you want to call them. I mean, basically, just have to get to the point, which many spiritual pilgrims have in the past, where you realize these people are here to present tests for you that can make you spiritually stronger, and in that case, eventually physically stronger, since the physical always stems from the spiritual. So therefore, you just have to start using those tests, what they would call suffering and so on, persecution, whatever you want to call it, to make yourself stronger. And then those people, I mean, I assume they kind of know. I mean, I know they do actually, because I've heard them say it from their own mouth, that they are not the same as other people. They're lacking a soul. They know something's missing. They just work from childhood to try to pose as regular people. And they do well, because you get a bunch of people running around, a bunch of kind-hearted so-called liberals saying, oh yeah, everybody's just like everyone else. They're really good at heart. And if they're saying they're sorry, we believe them. No, they're cold-hearted robots, and you just have to accept that they're there and, you know, either use them for your own purposes or ignore them. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah, well, that reminds me of okay, I don't know how much of it is true, but the shit happening in Ukraine. There's a war going on, but there's people fucking can't even eat in our country. And I'm thinking, Jesus, you guys are worrying about crap, and there's human beings, or they're flying shit, or they're spending all these billions on these space explorations, so-called space explorations, but there's people that can't even eat. You worry about your own people. Yeah, we live here. We don't live on fucking Mars. What are you doing trying to get there? Sort out the problems here on Earth first before you go and do all this shit out there. But yeah, that's it. That's just me. These sort of thought processes just because they came because of fucking the introduction to flat Earth. But yeah, I never thought of it before because yeah, I live a good life. Yeah, but yeah, I just think it's disgusting how humanity has gone to spending. There's more than
Nope,
enough
nope,
money.
that's not humanity that's done that. Nope, nope. Human beings, everyone that I've ever known is basically good at heart. Obviously, they can be led astray by people who use their psychology against them and target them for their own purposes to use them for parasitic supply. But humanity is not doing the things that you discuss.
Yeah, I probably used my words wrong, but I'm still a novice in the word game. But I
I
think you know what
think
I meant.
I think no one is good. Not
I'm
no
good.
one.
No, I'm
There's
good.
no there's
I know
none
I'm good.
good.
I know I'm
Even the
good.
Messiah himself denied to be good.
Well, that
That should say something.
no, I know I'm good. I don't do any harm to anything.
Oh, yeah, I totally
On,
agree with whoever just said that. Yeah, I'm not good, never have claimed to be, will never claim to be. Yep, we
only
just
the
are
Um,
what
truth.
we are. We're just
Only the
here.
only the creator is good.
for me, I think for what I want to do to others, I think I'm pretty good. Now and then I might fuck up here and there, but that generally, 99.9% of the time, I am good.
Yeah, I mean, you can have good intentions. Like, I definitely have good intentions, but I totally recognize after having learned the hard lesson again and again and again that if you've got some kind of diabolical person who has a great intellect because that's all they are is a pure intellect who's decided that they are going to go against you and try to whatever, you could say lead you astray and so on. They are, they can do it. I mean, they have done it. They are doing it. So yeah, so you can't say that you and yourself are good, like you're strong, like you'll be able to withhold all temptation and so on. No, absolutely not. I would never, ever, ever, ever claim that because I already know there's people who are ruthless who are capable of horrible things. I mean, we call them people, right? Are we calling them people? Whatever you want to call them. There's individuals, there's personalities who are willing to do that, and they are capable of using people. They've done it again and again. They don't do it as blatantly now because they've discovered that it's messy for them to do it as blatantly as they used to do it in the past. So they are more covert in their means, but the result is the same.
So when I say I don't do those sort of things, so let's say um, I've never felt the urge to hurt anyone, or when I was given the opportunity, how do I say this?
You should be
Yeah,
careful. I'm sorry. I'm just going to I said I wasn't going to ever warn people again, but like, don't be saying you wouldn't do or you wouldn't do, because then you might be bringing upon yourself,
no, it's
greater
fine.
challenges or temptation. But if you're willing to do that, that's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I'm
did
willing.
it
I'm
once. I
willing.
was like, yeah, give me some challenges. Never going to say that again. Yeah, but you're saying it.
No,
That's
no,
fine. Go ahead. It's your
yeah,
Yeah,
choice.
it's kind of
yeah,
like praying to God to teach you patience. Don't do
yeah.
that unless you're ready.
No, so for instance,
Absolutely. Hank, you know what I'm talking about.
I went hunting for the first time about 7 or 8 years ago, and I shot my first buck, and I cried my balls out, and yeah, I did the whole ritual where you eat the heart raw, blah blah blah. I went again, and that's the only meat I would eat those days. I hardly even eat meat. I eat fish. I'm say I'm on a pescatarian diet because I don't do very well on red meat. But in general, I just I struggle with red meat. Anyway, so long story
Did I
short,
mention that this guy needs a bodyguard on Discord? I'll just mention it again.
So, but yeah, so I struggled to hunt, and eventually I was invited on all these hunts, and I never, I just said no, and I sold my rifle. I didn't do I didn't renew my hunting
You're in
license. I
South
just said no.
Africa and you sold your rifle?
Yeah, dude, I got a crossbow, yeah, for self defense, but that's about it because it's too difficult to get a handgun for self defense. But when for instance, give an example, my wife's busy cleaning the house, and there's a whole bunch of ants, for instance, in summer in the house for no reason, or if there's a rain, there's ants. I wouldn't fucking kill the ants. She wants to doom them, or it's like a pesticide sort of thing in a tin. I pick them up with a piece of paper and I put them outside.
Bro,
There's
do
a
you eat
myth that
vegetables?
I love my vegetables. I
Right.
eat
You
a lot
know,
of
when they
vegetables.
plow the field, they kill everything that was there. And then when they plant the crop, they kill everything that tries to move back in. So you're killing
Plus,
like
yeah,
a
plus
fuck
plus it's been
ton of
scientifically
animals.
shown that plus it's been scientifically shown, of course, that plants have some form of sentience and do in fact feel pain. That's why, of course, it's been scientifically proven that plants grow better when you talk to them, when you play the music, and so on and so forth. So yeah, you're killing plants. That's fine. You want to murder plants? Got it.
Oh, I'm aware of the plants got feelings, and I'm aware of the pesticides. So yeah, we generally try to buy organic, or me, I try to buy organic. It's very difficult, but I try my best. But just to give an example of where I am able to physically and financially and spiritually be able to, I try save. So for instance, with the ants, I put them on a piece of paper, I put them outside where there's a moth. Inside the house, my wife wants to do. No, let it outside. I try do that way. And then when it comes to the fruit and veg, um, yeah, I try grow my own where I can. I can't anymore. We moved from a house to an apartment. Um,
Yeah, if you're in
but
South
yeah,
Africa and you're a farmer, I'd be careful, bro. You get killed. You sold your rifle.
yeah,
Jeez.
that's a big scare as well. But I said to my wife today actually, because we just finished this house. She said, "Okay, what's the next goal?" I said, "Okay, next goal is to buy a house and be self-sustained. I want to grow my own food, blah 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 blah." Um, so yeah, we bought this place now again. We're gonna live here for a bit, and then I want to buy a piece of land and live off the land sort of thing. I think that's the way we should be, organically. But I agree that yes, I think everything's got some sort of feeling because it's a positive and negative vibe. And when you kill a plant or hurt a plant, it's going to have a negative vibration to it. Um, but yeah, I don't know where to go from there. That's beyond my understanding.
Yeah, man. Go ahead and sell your coats and get you a rifle to defend your wife, bro. You don't want nobody to kill you and take your wife and children. God forbid. I'm being serious. I'm not even trying to be funny. If you want to live in a self-sustained farm, these communists are going to say that you stole it, and they're going to come steal it back. Eat the rich, bro. You don't want that to happen.
I stand with the Africans here. The white people, the Dutch came here and took their land. I stand with the Africans.
You think
As
that
you
they care that you side with them? There's
I don't care if they care. For me, at least, I will. For me, at least, I think for their own liberty, for the suffering
you know
that I have. No, I stand for them, dude. I'm
yeah, but
happy
you know how
to.
many communists died that were pro-communist party in Russia? I mean, they're not going to care if you stand with them, though. I'm saying.
For me, I don't care. It's their land. I think pre 1600s, it shouldn't be where it is today. If it ends my life, it ends my life for it. My conscience, at least, will carry on and understand that I did something for them. I
I'm just
don't.
saying, be careful because the other day I saw a video of a guy who called the cops on this other guy who was holding a knife in his hand, threatening to kill him and his wife. So he called the cops, and the cops come arrest him. And he was like crying in front of the cops. It's like, he's going to think that I called the cops because he's black and I'm white. And I was like, oh man, hope that never happens to me. So be careful that doesn't happen to you.
Oh, the cops are totally different this side than your side. But either way, I would still stand for them. I would be a fighter for the native people there. And I wouldn't have, dude, I wouldn't have been there before that. I am currently. I've even emailed the or contacted the alternative parties, into trying to explain to them to look into the history of why we are where we are. I've started translating old 1500, 1400 maps to show that there were native people in this on this land, and written in other languages. And I haven't heard back. It sucks because it's fucking such valuable information where we've been told in our history that there was nothing here. that the Dutch just came and we've got our history fed to us in our school books, and it doesn't match what the old maps show. And I said this is a great tool to get your power back.
Yeah, I
Especially for the
remember
native.
when I was in sixth grade and my English teacher told me that you should never start a sentence with a conjunction, always have a comma and then a lowercase but and so on. And then I showed her in our book, there was a sentence starting with but, B-U-T, and she was just like, she didn't care. I'm like, oh, okay. So I learned then, and I've learned since then, like, yeah, there's a bunch of rules, but you got to actually have people who care about them and enforce them. And if you care more about them than the people in power, then that usually ends up being a problem for you, not them.
Yeah, and the people in power are supposed to be for the native people of this country, and they're not, and that's what's frustrating. This country is historically an African country run by Africans now, where previously pre 1994 it was a white country, which was a first world country. It's now a third world country. Um, it is what it is. It's cool. I'm happy with that. No worries. I still got food on my table, but I'm not supposed to be as a white person. Um, the situation what it is. So I don't want to get into the whole race thing. I just think the native people of this country were stolen of their land. There's a native king that's trying to fight for his land here, that's giving all the people all the rights, but the governments are doing fuck all because they're run by puppets. It's run by white people somewhere else. I don't know where it's run by, but definitely the Africans that are running this country are not running it as Africans. They're running it as some other fucking race. I don't know where, but
You know,
it's definitely.
what if I told you, brother? Sorry to interrupt. What if I told you that race was just a construct, right? And actually, there is no different races, and the whole out of Africa theory, and the white man evolved, and the black man didn't evolve, and there's subhumans, right? Which is kind of weird, but that's all a very racist ideology. And in truth, we are all brothers and sisters in the sense that we're all related. There's no subhumans amongst us. We're all Homo sapiens sapien. There's not 15% difference in our DNA in order to classify any of us as a subhuman. So we're all just men and women, right? There is no different races. That's a man-made construct, social construct. And in reality, there's only different haplogroups, right? Which another, funny way to say that is tribes, right? So we're just tribes, bro. Just family groups. That's it. There's no race. It's made up.
I would
I
agree
was
there.
looking at this. It's funny because I was looking at this map that somebody was showing was over on the that Flat Earth app, Dave Weiss's app, which I actually deleted because I got mad at it for some reason. But they did have this cool map that was one of those possible maps where they show more land outside of Antarctica. It's what got me originally thinking of it. That was kind of saying, well, yeah, if you think of the center as being toward the North Pole, and then, if we imagine, time moving forward and then more land developing or coming out of the ocean and so on, if you imagine that as being a time construct, then the realms that were closest to that center would be the oldest. So then it made me wonder, what is really the evidence of this, out of Africa thing? Because to me, it makes way more sense that it would come from the center and move out. But that's just a side note that I was thinking about the
Dandelion,
date. I
I think
agree totally with what you're saying. It's all just a physical construct. It's completely irrelevant to reality. Yeah.
I think you could make an out of Ireland theory, and it would be just as scientific. Just my
Yeah.
opinion.
That's probably true. I mean, it's probably more political, right? That's what I want to investigate where they even came up with that idea. But it has to do with them finding these skeletons or whatever, right? But it's all just, we all know that's not scientific. It's just based on their conjectures, based on things that can't actually be empirically tested. So yeah, you're right. We could just make up whatever we want because that's what historians and astrophysicists do.
Larry, I would agree with you with everyone is related, in the sense of, so the furthest back I could go with my family history was just prior 1600, and my great 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 grandfather, he was a mayor of a town in England. On my father's side, I could only go back 2 generations, which is not far back. But the African side, when I look at the old maps, and the written history of the old maps, pre 1600s, we're talking of black kings, or African kings. Then it was now black people. They were written as black, or dark skinned. Um, so I know that they, for me at least, I believe and know that they were dark skinned that ran this place, and they were fine. There was nothing wrong with it. And 1600s, the Dutch came. I am under the impression, especially looking into this whole Tataria thing. I don't know when Tataria happened, this mud floods and things like that, but I think there was some sort of cataclysm. Something happened pre 1600. If you look at a lot of the history, there's some sort of gap happening there, or some sort of reset. Something happened, and that's when the Dutch went out to New York, India, South Africa, Australia, Russia, all these star forts all over the place. I don't know if it was a reset or a business fucking proposition or what happened, but something happened then which turned everything around, and we're in the situation we're in now because of that. That's where I'm at the moment. If you guys can try introduce me into something new, that'll be fantastic. But that's where I'm at. But yeah,
Well, when people say flood, right, they say mud flood, right? When you can't really have mud without water, right? So why don't we just call it the flood and be real? The flood is something that actually happened. We can see evidence for it all over the world, both physical, historical, right? And I think it's a real thing that happens, right? And I think the scientists call it water pulse 1, water pulse 2, something like that. But yeah, when you call it the mud flood, you're just kind of denying the obvious, right? That there was a flood, right? That happened. And, it's pretty obvious to me that there has been resets. They've reset the clock, right? And we don't know what year it is, right? We think that it's the year 2023 of year of our Lord, but we really don't know what year it is. Could be that they took 1,000 years and added it to the history books, and the timeline was compiled by one man. So our history is one man's opinion of what happened. And it could be that the reset happens every once in a while. And if you look at Tartarian maps, they go all the way into the 1900s. And I think that that's the old world right now. After World War One, World War Two, and it's still continuing today. We're still doing away with the old world order, and we're still installing the new world order. And if you really, can't tell what's going on, that the world stage and Putin doesn't really hate Biden, and it's like Kim Jong Il is the bad guy, right? Because he doesn't have a Federal Reserve style IMF World Bank in his country, so he's the bad guy. Like, if you can't see through all that, I would say that you really need to do some soul searching, because it's obvious to me that the world's a stage and these world wars are meant to keep the population down. Thanks.
I agree.
You went from out of Africa to the mud flood to the biblical flood
Actually, he
to
brought up the mud
Putin
flood.
hating Biden all in one. That was
yeah,
impressive, man. That was impressive.
I'm happy with what Larry said. So yeah, I've heard your slow talk, Jay. So yeah, go ahead if you want to say what you
Slow
want to say.
talk.
Yeah, you're very
I
very
already
slow when
did.
you talk. It's very slow paced, but
I
yeah,
already said it.
go ahead. Oh, I
You
think he
gotta
was
do it Michael
spot
Watt
on.
style, bruh.
I think he was spot on with what he said. For me, at least, it might not resonate with you, but it resonates with me. So I'm happy with what Larry had to say. So thanks, buddy. And
Yeah, I
I
mean, I
agree
knew
with
the out of Africa theory would trigger some people in here because it's pretty much settled science to a lot of people, because if you question out of Africa by proxy, you're questioning evolution, and you can't question theories. It's settled. The theory is settled,
Say
man. Come on.
what? Spend my days questioning theories, bruh.
So, what do you question about the globe there, Jay Ace? What really makes you go, I don't know if that's real? Like, what are you skeptical about? Because you're a skeptic. You're a true skeptic, right, Jace?
To the core, Larry, to the core.
Right. So, what are you skeptical about the globe? What really makes you think, man, this is some bullshit?
A great question. I love it. I can't wait to hear his answer.
Oh, there's been lots of things that have been brought up that have made me skeptical before. Certain things about planes and Coriolis, certain things about dark energy and dark matter, not necessarily for the globe, but just for astrophysics in general, etc., etc.
Well, I'm skeptical about a lot of things, right? I'm skeptical when flat earthers use the firmament as an argument for the flat earth. I think they should use the earth as an argument for the earth. I know it's weird to some people, but yeah, we measure over water. That's a pretty good confirmation of whether there should be curvature or not. We can go out and check it for ourselves. What we can't do is go check the firmament and go, I'll be damned. There's the firmament. So there's things that I'm skeptical about the flat earth. I'm going to turn the question around and be honest, right? Um, that's one of the things that I'm really skeptical about. I'm skeptical when flat earthers kind of hide from the ether arguments, the ones that like kind of say that Einstein disproved the ether. It's like, what? You're a flat earther and you just said that? Like, I'm skeptical when they do that. I'm really skeptical of the flat earthers who just kind of go along with other flat earthers. Like they could say anything and they'll just kind of be like, yep, he's the smart one. I kind of feel like that's what got us into trouble in the first place.
Me too,
So,
me
yeah,
too, me too, me too.
there's lots of things that I'm skeptical about the flat earth. But would any other Globers like to chime in with Jay Ace and tell us what you are skeptical about the globe about? What particularly makes you scratch your head and go, man, I don't know. That seems like some bullshit. Like they capping us right now.
I haven't heard the firmament argument that means the ground is flat. I never heard that
Well,
one. I thought
they
it
don't
always had to
exactly.
do with like
They don't.
gas
They don't
pressure.
make it like that. Yeah, they say gas pressure has to be a firmament. And to me, I mean, yeah, that's an argument you could make, but I suppose there could be a firmament on the. That sounds dumb when I said it, but I don't think it's a good argument to make. I think it's better to, tell people to go outside and look at the water, see what they can see.
True that. What do you think of all the CIA documents mentioning a firmament and like mapping it?
Well, anything the CIA puts out, I'm going to take with a grain of salt because I believe that their disinformation campaign is almost complete because everything the public believes just about is a bunch of crap. But yeah, I'll look
well
at the CIA documents and keep an open mind, but I wouldn't go to that as my first source.
I think that firmament is a barrier between the different mediums, but I think it's a master barrier, and that's where we see the sun. I don't think we see the actual physical sun or stars or moon, etc. I think we see it on a barrier layer. So, for instance, if you take a torch and you shine it through a fish tank, or you shine it through any sort of different medium, you can use your shower, you can use steam or whatever, and you stand on the opposite side of the storm steam. If you know someone that vapes, I vape myself, so I've tested it this myself. If you one person standing on the opposite side of the vapor, and you blow a massive vape cloud and you shine a torch through, you're going to see a little a separate sun inside that cloud. You're seeing where that light is exiting that medium. So that firmament, I think, is where you're seeing that last light exiting that medium, which is a barrier layer. It might be the common line or whatever they call it in mainstream, but that's what that is. But what I wanted to ask, I'm going to another point here with J Aces. You guys can respond to both of my things here. J Ace, your perspective of the Monte Urbano map. It's a 1500 map, if I'm not mistaken, where they got Hyperborea in the center of the Earth. Could be the North Pole. Let's call it a mainstream globe Earth model, but it's at the North Pole. They drew it on the map. That guy was fucking paid to draw this map. He was commissioned by the king or the queen to actually do this map. If he does it inaccurately, he's gonna get imprisoned or killed. Why would they draw what they drew on those maps those days?
I hear you, man. What's the name of the map? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with it, but could you tell me the name?
How would they
Yeah,
check it was accurate though?
Monte Uburno. It's an Italian map. I'll get you a link for it.
Wait, from the 1600s?
Yeah, I think it's 15 or 16. I've started translating it from Italian to English. I think it's 1500s. Hold on.
You know if you take a close look at this map, I take a very close, I'm sure you have, but if you notice, take a look, compare to countries like Europe, the cities in Europe, and the ones in, say, north of America, even just there's places where like if you just compare where we were at that time, where the explorers knew about, and take a look at what parts of that map were more accurate and what parts are more they're not exactly like we know it to be today. And so to me, I remember looking at that thing, and it's clear that the parts that got almost exactly like we know them today, like the cities and the shapes, that was like Europe, where they were well familiar with, and the other places were, just less accurate, just because they knew less about it.
So this is, as far as I think it's just 15. Yeah, there we go, 1587. So this is pre 1600s. I think there was some sort of an event that happened right after this, or in the 60s. Yeah, just after when this map was, maybe this map was drawn in the early 1500s, for instance. But something happened in the world where it was flooded. Something happened, and the lands changed slightly. However, he's most likely accurate on this map because he was commissioned to draw this map or give this map to his king, queen, whoever he had to commission this to. He is a well-known cartographer, and if you I don't know if you guys have translated it. I've started translating it. He gets messages from all the different kings over the country, and he writes of different messages on the map of what he's seen. He'll write of to get to this location, you have to notice these 6 stars in location at this period, and blah 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 blah. He writes of how to get to these locations. He writes of what the kings have to say about these lands. What he has to say about these lands, what he finds. But yeah, you have to translate it to his words. The cartographer and the other cartographers that he's noted the other cartographers.
Quick question: how can we be sure that this map is at all historically valid? Like, this looks like drawings I would have made it back in the school.
I don't know. It looked like an accurate map those days. It seems like they will be able to navigate on that map.
I don't want to be mean or anything, but these drawings look pretty bad.
That's what I'm saying. But the parts, the European parts don't look that bad at all. Actually, the European parts look fairly accurate, but the other parts, the other parts don't look accurate at all. If you look at France and look at France, look at France and Spain. Look at France and Spain and Italy and Sicily, and those look like they're pretty accurate, pretty accurately shaped. But if you look at the parts of America, Florida, and a lot of the coast and stuff, don't look like we know them today. That's because he was less familiar with those than he was, the European land.
I'll be
Yeah,
honest.
I would agree with
I
Kosho. I
Oh,
think what he did is he took a lot of information from previous maps as well, like a lot of the other cartographers. I do agree with that. So he does mention the other cartographers in that map. But
uh,
the messages about those lands, I think were pretty accurate. What they're writing about the lands.
I be honest,
further,
this whole map doesn't look really like this whole thing doesn't look authentic at all, personally.
further to Kosha's point, if you look at localized maps back in the 1500s, maps from Asia, did not depict maps of Europe well at all. And same like maps of Europe or maps from Europeans didn't depict Asia well at all. So there's a point to what Kosho is saying is that they're kind of limited with the area that they could actually see, and they made some estimations, I think, about everything else.
What I find fascinating is that they call Cape Town, the southern point of South Africa or of Africa, the Cape of Good Hope, which is a well-known place here in South Africa as the Cape of Good Hope. So I find that very, very fascinating, and they knew about that in the 1500s.
Yeah, but Africa had some European presence in the 1500s. Did they not? Europe was present in Africa in the 1500s, I would say.
No, 1600s.
Okay.
It was Portuguese, as far as I understand, before the Europeans came in. From my history, I'm from South Africa, so
Yeah,
our
yeah.
history says the Rebbe came in the 1600s, but in the 1500s they speak of on this map the Cape of Good Hope, and we still have what's known as the Cape of Good Hope, on the southern point of South Africa. So that's what I'm saying. It's a very fascinating map. It might not be map say to navigate accurately, but the writings on the map I think are fairly accurate, and they write about it. If you translate it, it's actually Italian. I thought it used to be when I first started translating, I was trying to translate from Latin, and eventually I found out or figured out that it's a Italian cartographer, and you can translate from Italian with Google Translate pretty accurately, and you'll get some very interesting stuff, which I'm busy doing at the moment. It's a fascinating map.
Yeah, I heed a bit of warning, and I like what you're doing, but I heed a bit of warning translating historical text in Google Translate, because historical text and historical speech was full of idioms, and and the way they spoke was not exactly how I would say is like not accurate, but it wasn't a precise language per se in how they spoke. So just be careful when translating historical text using Google Translate, because it cannot pick up on the nuance of the words that are being used. Just as an FYI, I'm not saying what you're doing is wrong. I'm just saying just be mindful of that.
100% agree
To
with you. Yeah, sorry, Kosho. I want to agree with him. So yeah, what I've done is I've translated the Google Translate to the automatic English, but then I get other translations as well, because a lot of the English does not make sense when you translate. Also, the handwriting is sometimes very difficult to decipher of what they actually, if it's an S, a F, a P, or whatever. Um, so I get various translations, but I'm just saying, to get a basic translation, Google Translate will give you reasonably good translation, but I'm doing a much more in-depth translation of this map, which I want to share with the world eventually, when I'm done with it. But yeah, I'm
that's real
getting there.
nice. That's real cool, man. I was just gonna let you know that if you thought it was Latin at first and thought it was Italian, that that's I'm pretty sure, because you said 1500s. Because I think Italian was only made, like the Italian language had only became the Italian language separate from Latin like 100 or 200 years before that. So they're fair. It's still got a fair bit of resemblance. There's like local changes, so they established the Italian language, but it it was basically Latin like a couple hundred years before that.
The Italian language is so great, right, Kosho? I just really like it.
I mean, I'm a fan
Kosho,
of
are you
Latin.
Italian?
Actually, funny enough, there's a portion of my family history where they lived in Italy, like 1,500 years. But I don't know if I would claim to be Italian.
Because you can just sit there and listen to Italian people speaking and have no idea what they're saying, and it's like still very soothing and entertaining. I don't think it's the same with English. I don't know what it's like to listen to English and not know what people are saying, but I feel like it would not be nearly as soothing as listening to Italians and not knowing what they're saying.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you pretty hard on that one there. Just think about the inner dialogue of an Italian person. Like if they were to they're gonna get up and go take a shower and go make breakfast. All the thoughts in their head just sound like
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
you're just trying to take a shower and
I
there's
hear
like
ya.
crazy shit going on in your mind. I don't know.
But then they know they get to take a nap later after lunch. That's got to be
So
cool.
true.
If I may
Yeah,
ask,
I think it's so. I would
find
say
this
that
very useful information if I had to share this with the world, translating it from English to Italian to English? I'm doing it for myself. I find it's a little hobby that I'm doing on the side. Um, yeah, would you guys find it interesting?
yeah, of
If
course.
I had to share?
I don't think there's you should. I don't think there should be any reason why you wouldn't post it. I mean,
Don't post it, man. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I think I would. I'd be interested in that.
Yeah, they talk of spirits. When you go to these sort of deserts, they talk of these spirits that would deceive the people and that they get lost. And there's 2 deserts I found that they do that, they encounter these spirits and they get lost. Sort of things like that. I find it interesting. So I'm not doing it for the shape of the earth. I'm doing fuck all for that because yeah, I don't think this map has got anything to do with the shape of the Earth, but I just find it interesting to find hear and see what they're finding on these lands. They talk about cows that they see in Italy, that they see the same place in South America with these humps on their backs, things like that they're seeing, and I think it's fascinating.
Wow. Hey, I don't want to. If somebody wants to, I wanted your permission, Bear Man, because we talked about something earlier. I was going to bring it back up. It was a stark change of subject, though. I just wanted to ask Jace about it because he's here. If you didn't mind. Well, I was going to ask you, Jace. Earlier, I had told Beer Man about something I'd heard the other day, actually, about how they've recently discovered that there may not be just 3 quarks in a proton, like there can sometimes be 5. Have you heard anything about this, Jace? I was curious if you want to expand there.
Yeah, I mean, so I've recently gone through like the quantum field theory courses and whatnot in grad school. So yeah, the idea is, and I don't know how recent it is, but I do know what you're referring to. But I've always been, what we've been taught in like the deep inelastic scattering experiments we run and stuff, that there's like valence quarks, like the 3 quark thing is really referring to like the valence quarks,
Right.
where there's really more than just that. There's this whole gluon quark thing going on inside the protons and neutrons and stuff, and that the 3 quark thing is just like the valence quarks.
Can I tell you what I heard? I heard this on PBS Spacetime, Matt, no doubt, or whatever. And so this thing talks about how, like any because there's going to be a gluon soup, or not gluon soup, but quark soup or whatever, with I guess gluon soup. I don't know. I guess gluon and quarks. Who knows what the fuck? But anyways,
It's like a quark gluon plasma.
Okay, sure. And this thing is going to be particles and antiparticles. Like what do you call virtual particles coming into existence. And the whole point is that the net they say that the net energy though is not greater than a proton. But they said that they have models that show that actually they can I don't know exactly what the claim is, but they're saying that there's quarks. There could be 5 quarks, and one of them could be a charm quark, which is actually more massive than a proton, anyways. So, like, the energies, if they were canceling each other out, like, how would you get something more massive than a proton? You know what I'm saying? I'd have to, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'd have to post it, but maybe you.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, right? It's just, and I've seen the video from Space Time, but it's it's like a complicated thing to try to break down simply. But
Yeah, I gotcha.
you're right. It is like the virtual quark and gluons and stuff, and so there's like fleeting moments of time where there can be like a charm quark or like the pentaquark where there's like, the pentaquark proton where there's actually 5 in the valence status, and you can pick those out with like deep inelastic scattering experiments. But for like just the overall general model, it's still like the 3 quark thing. Like these are really like fleeting moments that these other states happen.
Well, I gotta look more into it because from what I understood, I mean, I don't know. I was watching in the bathtub. So, anyways, but yeah, Matt O'Dowd was talking about how they have like a 3 sigma because it's possible to what you say, like, I guess they do like electron scattering or some kind of scattering that they do when they when they peer into the quarks or whatever. I forget exactly what it was. He said something like that.
Deep inelastic scattering is what it's called.
Coach, did you really do this to? He's breaking up.
You're breaking up, J.A.'s.
Kosho, do you use your baths with rosemary or lavender? Just kidding. Are you guys talking about the ether and you? Oh, be careful with those bath salts. You don't want to eat face. Are you guys talking about the ether on the cool using words that we don't understand?
Probably.
Yes.
I mean, we can call it the ether. Say what? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, SE knows what I'm talking about. That's the other point I was going to bring up, Jace. Is isn't that cool though? That because that's something I've been talking about lately. That a lot of people don't realize. It's like doing like simulations, like computer simulations. You can find out different things, and you can't predict the outcome.
So what they found was, if it's the one that I think you're talking about, I think I saw it yesterday. This just happened. They found 5. There should be 3, like, what is it, 2 protons and a neutron?
No, 2 up quarks and a down quark.
The quark, sorry. Yeah, that's right. 2 up quarks and 2 down. What they found was a charm quark and another one. So they found 5.
That's what I was going to say to Jace, though, is that the electron, the scattering that they do, or whatever whatever you said they do, because of the nature of virtual particles, you would expect that there's isn't like some chance that you could get a reading and it would just happen to be a charm particle there. But that's what I thought that was not the case here. Like it wasn't a random reading. Like they're saying, like
sigma 3 uncertainty, which is not a lot, but it's still something.
But maybe Jace can. I don't know, because Jace probably understood. Because that's what I understood. The same thing like SE is saying. Like because they said they had a sigma 3 confidence in it. Like I thought that if like the sigma 3 confidence is basically addressing how it's not the likeliness. Like it's not that it's just a virtual particle in that case or whatever.
How did we go from talking about that cool map to pseudophysics?
I asked Beerman's
Don't look at the man behind the curtain, Gio.
Yeah, that was sleek. And J-Ace is here to roll it out with Kosho, apparently.
Well, you gotta understand the physics when you look into the microscope.
But did Kosho pull a fast one? Did he pull me in there?
No, I thought Beerman was talking about how he was going to translate this map, and I didn't know if we exhausted. I didn't know if we exhausted that conversation. That's why I asked for his permission to bring up something else he had
You
talked
guys
about.
can
But
bring up what
Coach,
you
we
want
could
to,
just go
Kosho.
down to the.
yeah, I was going to ask you to go down to the room.
You just go down to the other room. Yeah.
Hey, if you're gonna talk about the ether, you guys should totally stay in here.
No, but hold up,
No, I
Kosho.
think splitting it is good. No, let it split. It's
Yeah,
all good.
I'm happy to switch between the two, but I
Okay,
would like to go
sorry.
back to the Monte Urbano map. However, but I think Kosho, we spoke about this earlier on tonight, or my time is tonight, about this issue, and I would like to hear because I've heard JAS talk about. Oh, JAS is left now. Fucking, he speaks about this shit, and I think it's a fractal verse. So I would love to have heard his slow interpretation of this. But anyways, yeah, Gio, if you want to go back to the map that I brought up, that'll be awesome. I started translating it from Italian to English.
I'm not saying we had to go back to that. I was just surprised that it was shifted so quickly.
I don't think there's anyone that has translated it. I've asked for a translation of it because I thought I was doing this for nothing. But yeah, it generally gets diverted to something else. I would love to get the translation of it. That's why I'm doing it for myself.
One of the things that's wild about that map is the huge landmass between like Russia and Alaska. There's like an entire continent there. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if you follow Daydreamers, Geo. Highly recommend if you don't. Have you heard of Daydreamers?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he talks a lot about the let's call it beings for a better word that come during the possible apocalypse that happens cyclically, and they migrate to these from the inner layer, from that inner beam from Mount Meru, where they migrate out, and on a lot of these maps it's called Tartarians or whatever. I don't know if he talks about it as Tartarians, but if I look at the maps, it seems like Tartarians, these actual people, this tribe, they seem to migrate from this inner land. Or let's say Eskimos, for instance, they start going outward. And if I start looking at this Monte Urbano map and I start translating, they talk about it's almost like old school caravans. These people live in caravans. Um, that's what the translation shows me, that they walk on these they travel on these wagons with carousels on the back of their cows or horses, and in these homes that are at the back, but it's tent dwelling basically, and they seem nomadic, but they're coming from the center land, and this is what the translations is saying, and it's fascinating that this person has seen it. He's written about it. Why the fuck would anyone write about that? I'm not going to go and come home and tell my wife, yes, you love, I saw this unicorn walking around, and I'm not going to make up shit. This person wrote it for some king or queen. He was commissioned to write this stuff. He would get fired, killed, imprisoned if he had to give nonsense. This is historical documentation. But if you read the historical or the translation of this map, it's very, very interesting, and it's just dismissed. I don't know why.
Yeah, I think that people document things that doesn't really fit into our history, right? Sometimes it's on maps, like where's Tartaria at in our history books? So you have to find it in the maps. And other times you have to look in like the art, right? Because art is history too. Like just because it's on a painting doesn't mean that there's not historical significance symbolically in the art, right? So yeah, I would say that looking at these ancient maps, we do have to take them as actual history instead of just, denying them because, well, it's not in the book.
Yeah, I can share what I've done so far, but yeah, like I say, I haven't done that. I've done a lot, but not nearly the whole map, but yeah. Once I'm done with the whole map of my translations, I'd love to share it with, like I say, with the world, because I think the world deserves to see this.
Yeah, I love the maps. Keep bringing it. Love the old maps. I don't care if they do look like cartoons. You know, if you go back far enough, the art looks very weird, cave painting like. You know, so if they didn't really have the cartography down, who cares? You know, they're doing the best they could with the head.
Do we know any flat Earth cartographers that can just make a new map for us?
There was a guy, E. If you ask some of the people who hung out with Kinney, flat Earth dude, also Snack to the Future, they could probably bring up some of E's maps, I think was his name.
All right, cool.
All maps are flat, by the way.
I'm going through my map here, or through my translations here, and I see here, for instance, here's a spot where he says, "Yeah, we see the Bacilla Tiro droth to the mirror pole of magnet, always north, something from the true pole." So I'm just saying, there's so much information. So my translations may be a little bit mistranslation, but I'm working on it. So I'm just saying that they mention these things, that it's always pointing magnetic, but to the true pole, for instance. You know, you don't hear of these things. It's fascinating. It's really, really fascinating. This one, well, yeah, he says this one, punished by the writers, was very similar to Italy for the conformity of the beauty of the country, for the something, I don't know that word. Oh fuck, hold on. Shit, I'm pressing tab as my push to talk, and it's screwing up my document. Yeah, it's my bad.
No worries, no worries. I actually can't read, so you're doing great.
No, it's when I push to talk as tab. So I'm busy reading through my notepad, and then I'm pressing tab, and it's screwing the whole document up.
No, I know. I was just messing around.
Have you seen the Nazi Antarctica Asgard maps?
Nah.
What did they call it? New Swabiland?
New Swaziland, something like that, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, those are thick drawings. It looked like they were just kind of like whipping around in UFOs with no visible means of propulsion, just kind of living their best lives. And it
New
really makes you
Schwabenland.
wonder why the United States government spent tens of millions of dollars looking for Adolf Hitler after the war.
Guys,
I mean, that's huge.
Guys, I don't want to be mean or anything like that, but you do know every human being on this plane with a little bit of effort can draw a map. It's literally not a big deal. So I think there's a lot of misleading bullshit out on in the internet that's being propped up.
Dude, you should draw a map for us.
Oh, dude, if I would spend the time and effort, I can make you any Nazi Antarctica UFO map you want, man.
Easy, brother.
Here's the one where he
Don't
draws.
clip that out.
I'm just saying, man. It's just very easy, you know, these days to just make up stuff, like literally.
Yeah, but you have
Just
to realize what you
people.
said was funny. I could make any of you a Nazi. Don't clip that out, guys.
Honestly, Clay, ich liebe dich. All right.
On the map, he writes here, for instance, here, if I remember correctly, it's in the southern South America, where he writes here, like camels, and the animals are here like camels and have chest and tails like lions, and the rest like ours in Italy, but it looks like cows where he draws. But yeah, that's what he writes. They look like camels and have chests and tails like lions. Like
What a
nothing like the rest.
Pretty
Yeah,
amazing. Yeah. I mean, just thinking about that, like, yeah, anybody could say anything, make up anything, but like hardly anybody does. I mean, that's what's pretty like outrageous about our current state of affairs is like you've got all these little parrots just kind of like touting the party line, saying everything they're supposed to say and not letting anybody get too far off the reservation. Oh, they're a flat earther. Let's call them a retard. I mean, it's like pretty amazing. Yeah. Like what he just said, like you could make up anything, but like, almost nobody does. There's like such an incredible lack of imagination in the world today. Isn't that crazy?
yeah. Fuck with yeah. I was just at a great spot, and then my
I'm
tab
with you.
button fucked out.
I'm
when I
with you,
Thank
Mary
you,
found
Mom.
Larry.
A lot of
Thank you,
people are in
Larry.
the box. A lot of
Yeah.
people are in the box and they can't think
Excellent.
outside of it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
there was this trick they did in school. It was like a brain teaser, and it was like draw this without lifting your thing through the paper. And most people tried to stay in the box without being told to stay in the box. And it was like a brain teaser to like help you think outside of the box. And I think that we're so limited with this artificial ceiling of our actual capacity of what we're capable of thinking, then doing, that we are, enslaved in our own minds primarily. 99% of it is on our own minds. So I got to quote Marley, none but ourselves can free our minds.
Absolutely.
Hear me now.
sorry, I want to say yeah on the map. If you look on that Monte Oborna map, you'll find a
Sorry.
place that says Turbom Horda, and it says in English it says all these northern Tatars have no habitation whatsoever, but they carry pavilions with them, and they drive wagons covered with leather, which they use in place of houses. So that's the part that I was saying that they use it. That's like caravans, and they draw it like caravans, and that's the translation. It's interesting. I cannot believe no one's done that, or that I cannot find stuff like this on the internet. It's crazy, and that's why I say I'm trying to translate this for myself at least. And if you guys would be interested, I'll do this, and this is
Yeah,
what I'm
do it.
doing.
Yeah, wasn't Genghis Khan a Tartarian? A black Tartarian? Not skin
I'm
color.
not
It's
sure.
just a tribe.
According to Daydreamers, these people should be super white, possibly even blue skin. But yeah, I might be misunderstanding what Daydreamers is sharing. But yeah, it's fascinating stuff, and it's on the maps. It's written in history. Why would these people write about it? I'm not going to write fantasy stuff on maps that I'm going to give to my boss.
Yeah, the Tartarians, I think, were, what we would now call Indo-Europeans, which is a politically correct term because we don't want to say Aryan because of like the 1930s and 40s. But I've seen a lot of evidence that Aryans are everywhere, right? They're not just from Europe, right? Just like, there are some black people in Africa, but black people also come from the Americas. There's 500 tribes here, for fuck's sake. Right. So what I'm saying is they found mummies from like 3,500 years ago that had the same stitching pattern as we use in our blue jeans today, which is obviously a European thing, and they had blonde hair and red hair. So they found Aryan mummies in China from 3,500, 4,000 years ago.
Yeah,
Oh, and it
man.
was found by a Chinaman. So it's not
Our
like,
history is so distorted. Our history is so fucking distorted.
yeah.
That dude's cool. He's like red haired with like tattoos and shit. And he's like the oldest fucking mummy out in China or something, right?
Yes, it's a pretty amazing discovery, but I don't think it gets a lot of airtime.
Yeah, I always thought that was so. He had cool tattoos too, and they were still there.
Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna bring this up again. I'm gonna take Gio's word of saying it's a cool map, and that's why I want to share this. For instance, there's a spot on the map where it says here, in these deserts are spirits who deceive the wanderers to put them in danger. And then just below that, it will say, there are also angels with the face of a damsel, the body of a lion, and a scorpion's tail. Why would he write that? I mean, come on, man.
Where are you reading from, bro? I came in late. Where is this from?
This is from the Monte Urbano map. Me translating from Italian to English. He
Right.
writes this on the maps. I showed you the notepad that I've started translating. I shared it to you before, but I'm still busy with the rest, obviously.
What could be happening in the translations is, again, like in the 1500s, especially in Europe, they spoke with a lot of idioms. So they spoke with a lot. They did not speak precisely. So there may be some nuance to what they're saying that made sense to them in the 1500s that today we're thinking like, well, why the fuck would he write that?
Yeah, like I was thinking of Damsel with Scorpion. It sounds like the ladies of these tribes would, fight like men with actual, pointy blades. That's what I'm thinking, with poison on it.
It could very well be, right? Just because the way they describe things, it's not like us today where, we describe things very literally. Back then, they were very, how could I say it? Like they were very, they were good at telling stories, like how they spoke. And even if you look in their texts, like it's very, like you kind of need to be from the time to sort of understand the actual meaning behind what is written.
Yeah, I mean, could you imagine finding like a Swedish German looking female with like a really pointy sword with poison on it? Like, how would you describe her? Like,
That's my point, right? Like how would you just? You're right. How would you describe her? So you would come up with these fantastical things. That yeah, you're absolutely right. How would you describe it back then? Like it kind of makes no sense. So you come up with these weird ways of explaining things.
Yeah. Also, how would you, for instance, explain someone that's got one eye? Would you call them a cyclops? They wrote about that as well. Someone that's very tall, you would say they're a giant. Massive stature. They write about these things. Land of the giants on this map.
If you lived in ancient Rome or ancient Greece and you saw a plane or a helicopter, how would you describe it? What terminology would you use?
Man-made flying bird.
You know what? I see.
Or a
That's a
chariot with wings, or a horse with wings, like Pegasus, maybe?
honestly, I see. I
flying
gotta give you
carpet?
credit on. I gotta give you credit on this
Yeah.
one. It's legit. Like how would these people have described that? They probably would have written some like super fanatical or fanciful thing to describe what they're seeing, like because it just makes no sense to them. You're absolutely right. How the fuck would they do it? Like it's a pretty cool thought experiment when you think about it.
That's like the
Yeah, they
book of
would have to relate
Ezekiel.
it to something in their terms, right? And their way of life.
Essie, is that like the book of Ezekiel where they doing that whole glory of God thing? I think it's Ezekiel where they talk about that ship. I don't know if you know.
I'm the
If you're
wrong guy
aware of
to
it.
ask about the Bible, bro.
Yeah, there was
There's
some
plenty of
wild
people
stuff in
here, though.
Ezekiel.
There
In
you go.
Ezekiel, there's parts of it where it's like, is this dude on DMT, a wheel within a wheel in the sky with four faces and four animals? And yeah, it gets kind of like weird. And it's funny, even Weird Al brings it up. Like, even Ezekiel thinks that my mind is gone. But anyway.
Yeah.
But wasn't that just him describing what an angel looked like?
I think that's what he was explaining what a fucking spaceship looked like.
Oh, that's different. That had many
Yeah, he was
eyes.
just.
That thing was ominous, bro. Now I know what you're talking about. That spinning wheel. Some of them
Yes,
describe it
that
like
thing.
with four heads and diabolical. That's some scary shit, man.
Yes, that thing.
Yeah, when you go into the later parts of Ezekiel, he starts talking about like these underground secret societies that are doing like all this weird sexual deviance and involving like all kinds of weird stuff. Like we were talking about Epstein today. Go ahead.
No, but that Ezekiel wheel, that's some pretty freaked out explanation.
Well,
What
have
is
you
it?
heard of
The
Ezekiel
heads of a
bread? Don't eat
lion
the
and
Ezekiel bread.
Well, there was a lot of genetic miscegenation in those days between fallen angels and human beings, and there was incestuous stuff happening, cannibalistic stuff, all kinds of weird things. So who knows?
every culture though has flying things, right? The Greeks with Pegasus, the Indians, Vimanas, the Chinese dragons, right?
Super Mario Brothers had flying fish.
And I see if you think about it, right? Like flying was such a if you take the textbooks for what they're at face value, flying was such a weird, like not weird, but it was such a hard thing to figure out. Like, fuck, like when did they figure out flying? Like about 100 years ago. So you think about it, like this obsession with flying things makes sense because it's so hard for humans to fly.
No, not 100 years ago, bro. They had satellite imagery from the Civil War in America, right? Hear me out. They had balloons, right? And what they did was they actually sent up cameras on these balloons in the 1800s. So the Civil War was the first modern war because they had Morse code where they could send messages over large distances, and they had satellite imagery thanks to the balloons.
Yeah, and that was just a couple dudes, in their backyard, just being bros, making balloons. Like, imagine what the government was doing. You know what I mean? They probably had way bigger balloons with better cameras.
Yeah, so the satellite imagery that they put out nowadays, it's like, come on, bro. They've been doing this since the 1800s. I'm not impressed. Since the 1860s, at least, we got evidence of. Is everybody looking up?
No, I'm just fascinated how you guys see these sort of things, and I just I love hearing everyone else's perspective because, like I say, my mind was opened up from where me being a Christian materialist, if you want to call it that, to someone being open-minded, spiritual, being a light being, hearing everyone else's perspective. Because I thought what I saw is what everyone sees. Um, yeah, I just love hearing everyone's input because my mind is so fucking open for this shit. It's not even funny. I love it. I think it's fascinating hearing everyone's understanding, perspective, different viewpoints. And yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, I was just thinking about when you were talking about that. Yeah, the government always being way ahead because if you think about not only it's exponential growth that we've even seen in the public about what technology has been able to do. Like if you think about just in the last 10 years of what they've released in terms of voice to text technology, that kind of thing, speech recognition, all of that. Like in the next 10 years, they've release that to where it's like, oh yeah, this is really good. Like all of a sudden, interesting. But can you imagine like how much more they're doing with the AI technology? It's just got to be like exponentially more that they actually have. And so, yeah, of course, we've all seen that, like half the people that you think you're communicating with when you're like talking to tech support on a chat thing are obviously not human. I mean, come on. So yeah, you just think about how far they've got with that. It's just got to be outrageously far.
Yeah, the
Anybody-
AI. Sorry, your request. The AI, in my opinion, in a lot of ways, is like the Gollum from the Bible. There is a way you could think about it like a homunculus, also, like creating an intelligence. Go ahead.
I was saying that the speech to text thing made me remember. I was asking if anybody remembers, like 20 years ago when you texted a landline and the whatever the landline, whatever the operator, I don't know if I can know the fucking AI on the landline was trying to figure out the shit that you texted to the landline and then put it to speech. I just remember that, and I used to find it so hilarious.
I don't remember that, but I remember a pager where you used to call in and ask the person to give a message to a pager. So that's the opposite, but yeah.
I don't know. Maybe SE. Are you actually from Montreal? Like maybe this was a Canada thing, but I know in Canada we used to have this feature where if you texted a landline, it would actually try and say what you texted to the landline. It was actually hilarious.
Yeah, I am from Montreal. Yep. What are you talking about? Doing what? Texting?
Yeah, if you text a landline, or like it's not doesn't matter anymore, but when you used maybe like 10, 15 years ago, you used to text a landline and it would try to read out your text.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I don't know if I can remember that or not, to be honest with you.
I want to add to, I think you guys call her Dandelion, but it's Freeman, Fern Freeman. She mentioned something about the AI support tech. Oh my god, I deal with it on a daily basis. So I'm a registered seller on a platform similar to Amazon. And yeah, I got to deal with that sort of thing on a daily basis. It's like, can I please speak to a human? I put
Yeah, I
in,
feel
yeah.
bad if they still are employing like some humans, because at this point I just assume they're all machines because that's how they act. I mean, they could be humans acting like machines. I don't know, but yeah, I feel bad if there's any like real people still employed by those things because they all just act like robots.
I got a policy.
Terrible.
If I'm speaking to a robot, I'm like rude as possible, dropping cuss words and F-bombs so that I can get promoted to the front of the line with the algorithms. And then as soon as the human comes on, I'm like, hi, how's your day, man? What's your name? And then I call her by her name and I'm like super freaking nice to the humans.
Yeah, dude, I apologize to the humans and I say, dude, you gotta get a different job and things like that. But yeah, it does suck. But yeah, I deal with it on a daily basis, unfortunately. But yeah, it's bad. But the AI is so useless at the moment, especially in our country. Remember, we're a third world country, so I think we get the really shitty AI. But it's bad. It's so frustrating. Nothing gets done. I've got tickets that are open for 3 years already. They're still open. I'm still waiting for money. There's about $8,000 owed to my previous company. Um, yeah, that I'm still fighting for with AI. It sucks. It's terrible. It's so bad.
That sounds like a business loss to me. I'm no tax expert, but
Yeah, it's a massive business loss. So I've closed that company, and we opened up a new company where I brought my wife in now as well. So she helps me a lot with a lot of things. So I can focus more on recovering the lost funds of the previous company, and then the ongoing losses of the new company. Um, but it's not losses because of our business. It's the losses because of the AI and the way they're running things. So it's much slower, but they're still there. But the recovery is a bit quicker because I can focus more of my time on there, where she does the more front end things of the business. But yeah, it sucks, and it's dealing with AI which doesn't work. It literally doesn't work. Um, but yeah, it is what it is, I guess.
How ironic that when Kosho brought up that Adam thing, the only reason why it bit is because AI was involved in that. It was the AI that made this so-called discovery, and the reason why I said it is because it kind of ruins the the model of the atom. Anyways, we'll talk about that another time.
go.
No, we can bring that up because I think it's a fractal verse. I think if you go into that atom, eventually you'll see a whole new fucking world if you have the right equipment. I just don't think our technology can go that deep yet. But I think it goes on smaller and smaller and smaller, and we'll go bigger and bigger and bigger. I think it's a fractal verse. But that's me. That's me.
Well, that's obvious when you look at nature, right? Flowers
Yeah.
and scales.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's obvious. Yeah.
Look at a bee and flowers. That's one organism, but we see it the way we see it. Or we understand it the way we understand it. I don't know if you see the same thing I see, but yeah, I see one organism. Um, the bees and the flowers, without each other, they won't exist. That's just one example, for instance. I think there's many of them.
Yeah, too bad Jace left because the implications of this discovery, it's not too good for the structure of the atom, if I understood it correctly.
Yeah, I think that it used to look like a solar system, right? Back when we were making models back in the day. If they would have told, the class to make the model of a solar system, and you didn't write, on there sun, moon, Venus, all that stuff, I think a lot of people would say, "Oh, are these atoms? Like, is this, But now, the way we understand the model of the atom, it's more like there's fields around the nucleus, right? It's more like a field.
Well, yeah, they call it like a probability, like a cloud of probability. Like it's no longer the atomic, the orbital model where you have the neutron and the proton in the center, right? The nucleus, and the electron would orbit. But now the electron is everywhere. That's the model, right? Like it could be at any place, at any given place, at any given time. We just don't know where it is. Like it's crazy. But this is even worse now. What the AI found. The AI found that the structure of the neutron and the proton. They used to think that they were made up of 2 up quarks and 1 down quark, and vice versa for the other one. But now, what the AI found was there's 5 quarks, and one of them, the charm quark, has a greater mass than the atom, if I understood it correctly. So we got a big problem here. Yeah, that's why I jumped on that one.
Yeah, anytime you guys encounter a Glober, ask them if they're skeptics, right? Because these people are like the self-appointed skeptics, the purveyor of all truth, fact checkers galore, right? So when you ask them, what is it about the globe that makes you skeptical? What makes you think that this is a load bunk bullshit? And it's really interesting, right? Because a lot of them can't answer that question. So write that down.
The guy earlier, he gave you an answer. What was it he said? Was it about the Coriolis effect? I think so. He gave you an actual answer, which I was impressed.
He did.
Like,
I was
yeah,
impressed too.
that's unusual for a globe believer to actually give a straight answer. Yeah, that's cool.
I may have hit him with that question before.
For me,
Sorry, Larry. Larry? I'm curious to answer your question. I just didn't hear it all that well.
What is it about the globe model or the standard model of cosmology that makes you skeptical? Makes you think that this may not be correct? We might need to come up with a better theory. Like there's another theory for inflation. So there's the inflation theory. Then there's another theory. I can't remember to tell you about it. But it's a competing theory, right? So is there any competing theories or new theories that you're skeptical about the current, let's just say standard model of cosmology or the narrative? Anything that you're skeptical about?
Well, to me, I wouldn't say there's anything specifically that I'm skeptic of. I just think the entire idea of the universe and its functions are just so far out there that it takes a lot to. It's how can you say it? It's hard to actually bring it to reality. I don't know if that makes sense, right? Like it just the whole concept of it. Yeah, sure. I lean on the side that we have a fairly good understanding of our universe. I think we have a very good understanding of our solar system and whatever. But do I think like it's just I was asked this yesterday with the Big Bang, like, do you know the Big Bang model? It's like, to me, it's like it's the whole thing is such a crapshoot that it's hard to really have a belief that is happening. Like so I answered this to somebody. I said to me there's as much of a possibility that a god created this than there is a black hole, than there is, I don't know, like, you name it. I don't know. But yeah, like there's a lot of things to be skeptical about. Like just think about how the distances and the numbers that are applied to these things are just so ridiculous that, like, yeah, of course I have skepticism.
Good. I'm glad to hear it, because for anybody who knows that that standard model cosmology is 96% dark matter and dark energy, stuff that we can't directly observe, that it's just the hypothetical particles, hypothetical energy that exists in deep space. Like if you're not skeptical at all about this model, that's weird.
And Larry, even beyond that, like you're talking about things that may or may not be there, but like what about further beyond that? Like it's all a little fucking crazy that you can't really sit there and be 100% sure of everything. Like I've always been that way, but like in terms of yeah, the universe and all this stuff, even general relativity, yeah, you have to be skeptic. This stuff is ridiculous. The numbers are absolutely insane, and like that's to me that's how I would answer your question.
Excellent answer. Yeah, it's hyper theoretical. And, they say that if a phasar or a quasar just happened to be pointed in our direction, that it would completely destroy the whole planet from quintillions of miles away. And if a rogue planet ever flew through our solar system, that it would disrupt gravity at the fundamental level and throw the solar system into absolute chaos. And if that, rogue planet were to contact our planet, it would be, ultra destructive, and there would create like a new like what is it called, asteroid belt, and that's wow. There's a lot of wow in there.
Yeah, listen,
Larry,
I agree.
Larry, when these sort of things come up, when you see on the news where it says scientists have said there's a fucking asteroid coming towards Earth at so and so miles per hour, or scientists have said this or whatever, these sort of like new discoveries but irrelevant discoveries that do nothing for humanity in its own sense. When that sort of thing happens, does that come from a corporation, for instance, like NASA or government, or does that come from random scientists around the world? The reason why I'm asking, because I see it generally on the news, but I've never. I'm asking the question now because I've actually never looked into it. Because the reason why I'm asking that is for instance, there's a lot of people that study these sort of things or look into these sort of things, but um, if they bring up anything that's against the narrative, it gets dismissed. But anything that follows the narrative is approved and hits the news. So does this generally come from a mainstream corporation? Does that make sense?
Hang on
What I'm
just a
asking?
second.
It's a bit of a layered answer because a lot of research is done through universities, and yes, obviously universities get funding from corporations. So can there be some studies that are tilted? Yes, absolutely. And then if let's say NASA is the one who's doing the research, well, then that source would come from now, NASA scientists. But in the medical field, oftentimes you'll see these weird like labs that you've never heard of that are doing independent research. And that are selling that research to whoever the hell wants to buy it. So it comes from many places. It's kind of a layered answer, I guess.
Yeah, it's just mind-boggling for me that there's so many people that are learned or knowledgeable of these sort of things. And for me, with this whole discussion of the our cosmology, the shape of the earth, etc., uh, if it's so obvious that it's not what it is, what is presented to us, how are these learned people not pointing it out? And I'm talking non-mainstream people. So that's what keeps me on the fence, or that's what puts me into the I'm a no earther. Point.
Really? Appeal to authority is what you're going for? I mean, my goodness, it's obvious. I mean, it's just like compartmentalization, specialization. People don't need to see the big picture to maintain their little part of the picture. I don't know. Like, that doesn't seem like a good reason to stay on the fence if that's what you're calling it.
Yeah, I think I would be on the fence, in the sense. However, for my personal experience, I don't see either model. For me, I can only see so far. I live in an eyeball. For me, I live in an eyeball. I've said it to Geo once before. I'm a bubble earther. I think we live in a water bubble. I've seen photography. I've taken my own photography of water droplets, and my whole neighborhood's in a water droplet. So I think that we're in a water droplet. Our atmosphere is water. So it's very far fetched. It's very difficult to explain. I'm not studied in this, but that's what it looks like to me. We in a giant water droplet. So I'm a bubble earther. If you have to put a name to me, um, but I'm just saying, how is it that these people are so pointed out, and this topic has been brought up, and it's so difficult to uh, debunk either model. If I had to use the correct words,
Well,
if I'm using
since the fantasy globe isn't real, it doesn't have any effect on what most people are doing, scientists in their field. It has no effect on them. I mean, when it does have an effect, they, as many of these NASA and other scientific documents, military documents have shown, they treat it as flat and stationary to make their various measurements for whatever it might be, sniper shooting, whatever it is. I mean, they don't need to, so they don't look into it. Yeah, because they just assume that these people who claim to be experts actually are not frauds. I mean, they are very trusting people, but they're also just doing their little part of whatever it is, their little part of their specialties, engineering, architecture, and so on, which all, of course, require zero globe, since there is no globe. And so they have no need to look into it because everything they do works on the actual real Earth where we live.
Sorry I didn't answer that question. My boss was talking to me and I'm at work. I apologize.
No worries. Yeah, I think Dandelion pretty summed it up pretty much for me. But yeah, it's such a difficult topic, but it's such an interesting topic, and that's why I love listening to you guys discuss it, especially you guys that understand it better and can actually argue both sides. I can't argue it at all, except what I experience. And for me, I experience what I see, and what I see is neither model. I just experience what I see. Um, uh, I've done some
Well, I'm sorry,
refraction.
you said that multiple times, but I can't let you say it again and get to
No,
the
yeah,
period of
yeah.
that sentence. Because what is neither model that you're even talking about? One's the failed fantasy globe model with a radius 3,959 miles that they tell us is definitely true. What is the other one that you're talking about when you say neither?
So I live in an eyeball, for me at least. For me, my reality is whatever I see, what's refracted in my eyes.
So when you say neither model, you're talking about your eyeball as being the alternative to the globe?
Probably, or we live in a bubble Earth, because I've done my own observations. I've got a channel called Missing Research, and I've seen objects that shouldn't be seen, like that's presented with the flat Earth model, where we say we see too far. Then I've seen objects where I say, "Oh shit!"
Come on. I can't be the first person to tell you flat Earth model is, just not even a thing. There is no claimed flat Earth model. There's just debunking and falsifying the claimed model. Yeah. So you don't have to have a model to do that. You need no replacement. I mean, there probably are some so-called flat earthers that try to replace the model, but most do not.
Yeah, so I would agree there. That's why I say I find this so fascinating, but I still think that it's almost like I don't know if you play games for the only thing I can give an example is with a game. You know, in the sense of if I run on a map on a game, it just it renders for me. It's like a rendered world. I can only see what's being rendered to me, what's being projected, or I am projecting. I struggle to explain myself verbally, um, but
Well,
yeah.
that's normal. Yeah, that's normal.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Larry.
Have you been listening to Rupert Sheldrake? Because the way that you're talking about projecting the vision.
No, who's Rupert?
Okay. Yeah, look up Rupert Sheldrake. He might. The way you talk about vision working is kind of akin to the way that he talks about it. But us people in this conversation, debate, whatever you want to call it, we kind of understand that everything is basically due to perspective. So when you look out, what you're seeing is, because we don't have like owl eyes, we have human eyes, so we're very limited, right? And we're very close to the ground, so we don't have Paul Onion eyes. We have human eyes. So the way that we see the world is a very specific way, and sometimes it looks like there's some curvature, because things disappear from the bottom up, but that's because of the way that eyes work. So if you're looking at a distant building, right, let's say a 6-story building 10 miles away, and you can see the building, which the curvature calculator probably says that you shouldn't be able to see it if you're right on the surface of the water, but you can't see the bottom of it. Well, that's interesting, right? Because it looks like it's disappearing from the bottom up, which makes it look like a globe. But you can still see the building, and you shouldn't be able to see it at all, which makes it look flat. So which one is it, right? And if you understand that if you're right on the surface of the water, like the water's up to your armpits, you're in the ocean, right? So if you think about it, the angle between the first floor and the water is a very, very small angle because it's limited by the water, right? So it's a very acute angle. But the angle from the second floor to the sky is a very big angle compared to the angle from the the first floor to the ground, right? Or the water. You understand that?
Yeah, I do.
So the information passing through the atmosphere, as they call it, that reaches your eye, it could easily be blocked by the water because it's such a very small angle. But from the second floor up to, above your head, the zenith, it's a very big angle. So it has more room for information to reach your eye, right?
Yeah, I think that we see everything in a curve. That's why we see perspective. If I've said this before in this Discord, and someone gave me a random shitter, I gotta go see an eye specialist. But if you take a ruler or anything flat in front of your eyes and you look straight ahead of you, and you put, for instance, from your nose and you go up, you won't see the center of the object, but you'll see the two corners curved up. Um, or that's how I see it, at least. And this person said I had to see a fucking eye specialist, but that's what I see. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't see the thing on my nose, but I see the two corners of it. So it's curving in my vision, and that's the way I see the horizon as well. It's sort of it's got this curve to it. Um, so, but that's the way the light is refracting on my eyeball. It hits the lens of my eye, and then it goes through the pupil, hits the back of my lens, and it refracts to my macula, and then hits my optical nerve, and it sends the signal of what I'm seeing. Um, so I think everything that we're seeing is in a curved perspective. That's why we see in perspective. I don't think we will ever be able to see perfectly straight lines. I don't think we can see perfectly straight lines. I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, so all that's, great and everything, but you're talking about there's a, billion-dollar industry here in the United States of America and around the world that is trying to push this fairy tale on people about these little guys are up there in that thing that you see go across the sky, the ISS, and we're doing really important things, and we're going to go to Mars, and they got all these little boys thinking they're going to go to Mars and not even paying attention to what's around them. So I think it's cool. Like, you seem to have a more kind of grounded perspective that you're just looking at the things that are right around you. But you've got a whole industry around trying to get people away from accepting reality on its own terms and accepting the real world where we live and living each moment as it actually presents itself, and going into the science fiction fantasy that has zero basis in reality and no verifiable, repeatable, scientific, testable evidence to back it up. So, I guess that doesn't bother you at all because you're just kind of like, oh, yeah, it could be this thing or that thing. It's fine. But you got a whole, juggernaut telling you it's not that thing. It can't be this thing or that thing. It's definitely this thing. And you're stupid if you think any different, which I've heard you kind of push back when that kind of spirit was entering into the server, which it's not right this minute, but you're kind of like, why are you so angry about the globe? Why are you so mad that somebody thinks it might not be the case? You're hearing that, you're seeing that. So these two sides are not equal. They are not equal in power. They're not equal in monetary capability. They're not equal in honesty. They're not equal in many ways. So, I think you recognize that. So that surprises me that you're still saying, Could be either thing. It could be this multi-billion-dollar fraudulent industry that's clearly parasiting off the American people. Or it could be this group of ragtag individuals that, independently go out and confirm we see too far. We send up these weather balloons. This is what we see. It doesn't match what Mr. Neil deGrasse is telling us, what Mr. Bill Nye is telling us. Like, oh, it doesn't match what these pseudoscientific clown entertainers are telling us. Imagine that. And not only are we not getting paid billions to say it, many of these people are risking their own livelihoods, family, reputation, and so on to say, yeah, maybe that globe's a little bit of a mistake.
So no, I'm saying that I'm not supporting that they possibly lying. I'm saying there's a lot of people that are very clever, cleverer than me. I believe that they're cleverer than me, or smarter than me, whatever you want to call it. How are they not picking this up? Because I am considering me that's quite dumb in that sense. I'm picking up that there's something fishy going on. And these people are robbing us. They're changing our reality, a reality that I don't think is correct. I don't believe in a physical reality. I don't think anything is physical. I think everything is light. How are they getting it right? Are they
I
correct?
think you're overestimating the power of academia. I mean, people can get these degrees. I mean, I've seen it firsthand. I mean, it's the people. I mean, most of the people, people with raw intellect, yes, can get degrees and with natural talent and so on. But most of the people are those people that worked really, really hard to get A's in high school. So they studied really hard and then they went to college and they parroted all the stuff and they studied this and they did that and they wrote 3,000 words. I mean, once you figure out the grammar and you figure out how to write, it's like, I'm sorry, it's just like not really that hard. I mean, some of the areas that are pure science and pure math, yes, are more difficult and take more raw talent and raw intellect, definitely. But they're not going to be like sitting back and questioning it. We just talked about that compartmentalization. They're just doing their own little job, even if they get an inkling that there might be something wrong with it. It might not apply directly to their field, so they have no reason to go out and challenge it. I mean, you think there should be a bunch of people running around like what, taking out billboards about it? I mean, there are some people. It's the same thing with the 9/11 lie. I mean, tons of people know the government story about 9/11 is a lie. But why should they go around and talk about it? Like what's the point? Like, what's in it for them? That's how most people are. I mean, please, you live on the world and you don't know that the mentality of most people is what's in it for me? That's news. Sorry to be the
So
one to break it to you.
no, that's fine. That's why I'm here, and that's why I'm appreciating. That's why I'm asking the question. I'm not defending either side, and I hope you can appreciate that I'm not defending. I'm asking the questions. Um, And for instance, you say I'm overestimating, or what is it? See, this is what I mean. I'm not that smart, but yeah, I think I do overestimate their intelligence. But for instance, for me, if I listen to someone like Witsit, that is for me super smart. Um, and Zanik as well can recall things that are like I wish I could have that sort of memory. These two can have an argument or not really a discussion. It's yeah more an argument. I wish they could have a discussion because I think those two can have a awesome discussion, but it always ends up in an argument. But two very clever, knowledgeable people. Um,
I thought you said you were a philosopher. Didn't you say you studied philosophy?
No, I didn't study it. I love philosophy. I think it's
So you know about
fascinating.
logic, right? You know about logic and logical.
Yeah. That's why I
Yeah.
say
So
I'm in
if
the
you understand logic and logical consistency and fallacies, I would say that if you listen carefully, one side is using tactical logical fallacies, meaning that they're not doing it on accident, they're doing it on purpose, right? So, for example, appeal to emotion. You know what that is?
not at all. No, I my thing
Okay,
is that I
sure.
don't understand why would they be doing this? Because I wouldn't lie. I would take the logic and be like, am I missing something? And I don't want to be left out. So that's probably my issue is I don't want to be left out. What am I missing? Why am I so dumb?
I would
It's the
encourage you to go ahead.
it's the indoctrination that's what the schools they don't want people to be educated. They want them to be indoctrinated. They want to train their brains how to think and process information. They want to teach them to be better slaves, not thinkers. It's very effective.
I would ask you, my friend, to look up a YouTube video called Logical Fallacies 101 or something like that. And I think there's a redhead, a Scottish or Irish redhead. She does like a really good logical fallacy video. And get to know your logical fallacies really good when you listen to these debates. Because if you don't know about the logical fallacies, I could make an appeal to emotion, right? And that kind of works like this. When Obama was signing the new gun laws into effect, he was surrounded by children because he was taking away our rights for the children, right? You get it? It's an appeal to emotion, right? So guns protect children, right? Just like if you look closely, Obama is surrounded by the Secret Service who have like fully automatic weapons protecting him and his children, right? You get it now? It's a fallacy.
Yeah.
It's not logically consistent. So if you listen to these arguments, people are making these same kind of logical fallacies, right? Like, I don't listen to anything CNN says. Everything CNN says is a lie. Well, even a broken clock is right twice a day. So to say that it's wrong just because CNN said it is a terrible argument. You might say that it's wrong because I fact checked it and here's the truth. But you can't say it's wrong because CNN said it. That's a genetic fallacy. So once you learn these fallacies, come back and listen to these debates and really pay attention for those fallacies.
Yeah, some people will say like the CIA always lies, but you could apply the same thing. Like CNN doesn't always like lie, or CIA doesn't always lie, or government doesn't always lie, or alternative news sources don't always lie. YouTube doesn't always lie. None of them are
That's right.
also entirely accurate either. So, like, you know, the official story isn't always accurate, but also in the same, breath, the alternative story isn't always accurate. So to always, believe one or the other would be an error.
So, for instance, for the censorship as well, like that also bothers me. Why is there censorship? Why aren't you allowed to learn something that's wrong? It's my decision. Why is it blocked for me to learn something that's alternative, an alternative viewpoint?
Because it's threatening to their power. It's not blocked for you to learn all you want to know about Bigfoot, fairy gardens, unicorns.
Well,
you can learn everything you want to know about that, but don't you dare try to research flat Earth.
Some information has been demonstrated to be dangerous or harmful.
That appeal to emotion?
No, I
In
mean
what
like
sense is it dangerous? Like, will I die if I learn something that's alternative?
Yeah,
well,
how
like
is flat Earth dangerous?
a large group of people could obtain a view that is incorrect and then act upon it, causing like damage to themselves or others.
Can you
Right, like if
expressly relate
everybody
that
thought,
to the topic?
sorry,
Either in
like if
a
everybody thought that we were mold on bread, right? They
No,
might
so
be like wanting to bring down the population of the planet. So NASA shows all this evidence of global warming and says that there's too many humans on the planet. So tell me about these humans that need to die, about this, what is it, like the people from South America, or is it Africa? It's Africa, right? There's just too many people on the planet. So this group of Africans need to die. We need to keep the population down so we can save the planet from carbon, right? Because if we had too much carbon, there'd be greenhouse gases. And then, the plants would eat the carbon and it'll actually make the planet greener. But don't you worry about that, Puddin'. People need to die, right? Like you mean like that, right?
I don't know what that is, but
Of course, you have no idea what I'm talking about.
What do you think is a dangerous idea that needs to be stopped?
like conspiracies regarding like groups of people or religious sects that go unchecked and are widely spread and then result in like harm of those people.
Right, like the Amish, like people were like, hey, these Amish people, they got their own cattle and they don't like pasteurize the milk, and they sell
Kind
it
of.
without, you know, the FDA's approval, and you know that
Kind
can
of, but
cause harm,
like
right?
in the 1940s when like Henry Ford popularized a particular book and a view that was from a particular false, fake book, and it spread across presidents, across countries, across dictators, and then a whole bunch of people ended up dying as a result. You know, that one dictator credited Henry Ford and his regurgitated false narrative as his quote unquote idol. You know what I mean?
Right. Let's
And
right.
Henry
Let's
Ford got that from a fake book that
right.
reproduced fake information, false information that got a whole bunch of people killed, like millions
Right. So,
and millions.
so what should we do? We should team up with the communists who are already killing millions of people, and we should wage a war on other people because the communists are the good guys. Stalin killed what, like 6 to 9 million Ukrainians, but he's the good guy, right?
I don't know. That's like a red herring.
Oh, is it?
Okay, well, wait.
Why is it a red herring? Hold on, young man. Hold on.
Yeah.
Why is it a red herring, sir?
Because it doesn't relate to what I'm saying. What false information did Stalin spread that resulted in the death of millions of people?
The fact that the cities needed the food, and he was upping his export of the food, even though the Ukrainians were starving to death. That false information? How about that? You do know about communism, I presume, right?
Yeah, but was Stalin like a perpetrator of false information that the public then acted upon, or was Stalin in a position of power and he was the one in power?
Is that an either or question? Was that a statement? Can you reformulate that?
Stalin was in power. He wasn't like asking the public, like, "Hey guys, if you don't mind, like acting in this particular way." No, he was in power. He chose.
Yeah, to put out false information, which killed millions of people. They were starved to death, and anybody caught gleaming food that were dropped by the machines that harvested the fields were then put to death. So you're talking about lies like that, right?
No, I have no idea about any of that.
Sure. You've never heard of the Holodomor?
I haven't.
Oh, but you've heard of the Holocaust, right?
Yes.
So why is it the 6 million Jews are so important, but you don't care about the 6 to 9 million Ukrainians?
I said I
Why is
haven't
that?
heard of. I said I haven't heard it. I didn't say I didn't care.
Well, you went to school, right? Did you go to public school?
I did.
Ever wonder why you
So
haven't
why did
heard
they
of it?
choose to teach you one but not the other, sir?
I mean, the Holocaust is rather popular. Other
It is, isn't it?
other
Like their
genocides.
lives matter more than other genocides, right?
I mean, I don't think they mattered more, right?
Mattered more to their narrative.
It probably got taught in public schools in America because one is a case where America responded to, and the other is a case that is not relevant to America. So it makes sense
Yeah, it's
that
not
one would be taught in
relevant.
school. Well, one would be taught in school because we acted in World War II, and the other might not be taught in schools because it's not relevant in America.
I mean, like Pol
So
Pot,
what?
Mao Zedong, like all those other genocides and mass killings of people aren't as popular as the Holocaust. I mean, China killed way more people than any other.
So why did we invade Russia when Stalin was killing all those Ukrainians and starving them to death and putting them to death for feeding their families? Why didn't we invade them there? How come America didn't care about that genocide?
We didn't invade because of the other genocide either.
So we didn't go to save the Jews from the concentration camps? Why did we go invade Germany and France?
We joined the war because of Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor wasn't even a state back then. So it would be
It's not a
like
state
Mexico's
now.
getting a... Pearl Harbor's not a state? I'm sorry, Hawaii is not a state?
I mean, I think
I meant to say Hawaii. Hawaii was not a state. It was not a part of the United States back then. So
Yeah,
if
but it doesn't
Mexico gets
matter.
attacked, are we going to go fight for Mexico?
It doesn't matter if it was part of the
Mexico's
United
not a
States.
state,
The
right?
military base was part of it.
They killed Americans. They sunk American battleships. They attacked America. It doesn't matter if they attacked them in Hawaii or in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah, we all know about manufacturing consent by Noam Chomsky, right?
No, we don't.
You don't? You don't know about manufacturing consent?
No, not everyone read that book. Not everyone knows what you're talking about. No.
Well, I'm pretty sure people could figure it out, right? Does anybody not know what I mean when I say manufacturing consent?
I don't.
It's the only way I get laid.
Seems pretty clear to me, Larry.
Yeah, but every time I bring up something, this guy has no idea what I'm talking about. It's kind of weird. 3 times in a row, I brought up something, and this guy doesn't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't know everything. I'm okay admitting that. Like, I'm not going to tell you I know shit I don't know. There's tons of shit I know that you don't know.
So
That's true, but we brought up propaganda, right? And I started talking about propaganda, and you didn't know about the Holodomor. Like, that's a pretty big deal. Like, those people were starved to death. Cannibalism was rampant. That's pretty bad, right? They were eating each other. They were eating their children. And you don't know about that? That's a pretty big atrocity,
Well, can you
right?
tell me about the starvation in India where that same thing took place?
Well, I'm pretty sure it was due to communism or something
How about
similar.
Korea? How about Korea when that took place?
Communism. Yeah.
Well, I mean, can you elaborate? Like, I mean, I can't believe you don't
Yeah,
know
sure.
about
So
this.
the leader said, "Look, if you give us all your property, we'll make sure you have 3 square meals a day with rice and meat." And they gave up their property, and guess what? The government got corrupt all of a sudden, and a bunch of people die if they don't do exactly what they're told under the North Korean regime. Imagine that. Communism, right? But it's okay for us to team up with the communists, right? Because they're the good guys if we say that they are, right?
I don't think we ever said they were the good guys.
So the allies? If someone's your ally, they're not the bad guy, right?
The enemy of your enemy is your friend. Anyways, if you look
Even
at any
if
of the
he's a mass
if you look at any of
murdering
the media,
communist.
if you look at all the media of any at this time, it was well established that Russia, the Soviet Union, was indeed an enemy to the country, an enemy to the American way. You know, this is what the media was. This is what the media was promoting up until they had that meeting with Stalin and Churchill, and they played nice until the end. Even during the war, though, they were stealing secrets from each other. When the war ended, they immediately went back to how they were. They were short-lived for the sake of the war.
It's almost like they never were enemies at all.
Okay. They were they if you look at any of the media during the 30s up until late 41, they were very positive towards Hitler in Germany, and anybody in the media would have been just bad talking the Soviet Union and advocating, and any involvement to be down with Soviet Union. That's where most of the propaganda was.
Anyone
Look,
else
I'm
just noticed
against. Go
that
ahead.
what like? No, I was just wanting to point out, and I'm curious if anyone else noticed that the logical fallacies that you were pointing out, Cone, when you were talking about appeal to emotion. You were using an example. And then Paradolia did exactly that and then added appeal to authority and redirected. It was a tactical logical fallacy. And it diverted the conversation into these subjects of the topics of the logical fallacies rather than continuing the conversation about the logical fallacies. Very tactical.
Yeah, it's like they don't want the audience to know about logical fallacies, right?
Yeah,
So you gave everybody a good resource to go learn about it. So I mean,
so for instance, I want to find out. So Paradolia says to not harm. We're not allowed to learn these things so because we can get harmed. So
Not learn.
Yeah, so Graham Hancock, for instance, I never ever believed that these pyramids were built for pharaohs and grave sites, or whatever you want to call these things. The way it is taught to us, um, it never resonated with me. I always thought there was something else to it. I'm not saying I'm agreeing with what Graham Hancock is doing, but I love hearing his alternative story. But why is it so suppressed? Why aren't we allowed to hear an alternative? Or why is it so? No, he's wrong. 100% wrong. These are basically grave sites. It doesn't harm me to learn an alternative, to think differently. Why am I not allowed to think differently to that? Even though
Is
yeah, go ahead.
is his content censored?
Semi, as far as I understand, yes, and he gets his stuff doesn't get promoted like the rest of this information, and he get as far as I understand, he's been banned from Egypt, but that was probably for climbing pyramids and stuff. But still,
Well, no,
he's
they
not a
actually they're like a mafia over there when it comes to Egyptologists. They do have like a hold on the information with the pyramids. Like they it's very hard to get permits to actually find anything out because the Egyptologists don't like it when people come up with anything against whatever story they have.
Yeah,
yeah,
if
but
he's
yeah, so I was gonna say from the 90s, yeah, he's had an alternative view. Why am I only hearing about it now in the 2022 or 2023 when it came out? Why am I only hearing about his alternative viewpoint now when I had my own alternative viewpoints in the 2000 early 2000s sort of thing.
I mean, you kind of said it yourself, right? You're like, I enjoy these alternative, stories, right? And people know that. And it's what sells. A lot of people enjoy them. They like hearing about aliens and alternative, like Roman concrete and ancient technologies. And regardless of if it's true or not, people are going to produce that content and sell it to willing buyers, aka people that want to hear it or buy their books or watch their TV shows. So there's always going to be people that peddle that stuff and manufacture it, regardless of if it's true or not. Now, why he would be censored, I don't know. You'd have to look into that deeper and be like, is he? I have no idea.
Okay, so for me, it makes more sense of what he is presenting. So as a let's say if you take a motor vehicle and you tell me so we all for instance know consensus know gasoline cars runs on gas, we call it petrol in South Africa. We know it runs on petrol, but there's an alternative viewpoint that says no, this is actually running on water, but it's just there's a fragrance in it and it smells different, but it's actually running on water. And this person's able to prove a better example of why it's actually running on water and fumes. So for instance, his story resonates way more logical for me of what he's presenting. Why is that not the mainstream education? Why wasn't I taught his story
And
in
that's
the
probably
school books?
And that's probably why you like those stories, the alternative stories. It's probably not because of the entertainment value. That's probably why you like it, because you resonate with them and you like the mental stimulation of things that intuitively resonate as truth to you.
But if you like it, if it resonates with you, is that is if it's resonating with you, does that relate to it being true or not?
For me,
Yeah.
it feels closer to the truth than what is presented as truth.
But like you're asking, why wasn't it presented to you in school? So would you want true things presented to you in school?
I would present. I would like either 100% truth, like for instance, if something is blue, it's blue. You know it's blue, or we understand it as this. These are the alternative viewpoints, but we'll teach you this as this is what's best understood. these are what other people are thinking, sort of thing. But it's never presented as that. It's just presented as this is how they built it. I've never in my when I was a youngster, I never ever thought they were pulling these things up with ropes and things like that. That's absolutely. I would never think that they would build that things like that. It doesn't make sense to me. Um,
Well,
and
it makes sense when you. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish.
Yeah, I was gonna say Michael Tellinger. There's a local South African here that's found these stone circles in South Africa, never taught to us, showing us how things can get levitated with sound and things like that. Resonates with me. It makes way more sense that these ancient possible technologies could have existed. Why aren't they shown as possibilities?
Well, it makes more sense when you consider. Remember the conversation a while back, maybe an hour or so ago, about who controls the narrative, who controls the information. You guys were pointing out that peer review, and unfortunately, there are people who have control of the money, and when you have control of the money, and now they're getting control of the food, you can pretty much control the narrative, and that's why, because who controls the money? These big oil conglomerates. Which, I mean, I don't think they even care about money, but they care about it only in the sense and only for the extent of how much they can use it as a tool to control the people. They don't care how much they have. I mean, if they print it and if they control it, they don't need to care about how much they have. But it is because it can control the people, it can control their minds, and it can control the narrative. So if that's how they're utilizing this tool, they're not going to allow you to get access to information that will give you an alternative means. Will
Now,
remove that power from them.
now, truth, for instance, you and I will be able to discuss these sort of things, and you won't have an issue for me believing that fairies built the pyramids because you're happy for me to believe what I want to believe or understand. But why, for me now, are the people that's hopping into this Discord that when people give their alternative viewpoints, are they paid by the same people to name people funny names or just fight with people to have an alternative viewpoint? Are they paid? If that makes sense, does that make sense? Are they
Well,
paid to fight?
not everybody that fights for the narrative or protects the narrative does it because they're aware that it's a narrative. It's part of the psychological groupthink, shaman if you don't think like
It's
everybody
the
else.
Agent Smith effect, right?
Exactly. I think that's a much easier way to say it. If you understand what the Agent Smith factor is.
I don't know.
I can check.
You want to explain that further, Naples?
Yeah, it's kind of like that people have been, programmed with the
Check.
idea. We can hear you. People have been programmed with the ideas and certain specific ideas of the Matrix, right? And that is their worldview. So in the Matrix, Agent Smith has the ability to just kind of pop into anybody to try to defend the system, right? Defend the Matrix from attack. And the Agent Smith effect is kind of people unwillingly become an Agent Smith for the system because subconsciously they've been programmed that this is the world view that you should have. There should be no other. This is the ultimate truth. So they come out to defend what they feel is the ultimate truth. Right?
You mean
But it's just been programmed into them, right? So it's the system rearing its head to basically defend itself.
Okay, I got it.
Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
Like somebody might just be defending the system unconsciously, for lack of a better term.
Yeah. I got you.
Cool. Sorry, Truth. I didn't mean to monologue there. Truth prevails.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, sorry, I got questions, and that's why I asked the questions. Is there anyone that disagrees with what he said? At least that, unless that is what it is.
I mean, the only thing I would add, I don't disagree. I would just say, there's a great danger for people who are especially new to understanding the magnitude of the globe lie, to also still be perpetuating the system in certain ways because we don't always realize how much we've been programmed. And so there's a temptation I notice, and I noticed it in myself. It's when you're first realizing the scale of this deception that's been perpetuated to think you've figured out this particular lie. So now you're free of the this Agent Smith syndrome or the oppression of the system, and then it can end up coming back to bite people even worse to the point where they end up being like even worse perpetuators of the system while also fighting the globe. It's an interesting phenomenon that I've observed, but just wanted to add that.
Check.
Yeah, we hear you.
Thank you.
My biggest wake up was getting. I wouldn't say I was out of Christianity, but realizing that there's alternatives where I thought that was the only way. That was a big thing for me to realize I can get out of a belief, and I think that's helped me a lot. Where I say now I've become more a Hindu, Buddhist, Christian, all three in one, if that makes sense. I think they all got their truths. Um, but I never in a million years thought I would ever become anything but a Christian. Um, and I'll probably be head more to a Hindu now as uh, even if that is a religion. I don't even think it falls under as a religion. So yeah, just belief systems and understanding of what you've been taught. Uh, Trying to figure out things for myself. So I started putting the religion in my own hands and trying to understand it. And the same thing for what's being presented in this Discord generally. Um, yeah, like I say, the flat Earth discussion has introduced me to a lot of new understandings and made me realize I need to question a lot of things. And I appreciate all of you for doing what you're doing.
Yeah, man, I really appreciate having you on the server and sharing your viewpoints. It's insightful. Certainly, I appreciate the due diligence that you've done on trying to figure out what the heck we're seeing, right? When we're talking about observations and things like refraction, that's a crucial thing to how people formulate their worldview, whether it be flat or round. To be honest with you, and yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's like that saying. Sorry, it's like that saying. Seeing is believing. I've gotten to a point where I say sensing is believing because I would say I trust my senses more than anything else. In the sense of if you tell me that that plate is hot, I can touch it. That's my sense of touch. If it's not hot and it's actually cold, I'm gonna say no. It's not too hot. It's cold. But I can see, I can hear, I can taste. So for me, it's a sensing is believing, not a seeing is believing anymore. And I think one of our major senses is sight, and refraction is a very um, mis. I'm not going to say mis-researched, but it's very rarely researched. And when we chat to people like Andrew Thomas Young, which is unable to answer a lot of the questions. When I go to universities, when I go to schools, and I present what I present and ask questions, there's very few answers being answered and very few demonstrations being presented. Um, uh, it's a topic that needs a lot more research, which is not researched. There's a lot of mathematical stuff,
Right.
but very few experiments been done on it, which at least in South Africa agree with my sentiment, where they say yes, it needs more research. I don't know why we're not getting funded here in South Africa. The universities that I've seen have really shown interest in researching it, but we're not getting the funding, and I don't know why. It's fascinating, but yeah, I'm trying hard.
Well, it sounds like you've looked into it quite a bit, so I feel like it'd be redundant for me to say don't let them fool you. And they use refraction as an explanation as to why you see too far for the geometric sphere, what they claim globe is, to even be possible. Because anyone who's looked into refraction probably already knows that it just limits that. It doesn't enhance that. It doesn't speed the light. It doesn't help you see further. It only shortens and reduces what you can see. So,
Also,
go ahead.
Truth, yeah, it's interesting you say that. And funny enough, when I went to go see the school last year, it was I think it was beginning of last year, end of last year. Um, I've got the recording, and where the teacher lecturer she actually said that they've dropped refraction from the grade 11 and 12 curriculum. But once again, that is for South Africa. It's not for the rest of the world. But I was surprised when they said they dropped it, because I was called into the school. I bumped in. I don't know if you were in the conversation earlier. I bumped into a teacher of mine when my wife and I went camping, and he asked me what I'm doing, and I mentioned that I started a business and I'm looking into this whole refraction thing, and he invited me to the school to talk about what I'm doing, because they don't talk about refraction anymore. So yeah, then they
Well,
got me in touch with the universities, which is yeah, it's been a big step, but yeah, there's very little movement, unfortunately.
just careful about separating yourself too far from other nations, because in the attempts to set up and establish and solidify this world government, that includes the world. So the propaganda is worldwide, and it's a worldwide narrative.
It's just when I brought this up, when I was told about it, someone asked me for evidence and proof that this has been dropped from the school curriculum, and I was like, how do I prove that? So because they're saying that it's still in the schools there by them, so I'm just saying I was shocked to hear it myself. I wasn't aware that they don't teach this in school anymore. So as far as I understood, it's only South Africa that's dropped a refraction from the curriculum.
Appreciate you sharing that though, because I wasn't aware, and that's what's good about places like this is you can hear what's going on, you know, across the world. So
What part of
I just find it interesting that they're dropping it. Though. Go ahead, Fairdelly.
what school is dropping refraction?
This was Fairmont High School. It's in Cape Town. That's the school I was at.
And so can you help me understand a little bit more? Like, what do you mean by they dropped it? Or
So it used to be part of the studies. You know, when you do teaching, as far as this is what they explained to me, that they don't teach refraction anymore, because that was one of the topics that I was talking about, or that was the topic I was talking about, and the teacher said to me they don't do refraction as a subject anymore. So yeah, it's just it's no longer something that they teach in school and write an exam about, or the understanding of refraction, which I found fascinating and interesting. And because I met Travis, you guys probably know him as well. I'm your Copernicus. Early last year or year before, and we were discussing this, and yeah, I was discussing with Bandsaw as well on the Discord. I don't know where Bansaw's disappeared to, and we were having fascinating discussions. And yeah, then I was saw the school, shared my lecture with the school with a few of the guys. Yeah, I share it privately. I don't share it for personal reasons because the teacher's involved and all that. But yeah, if anyone wants to listen to it, you obviously to chat to me in DM and we can you can get my evidence proof wise that way. But yeah, I've got a full hour and a bit where I was chatting with the teachers, presented to a whole class of students. My research of refraction, and yeah, the school was very fascinated and intrigued with what I've been doing. Um, but yeah, it's sad to hear that they weren't teaching refraction anymore. Um, I think it's a very untouched research. And one of the only people that you can really speak to now is Andrew Thomas Young, and he's also a man of few words, unfortunately.
I mean, I think refraction's covered in like all, I mean, maybe not all, but like science books. I don't think they would just drop it. Maybe they don't have an entire semester devoted to refraction, but it's an observable phenomenon. It's
So they teach Snell's law and things like that, but not really what's how do I say this? What's happening with refraction? So yes, we know Snell's law, but there's a lot more to refraction than Snell's law. Um, yeah, it's a much
It,
bigger topic than than the basics.
do you even think that Snell's law is actually applicable when it comes to atmospheric refraction? Because there's no real medium change to per se. You know what I'm saying? Which is what Snell's law deals with.
I do, yes, but I don't think it's only we're not only horizontally. I think we are vertically as well. So we in barriers away from us as well, if that makes sense. It's not only top to bottom or bottom to top. We've got between yourself and the target as well. There's barriers that way as well.
And which berries would
Yeah.
that be?
Is that AK? I don't want to have a discussion with you. We've had too many discussions where I've heard you with other people as well. It's just too many. Yeah, it just goes nowhere with you. So I'm sorry, I cannot discuss this with you. Please respect that.
I was just asking a question, not discussing.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, you ask a lot of questions that lead to another question that leads to another question. It just goes nowhere. So I'm sorry, I cannot discuss or have any um, interaction with you. So please respect that.
You're having an interaction with me right now by answering me.
That was great. I love how you have boundaries. I'm not worried
You're
about you anymore, Cohen. That was beautiful. Beautiful.
Oh, Dandelion Beerman's the best. He's like, no, I'm not going to talk to you. If he knows somebody's going to loop him into some bullshit and not have a like legitimate good faith.
Hey, good job in gatekeeping.
He's way more polite than I am about it too. I have to take some lessons from him. I got to rewind that. He said like, "Sorry, I'm not going to have a discussion with you." I
I do as
gotta
well.
learn that.
I do as well. There's way
really
more to be learned in these servers than just things of science or whatnot. There's certainly more to learn. Patience is one. Act, approach, how to speak to people. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I'm
need
gonna
to work on
practice
it.
that line. I'm gonna practice that line. I'll be ready for next time.
Sometimes this place makes me worse at my interactions with people, or maybe brings out the worst in me. But
Koan,
I
I've
hear
never
you.
had an interaction with you. If I can start a conversation.
Yeah, go ahead, dude. As long as it's not going to be ab hominem or whatever. Just I'm just another human being, dude. I'm just another dude asking questions and sharing my
I
experiences in life.
it's very rare that I'll do an ad hominem. I really need to get my buttons pushed. But my understanding is that you're in South Africa,
That's correct. Yes.
and so I'm always fascinated. Like I'm on the globe side, but I'm always fascinated by people who are south of the equator and end up on. I mean, do you consider yourself to be a flat earther or concave earther or one of those?
No, I've come to the conclusion I'm a no earther. I live in an eyeball. Well, like I said to Gio the other day, I think I'm a bubble earther.
Okay.
But I think the further you go out, if this is going to make any sense, I think if you had to fly up high enough, and I'm talking thousands of miles, it's going to look like a ball. But I don't think when you're down here where we at, I don't think we're going to be able to measure any curvature. And the reason why I say that is I've done a few little experiments myself, or photography as well, where you take a photo of a water droplet, and this is where I come to this conclusion. So I believe everything is light, refracted light. We living in this realm. So I don't want to be too long-winded. I'll wrap this up. But if you take a droplet of water, I've put almost my whole neighborhood in a droplet of water, where you see everything in that droplet. So I think that we're living in a massive water droplet.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. I actually have a decent photography background, and there's an image I remember seeing of somebody with a screen, like a window screen, like to keep out mosquitoes, and they wet the screen so that there was like a little teeny water droplet in every single opening of that screen. And then they took a picture of it, and what it looked like, it was like a whole bunch of fisheye lenses. So I don't know if it was looking at a flag or something that everyone could recognize, but you could just see these little teeny images, all duplicated, because the screen was acting like a lens. It was pretty cool. So this is interesting. So because I've heard what you said about experiencing like your senses, and how your senses, you trust your senses. They one of the things I always say to people is it looks flat and we don't feel motion. That is true. It does look flat, and we definitely do not feel motion. But then I'm a physics guy, and so I always tell people, run the numbers. So it's interesting that you say that if you get high enough that you'll see a ball. It kind of sounds like, that the Earth is a globe to you. Like, I mean, if the Earth is tangible, I don't know. It just, but it's going to look flat on the ground, like the scale is just so big.
So when you said it looks flat from ground, if anything, it looks concave to me from the ground. But yeah, like I say, I think only physical hard measurements would confirm the shape of the Earth. I proposed a fishing line experiment, where they take a fishing line across a lake, but then they said no, it'll have too much sag or something. But apparently someone's going to be doing this sort of experiment soon. But then again, also it doesn't really bother me too much with the shape of the Earth. I'm more to hear everyone's perspectives, because when I was broken away from physical reality, and actually being shown or introduced to a energetic reality, that changed my life big time. I moved away from Christianity. I became more spiritual Buddha in that sense, and Hinduism and things like that. Especially when we look at particles. I've got no scientific background, but the more I've been reading and listening, also my understanding may be incorrect, but the more we chop down into matter, or if you want to call it matter, if I chop down my mouse here, for instance, eventually it'll become an atom, and if you cut that atom, there's going to be it's always energy. So everything is in a piece of energy, which is as my understanding is light. So yeah, I think everything is just refracted light, and I think we refracted to a point within your own being. And when I started learning about these things and doing meditations, like I said earlier on tonight, yes, it's 2:25 a.m. already. Uh, for a moment, I thought I was God, or not God in God itself, but I thought I was the only being, and I thought I'm manifesting everything that's around me, and yeah, I was a bit freaked out. But yeah, I came back to myself. But I would say my worldview changed big time, and I listened to you guys have these discussions, a lot of arguments, but I prefer the discussions, and I think it's fascinating. I really think it's awesome, and yeah, I think we should be humble with each other.
Yeah, I definitely hear what you're saying there, and I definitely identify with a number of things that you say. For example, I'm a spiritual guy. I actually used to be an atheist and did convert to Christianity fairly recently because of a very profoundly personal experience. And so, but I did study Buddhism. Actually, I was on a path. I was on a journey of exploration and just trying to figure out what was true. And I studied Buddhism, and I studied Judaism, and then I ended up with with discovering what was true for me, which was Christianity. But my personal belief now is that we're here temporarily on Earth, and that when we die, we're going to go back to the celestial kingdom, and that it could be that Earth is just a simulation, but it's God's simulation, So it's like it's real enough to us here on the ground that it could be that it's literally God's God's simulation. But it's fun to think about. And I always tell people, like, the shape of the Earth, we could be brains in a vat, like the Matrix. But it's definitely a heliocentric simulation. I try to make that
I have a
joke.
question. I have a question
yeah.
real quick, if you don't mind, Beerman. Is that cool?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, no. You didn't interrupt me. I was just asking if I could get the floor for just a second. So you said you'd be cool with it being like God's simulation. So the contention I have with simulation, or a simulation type theory as to what our reality is, do you feel that it would kind of continue into an infinite regress fallacy? So if it's a simulation, it would have to be a simulation of something else. And is that something else a simulation of something else? Who created that simulation? What is being simulated? At what point do you draw some sort of distinction of a start and a finish? Or do you feel that there is something outside of the start and finish?
I'm
Yeah, that's great.
try.
Reality.
Yeah,
That's a great question.
let
I
me
was
try.
like, good.
Yeah, let me try answer this, and if I don't answer it, please don't give me too much shit. Let me know if I haven't answered it. But I'm gonna try and give you where I understand it, or what I think is going on. And I'm gonna try and answer you. So, um, if you've ever had a lucid dream, maybe this will explain it. But this is where I came from: is when I had a lucid dream and I realized I'm tasting stuff in a lucid dream. I'm feeling stuff in a lucid dream as if it was reality. So that was a big eye awakener for me. And then I heard last year, when my wife's uncle was in a coma for 6 months. He lived a totally new life. When he came out of the coma, he was working in a fish factory, packing fish and shit like that. Um, Even though that's not his trade, he just lived a totally new life for years, and he was only 6 months in a coma. Or only is a long period, but for years he was working in a fish factory, but he was actually in a coma. But
Can I comment on that?
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, so it's my belief that when you are dreaming, your brain and your body is resting and cleaning itself out and preparing for the new day. But meanwhile, your monkey mind, this is the Eastern concept you may be familiar with, the monkey mind gets bored. So what it does is it starts doing its own little programs or games to keep itself busy, right? So when you're in a lucid dream and you become aware consciously of your dream, this is rare. Before that, it's just like your brain is performing this task, or should I say your mind, is performing this task so you don't get bored, right? So you'll be experiencing all these weird things in your dreams. But when you're in a coma, like your brain gets really bored. Sorry, mind. Your mind gets really bored, so it wants to go back to simulate some sort of normality, right? So what did he do before? Well, he normally kept his mind busy by completing tasks, right? So when he was in the coma, his mind, started this new program, which was working in the fishery to keep himself busy. Because imagine how bored you would be if you literally had to sit there for 6 months and all you could do was think, right? Imagine not having a body, right? And all you could do, like a ghost, all you could do was think. You couldn't move your hand, you couldn't shake your head, you couldn't swallow, you couldn't do anything but think. So I think his mind kept himself busy so that he didn't go stir crazy. Thanks.
All good. Yeah, yeah. So I'll come back to that. So I carry on with what I was going to say though. Is so I don't know if time is a real thing. Yes, something has happened in the what we would call the past, but if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have my now moment. I wouldn't be where I am now, chatting to you guys, and my future can always change. So I can make a plan for then, but that could be because of this now moment. When I, for instance, before I was born, I don't know if that was always created. I can't even fathom what things were like before I became conscious. I can't even remember when I became conscious. I remember the earliest memory I have is when I was 2 years old, when my parents bought me some little car I can ride on when I was 2 years old, and I was up in a cupboard in a black bag for Christmas. That's the earliest memory that I have in a brown cupboard. Other than that, I can't even get back to a place where I would say I realized I was conscious. Um, when I pass away, I don't know if my reality will be this, or if it'll be something I don't even know of. It could be I could come back as a spider. I could come back as a color that I can't even think of in my head. So I don't even know what is. However, I've become peaceful at the point of when the end is there. I don't think it'll be anything like what it is now. I don't think there'll be any pain. I just think it's over, and there's nothing to think about. Um, So yeah, I really don't know if I'm a thought in someone else's head, is what I mentioned early on as well, this evening. Um, if, for instance, when I dream and there's people in my dreams, are you guys those people? Am I one of those people in someone else's dream? That thought. It's a very philosophical question, if that's the correct word. Um, but yeah, it's an awesome discussion, but it's only awesome to have these sort of discussions with open-minded people that's willing to discuss these sort of things. Um,
I think that's part of the like misdirection and control of the knowledge, or part of the psyop. One of the very first things that they wanted is to think of it as an end. What if there's not an end? What if like it's kind of cyclical, like it comes back in on itself and then and puts itself forward again, like just in a cyclical, and then just at the heart of it, the thing at the heart of it is one mind and the intent that got it in motion to begin with, and had a couple polarizing thoughts that caused emotion. So what if the end is just the beginning of the real reality?
yeah, there's a lot of what ifs as well. For instance, I've never experienced death. I've never experienced it myself. I've seen people die around me. My grandmother passed away. I've had friends that passed away in car accidents, but I've never died. Will it ever happen to me? I don't know. I personally don't know. Yes, there's a lot of science that says you die at certain ages, but will I ever reach that age? I don't know. Um, there's a lot of questions that have popped up in my head recently. As crazy as that sounds.
Death
I
excites me now. Like it interests me. It's like I kind of look
Yeah,
forward to it.
Beer man,
That's
the craziest thing is you will always reach the age that you die.
that's a koan. You'll always reach the age that you die. Exactly. That is a koan on its own. It's fascinating. So hopefully that answered. But if I didn't answer you, let me know.
Death is graduation day.
Yeah, and the question at the end is, did you prepare yourself well enough for the real world?
No, I haven't, and that's what I'm doing now. I'm trying to figure it out for myself now, and that's why I say I don't want to have arguments. I just want to have discuss. I want to hear everyone's experience now, because that's for me knowledge. Don't tell me something. Just don't teach me something. Tell me something, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's how I'm
Was that
taking it.
Napalm that asked that about or said that about graduation day? Because that's exactly what the way I believe Earth is. I mean, this is sort of a religious thing for me, but I'm a teacher. I'm a high school teacher, and I've often thought that high school is kind of like a microcosm of society, and that it's just a game, it's just a simulation, but it is designed to prepare you for life after high school. But you've got these various little groups in a high school, whether it's a physical structure of a classroom, or whether it's a sports team, or whether it's a group of friends, a circle of friends. But then those things can get duplicated in the real world. Like, instead of a classroom, well, maybe you have a company. Of course, you have sports teams, and then you also have circles of friends. But I always tell students, high school is a game, but it's a game where it's like, you learn as much as you can, and then you meet the real world, as best prepared as you can be. But on the religious side, like I believe that Earth is a classroom, and that when we die, we'll return to our Heavenly Father with our knowledge intact, with our lessons intact. I really like that idea about, learn what you can and prepare as best you can, because then when you pass through the veil, you'll be best prepared for what lies beyond.
Charles, do you teach at a Catholic school or public?
Oh, I teach in a public school, and I don't teach any religious concepts to my students. But these are my personal.
Oh,
thoughts.
sure you do. Sure you
Other
do,
than
brother.
heliocentrism.
Larry,
Charles,
was it you in there saying, sure I do.
But Charles, they don't even prepare you for college in high school. I went to college and I didn't know what the hell each major's name, what they related to as far as careers in the real world. Like, they need like a seminar or a class in high school to show, if you're interested in this, you need this major, They don't do that. And I was clueless when I went to Temple. I had no idea. They just said, take the core classes for the first 2 years and you'll be able to narrow it down and figure it out. I was like switching my major like 8 times by senior year.
Yeah. I think the tools have gotten a lot better. There's a lot more emphasis on having students try to match what their personality styles are for as far as potential careers. So you've got the Myers-Briggs personality test, but then having that tied into career choices. And there's all sorts of websites that have sprung up, talking about exactly what you just said. If you want to study XYZ, here's what you need to do to prepare. Here are your core classes. Here's what you should emphasize in high school. You're absolutely right there.
Well, you said you don't teach them like a religious stuff, right? But don't you prepare them to go into college?
No, I tell them that college is not for everybody.
Well, that's good
so
if
you
it
teach
did
them about
change.
trade school? Like, you tell them they should be like an apprentice under a plumber or electrician or something like that?
Yeah, I'm a huge proponent of promoting trade schools. In fact, there's a whole bunch of my students, they actually only were in high school half the day, because the other half of the day they were getting technical skills at a a skilled I don't know if it's called a College of the
Trade
Trades,
school.
Williamson College of the
That's
Trades, something like that.
refreshing to hear.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
Because I mean,
good.
skilled trades are, they we're going to have a crisis in like the next 20 years with not enough
I agree.
skilled tradespeople.
Where I
So
come where I come from, we call those technical institutes usually.
yeah. And, yeah, the whole thing about college for all was always a lie, and it was done by well-meaning teachers. Oh yeah, make good money, go to college, and it's like then then college tuitions were going up at double the rate of inflation, and
I think it was a
then
little
that
deeper than that, but yeah.
yeah.
Well, I think
Uh,
all kids should get like a degree in like gender studies or maybe some sort of liberal arts, right? Or how about
lesbian basket weaving.
yeah, something like that. Another good one, astrobiologist. Because all the aliens out there, you should go study that.
Yeah, that's a pretty rare field.
Charles, I was going to go back to what we were saying earlier on. I wanted to ask you: have you ever had a lucid dream? Are you aware of lucid dreaming?
I have never had one, to answer your question, but I have studied the topic and, studied it enough to know that there are some amazing stories that people tell that are beyond the realm of, what we call physics. Yeah, no, lucid dreaming is absolutely a real phenomenon.
Wow,
But
you've
no, I've
never had one?
not that I know of. I mean, I dream all
Wow.
the time. I have lots of vivid dreams, but I've never
But
had a lucid dream.
you're never aware that you're dreaming in any of them ever?
Well, there's some dreams where I've had a sense of sort of reverie where I'm kind of aware that I'm in a sleep state, but it's usually at the very, very end of my dream, and it's like, what are your thoughts as you transition from sleep state to wakeful state? And so I don't consider that to be lucid dreaming, because it
When
only
I
lasts for a
was
few moments. And
when I
Have
was
you
a
ever?
child, I always had real bad nightmares. I would go
okay,
through like this weird stretch where like 2 years straight I would have awful nightmares, and it was like almost like a self-fulfilling thing because I was so scared of it when I was going to bed. So I trained myself to understand that when I was in that state where I was in a nightmare, that I would shut my eye, I would cross my eyes, like in the dream in my head. I would cross my eyes, I would shut my eyes, and then I would open them as hard as I can, like with them still crossed. And I kept telling myself to do that. And then the first time where I realized I was in a nightmare, there was like this weird van rolling around my neighborhood, like picking up kids and stuff. So I did it when I was in the back of the van, like hiding, and I knew it was a dream. So I did it and tried it, and I did it. I woke myself up from the nightmare, and ever since that moment, I've been able to do it. And the nightmares went away from that night. Like I would still have them. I still have them now, but um, it wasn't every single night anymore. It was crazy. And ever since then, now I know when I'm dreaming. For the most
it's
part, I
amazing.
still have some times where I don't. But
That
yeah, it's
sounds
crazy, man.
That sounds similar to sleep paralysis. That's the next question I wanted to ask you, Charles. Then I'm going to come back to the other dude that was talking about this nightmare. Have you ever had sleep paralysis, Charles?
No.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So then,
Wow.
yeah, I'm not going to be able to go much further. But mine started with sleep paralysis. So I'm going to relate a lot to the previous dude that was talking about the nightmare. I used to get a lot of. I still do get it. Is sleep paralysis. So you wake up, and you can't do anything. You sometimes you can't even breathe. It's scary as fuck. But anyways, when you realize, oh, you already know that you're awake but you can't move, but then you realize that you're sleeping. It's basically the opposite of sleepwalking. Um, you can enter either astral projection or lucid dreaming. I myself have done astral projecting once. It freaked me too much out, that I've never done it again. But I lucid dream quite often, and I taught myself lucid dreaming, or started learning about it, to help with the sleep paralysis, and that's what's helped me a lot, and that's what made me realize that this place that we at, am I in a dream, or am I alive? Or what is reality? Because a lucid dream feels very, very real. Not much different in this reality, just with different physics and different possibilities. So yeah, if you can, I would highly suggest looking at guided meditations to teach yourself to lucid dream, and try getting to lucid dreaming. There's some easy ways to induce it. Definitely look into it, because it's a big reality changer. You'll realize that there's more to this world than oh, for me
Dude,
at least, it taught me there's more to this world than what I was taught.
I got the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life. I told it once on here. I haven't spoke of it in 3 years since it happened, until like 2 weeks ago. I mentioned it on here. I'm gonna tell it again real quick. And it might sound real stupid to you once I get to the point of what happened, because it's kind of a ridiculous ending. But real quick, so I'm sleeping and I had this dream that I'm at my previous work, which was a huge car dealership, right? And there's this crazy storm and it starts flooding like 2 feet. And I'm driving by in one of the demo cars and I see my dad, who also worked there when I was there. I see him hanging on for dear life onto like this pole, and the water's like rushing by and he's like, about to be washed away. So I'm like ready to go help him in the dream. But then I see my family's minivan, like my wife's car, with my entire family in it. And there was like something above it about to like fall on them. So I was like trying to choose like what the hell to do. And then I realized I was in a dream. But the second I realized it, I woke up, which sometimes happens when your mind becomes aware of it. Sometimes you can't continue. You just kind of wake up. So for whatever reason, I wanted to go back into the dream because I knew it was a dream. I knew it was, I could just mess around. I like to lucid dream because you can do things that you can't do in real life, right? So I'm laying there awake. So I'm perfectly awake, but I shut my eyes and I'm like, okay, try to do it. Try to get back into the dream. Try to get back into the dream. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, you know that feeling you get, guys, when you like fall in a dream and you feel like you literally woke up because you fell like in your bed? Bro, that is like a real thing that happens. Like, not in the sense that it's real, but so I'm laying there trying to get back into the dream. Again, fully conscious, right? But I'm tired. I feel my body starting to get tired. All of a sudden, I feel the sensation of falling backwards through my bed, like 3 feet, like boom, like I fell through my bed to the ground almost, right? I'm like, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. And I'm like kind of freaking out, but I'm trying to remain calm.
Well,
And then all
at
of
the
a sudden,
beginning,
yeah, at the beginning when I went back into it, right? So I'm like, I decided to try to get back into the dream. So I lay back down. I was I was sitting up for a little bit. So I decided, all right, I want to try to go back into it. I lay down and I'm like slowly getting tired, but I'm making sure that I'm staying conscious. Like my thoughts are with me, right? So I feel this. Hold on a sec.
I love these
Sorry,
stories. It's
I
brilliant.
just had I just had a call. My bad.
I'm
So
sorry. Was there a question right there at the end?
no. I had a phone call. I'm
Okay.
gonna continue it real quick. So I'm laying there about 30 seconds. I feel myself getting tired, and then boom, I fall back like through my bed, like to my ground, like to the ground under the bed. That's what it felt like. And I'm like, oh crap, like what's happening? So I'm just staying calm. I'm breathing, and then all of a sudden I see this, like the dream start to materialize in front of my eyes, right? But since I was like fully conscious, I noticed that there's like this weird fringe around like the borders of what I can see, almost like you're at the movies and you're seeing the big movie screen. Imagine that, but with like this weird like etheric like trim. It almost looked like a cloth hanging there, right? With like this weird like edge to it. So in real life, because I'm still conscious, I'm still awake. I'm just like in this weird dream state. So I see the dream start to materialize, right? I put my hand up in real life, like trying to grab the cloth that I'm seeing, like this material thing that's forming the dream in front of my eyes. I fucking grab it and rip down. Like in real life, my hand goes up, grabs, and pulls down. And since my eyes are shut, I see what's happening. I grabbed the fucking cloth, rip it down, right? And guess what fucking is behind it? An orange house cat. I swear to God, the thing starts to scramble to grab it and put it back up in front of my eyes. I rip it out and throw it away, like off my bed. But again, just because my eyes are shut, I can see this. The cat turns and runs like towards my window to the far side of the room. And I sit up to try to look at it, still with my eyes shut. And then boom, the biggest fucking thing I've ever felt in my entire life, the strongest goddamn thing, jumps on me and holds my arms down as if it was sleep paralysis. Holds my arms and legs down, and it's invisible, but it felt like a fucking, what I would imagine a Bigfoot to feel like. Holds my arms and legs down so that I can't sit up to look. And it took every ounce of my strength, and I'm a strong goddamn dude, every ounce of my strength to rip from the grasp of this thing. It's the strongest thing I've ever felt in my entire life. And I break free and I wake up and I was shook, dude. I didn't know what to think. Now imagine if that story wasn't an orange house cat, how freaky that would be, right?
So that's very close to sleep paralysis. I used to get that often. However, when something used to be on top of myself, whatever entity it was in the dream, I could not move anything. So I could make a noise, I could wiggle my toes, I could do a few little things like that, that I could get attention from my wife to wake me up. But yeah, I used to get a lot of that.
Yeah,
Freaky as fuck. But when you realize that you're awake but you can't move, is when you can either enter a lucid dream and solve the problem and face that fear, or enter an astral projection. And that's how I eventually taught myself to get out of those nightmares. But sometimes I can't get into a lucid dream from that, and it just freaks me the fuck out.
Yeah, like I've had sleep paralysis, like you're talking about, where you can't move anything at all. And like you kind of have to like try to talk, and you're like, you feel like you're screaming in your dream, but you're just mumbling, and then your wife like shakes you awake. I've had that happen, but this was totally different. I was fully conscious. It's so bizarre, and I was able to move everything else. It was just it was my hands and my feet pinned to the damn bed. So I like literally like did bicep curls to get this thing off me, whatever the hell it was. But I'm like, the weird thing is, I've never had that happen where I've been fully conscious of what's going on. That's what's weird. Like, it's not like you could say it was a dream. Like, what was it? What the hell could that have been? I was as conscious as I am right now talking to you guys. It just that my eyes were shut.
Yeah,
It's
it's rough,
bizarre.
eh? It's this place that we live in is a weird place, and yeah, thanks for sharing that, because, like I say, this is a different realm than what I think we've been taught it is. And as
Yeah.
real as that was, as real as a lucid dream is, as real as what consciousness is. Yeah, this is all, it's all one place. It's awesome. Um, and we should explore it, and we should share stories like this, and not ridicule it.
Weird too, because I've always thought cats were weird my whole life. Like, I just never understood house cats. Like, I always think they're like weird loners. They don't want affection, and I always thought they were like weird and creepy. And then that happens where one's like holding a dream in front of I can't even look at cats the same now. It's friggin' weird.
Yeah, I was going to make a very similar pithy comment about cats, but I was raised with dogs my whole life, and when I got married, we sort of had two little kittens as our first children, and because my wife was a veterinary technician, and so these little kittens, their mom had died in childbirth. And when I say childbirth, kitten, anyway, so we ended up with these orphan kittens, and they immediately set about winning me over because they knew I was not a cat person. And I had similar thoughts, to you as you about cats. Standoffish. Not really wanting to show affection, whatever. But I came to realize that the first rule of cats is that cats are not dogs. That anything I was expecting from a cat that was similar to what you'd expect from a dog, that was just a mistake. But cats definitely do show affection. They definitely are really very emotional creatures. Just not they don't wear it on their sleeve like a dog does. But yeah, cats are. I'm convinced that cats can see things that we can't. Like you'll see them like staring at something like like a blank wall. Then like both cats are staring at the same spot. Yeah, you're like, so what exactly are both of you looking at? It's pretty funny, but I love my cats.
To the guy who had the night terrors, did you ever see the shadow people?
I used to get night terrors, so maybe that's me. But no, I didn't ever see shadow people. I only ever had sleep paralysis. So that would be I would be in a dream, and then eventually I would realize I'm in a dream, and then I can't wake up from it, and then I would be in the room I'm in or in my bed, and with my eyes closed, I would see my room. I would hear everything that's going on around me, but I cannot wake up. Yeah, that would be the absolute nightmare. So my room would be completely with as childish as this may sound, but it'll be like monsters and spooks and things like that. So it'll just be very very scary. It's fucked up, but yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, I never had shadow people either. That would freak me out. What I did have once was these little puffs of like smoke that were in the shape of like thick bats, like the animal, and they had red glowing eyes, and they would fly. Like I had this one sleep paralysis where I could move my head, so I lifted my head up, and my room that I was in at the time, it's like a long room, and I had like a washer and dryer on the other side. It was kind of like a little apartment, sort of. So I could like lift my head up and look to there, and around the corner, I see these three things like turn right at the washing machines, come right at me, and the first two like flew right by me. The third one stopped and like stared right at me, and then flew out the window with the other two. They were like, I don't even know how to explain it, dude. They were like flying puffs of black smoke with red eyes. Really weird. But no shadow people.
So black smoke, but no shadow. So
Yeah,
I take it you're
it's
not
the only
Christian,
way I can.
and you didn't call upon the name of Jesus when this happened,
Oh, I did, of course.
and it went away.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it happened so quick, but yeah, like right afterwards.
To be
Checks out.
honest, it's never even crossed my mind to bring up anything like that. For me, it's just to get the fuck out of that situation. Um, but recently is when I realize I'm in the situation is to try and overcome that fear and enter the lucid dream or enter the dream and then become lucid. Um, but most of my lucid dreams are me realizing in a good dream that I'm dreaming and then become lucid. But like I say, it's easier to become lucid in a sleep paralysis episode than in a regular dream. But it's more difficult to get over the fear of the sleep paralysis. So it's a catch-22. But generally with sleep paralysis, you can enter a lucid dream depending on your willpower. Getting over that fear. It's a fear it's extremely scary, and I don't even have words to explain the terror of a lucid dream. I mean, the terror of sleep paralysis, not the lucid dream. Sleep paralysis. That terror is very very scary, for me at least.
Have any of you guys seen the movie Waking Life?
No.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's basically it's
Oh yes, I have. Yes,
it's
that's that cartoon thing. That
yeah,
cartoon.
it's a series of animations, and each one of them is sort of loosely tied together. It's more like a series of episodes or stories. But the common theme is basically lucid dreaming or something having to do with sleep versus wake. And it's really neat because each of the scenes they contracted out a different animator. So the animation styles are really really wild. So they made it it's like an art house movie. But if you actually pay attention to the content, it's really it's quite amazing.
Yeah, it's very jaggedy. It reminds me a lot of Ed, Ed, and Eddie. Everything's shaking around, and then sometimes when my wife and I watch it, like, is this real? Is it not real? Is it animated real life? Or what's going on here? It's good, yeah. Very very cool movie, actually.
Well, I'm gonna push off. I'm actually procrastinating working on a video project, and I figured I would jump in because I heard Koan talking about refraction, and I happen to like that topic. I'm not an expert at it, but anyway, I'm going to push off. It was great talking with you guys. The conversation went in an unexpected direction, so that was fun. And I hope you guys have a great.
Charles.
Take care, Larry.
I'll DM you some of the little basic refraction videos I've been doing with water and stuff if you're interested in it. If you like the topic, it's pretty cool.
Okay, yeah, and I'm friends with Travis. He and I we have a long overdue live stream. I think I've done 2 live streams with him in the past, but that should be fun. So thanks. Yeah, just DM me.
Yeah, I DM'd you some stuff there. It's like 2-3 minute videos that I do where I play around with different types of refraction. It's pretty cool.
All right, everybody, have a great rest of your night, and I'll just lurk in the background, just listening. Take care. Bye bye.
Cheers, man.
Yep. What was the guy's name that was here yesterday? The British guy. He was kind of here late for the Brits. Yassa, something like that. Can't remember his name.
I'm sorry, I don't want to jump in yet over talk you, but yeah, I'm probably also going to head to bed. It's 3 a.m. my side, so yeah, I think I'll go to shower and head to bed as well.
Yeah. Good night, Africa.
Cheers, guys, and thanks for the chat and thanks for listening to me ramble a bit tonight.
Yeah, cheers, beer man.
Don't forget about Toto.
Took me a second to get that. Hello, everyone.
Hello. Who are you?
Hugh is the screen name. I just thought I'd say hello. It's been a while. Is Dio here? He's lurking somewhere. Right? Doesn't look like he's here. I was just listening in while Charles and South African Chappie were talking about dreaming. I've had some weird
Who are you
dreams. I had
looking?
lots of really weird dreams. Q,
Don't know
Circle.
who that is.
Oh, there's Godric. Hello, Godric. I haven't been in here a while. It's been a while.
Hey.
Hello there, sir.
What's the discussion today, guys?
Well, you is who? I mean, Hugh. You is Hugh.
I'm just.
But he hasn't been here in a while.
Yeah.
So I'm going to hand the floor over to you, bud.
Say again?
You said you hadn't been here in a while. I'm going to give you the floor. I'm going to shut up and let you talk.
Oh, yeah. I don't have anything particular to say. But the discussion on dreaming was very interesting. I have almost every night I have weird dreams, very strange. My brain will pull up things from 30, 40 years ago. Very, very odd. I did have a dream that I was at a wedding and people walking down the aisle. And then my father-in-law appeared and walked down the aisle. I thought, wait a minute, he passed away 2 years ago. That's not right. Hold on. I realized I was in a dream. So, and I thought, oh, since this is a dream, I can do whatever I want. So I decided to get up and just scream obscenities at everybody in the room. That was my dream. I woke up. But why did I do that in a dream? It's really strange. Is that a latent
Did you feel
desire?
better? You scream obscenities.
It's very odd. But yes, in the dream, I realized I was in a dream. It was a strange thing. I mean, it's a dream.
If you know it's a dream, it's a lucid dream.
Oh, if you know it's a dream, that's lucid. So then, I would qualify then. Yes, I have had a lucid dream then. If that's what qualifies as a lucid dream. Yeah. Anyway, that's all. I don't know. That's not particularly interesting. Sorry.
The point of a lucid dream is that you can get with your celebrity crush.
So have you thought about the psychology behind you realizing that you were in a dream and that you could do whatever you want, and the thing you chose to do at a wedding was to cuss everybody out? Have you thought about that?
Yes, I have. What?
Hey, I'm gonna give it to him. Baby steps, right? Baby steps. Next time, maybe push for something a little better.
Yeah. I mean, I have thought about that. It's the oddest thing to choose to do. No, it's just that I don't normally. I don't like to curse in front of people. I can, of course, when I'm really upset. You know, really angry. I can, but I don't. I don't like to. I don't like to swear in front of people. So that's probably what it is. That's the best I can think of at the moment.
You have too much.
Do you think that you want to so often, but you suppress that so much that when you had the ability to do whatever you wanted, you let that all out?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. That's undoubtedly what it is. If I were to, you know, figure it out like that, yeah. That was funny though.
So you have too much pent up energy.
I don't know. I really don't have pent up anger or anything like that. But yeah. So anyway, that's all I had on dreams. That's it. What was the? Mitch Hedberg had a great little thing. He said, "Dreams are funny, man. You know, it's like one minute you're lying in bed, next minute you have to build a go-kart with your ex-landlord." I like that one.
Dude, Hedberg was the best.
Hedberg was just, gosh.
I bought a donut and they gave me a receipt. And I said, why do we
Hey,
need
man.
to bring ink and paper into this transaction?
I cannot imagine. That's what I say. I've adopted Mitch Hedberg's lines in my daily routine. So if I go to buy a donut or anything, actually, fast food of some kind, and they say, "Would you like a receipt?" My reply is, "I cannot imagine a scenario where I need to provide proof that I bought this hamburger or a donut." So yeah, receipt, liar. That's funny. He was very good at stuff like that. It was just so out there.
Like an
It's hard to reach
elevator.
plants.
Escalator is never temporarily out of order. It's just temporarily theirs.
Yeah. Yeah. So my poor family is, of course, every time we have rice, I have to mention the Mitch Hedberg joke about rice.
Rice is a really good meal if you want to eat 2,000 of something.
That's exactly it.
I literally just got done cooking some rice, ironically.
There you go. Yeah, it's great. When you're hungry for 2,000 something, rice will do it. Yeah, Mitch was great. It's one of those, you know, burns bright, doesn't burn long, you know, type of, yeah, Chris Farley types, you know. It's a shame, really, but there you go. So it has been a while. Oh, you know what? I think I saw that Scott Veach was just in, but he just left. He's the only one I reckon. Godric I recognize, but everyone else, I thought I heard someone who sounded just like, what's that flat Earth lady? Flat Earth, the hot potatoes. What was her name?
It's because I really don't change my profile picture, and all these guys in here are phonies, and they always change their profile picture every new month.
Well, I get bored of mine, so I changed mine. But yeah,
You're probably
I just get.
thinking of Patricia Steer.
There you go.
but
Thank you. It's been a while since I've talked to Patricia.
but
So
the
5
ladies
years.
that were in earlier would be if it's been a while for you, she used to go by Mary Mom and Dandelion.
Okay,
And then,
Dandelion. I recognize that name.
yeah, and then Truth Prevails as well was in here
I
earlier.
recognize that name too.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. Thank you.
Yep.
So of the flat earthers, I think my favorite was probably Patricia, and she was the nicest of the
Was
people that I'm really
Patricia
friendly
a
with.
flat earther? I don't know. I never really heard her talk about the flat earth too much.
Oh yeah. But people accuse her all over the time, all over the place, all the time. It's really unfortunate. She was accused of being a fake. But no, she was a flat earther. I'm not sure what she's doing now, but
Yeah, I don't know. All I know is like long time ago there were some characters within the movement which I found to be kind of like characters. I don't know. There's weird drama, but maybe it's just
yeah,
because it was all played out on the YouTube back then, and not
right,
necessarily just like drama that might take place in a place like this, right?
yeah, yeah.
So it's easier to take in as some sort of what the hell is going on with this sitcom.
Yeah, so you have to create characters and shows, and then you got to get views. So you get, you do things that you wouldn't normally do to get the attention, that type of thing, and say things you wouldn't normally say. I get that. But I paid close attention to Flat Earth for a while, and then I got busy doing other things. And then I think, like Charles as well. Charles did the same thing. He did some videos, and then he stopped, and then he's back into chatting with people. I just noticed. I've talked with Charles
Life
a few times.
happens, man. Life
Yeah, it
happens
does.
for
Gets in the
sure.
way.
I mean, I don't know if I remember you or not, or if we've had conversations. We might have. I haven't not been on these platforms long. I think it's been maybe 2 years or something like that.
Oh, really?
But I
Do you
was
have
one
any
of
other?
those. I was one of those people that, like, I actually started looking into, or let's just say questioning certain things before flat Earth was kind of a thing, and then it just so happened to randomly kind of like pop up in my YouTube's feeds a year or two after I had already started going down a journey of inquiry about some things. And then I took in a whole bunch of information for years and years and years and years, and never had like a YouTube account or anything like that to actually interact with the community. I just took in information on both sides for years, like 10, well, I don't know, 7 years, and then actually was encouraged by certain people to actually get out onto the discords and start articulating things. Yeah, so it's been a couple of years.
Discord's it's a better platform, I feel, here to discuss this sort of thing. On YouTube, I don't know. Yeah, I'm sort of glad that it's it's on Discord. It's much easier.
Well, text is always kind of a shit show, right? There
Yeah.
is the obvious anonymity that people can retain within text conversations, and let's be honest, 90% of the comment sections, no matter what the F you're watching on YouTube, if you start to read it, there's somebody in there that you would probably want to punch in the face if you met them in person. I'm just saying.
It's
The
the
way that
old.
they act.
Well, yes, the classic airplane, and the plane is in dire straits, and it just cuts to a random guy in a talk show, and he says, "Well, I say, let him crash." It's that type. YouTube allows anyone to do that, just to come in and say, "I say," you know, and then just say whatever they want to do, totally, without, recourse. Come in and say whatever. I think it possibly, psychologically gives people an outlet. I would suspect it, to look at it like that.
Yeah,
But
just
anyway,
the YouTube comments where it's like nobody's gonna randomly walk into like a grocery store,
yeah,
or even a bar for that matter,
no,
and
yeah,
just
bar,
walk
yeah,
up to somebody and say, "You are a effing piece of
yeah,
S,
yeah.
and you should not reproduce. Go F yourself. You should probably kill yourself before you have children." Right? Nobody would
It's
do that kind of thing, but they do it on
but
the internet. It's
they
weird.
do, yeah. It is, it is. But with Patricia, what Patricia's experience, I just mentioned her. What her experience was that people did that to her all the time, and it was not just it was flat earthers. It was people that were supposedly on her side. So that was an interesting thing. I didn't chat with her about that, but I did talk with her for a little bit. But yeah, that was interesting, and it's just the ability to do it without recourse, and perhaps that is something, like my dream, like, with the ability just to what would you do if you could do something like that? A lot of people would, and there's a psychologist chappie, who said basically ordinary people are evil. Yes, that's his belief. Ordinary people that you think are just regular, normal people that wouldn't hurt anyone or anything are actually quite evil, and given an opportunity, will do evil things.
I actually think it's the opposite. I
Oh,
only
okay.
think when they realize that there's no repercussions or that people will not know who they are, that they tend to act that way. I tend to be of the belief that most of the people that I interact with on a daily basis throughout my life, most people I've talked to in person, bumped into on the street, whatever you want to call it, most of them, in my opinion, I think are good people. I
Yeah,
don't now we are all fighting our own battles within
yeah,
our own psychology, but I think deep down all of these people are good people, because when push comes to shove, it's what you do within your actions, right? That are more mm, how would I put this? More relevant to, I think, who you actually are than what you may think in your mind.
yeah. Your self-image is, yeah. Well, I mean, self-image is always wrong, isn't it? For most people, what they perceive themselves to be is often quite wrong. But anyway, that's getting into the weeds. I don't know much about all that stuff, but it is interesting. Talk about the dream stuff, and
Because I find that most people, like, guess what? If you're never going to say things to people's faces that you might type on the internet or you may think in your mind, then are you really necessarily a bad person? If you're a bad person, you would say those things and probably take action and probably do harmful and vindictive things to people. But I don't think people do that often, honestly. The only time it comes into play, for the most part, is like relationships, when people allow themselves or their they allow or give into certain temptations and
right,
allow that to control themselves, right?
yeah,
And I
that's
think that's
good.
just a lack of self-control, not necessarily a malicious intent.
Yeah, I think I probably agree with that. Anyway. I came in the wrong time, didn't I? It was a good conversation earlier, and I thought, oh, well, let me jump in. I tried to get on my computer, and it didn't work, and so I had to load Discord on my iPad. And by the time I come in, everyone's left. Oh well.
No, yeah, you came in towards the tail end of
Yeah.
well, I don't know exactly when you came in, but yeah, there was a conversation that was going on for a while, and a couple of people that were involved, yeah, had to go to bed and whatnot. You know, the wonders of the internet. You're talking to people.
Oh yeah.
All across
Oh,
the reality.
all over the world. There you go. Well, let's just say that it's a neutral term.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Hold the phone.
Hold
is
the
that Red
phone.
Cloud? Is
Hello,
that Red
sir.
Cloud?
Yes,
What's
it
going on,
is.
man?
What's
I
going
recognize
on,
your voice,
Kosho?
man.
Yes, sir. Been a while, Kosho. I don't have my my iPad in front of me, but I can tell this is Kosho. How are you, sir?
Oh, I've been better. I'm not going to turn it on to me, but I was celebrating a victory the other day, last week. I was riding a scooter, an electric scooter. They go very fast. And long story short, I fucked up my shoulder.
You fell off.
Yeah, just dealing with that still.
I'm sorry to hear it.
But I mean, other than that, all things are good. Yeah.
All right, that's good to hear. You planning weekend anything? Well, it's a funny thing this weekend, isn't it? For 4th of July in the States because it's a Tuesday. So.
Oh yeah, I don't know how they're gonna do that.
They, I think they're giving everyone Monday off. My wifey, she's got Monday off. She works for a big company, and they've given her Monday off, and so she actually took off. That's why I'm on, because there's no one in the house. I'm on the tard, as they'd say, Blighty. Single for the weekend.
We get a bunch of meat delivered to the house every month, and should be coming today. So yeah, we'll probably end up having a 4-day barbecue weekend ourselves.
You're not up in Alaska, are you?
No, I'm in Texas.
Texas. Okay, I forgot.
Oh, because I'm getting meat delivered? No, my girlfriend just likes to order meat.
Oh, right. Okay.
Fresh Farms or something.
Oh, yeah. There you go. That's it. Yeah. I forgot you were in Texas. That's right. I remember now.
And where you're at? You're in the South too, no?
I am in Georgia. Yes, near Atlanta.
Okay. What brings you here today? What are you guys talking about? I haven't been listening.
Some people talk about dreaming, lucid dreaming, and before that, it was something I can't remember exactly what it was. It was something interesting, and I thought I'd, jump on. And by the time I got my Discord app and everything to work, it was the conversation was over. So,
were you talking on dreams, or were you talking on the previous thing?
I was.
The point of a lucid dream is you can get with your celebrity crush.
There you go. That was Godric's contribution.
That's what's up.
So yeah, so I'm I've got the house. Basically, we call it when the house is home alone. And it's very rare that I get the house to myself. Put loud music on, put some rock on, blast it. So I'm taking advantage by wondering. Oh, we got till Tuesday.
Okay. You mean you and the wife? It's just yourself.
Just myself, yeah. Kids are out, but wifey's out for Michigan. She got family up there.
Well,
for a baby
don't
shower.
be too bored.
Yeah, that's what this is. I'm trying to avoid the inevitable boredom. But I don't have really that much contribute. We could talk about flat Earth and but whatever.
So you didn't have nothing to say about dreams?
Oh well, I did have a weird dream where I realized I was in a dream because I saw someone who had actually passed away, and I'm thinking I'm in a wedding reception. I woke up thinking I really was there. I thought I was there. It felt so real, and then this someone walked by and it was someone who had passed away, and I went, wait a minute, that's not possible. And so I realized I was in a dream, and I was like, that's the oddest thing. I woke up going, wow, it's very interesting. I don't know. People studied it, lucid dreaming, and all the rest of it. Apparently,
Tell them what you did.
Oh yeah, so I decided to curse people out in the dream. I don't actually remember saying words. I don't remember saying bad words. I just remember saying, it's so funny. That's what I decided to do in the dream. I don't know what
That's
else.
funny.
What else would be worse than that? You just grab someone that you know
Keep
and make
pressing
out
them?
with them or something. You know what I mean? Or
Oh
slap
yeah, I guess I
someone
see
that
what
you.
you're saying. Yeah, like if you realize it's a dream. Yeah, you start
Yeah.
doing all sorts of funny stuff, huh?
Yeah.
It was the way he stated it earlier. He's like, I realized I was in a dream and that I could really do anything. So I started cussing everybody out, and I'm like, interesting choice.
I realized where I got it from, and I'll tell you where I think I got it from. And it's because it's. Have you ever seen? You ever watched Star Trek: Next Generation? Anyone TNG fans in the room? No. Yes. No.
No, nerd.
Okay. Yeah. Well, okay. There is an episode of Star Trek: Next Generation where one of the people
Is
are
that
in
the
an
one
old.
with Picard, or is that the new one?
No. It's the old. The one with Picard. So you got the original series, then you got the Next Generation. The one with Picard and Riker. He's the first officer, and he's been put in this alternate universe type of thing. And so he realizes he's in this alternate universe, and so it's like, okay, this is not real. So he just says, "Shut up" to the captain. And of course, the captain, what? And he goes, "I'm not playing this game. I know this is not real." And that's kind of, I think, where my brain got it from. That's what I think. That's my theory, anyway.
So he said, "Shut up," and you decided to just cuss out a whole entire way. I get it.
Now that
Yeah.
explains it. Now that explains it.
Was it almost like a test to see if
yes, what would you do?
a reaction?
Now it makes
you
sense.
expect to get in real life.
Yeah, what would you really do? It's not like it's anyone I knew. It wasn't like people, I know all these people. It was just a random wedding. I'm a wedding photographer. It's one of the things I do. And so I'm at this wedding. Anyway, it was so strange. Just I woke up realizing, what the heck was that about?
If dreams were any illusion as to what you would really do within reality, then I would have gone to school with no pants and no underwear on, trying to tug my shirt down all day, every single day of my life.
Yeah, I'd have just tested the reality. I'd have had like the building be flying, and then try to look out the window.
Yeah.
Usually for me, it's that I can float. The thing I have is the biggest one I have is and it's recurring. This is a recurring dream. It's like at least 20 dreams like this, where I've figured out some way of floating, 6 inches off the ground. Don't know what that means. I suspect that my psychiatrist would probably be able to give me an explanation. But that's yeah. So I have that.
And also, I would have also been curious about who would next come down the aisle, if I would recognize the next person that might come down the aisle.
Yeah, yeah.
So I might not want to ruin it. I might want it to play out how it's supposed to as well.
Yeah, yeah. It's funny, but I don't know. I don't know how in control you really are in a dream. I don't think you really are. It's just your mind just doing things, right? I don't think you really have agency in a dream, right? I don't think so.
When you say floating, are you talking about like levitation?
Well, I say that because he that's how he recognized he was dreaming, because he recognized someone coming down the aisle.
Yeah. Somebody shouldn't be there. Like, wait a minute. Hold on.
So I'd been like, oh, maybe someone else will come down.
Yeah.
That I might recognize. So
yeah.
Because there's also that idea that there's that symbolic, subconscious message.
Yes, it's the. I don't know. I don't subscribe to the, every time you dream something it means something. It means something necessarily. I think it's just dreaming. But sometimes maybe it does. I know biblically that people had dreams and they meant something. But so I know it's a thing. I just don't. I don't know if it's every time you dream of someone it means something.
I think in the old days, people's dreams probably were more likely to be intense or meaningful before they had so much input via screens and other media. Yeah, because because I was thinking about that actually when people were talking about flying earlier, that like before people actually had the ability to fly via planes or whatever, like if you were having a flying dream, it'd be like even more exciting, wouldn't it?
Right. It would be completely Yeah, but we've seen all superhero films, and we've seen, Superman, and he just fly, with Superman, and he's just like hovering there with Lois Lane in the desert. Remember that? He just 6 feet off the ground. And that's a cool scene, and it's just like your brain gets that, and then it just does it. But if you didn't have all that input, yeah, if you dreamed something like that would be amazing. I don't know if there's any record of someone saying, "Oh, I dreamt about I could fly."
I
I
bet
don't
there
know.
was. Yeah.
Probably.
I bet there was before.
Yeah.
I think so. I mean, isn't that why people even got the idea? Like, it was Leonardo that was drawing all those sketches, right? Leonardo da Vinci.
Leonardo DiCaprio. Yeah.
Da Vinci!
No, sorry.
But I was going to ask you, Hugh, when you're talking about the TNG episode, is that one the same one where, like, the alien makes himself into the image of Riker's son? Like
that's the one.
Yeah. I love that episode.
I love that episode.
Yeah. Because there's actually a scene where he says to the little boy, because he figures out, the character that he used for the mother was the holodeck character, et cetera, et cetera.
Right,
made him figure out. Yeah.
What was her name? What was her name?
Oh my gosh, you're testing my trivia.
What was the hologram girl's name?
10 years ago, I would have known for sure. See, I'm a bad fan now because I gave up the globe.
No.
But I don't know.
That's going to hurt me. That's going to hurt me.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, yeah. And then he says to the little boy, like, I'm not going to play anymore or something like that. It's a great scene. I love that scene because, that is my life. I mean, I feel like that's my life, just in the waking world. I'm just like, yeah, I'm not playing anymore, guys.
Yeah.
I pretty much say that like almost every day.
Yeah.
So what do you think about the new Star Trek that's on Amazon Prime with the dude who has white hair?
I haven't seen that.
I don't like any of the really new stuff. Like, for example, Discovery. I mean, Star Trek Discovery, it's STD. Someone didn't think that through very well. It's just they actually deliberately.
Well, I noticed all the girls are dykes, and there's no guys giving any action at all. So it's opposite of misogynistic.
It went from in the old series, Captain Kirk would seduce any alien, green skinned alien
green girl,
any green girl that came along, he would, but the worst of what he did is they'd smooch in front of the camera for a second, and then that would be it. That's the the sum of his seduction, right? So it wasn't that bad, but that was kind of like how you did it. And now they've gone the opposite.
Yeah, well, what's his name? Kim doesn't even get with 7 of 9 at all.
Yeah.
She wants to try sex. Oh my god,
yes.
Ridiculous.
Your Ensign, your pupils are dilated. Would you like to copulate? No, 7. It was funny because that was it. That was Voyager, right? So that
would be improper.
It would be. It's a reflection. I think it's a reflection of the culture because then in Voyager, so you have Ensign Kim and 7, and he's like, no, I don't want to take advantage of you and everything. No, that wouldn't be proper. Whereas today, that wouldn't be a thing that anyone would say or portray. The people that write this stuff, they wouldn't portray anyone saying, "Oh no, that would be proper." Gosh, no. I think it's just a really good reflection of the culture. And I don't really like the current culture. So I think the show Picard and Discovery and Strange New Worlds, those are all reflections of the current culture, which is, I don't know, just me. But it's all right because those shows can be they have their fans, no problem. I have nothing against any of them, and they have people that are really really into them. That's totally cool. We still have 240 episodes of TNG, 190 episodes of Voyager. I don't think we've stuck through entertainment, Star Trek wise. And if you're really desperate, you could watch Deep Space Nine. Or as Marina Sirtis called it, Deep Throat 9.
I tried watching it. I couldn't watch it either.
She called it Deep Sleep 9. Is the other name she called it.
Yeah, it makes more sense. Even in SG1, what's his name? The captain guy. You know, he gets with some girls. I mean, they all get with some girls on different planets. Other even other species want to have sex.
It's
No problem.
that's like, it's what you kind of would expect, right?
Yeah.
There's
Except
another Riker one where this alien girl, she's, it implies, there's the implication there, that she seduces Riker. And, she comes across an alien. She's like, wow, an alien. Wow, what could I do with him, type of thing. But it's just implied, But, yeah. Like I said, I'm not into the current culture right now. It's a bit, so I think the shows reflect the culture.
I'll still watch Star Trek. You know, but what they had a planet they went to, like an island almost, like where I can't remember what the island was or planet was called. But they all did so. They're like, oh, you're going to something so and so planet to, and get with a bunch of girls. I can't remember what the planet was called. Riker would go there a lot.
Yeah, Risa. The planet's called Risa.
Yeah. Oh, is that what you had said? I think it was Riker.
Yeah, there's a vacation planet in Star Trek universe, and it's called Risa, where everyone goes on holiday. Captain's Holiday is an episode. I think it's Captain's Holiday. Where's our Star Trek fan? I'm not in front of my screen, so I can't tell who's who. Where's our Star Trek fan lady? Left. All right.
Oh no, I'm here. Yeah. What's
okay.
the question?
What's the episode? Do you remember the episode Picard goes to Risa, and then he gets embroiled in some archaeological mystery with some girl, and then with the Ferengi?
I do remember that. Yep.
It's interesting that I can't remember what I had for lunch yesterday, but I can remember a Star Trek episode from 1993.
Yeah, I mean, even though I've given up the outer space fantasy, a lot of the plots on there were interesting. I mean, they had interesting messages, like that one where he goes back and he lives this whole lifetime.
Yes. Oh, I got goosebumps just saying these.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes.
He learns how to play the flute.
That was that episode was called Inner Light.
Yeah,
Broke my
that was
heart.
a good one.
Yeah. He had to leave his whole family behind. Just a memory.
And he lived it like in half an hour or whatever. That was an amazing episode. That was Picard. That was Patrick Stewart at the very best. He's not underrated, but he's underused in Star Trek. They used him some.
Oh yeah, and I really actually liked it when he went back to France. Like episodes, like anytime they went back there, I liked the episodes the best. But yeah, like when he went back to the vineyards and all that.
His brother. Yeah, that was a good episode. I think that was called Family, because it had Beverly and Wesley talked about the dad, and then they had Worf adopted parents on the ship. I have all the schemes, I have all the schematics of the ship, the blueprints. He was proud that he knew the Enterprise backwards. He had all the blueprints. Rushenko was the name.
And he was, I mean, even though, they were, portrayed in the future, he was like a preserver of culture. Like he read paper books, even though the rest of them were all reading on their little iPads or whatever they called them,
Yeah, he took some books with him.
He liked his little ship models, different stuff.
That's it. Yeah, ships in a bottle. Good grief. No one's owned a ship in a bottle? When they were a boy? I was never a boy. I did not play with toys. That's the best line. Didn't anyone play with ships and bottles when they were boys? That's a great line. Data's like, I was never a boy.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm totally like, I cannot read on line. I just can't. I mean, I can if I have to, if there's no other alternative. But I totally prefer paper books. Like, I can't even. I mean, I kind of understand the concept. It's like, you can keep hundreds of books in this one little thing, and it's easier to deal with. But I just don't like it. I just don't. It's not like enjoyable, relaxing to me. I don't know.
Some things don't really translate very well. Some things don't convert to digital very well. In fact, it's well known at Apple headquarters, for example. they have whiteboards, and they also have pen and ink. They have pen and paper. My wifey worked for Apple, and they gave her a notepad, a notebook, paper notebook, and an Apple pen, literally a pen with an Apple logo on it.
When are they going to
Now,
grow up over there and just make a holodeck and just kind of get a paper book in the holodeck? It's the best of
there
both
you go.
worlds. Yeah.
That's
would
what
be
they
the best.
base their iPhone, like the turning.
Turn the pages.
Yeah,
Bill Burr.
they have all those features built into the iPhone to make it feel.
Bill Burr has a great skit on that. He's got a great script. Like Steve Jobs is like, hey, he goes to all these engineers and says, right, my whole record collection, I want it in this device the size of a pack of cards. Get on it. 3 years later, and he goes out, delivers a speech. There's no chorus line of engineers and scientists. Nope, it's just him and with his sneakers and no belt, like it's nothing. It's brilliant. Anyway, my family. Hang on 1 second. The family's arrived. Hang on.
I like what Bill Burr said about abortions.
Yes.
About the cake. Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Yes.
And then he also said that, just, make sure that, when we get to heaven, like it's you. Like you were the one who did it. We didn't have anything to do with it. Just remember that. We're not a part of the conversation, so the judgment's on you.
He's like, you didn't think it was a baby, but what if you made a cake and put it in the oven, and 10 minutes later, or 5 minutes later, someone pulls it out and throws it across the room? He says it wasn't a cake. He said it would have been if you hadn't just done that. It was brilliant. He's like, yeah, I'm all pro-choice and all the rest of it, but I still think you're killing the baby. Gosh, I think he gets it. I think he still gets it. He's quite vulgar and he's out there and everything, and so I don't mind as such. Doesn't bother me that much. I don't like vulgarity, but he is quite vulgar. But he the things he gets, it's interesting. Like, yeah, he does get it. Yeah, you are. That's what you're doing. So he's trying to justify his pro-choice stand, with the biological fact that it is a child. So anyway, didn't want to get in that topic, so let's not do that.
Yeah, I mean, I have more, I guess you'd call it respect. I don't know. At least they're honest people who take that to its logical conclusion. There's many people who just believe that it's okay to kill a baby. Who's that famous one who said you should be able to kill them up to 3 years old because that's when they have.
Oh, that's what I say. That's when you find out if they're going to get out of the terrible twos, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
we're
there's
basically arguing over. Go ahead.
No, I just, there's people who are like logically consistent with their position that you should be allowed to kill children. I mean, I don't agree. I don't think you should be. But, those people at least are logically consistent, unlike the people who try to pretend that it's not a unique human with, a unique combination of DNA that will not be seen again and hasn't been seen before.
It's a clump of, like it's a clump of cells. All right, so but you're a clump of cells. So it's so interesting.
Hey, watch it.
Sorry, sir. Wait a minute, what am I apologizing for?
Call me.
Yeah, not a topic I want to get into really, but
It's always you though, Red Cloud. You're always being controversial, man. In a very polite way.
You know me. You know how I like to roll.
You were making a movie a while ago. I think you told me that they got put on hiatus, or
it's still sort of like bubbling in the background, but so I don't know. My idea was to wait until the 10th anniversary of the first Flat Earth conference, and then because what happened was Behind the Curve came out. Well, a bunch of things happened. One of them was lockdown, but the other thing was that Behind the Curve came out, and so that got Netflix coverage and all the rest of it. So we were like, oh, okay, you know what? I don't think it could sustain two documentaries on the same thing. So like, never mind. But yeah, so I'm thinking, I'm sitting on it. Maybe 10-year anniversary. I'll go back to Cary, North Carolina again and see who's still around. See who's still kicking. It's kind of it is kind of sad. I mean, I interviewed Bob Nodell, I interviewed Rob Skiba, and several of the people who are no longer with us. So that's kind of, you know.
Wait, Bob is with us, right?
Huh?
Bob Nodell is still with us?
Nodell passed.
Bob's not.
No, he was.
Oh,
No,
man.
he's not. He is not.
Real.
So
I want to say 3 months ago, 4 months ago.
Oh, I didn't even know. I love that guy.
I heard it was he crashed his car or bike or something. I don't know. I don't want to get into that.
He was sick.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I didn't know. I thought someone said something, and in passing, and I thought, oh, I assumed. Yeah. But no, yeah. So I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. We've got other things going on, so it doesn't. It's not
Which
like it's
knows about Bob, the details.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not like I really need to know or anything. But anyway, so yeah, it could be something we do. Kosho. It's still possible. I mean, I got all that footage. You got all those interviews, so may as well do something with it, right?
You made a film before, is that what you're saying? Or you started to make one and didn't make it?
Yeah, there was the first Flat Earth conference. I was there, and I interviewed some of the top players, like Bob and a few others. Well, about 10 others, I think. Mark, D. Marble, I can go on the list. Patricia Steer. Anyway, and so the idea was for me personally, the idea was to gather as much good interview footage and build a story from it, and then get it backed and get it so that we could actually produce it and get backing to be able to make the film. And so I got success, to some degree successful, and we got backing enough to pursue a little bit, but then we got hit with a few things like lockdown happened and other things happened, and the other competing documentary, Behind the Curve, we heard it being picked up by Netflix.
And was yours going to be an actual unbiased type documentary, or did it have a certain slant to it?
Well, all documentaries have a slant, right? They all do, regardless. But no, my idea was to be as balanced as possible. And the guy that was the most insistent that he didn't want to be part of anything that was a hit piece was Rob Skiba, and he read every word of he had to sign a waiver thing, and he read every word of it. He spent 10 minutes reading one PDF before he signed it, and he was very particular. And I had to assure him, as a man of faith, I had to assure him, say, I'm not going to interview you and then make a hit piece. Oh, this Rob Skiba said this stupid thing, type of thing. No, I told him I was not going to do that, and so he agreed to do the interview. But all the other ones, I interviewed Dean Odell and Bob and Mark Sargent. Oh gosh!
If you have an interview with Skiba and Nodell, that's worth gold.
Did you ever release your documentary?
No, it's as it stands right now. It's basically I've got the story is there, and then the interviews are there, and then anything after that is going to be stuff we do, subsequently. So it would be something that would be produced, later down the line. We wouldn't be making it yet. I kind of had the idea of doing it a 10-year anniversary. That's kind of my idea, because it's actually going to be a bit more expensive to do than the Behind the Curve. Behind the Curve was actually quite a basic documentary. We had bigger ideas, so it required a bit more effort and energy.
When's the 10
anyway,
years?
so they beat us
10 years from when?
2017. So it would be the first flat Earth. In fact, I have a T-shirt from the conference in Cary, North Carolina. I think it was October. Yeah, it was October 2017. Right. So 2027. It sounds like a long way, but when you're making something like that, it isn't.
Doesn't
You can
sound
try
like
to
a long way
interview.
to me. Not at all. Sounds like
Yeah.
a short way.
A couple
Yeah.
years.
So that's so that's the idea. Whether you see
You
it or
can,
not, and it's I'll let you know. Obviously, I mean,
sorry, go
I'll
ahead.
be advertising it. Yeah, I was going to say I'd be telling everyone. And it's. Go
Sorry,
ahead,
Coach.
Coach.
No, I was just saying. So you're gonna try to interview a lot of the same people, like 10 years
Yeah,
after, like.
that's the
Okay,
idea.
yeah,
Yeah.
because that would definitely
Now
make it
don't
worth
forget.
it. Still, yeah.
So don't forget, those interviews would have to be at least 18 months out. So we're talking more like 2025. So if you put it in those, in that perspective, then we're only talking 2 years. So it's not that far away before we'd have to start making it to be released on basically the anniversary, which would be October 2027. So,
And what made you think that would be a good topic for a documentary?
I got into watching a lot of flat Earth videos. Mark Sargent specifically, Patricia Steer I adored, and a bunch of others. D Marble, I liked his stuff. And his was more real, more down to earth type of. He was the first flat earther I ever set eyes on in the hotel, and I walked in and I recognized him immediately. And I just blurted D Marble, and he looked at me like big grin on his, he's got that great big grin, right? And he came over and said, "Hey, how's it going?" I said, "Hey, I want to interview you later. Doing a piece on flat Earth." He said, "Okay, yeah, get me, yeah, that'd be great." So yeah, it was cool. It was a good time. I'm actually in this. If you see the ABC piece on Rob Skiba, they interviewing him in the hall, and you can actually see me in the background. I had a cart that I used the the hotel carts, and I had all my gear. It was on my own. I had all my gear, all my lights and stuff like that. And I had all this gear in the cart, and I got the cart, and I said, "Hey, can I use this?" They said, "Yeah, bring it back. Bring it back." I said, "Oh, yeah, I'll definitely bring it back. In 10 hours." So I wandered around the hotel with this cart like it was a vagrant. And it was kind of amusing. And I'm in the background. Rob Skiba's talking, and you can see this guy walking this cart, and that's me in the background. But yeah, Mark was the best interviewer. He was you've heard him speak, right? He's very, very confident. He knows what he's talking about. He's he can talk for 3 hours, right? And then they all were pretty good, but Mark was by far the best, I think. So that was kind of interesting. So yeah. So we'll see what happens, right? Should be
Yeah,
good
good
fun.
luck.
Yeah, thank you very much. But I'm kind of hopeful that we'll get some more more stuff going on flat Earth
I
side, right?
wouldn't sit on that any longer. I would not sit on that any longer.
No, I have the timeline. I'm basically a time cut off, drop dead dates, that type of thing, when anything needs to happen. So we don't have anything that I know of that could interfere with it. So it's as far as I know, it's just a matter of time, right? I did also talk to Nathan Thompson. He at that point he had that globe helmet, remember, with the sunglasses. If anyone remembers that. And Patricia still had her Flat Earth and Hot Potato show. And Mark Sargent was on that show about every third week. So there's always a thing with, are they going to get together? Are they going to be a couple? I never heard that they did, but it was kind of fun to see if that was going to happen. They're both single, that type of thing. I don't know if she's out of his league or what, but whatever. But she was nice. I like Patricia.
Yeah, she had some, pretty good advice for people on her way out there. Although it's funny because when she gave the advice, I think she was talking about globers, which was weird. If she was really involved in the flat Earth movement, I'm surprised that she would think the threat to flat earthers comes from globers when clearly that's not where it comes from.
What she experienced is that she got a lot of backlash from flat earthers, and it's interesting because
Okay, that makes way more sense. It's been so long since I heard her. I listened to what she talked about. Yeah, I mean that is especially for women. I mean, flat earthers are the problem, no doubt. Yeah, so she did realize that. I forgot. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, there was. I actually downloaded on my phone. I downloaded about 5 episodes of her Flat Earth and the Hot Potatoes show, mainly with Mark Sargent, and I think they had done a series of 2 or 3 episodes about the same topic. And I listened to them on the drive to North Carolina, and in the show, she bemoaned the opposition that she was getting from people that she thought would be on her side, and I think that was very hard for her. And I think it wasn't too long after that she couldn't deal with it anymore, and she quit.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. She's just one of a long line of women that get targeted and driven away from the flat Earth so-called movement. I mean, there's things filled with incredibly toxic, misogynistic people. I thought she realized that. So yeah, it's been so long since I heard her speak. Yeah, it's just like awful for women. They're like just like cavemen. I'm sorry, but it's just like so horrible. Like the globers are a breath of fresh air compared to some of these flat earthers.
I couldn't really deal with a lot of it. I decided just to stay away. When I was watching, episodes of Globebusters in the early days, it wasn't as bad as it got, and then it just got worse. And then other shows, I liked Book of the Sun. What's his name? The painter, the English chappie, thin lad. What's his name? Antonio
Morgoth.
No, the British one, Antonio Subrat. I like his show. But Nathan,
you don't have an
started out
interview with him, do you? Because she's also passed.
Say one more time, Godric.
You don't have an interview with him, do you? Because he's also passed.
Yeah, no, he wasn't at the conference. The only people I interviewed were at the conference. Carly Sunshine was another one. Remember Carly Sunshine? And gosh, I'm trying to go down the list of people. But several people I wanted to interview that I didn't get to. David Wise, Jaron, and then most notably Robbie Davidson. I didn't get to interview. They said Robbie was like, "Oh yeah, I'd be happy to give you an interview." He didn't have time, so he was running the thing. So I didn't get to him on camera, unfortunately. But the rest, I think I've got some really good interviews, and I think they're quite representative. Actually, you know what? I tell you what. I'll be honest. The press surprised me in they're actually quite balanced. I thought. I was talking to some press people, and I didn't hear from them a lot of animosity or chuckling and snickering or that type of anything like that. I really didn't. I talked to people from ABC, NBC, CBS, ABC Australia, BBC, and also from the New Yorker magazine. There was a reporter from the New Yorker magazine, Alan Burdick, his name is, and I spoke to him at length. And I didn't get from any of them. I didn't get the sense that they were there to mock or to do a hit piece. I actually didn't, and that surprised me. So that was kind of encouraging in a way. I have a very low view of the media.
Yeah,
So
I mean
I
the
was,
flat earthers themselves have to conspire to like make themselves look as terrible as possible. Yeah, I agree.
I think the
The
first
media it doesn't seem to be setting out to do it. It's just people,
doesn't seem so.
so-called flat earthers or controlled opposition themselves conspiring to make it happen.
It is funny, yeah, because I think Robbie did a great job in the first. I think the first 2 or 3 of the conferences were really well. They were well run. There was no, oh, we have no idea what's going on. It was very well run. The whole thing was very well done. Got to give Robbie credit for that. And everyone that was there, it wasn't really a party atmosphere as such, but it was quite well done. And I think the media caught that. And I don't think I didn't hear anyone saying anything. I chatted with the Aussie girl from ABC at length as well, and that was interesting. She was in on a few of the interviews that she sat in, took notes, and I spoke to Alan Burdick from New Yorker, and then girl from the BBC was there, and a few others, and I chatted with all of them. In fact, I think I chatted with the behind the curve people, even though I didn't know that was what they were doing. I chatted with all there were about 3 or 4 documentary people there, some local, actually more than that, but some local people, and then some others that were doing pieces on it, because it was the very first conference, so a lot of press there.
But
There's
now
me
it
showing up
seems
with my
like it's
camera.
oh, sorry. Do you
No,
think
I was
it's
just saying.
Huh?
I was saying, and it was just me schlepping around with my camera.
Oh, yeah. Do you think? I mean, my impression is it's like not as much of a topic in kind of the mass media as it was back then. Do you think that's true?
Yeah, I think it's when something comes along like that that's unusual, and then people go, "Wait a minute!" There's people, oh, all right, and they pay attention to it, and then the second one, okay, well, they still believe that there's still that thing is still a thing, and they don't really, they didn't descend on it as much. I think the next one was in Colorado, I think, wasn't it, or one in Texas? I can't remember. But yeah, they don't. I don't think what disappointed me the most. I'll be honest. What disappointed me the most was YouTube's decision to deprioritize in the algorithm. That irked me. I'll be honest, because I just thought that's not fair.
I witnessed. Yeah, it's not fair for sure. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make any natural, organic sense. Yeah, but I've noticed that. I was saying, like, I don't search for flat Earth anything on my computer. Maybe it's like through my IP, some other shit that I can't track. But like my Facebook, like where it's just family posting stuff about what's doing, I don't know, Facebook shit. It's like there's this section called the reels or shorts. It is just filled with flat Earth. Like every 4th video. It's
Oh,
crazy.
really? Wow, I didn't know that. That's really interesting.
It does. I think it's when you if you do a search, it will.
I know. I don't.
Oh, okay. Well, you must.
Yeah, I don't.
You must do something, because when I go on there, I don't see anything. Generally speaking, in the broader, media
Yeah,
sphere or
that's
whatever, I
I kind
generally
of
don't see
because
much.
I took like a 6-month break away from just the flat Earth, Discord, like anything, like purposely going to find it, and that was after being heavily involved with it for years. And I was testing to see, like, do I hear anything about it? Nope, not a word for 6 months in my just regular life, just going around like not looking for it. So,
And
I mean, that was
think
my
that's,
experience. Yeah.
yeah. No, I think that's just dishonest. I think it's the media's. I don't have a high view of the media. Having although I did say that I didn't get the sense that they were there to do a hit piece on the flat earthers, but I think that possibly what they do is, I think it's more subtle. I think they just cover it and talk about it, but then they don't push it as an idea. They don't promote
No, they
it.
don't. Yeah, they're not going to go to a deeper level of proving it.
Right, deeper level. There you go. That's the best term. That's the best term for it. Deeper level. They don't go to a deeper level. They just say this is a thing that exists, and then that's really it. They don't really stay on it to figure it out in any way, or And I think that's true, because I mean, let's be honest. They're covering they're covering all sorts of things. They're covering a lot of different things. If you look at Alan Burdick's articles, he's covering all sorts of different topics. He can't really focus on any, you can't really heavily focus on things. But still,
Yeah, I mean, there's like, I guess you could call it testimonial from people who have done what somebody would say, like, like Jaron or Mark Sargent or even our own Dan the Waterman, right? Where they spoke of the evidence on camera while
right.
doing these things, but none of that came through in either the documentary or news. None of that came through. Just this religious aspect or some kind of straw man would come through, and they felt misrepresented. Whether they went to a deeper level or not, they all seem to be given this. Like I was showing them a laser test. They wouldn't take that, but they took what I said about my wife being a flat earther too. Like, and that's it.
Yeah,
So it's a
that's
little.
well. The problem with really intelligent people is that they can be they can be more underhanded, and most. And I know it doesn't seem like it, but most people in the media are actually quite intelligent people. But that means that they are able to be more underhanded and devious because they know, they know things, and so they can be like that. So I think that's kind of an element to it as well. But although they're not going to say, we think this idea is ridiculous, or we think this is, whatever it is, they can sort of choose to appear, to give it, air, but then not really. Then they just leave it alone. Then they don't mention it ever again. That's a thing that happens, and that's being someone as a Christian, being someone whose beliefs are routinely targeted, if you will. I think that's something I've noticed in the media, and that's what I was saying about it not being really fair. Is because they will deliberately make sure that certain voices don't get heard.
Yeah, from like a capitalist viewpoint, it should rise or fail on its own, like,
On its own
organically,
merit,
but it doesn't. It's forced to fail. Yeah.
And then you end up they end up being gatekeepers. What are people going to pay attention to? And that's I don't know of any other way of doing it. It's not like it's how else
Well, these
would you do
guys
it?
did. These guys wanted, when they were getting on the news, just because there were like burning crop circles that said "flat Earth" or redoing the Hollywood sign or something ridiculous. Like, you can't ignore me anymore. But I guess I guess people gave up on that, or are taking a break from it, or lost their motivation for it. Had to wear a mask, couldn't get to the top of the Hollywood building. Breathing clear enough. I don't know.
No, I it's interesting because when I was talking to flat earthers directly in person, they were, well, what do you think? What do you think? Tell me, they really wanted to know. Everyone I spoke to really wanted to know. Oh, you're doing a thing. Okay, what do you think? This flat Earth, they wanted to hear from me what I thought about flat Earth, and I tried my very best, to try to be as impartial as like I'm doing now, right, and just being as conciliatory and impartial as possible. There isn't any way of being impartial. That's the myth and the almost, like, I wouldn't call it a lie, but that's the deception of impartiality, or the illusion of impartiality. Nobody's impartial. You can't really be impartial. I think the problem with the media is they are almost uniformly left wing. So it's very difficult to get certain viewpoints out there because they don't believe it's good, and they think it's harmful. They will actually have perspectives that they will believe are actually harmful to people, rather than just letting them have their perspectives. That's what free speech is about, right? But they seem to be arbiters of of truth now, and that's kind of wrong. Anyway, I'm ranting. Sorry about that. I'm ranting.
No, you're good, bro. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, if anybody is interviewed, you have to eat. I mean, I could say the advice I used to give is just, if there's a message you want to get out there, just keep repeating it no matter what question they ask. Just give out your message that you want to get out there. But then even then they just won't air you at all, or they just have you, in the background, but not have your actual speech be heard. So yeah, it's very hard to get around it. No matter what the topic is, flat earth or anything else. I find they want that the victim, mentality is what they want their interview targets to be in. And if you're not in that victim mentality, that's the thing they most don't want out there. I don't know how else to explain it, but that's,
yeah, I know what you mean.
they do not want anyone who has like agency, who's not
Yeah.
going along with the narrative, who's like, you know, it's
Yep.
just the victimhood. I don't know whatever the story is.
No, you're
There's a
absolutely
victim in it, and if
100%.
you're not willing to play
Yeah,
the victim, then they're not going to put you on screen.
100%. They go in, and you'll hear some interviewees, and they will fight back. But generally speaking,
so we're calling on like whoever's going to be the first trans flat earther. We need you to come out and make a difference. Yeah, I'm
There's
sure
no
there's
such
probably
thing as a trans flat earther.
they're out there.
I don't think that aligns, but that's just me.
There might not be. I don't know.
Flat earth is about truth.
I think I worked with one. This person hated me when I first started, and I found out that they were fluid gender, which means some days they were a boy, some days they were a girl. So lots of reasons not to address gender for that one. Never know when you might fuck up, right? But I found out later that they, I guess, were a flat earther.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. That's an interesting combination, isn't it?
Yeah, but you never know. The next day could have been a globe. You never know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll be honest, I don't understand that.
One day it's flat, next day it's a globe.
Yeah. It's you know, if you how to say all this without getting in hot water, but if it's like being wishy-washy about something that's in, you know, basically part of your genetic makeup. I don't understand how you could be wishy-washy about something that's genetically true. There's truth. There is truth, but so I don't know.
Dysphoria.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, that's a genuine thing, right? People have that. People have that. That's a thing that people can experience. It's just that right now, it's that the tendency is that they are. If you have that, it's not seen as an issue. It's seen as a, I don't know, what is it seen as?
Right now, yeah, I don't know. I don't think I ever met or even heard of this stuff when I was a kid. I don't think I ever met a trans person, ever heard of it. Nobody was a trans. There's none. There's zero.
Yeah. I don't understand how you could not know what you are. I mean, let alone make other people address you in a certain way according to what you believe you are at that particular moment. I don't understand.
It's just that if you want to be gay, but like you're changing who you are in so many different ways. It doesn't make me feel secure when for that person when they're changing who they are so much so their appearance, their gender, their name. Like who are you to decide that for this next year? You obviously don't like yourself. Like how can you be so sure? You're not happy whatsoever. How is this a good decision? Yeah, it's really makes me worried about that decision. Somebody doing that to themselves who hates themselves so much that they would do that to themselves. It's kind of like circular, but it's worrisome.
It's if you want me to accept you for who you are, at least know who you are.
No, why don't you? Right, you want me to accept you for who you are, but you won't accept yourself for who you are. Yeah, it's
You don't
circular.
know. That's the thing. I don't have a. If you decide something about yourself, okay, then be. I don't know. I was brought up as
No, you said it
time,
right.
so,
You said it right the first time, right? Like
yeah.
you want me to accept you for who you are, but they won't
you
even
don't
accept them.
me.
Right? Yeah, it's circular.
Well, I think the libertarian approach is the best approach, and that is,
yes,
I don't care who you are, what you do, don't hurt anybody, And don't
Yeah.
trans the kids.
Don't tell me what I should. And I have personal.
Hang on, are we going to groom the
Don't tell me what
kids
I
to
should
do
say about
this?
you.
That's the thing.
No, I said don't trans the kids.
Oh, okay.
I like the libertarian approach to a lot of different things. I don't think I would say that I'm a libertarian, but I like their approach to a lot of different things, their perspectives on things, and that's one of them. I really feel strongly about that. If you want me to respect who you are, then at least the first step is that you know who you are first, and then I'll respect whoever it is you are. But if you then say, or tomorrow you'll say, oh, I'm the opposite of what I said yesterday, then you're just. I think it appears that you're just messing with me. You're just. Now you're what you're trying to do then is it feels like you're trying to exert control over me because you got me to call you this yesterday, but today you want me to call you that. So it doesn't become about us as friends, as the unit of friendship, right? It then becomes about what you subjectively feel about yourself that day, and then I have to go along with that. But it varies from day to day.
Yeah, but as soon as you care, that's
So
when they have. As soon as you care or get angry, that's when that control starts. Like,
I think that's what it is. They want you to care, and so they have some form of control. All of this stuff, right? It's the media. It's all of this stuff, right? It's all about control. It's so much of it is people. I think people feel a sense of a lack of control. You've got big government, big pharma, big oil, and you've got all these big companies, Google, and all the rest of these companies, and you don't have any control. And so I think a lot of this is there's a sense of a loss of control over things, and they try to re-exert that control by making people comply with whatever subjective view they have of themselves that day. But when you deal with people, one-on-one, and you have a good relationship, you have a good friendship, then that should never happen. And when that does happen, it's like a breaking of a what do they call it? A social contract? No, social contract. There's almost like a social contract with a friendship like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, everything we do is projection. Like everything that you do or I do, it's all projection of what I want to become, right? So or whatever. What I mean is, when somebody's trying to put control you, that means that they just feel like they're out of control themselves. There's just projection.
Yeah, that's it.
They have to have a control because they're out of control inside.
Yeah, I think that's very well put. Very well put.
Like even words, like everything, like even words. If I'm speaking these words, it's just because I might have I'm just telling it to myself. Like everything we do is a projection. Yeah, like I'm really saying it to myself. What I'm saying it to you. If I felt completely confident, and I would say nothing, like a monk at all times. If I felt that everything was in order and there was no doubt, I would say nothing.
That's it. That's I don't know if anyone is vegan. I'm sorry if I'm going to offend anyone that's vegan, but often the joke is, how do you know if someone's vegan? Well, they'll tell you, right? That's but that's it's sometimes it's if you have to constantly talk about it. Why would you constantly talk about something like that? I don't. I don't understand. That's part of your private life. I don't talk about my wife and I and whatever it is that we're doing or not doing, or if we have a particular struggle or everything's going great. I don't say, hey, my marriage is terrific, and I don't make a sign and put it on my car or march down the street with a sign. I've got a great marriage.
Yeah, and then
heterosexuals. In the street. I don't do that.
Whoever they are, in
Why do
whatever
you need to do that?
they need affirmation. They need, they need you to confirm that what they're doing is okay because they don't really know.
Happily married flag? Where's the happily married flag?
Yeah, it's probably waved by a lot of unhappy people, unhappily married people.
That's probably right. See, if you have a flag, you make a flag like that and you wave it around, it's probably because you don't have a happy marriage. I don't know, but
where's the straight flag?
Yeah.
Wait, isn't happy marriage an oxymoron, or am I missing something? I'm just kidding.
It's a happy marriage. This is going to be rubbish, but I'm going to say it anyway. It's like happy marriage is like a pristine classic car. It doesn't stay in that condition just by itself. It has a ton of work, right? The natural state of a classic car is to be disintegrating in a field somewhere. That's what it would naturally do on its own. But people work on it, and people, do a lot of work to keep it. Then you'll get a pristine classic car. That's what a happy
They
marriage is.
resurrect it. They revive it.
There you go.
Resurrect it.
Yeah.
And put a lot of money and time and effort.
Time and effort, money. That's it. So, anyway, I don't know if anyone's married in here and has a happy marriage, but that's my take on it. So there.
It's a good analogy.
Yeah, well, thanks. Seems to not be rubbish. Don't be awful.
I have a classic car. It's not rusting in a field, but it's certainly not. It's not rolling through whatever that Barrett Jackson. That's for sure.
What you got?
I was referring to my marriage. Sorry.
Oh. I thought you were literally talking about a car. Damn.
No.
I fell for it. All right.
No, I'm just saying, like good analogy with the classic car, because it's like, how many classic cars are pristine and perfect? Zero. There's no such thing, right?
Yep.
There's some that
You can
look
only
really
get it.
good. They're fantastic. Takes a lot of work, whatever.
On its own, naturally occurring marriage is going to be a horrible thing. Naturally, its natural state is to be, because people are different. My wife and I, goodness, she does not like driving music. I'm into heavy driving music and rock and stuff like that, and she can't abide it. She likes stuff that makes you calm, you see, and the calm music just makes me want to puke. It just makes me want to scratch my eyes out, or stick pins in my ears. It's horrible. It's just like anxiety inducing. She loves it. But the stuff I like, which is heavy driving stuff, she can't stand more than 10 seconds of it before she starts shouting.
So what you're saying is your 69 Camaro isn't black, it's actually plum.
There you go. I don't know, is that what I'm saying?
It's in great condition. The paint looks great, but it's just not the right color.
Well, my wife is the right color, so that's all right.
Nah, I didn't mean that. I'm just saying.
I don't know what that means.
There's little things. There's little compromises all along the way.
Yes, exactly.
No matter what.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. But yeah, it's tough. It's tough to be married for as long as I've been married. But it can be done.
I was actually talking with my wife
like
last night. I was talking with my wife last night. We actually dated for almost a decade before we got married. And
Why would you wait so long?
I didn't want to get the state involved, and sometimes it's hard to convince women of that. When you have the, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'll live with you for the rest of my life. I just don't want to do the paperwork and get the state involved. And at some point, that had to be one of my compromises in order to continue the relationship, unfortunately. But
yeah, girls need to know. Yeah, girls are. Yeah, chicks are terrific. They're amazing. And so, but they have certain things that they need, and that's one of them.
Chicks dig marriage.
Yep, they really
do.
But yeah, I was just sitting down with her. We were talking, whatever. I think it was last night or the night before. And I looked at her, I was like, does it feel like we've been married as long as we had dated prior to when we got married? She's like, really? Has it been that long? I'm like, yeah. We're almost coming up on 9 to 10 years of
Wow,
marriage.
congratulations on that.
Yeah. But it's one of those things where like the first 9 years seemed like it was a pretty long time to be with somebody, right? And
Right.
first of all, be with somebody and not be married for sure.
Yeah.
But then to think about how quickly the past 9 years has gone by since marriage, to me is just almost like mind-boggling.
Yeah. Believe me. We're coming up on a big anniversary next year. Yeah, it's next year, and it's just, gosh, it's a lot of times. Again, like I said, one of the things I do is I'm a wedding photographer. I'll be at a wedding and I'll ask the parents of the bride how long they've been married, and they will say a number that's shorter, that's smaller than mine. Oh, I got you beat, and it's literally 9 times out of 10, literally 9 times out of 10. That's not hyperbole. 9 times out of 10, they will say a number that's smaller than mine. I'll be able to say, "Oh, got you beat," after congratulating them. Yeah, I've got to do that first, but I got you
Nice.
beat.
That's awesome that you do that. I actually, I grew up. My dad photography was a big hobby of his.
Oh, really?
And I grew up with a dark room in my basement, and we developed our own we developed our own black and white film, and we had a projector, so we made prints and all that kind of stuff all in my basement. It was awesome. Shot an old
that smell never goes away. You'll never get rid of that smell out of your nose. You'll know it immediately as soon as you. Yeah,
for sure. But yeah, I used to shoot a 35 millimeter Pentax back in the day. What do you shoot with?
I tell you what, I'll tell you, I hated dark rooms. I hated all of that. As soon as the digital revolution came along, I jumped on it faster than a what was it to say, George? Duck on a June bug. It was.
I did the opposite because I thought,
really,
this is going to be. I would have actually loved to pursue a career in photography and done that as a profession. Like literally, my high school class ring has a camera on it because I shot for the yearbook and all that stuff. Right, very active in photography in school. But then once digital came out, I thought this is going to be too easy for everybody to understand what they need to do to get the proper framing. They're just going to be able to be like, oh, I just need to adjust this. And it's going to be way too easy for people to edit and actually get good quality photographs. And photographers are just going to go away. That's literally what I thought when it moved to digital. And unfortunately, I had an incorrect decision that I made to just kind of ditch it and put it aside. But yeah.
I bought the first Canon, the 10D, which was 6 megapixels, and I immediately jumped on it. Immediately, I couldn't stand the darkrooms thing. I have a very short attention span. I'm very, very impatient as a person, and I couldn't wait. As soon as I heard about digital photography, I think the first camera from Kodak was like 3 megapixels. I thought, that's going to be rubbish. I'm going to wait. And then the Canon came out with their first professional, and it was 6 megapixels, 6.1, I think. I just jumped on it immediately. It cost me an arm and a leg, and then I upgraded constantly from then to now. Now the resolution is high enough. You don't need to update every 2-3 years. It's not necessary. I've got a camera now that can. I shoot with the Canon 5D Mark IV, which is 30 megapixels. That's ample. You don't need that much more.
You could still be doing wedding photography with a Mark II or a Mark III, easy.
I wouldn't. You know what? I've shot with the Mark II. I would say the Mark III is the minimum. The Mark II is okay. Yeah, but I've shot with back to back. I've shot them literally back to back in the same venue at a wedding reception. Absolutely. The Mark III, you can pick up a Mark II for buttons. You can pick up one for about $250.
Yeah,
but you can get a semi decent Mark III for about $500-$600, and you absolutely should do that if you were going to get one. It's a much, much better camera. It's much faster. There's all sorts of features that it has that the Mark II doesn't have.
I
And
have
I would definitely.
unfortunately, I fell out of it. I do still shoot a decent amount, but I don't do it professionally, and I absolutely don't share anything with anybody, nor does it go anywhere. So it's all just me, and I just have an 80D crop sensor. Yeah.
Camera, man. That's good. You got the flippy out screen. You've
Yep.
got enough megapixels to make it work. It's a crop sensor, yeah, but it's got Canon glass, so you're fine. It's got the poppy up flash, right? So what else do you need? You know? I
Yeah,
think it's a
and to
great
be
camera.
honest with you, like the only thing I really shoot with that for the most part nowadays is wildlife at a distance, right? So birds at a
Yeah.
distance and stuff like that. Just because I can't do that on my phone, everything else for me is on my phone. And to be honest with you, I give people pictures from my phone, and they're like, "Oh my god, what camera did you take this on?" And blah blah blah. It's like, dude, it's so easy to edit and make pictures look good these days, as long as you understand lighting, framing, and what you need. Just the basics of photography. Like, honestly, it's really easy to make even cell phone camera pictures just blow somebody's mind, because 9 times out of 10 they're looking at it on their phone anyways and no place else.
Exactly. No, yeah, that's the big thing is with the camera phones on, is that you don't have zoom. So if you've got, say, a 200, 600, whatever millimeter lens on 80D, you can blow any iPhone out the water. There's no way it can compete. That's just the reality. So wildlife and stuff like that, taking an eagle or whatever it is, you can't do that with iPhones. You just can't. And I did actually. I was at a place, and this guy had this Dodge Charger, I think it was, and I took a picture with my camera, and then I took a picture with my phone, and the same exact way, and the two are almost indistinguishable. It's really amazing. It's really remarkable. Let me see if I can find it. But I was quite shocked that how similar they are when they're lit. Obviously, when you zoom right in, you are going to see more detail with the 5D Mark IV. But on the phone, the guy who owned the car just actually stood there with his phone. I just beamed it to him, airdropped it to him, with a few seconds, and he just stood there for 15 minutes, I swear, staring at it because it was such a good picture.
Can you guys see my screen?
Oh, I'm on the iPad. Oh dear, how do I know how to do this?
Can anybody confirm it?
Let me check, Larry.
It's been a while since I've been using Discord.
What are you sharing your screen?
I'm trying to. I don't know if it's working. It says
No.
stop sharing,
now.
so can you see it?
No, I do not.
I don't know where to get. I'm sorry, I don't know where to get to it. I'm clueless. I never, you know what? The interface of Discord, I never liked it. It's so confusing.
All right, never mind.
Yeah, I saw something pop up at one point, but now it's not there anymore. So I think it did work. But it's not working now.
Cursive. Well, if anybody can see it, here we go. Okay. Okay. It's not focusing. Oh, there it goes. Yeah. All right, that's all you get. I zoomed into the moon. because you guys are talking about cameras.
Ah, nice.
I love my phone.
Yeah, but that's one thing I wish I would have actually pursued, and not gone. I mean, no regrets in life, but gone down certain other paths that I took. Let's put it that way.
Your business. I killed it.
You killed it, Larry. Killed it.
Dead.
What was that, Hugh?
Killed it dead. I can't figure out this confounded, blasted Discord UI. It's highly confusing. What are you going to do?
What's up, Hugh? How you been, man?
Let's get back to talking.
Check. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Gio. Hugh, can you hear Gio?
Oh, I hear Theo. Hang on, sir. Why can I not hear you?
Yo, yeah, what's up, Hugh? It's been a while. Just wanted to say hi.
Did you just hear Gio, Hugh?
He is. Oh, there it is. There it is. Hang on. What the heck? Gio, how are you?
Hey, what's up, Hugh?
Hey. Sorry about that. I'm trying to figure out this revolting interface. Oh, you tap on the name, or do you? No, it's very, very particular on the iPad. I should have just set it on my computer.
Well, yeah, you can individually mute people, and sometimes people do it by mistake. Sometimes people do it on purpose. But are you saying you couldn't hear me in particular because it was it?
Yeah, I couldn't hear you. I can hear you now.
Yeah, nice, man. Yeah, I just wanted to say hi. Yeah, I just wanted to.
Yeah, it's good to hear from you. Last time we talked, I think you were going to the store to buy something. I remember that. That was a while ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's been some time.
We're just out here. We're not. I think I'm just rambling, and I apologize if I'm just rambling on and talk about all sorts of stuff, but don't want to take over the room.
You're not in a heated showdown to decipher the ultimate truths of the entire nature of life and creation.
I thought I'd just take a pass on that for the day.
Yeah.
Decided the ultimate reality of human existence.
Yeah, I think discussions are much more fruitful. Although the intellectual sparring can be fun too, though, at times, to really bring your ideas to the front. I kind of think of it where the idea of like anabolic versus catabolic in the body, building up versus breaking down. And so
Right.
I think of like the more kind of podcast style, like chill discussions, more like building up, where you're kind of building ideas, you're building off each other. You know, one person lays an idea, another person lays something on top of it, and then everyone can choose. Oh, what do I think of that? Someone lays something on top of that. Oh, what do I think of that? Like it gives you this reflective building energy where you can either build ideas, choose to either research something more or consider something more, etc. and just the potential to build ideas, like planting seeds. And then the breaking down type of like the catabolic is where, it's that kind of more debate style where you're like bringing your ideas to the table. I think of that as breaking them down, because you're taking everything that you've built up, and usually in a debate, the person as it were debating, or in that more kind of intellectual sparring kind of mode, they're probably usually not in the learning mode as much, because they're more trying to assert their point and make it clear and really lay it out and make a good case for it. So usually it's like taking everything you already know and then bringing it to the table in order to break down the ideas, and not really break down in a negative way, but in a sharpening of the sword, where there's friction and there's energy. There's like an alchemical pressure, but then there's also a sharpening and a heightening that's occurring through that.
I get you.
It's kind of
how. Yeah, right now I haven't. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, no, I haven't. For today, it's for Americans, right? It's a holiday weekend, so keeping it light.
Yep. Yeah, people are getting ready to go out on the water. There's lakes around here, so yeah, everyone's getting ready to. And it's been warm here too, so it's going to be probably quite a glorious weekend.
Great. Whereabouts are you, Gio? I can't remember. You're in Colorado somewhere, right?
Nope, I'm in Northern California.
Okay, all right. I always like to envision where people are,
Yeah.
Californians are a different breed than regular people, regular Americans. Same as Texans, right?
Well, I grew up in Michigan, but moved out to the San Francisco Bay Area. Although now I'm sort of a little bit outer beyond where the actual Bay Area. But I did live in the Bay Area for many years. So yeah, I've been here for how many years? Pretty much since 2005. So getting near 20.
Ooh. All right.
17, 18.
How are you?
So I didn't grow up here, but yeah, I've been here for.
That's funny.
How's the guess that you're not?
I was just going to say I left the Midwest in 2005 as well, but I went to the other coast. So.
Oh yeah.
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 You don't sound like Gio. You don't sound like you're a Youper.
No, not a Youper. I don't know if people tell me I actually don't really have much of the Michigan accent anymore. Whereas my siblings do, or at least some of them do. So seems like I kind of, like people, there is a whole Michigan accent thing. And I'm not sure if I ever had it. I probably did have it more when I was younger, maybe at least somewhat, but it seems like it kind of, which is, I'm a fan of, because it's not really like necessarily in my mind, the best accent, if I were to be a little judgmental of accents, because I mean, everything's beautiful in its own way, but it's a little, to me, it's kind of gnarly. It's kind of a dissonant kind of energy. Like the word tire.
Yeah.
In Michigan, they say more like tire.
That's it. That's Canadian. That's a Canadian influence on it.
It is the influence of, yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah. That's interesting. I think people think of a Michigan accent, it's like a little bit nasally, a little bit like kind of has a lazy back tone to it in terms of the pronunciation of certain things. I think it's probably it's a Midwest thing, but you're right. It has a little more of that Canadian. It may have some of that Canadian influence. And then the UP one is totally different. Yeah.
Kind of draw your O's a little bit in Michigan,
Yeah, that's it. That's you say certain words, you can spot them a mile away. But you have to say certain words. Sometimes it's difficult to tell.
Well, there's the Californian thing too, which I don't know if I may even have some of that. I guess some of the almost like that. But I was always a bit like that. But kind of that surfer vibe, it has the kind of some of the California. No, I mean, that's a little more Southern California, but
to my ear, I think you have basically the quintessential American accent. I would say there's no strong twang or to it. It's just straight down the middle, American news anchor almost.
That's funny.
Well, that's
So
kind of the Midwest.
I can spot a.
If you're from Southern Michigan, yeah, that's like the Midwest accent is kind of, for the most part, not a lot of accent. Most people can't place the Midwest. Lots of times, like people can't say, "Oh, where do you think I'm from?" based on my accent. Most people would not place me in the state that I grew up in at all.
It doesn't have the Valley Girl type of accent. It doesn't have the New Yorker or the Boston. It doesn't have the "Hey, don't you know" type of accent.
Doesn't have the Southern too much.
Right? Southern drawl.
Yeah.
And then I like it. In Tennessee's a fun accent as well, but it's a bit North Georgia type of thing. Those are fun. I like those.
So what it's kind of like the northern part of the United States got a little bit more of the European, could it be said, and then the southern got more. What is the southern accent in America? Is that a little connected to Australian in some ways? It seems it's like southern, versus northern. Like Europe is north, Australia is south. Is that correlated in a way with the northern and southern American accents?
Do you think some Caribbean influenced the Southern accent a little bit?
Yeah. I was thinking of
Yeah,
that
for
too.
sure.
Yeah, like Middle America. Yeah, exactly.
French.
Central
There's
America.
definitely a French presence within the southern slang. And the Creole
accent, though.
like
Yeah.
the whole
There you
Creole
go.
thing.
But in the UK, we changed certain things that Americans retained. So, for example, we don't have sheriffs. We used to have sheriffs in England. The Sheriff of Nottingham? No, it's sheriff in America. That's a distinctly American thing now. But British, we got rid of it. And then the other one is highways. In the UK, you call them motorways. You don't generally just say highway. But in England, it used to be highway robber, right? A highwayman, right? But that term went away, and now highway is synonymous with American. All these different things that the British they got rid of, the Americans retained. It's very interesting. And the Southern accent, though, gosh, that is so interesting. So, I hate to say the word unique, but it's so distinct. It is sort of similar to Aussie, isn't it, really, in some ways? In that it's just English, but it's not. It's just this weird twist on it. It's kind of cool. I like it. I like being in Georgia. It's fun. It's like I'm Dukes of Hazzard all the time.
You're running from the law and jumping your 69 Charger with the
There you
Confederate
go.
flag on it? Is that what?
Yeah, playing Wish It Was in the Land of Dixie.
Yeah, no, the accent there is fun. And so funny enough, my wife and I were talking about accents the other night as well, because she was talking about somebody from her work, and she's like, "Oh, somebody that from her previous job's husband or whatever." She's like, "Oh, you need to hang out with him. He's from," I can't remember what she said, Kentucky or Alabama or something like that. And she's like, "He's got a thick Southern accent, but he's not stupid." And I'm like, "Honey, I understand that people that have a Southern accent aren't stupid. Like, they're smart, intelligent people, no matter where you go throughout the country. And I understand that if they speak a certain way, but that's sometimes the association that we have with the Southern accent in the States is to associate a slight lack of intelligence to people that speak in that Southern accent sometimes. And then we are also discussing, like, somebody can speak with an English accent and they can be saying the most unintelligible BS that makes absolutely no sense, but you look at them as some sort of authority figure on whatever the heck they're talking about just because they have a British accent.
I do find, being in Georgia, I do find that I can get away with a lot more. I have to say that it is fun in a lot of respects, that I can say things that natives wouldn't be able to say. It is good fun.
Well,
My wife.
Go ahead.
My wife married me because of my accent, basically. I charmed her into it. So
yeah, people can
I get
definitely be attracted to.
I get stuff. I get stuff for free as well. People give me stuff. They just give me stuff. It's the bizarrest thing. They just give me stuff for free. I don't know why.
They're like, here's a gift to your accent. Thank you.
Yes, exactly what happens.
Enjoy
Honestly,
your stay.
It's so funny. And my wife was like,
I think I'm just gonna try that, dude. I'm gonna go around faking that
don't-
British accent, see what I get.
Yeah.
She's like, I don't get free stuff. Where do you get free stuff? Why don't I get?
Well, I've noticed a difference, kind of a slightly different topic. I mean, I've had short hair for years, but when I was like in high school, I had long hair, and that people do treat you differently based on that. It's interesting. Just that basic thing of like the idea that if you have long hair, like, I guess, if they relate it to hippies or, you're not, whatever it is, just kind of that, like that ridicule and stuff. I'm just talking about in general. I'm not really talking about like amongst friends and our generation. I'm just talking about in general, just out in the world. Like, just because at one point I had like a ponytail, I had long, that long of hair to where, and,
Okay.
and then I would just kind of buzz it or go really short, from that. So I'd be able to see the difference between, in general, the way people kind of, treated me in general. Not that anyone treated me poorly per se, but just the subtleties, the subtle vibes. Nothing like major in terms of different treatment, but just, yeah, it's interesting. People are kind of programmed that way. I guess in a way, in our culture, there was like all the thing, because the hippies, as it were, back in the 60s, were having long hair and, all the rock stars, and there was all that rebellion going on. And then you have that whole like heavy metal rock thing with long hair, but then you have the hippies with long hair and like men with long hair, that whole thing. Even though in older times, men used to have long hair, but it was like a different energy then. But I think the hippie thing was such a threat. It was such a threat to the powers that be, as it were, that they did a huge kind of campaign to try to, in the media and stuff, to try to make it seem like hippies were someone you're supposed to, ridicule or go get a job, you whatever.
I think
all that.
I think that definitely ushered in the flat top was the rebellion against the hippie.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But back in the olden days, they didn't have scissors that were as good as they are now. So getting your haircut was a pain. I think what they probably do is just razor it, right? I mean, I don't know what they used to do, but I think if you look at pictures from the olden days, the dudes had long hair. That was very common. Pirates, well, they had long ponytails, right, and stuff.
Yeah, right, exactly. But those are almost kind of different types of, like, that could almost seem of like a higher status, or I mean, I'm thinking of, what is that in like Congress, where they like wear those huge fake like headdresses, but that's like some Freemason stuff.
Yeah, they wear the wigs. They do that in courts in the UK. They have wigs and stuff, and they do actually in.
That's a whole Freemason thing. That whole wig thing.
Oh, is it really? Okay.
And like wig snatching or whatever. That's all like in that.
I don't know. I don't understand why they wear wigs. It's silly, but it's interesting that in African nations they also wear wigs and have the same thing, and they're very proud of it too. Even though they took off the yoke of British rule, they're still very proud of their legal system and very proud of their wigs and all the rest of that type of thing. It's kind of funny.
I think that wig wearing thing with the curls and shit, I think that was because they had some kind of hair disease or something. So they would wear those. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's because of some kind of thing with their hair. I don't know what it was.
They lost
like an
their hair?
No, I think it was like an STD or alopecia areata or something.
Wow.
That's an STD?
No, I'm saying, or it was something, they had some kind of medical thing where their hair was something fucked up.
How do you get an STD on your head, bro?
You heard it here first.
Well,
I don't know. You'd have to ask Kosho.
Call a burn unit.
Just playing.
That was funny. I like that. That was pretty good.
I'm gonna have to Google this, Jeremy.
There you go.
Be the only one in history to ever do.
Well, the Freemasons are into that stuff though. Like the whole Benjamin Franklin with all their little get up, like they're into like playing dress up and doing weird things like that, like wearing masks and robes and playing weird little games that they do.
Well, I'll tell you a funny story. When I was in California first time, I actually, by the way, Gia, I love California. I love the place. I've been to California twice on 2 occasions. Anyway, first time I was in California, we were out with some friends and we went to this plaza and it had signs in the entrance to the plaza. Okay. Now, bear in mind, just some backstory. In England, a solicitor is a lawyer. Okay. So you consult your solicitor, that's the lawyer. So same basic idea. And it had a sign on this plaza in California, and it said, "No solicitors." I thought, wow, that's a bit severe. But they have a problem with what? Why do they allow? And someone said, no, some people soliciting sales. Oh, solicitors. Okay. The other one was, is thank a vet for your freedom. And that's the other sign I saw, and I thought, oh, so thank a vet so I don't get attacked by rabid dogs or something. But no, it's veteran, not veterinarian.
Here we go. Ready? Wigs were used to cover syphilis sores and hair loss.
Oh, he's right. It was STT. Wow.
Yeah, it was
What
both
kind of
hair
positions
loss.
were they doing?
I don't know.
How did they get that? Yeah.
I don't know how that works,
wow.
but
From a dirty gavel.
A bunch of Christian men.
That's something I can't unlearn. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, but are you talking about that like Benjamin Franklin style where they're going into their elitist castles that they stole from the old world and prancing around and planning world takeover plans?
yeah, the crazy ones with the curls on the side. Yeah,
signing fake documents that they then use to control people's minds.
they said it started from Louis VIII because he. Oh, you all right, bud?
I remember hearing that I think the King of Spain or something could not pronounce Barcelona, and he pronounced it Barcelona like that. And so the natives.
I've heard people pronounce it that way.
Yeah, and so people actually started saying it that way so they wouldn't basically embarrass the king. And so some of the people in Barcelona still say Barcelona. I don't know. Some things should just be left to.
Bro, that's the entire country. That's why the Spanish say it differently to South Americans. So,
right.
have you ever been with a Spanish person or a South American person? And well, I was with a South American person in Barcelona, funnily enough, and yeah, they pronounce all of those things differently because of that reason.
Yeah, it's really, really strange. People like traditions. I don't know. I like traditions too, as much as the next man, but sometimes you've got to let things go, come on.
Well, I'd imagine they probably weren't just trying to save his embarrassment, they were trying to save their own heads as well.
Well, that's the other thing, isn't it? Right? They probably would do that because the king had some of them executed.
Right.
Oh, it's Barcelona, I swear, Your Majesty.
You laugh at me? Die.
Off with his head.
Yeah.
Glad we don't live in those days. I mean, we do live in the times we live in now. I don't know. I'm not into it, but back in those days, goodness, could have been mopped off for the slightest reasons.
Go ahead, Crypto.
I was going to say they would just call pronouncing it Barcelona hate speech, and then just
there you go.
Right,
that's how they would do it.
Let me ask you guys, sort of related to there's many thoughts in my mind of ideas or topics. If you guys want to stick on this one, feel free. But I just wanted to throw something in. I was going to ask you, Crypto. There's a couple of ideas I was thinking of asking you, but one that came to my mind. In your ideal perspective, as it were, would you say it is ideal to have some kind of government and even have people that are in positions of being able to make the those decisions and stuff, if it's actually done with transparency and honesty and integrity, that is actually the best for everyone? Or would you prefer like, or is there something else that you think would be more ideal?
Yeah, I mean, this sounds like an oxymoron, but my opinion is that a benevolent dictatorship of some kind, whether that be some sort of aristocracy or whatever, is a better solution than a government. And the reason I say that is because the government you can have basically two sides that don't intend to help you. Whereas at least some sort of benevolent dictator, first of all, you'd have to prove that they actually give a shit about the people they're, ruling over, right? So and whatever that process is, I don't know. But at that point, at least if they are doing a terrible job, they can be violently overthrown.
I have some nice. Oh, go ahead.
Whereas with the government, the problem is that you just kind of have this slow march into mediocrity, then turning into worse and worse conditions for the people. But there's no escape from it. There's literally no escape from it. So I hope that answers your question.
Wait, there's no escape if it's a benevolent, or or you're saying if it's like an evil dictator?
No. Under our current government system, there's no escape from the machine, because you could kill all the politicians and they'll all just be replaced by the same types of people within 6 months to a year, right? But if you overthrow a dictator of some sort, then you actually stand a chance of changing the destination of the country.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't there be? You said a violent revolution, but couldn't there even be something in place in the system that the people in power, if they're corrupt, could be removed in a healthy way, like a safe, nonviolent way, like that there would be, like that would be the way it would actually be set up. Because what if right now, if it was in integrity, we could just like safely dissolve or safely disarm, the current criminals.
Yeah, bro. If it's done with integrity, did you want to answer that, Crypto? My bad.
Oh yeah, no. I think the answer is no. I think that's actually impossible, and I think it's actually the threat of violence and death that actually keeps politicians honest. But they don't have that, and they have no reason to be honest. All they now have to do is just stay out of the limelight if they do something wrong. So there's no real consequences for being shady in positions of power in the Western world. No real consequences.
In my opinion, the best way to do it would be to have a worldwide government. That way we're all, if it's done in, obviously not this government, but if you had one that was done with integrity and honesty and shit like that, the best way to do it would be to have a worldwide government. That way the rules are the same everywhere. We're on the same page. Like, we need to get all on the same page as humans. So I feel like that would be like the best way to do it.
That would be absolutely terrifying and definitely the worst.
New World Order, bro. What the hell are you talking about?
No. See, I know it's gonna sound crazy. I know it's gonna sound crazy.
Wigs and syphilis and shit. What next?
I know it's gonna sound crazy, but if it's done with honesty and integrity, and what's actually best, not the way it is now. Obviously, the way it is now is an absolute shit show. But if it was done the way Gio said, with integrity and shit, then the best way to do it is we got to get on the same page as humans. We're all humans. We all need to get on the same fucking page, bro.
I think we need to start reading our own books, actually, and not be on the same page. I think human beings, once they get outside of a small group, cannot necessarily be governed properly. I think human beings naturally should reside within just small tribal groups. And if you want to call some sort of governing council within a small tribe a government, sure. But I think that's probably the best, most pure way for human beings to live. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's how. I mean, if you were to believe this, I personally do believe it. That's how democracy was formed. It was formed in small groups of city-states, right? So, why would you then try and apply it to hundreds of billions of people? That doesn't even make sense. But also, you can see that it doesn't work. Like the idea that we're just going to try and make people equal and then we're going to make them all want the same things, so that they then have all the same rules and stuff. It's just that's doomed to failure because people are fundamentally different.
Well, but I think about it like in a small scale with a family system. Let's say you have a really good parent, either a mother or father or both. That, like, let's say take a mother for example, a mother that is nourishing and loving and supportive on all levels to a child, either a male or female child, just very, very loving, supportive, always there for the person, for a hug, for the child, for a hug, nourishment, food and all the good things, learning and creativity and all of those positive things, then that is like the best possible case for that child. It's just going to be totally supported in the most optimal way and nourished and all of that. So that it can find, that child can find its way in the world as it grows up. And in a way, it's like relating it on a larger scale to a government, we're all, basically being born and living lives. And so like people make that joke, like big daddy government or whatever, they call it that kind of stuff, like that patriarchal, big government, all, Uncle Sam, all those kinds of concepts. So it already is kind of like that. And then there's that whole like New World Order idea, like if they try to have some whole thing. But what I'm just saying is that if what Jeremy's saying, I'm not saying pro or against what Jeremy said. I'm just saying like, if it's on a small scale or a large scale, to have some kind of, if you want to use the term governance, which is like a really good parent, for the people, meaning giving us plenty of land to own ourselves that is, you want to pay any taxes on. We just get land because there's tons of land on earth if it was distributed. So we all have our own plot of land. You don't have to pay taxes to anyone. They keep you safe if there is any danger or if there is some kind of problem, like they will help, in that sense, like the good side of what police can do. And trying to clean up the environment, all of those good things. So just linking that idea to a really good parent in that sense, and how, if it could really be that much of benefit to everyone, then it makes that much more sense to keep it in integrity, because it's like a spring coming out of the ground, just this like infinite life-giving positive kind of structure is a potential with it.
Gio, what are your thoughts on like Native American culture where they just saw themselves as stewards of the land and that there was no actual ownership, that the creation was for everyone? Do you think that that mindset is just something we could never get back to, or do you think it's just a faulty mindset? Right? Because lots of times when we talk about this, we talk about like, well, how much land are people going to get, and how do you blah blah blah? But is that almost like we've been brought up in a culture that's maybe totally backwards in the way we're thinking?
No, I would say that's the forwards. That's the most advanced and positive energy, that we're stewards of the land. Absolutely. That there's no ownership of any human, and that we live on it, within it, and in balance as well with nature, and having reverence and no ownership at all. I actually think trying to say you're owning the earth has negative karmic implications and is really not, in my mind, in integrity ultimately. Because the earth is really not something to be owned. It's much more sacred and universal than that. So yeah, I think that Native American and many other tribal viewpoint on it in that sense is beautiful. And when humans can live all on the land like that without like strife and conflict, that's absolutely can be the case, where humans can just be born generations on, and everybody just lives in their area and does their thing. And there's no like extreme violence or people taking over other people. And I'm talking about a different time when there wasn't all this trauma and all the stuff that it is now. But the way that it is now, it does seem like, in my mind, we'd have to transition to some kind of distribution of the land in a fair way. That I don't know if we would even call it ownership. There could be some other term for it, but it seems like there's just so many people on earth right now, and there's so much trauma and fracturing that, how would we transition to just having the land all be free, at any time soon, it seems, because we all have like our homes and, plots that we live on now and areas we live, let alone all the other businesses and things. So, but yeah, I agree with ultimately what you're saying, that the deeper wisdom, if you're, well, you were kind of just asking the question, but if that's how you see it as well, I would say I agree that being a steward and a really like a caretaker and a, in like an alliedship and in a harmony with the land that doesn't require, shutting any others out or owning it, but really just being on it and then, moving on elsewhere if you want to go elsewhere.
I have a question that might ruffle a few feathers, but I don't really understand this because these are two kind of concurrent narratives that I've heard, and I don't really understand how they gel together. So the first one is that the idea that the Native Americans kind of had stewardship of the land, blah blah blah. But then also the second idea that there were tribal wars between these different groups. So if they weren't fighting over land ownership, what were they actually fighting over?
I don't
That's
know if
going to
they
be the
fought as much
problem.
as I don't know if they fought
Right.
as much as we've been told.
The
that they fought.
nations?
Or even at all. Yeah, like it depends on
Well,
what time period you're talking about, though.
I'll tell you how I was taught by tribal elders that war started. Sibling rivalry. Somebody got chieftain, some other brother didn't. That might start a war between, and it might have been one tribe that split into two and then went to war over that sibling rivalry and loyalties. Another one would be there's general laws of creation, respect all life, take no life. And if you come into one tribal group's area from another tribal thing and you take life or you trespass, and those people are going to come back and want payment for that life. So yeah, there were wars because there were people that didn't, weren't righteous. They didn't live by do unto me as I would do unto you.
So Mike, you
And that's going
understand
to
that
be the
what I'm
problem.
saying? How can
Hold
you
on,
trespass?
Crypto. And
Sorry, I'll be
Can't.
quick. Mike, how can you trespass a land that isn't owned?
How can you what?
that's
How can you trespass a land that isn't owned?
Oh no, I didn't say trespass on the line. I said if you trespass on the tribe, creating a societal debt, like you came in and killed one of our young braves.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
and that's going to be
So the Great Spirit owns the earth, the water, the air, the fire. He owns all that. We got to share it. We're supposed to share it.
and that will be the problem.
Well, it will.
And that will and that
There'll be
hold on.
problems in any system, but that's no reason to give up.
Well,
And that will
No,
guys,
go.
hold on a second. Let me just get in real quick. And that will be the problem whenever if you don't have us on the same page, there's going to be conflict between groups of people. That's why we got to get all on the same page as humans. Now, who's going to war then? We're all living by the same set of rules. We're all on the same page.
Yeah, that's why we say that the natural state of man is war, and it's because if people don't follow the rules and treat people how they want to be treated, then we're just going to revert to the law of the jungle, and it's going to be war. If there's some theoretical scales of karma up there, it'll be balanced. You push men only so far before they revolt, right?
I heard from an indigenous person recently that his tribe claims that Jesus Christ visited them in the Americas during his lifetime, like Jesus' lifetime, and that Jesus did not visit certain tribes in North America. Like he only chose like certain tribes to come visit out here. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Where we're all in one tribe, the tribe of humans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I won't touch on that because most of us have a belief system wherein there's a Christ figure, a savior. So,
Jeremy, I mean, surely you understand that tribes are the concept of tribe only exists in division, right? You can't have one tribe. That doesn't make sense.
that's a valid point, Crypto.
I know. You know what I meant, though. Whenever you have the tribes,
So
yeah, whenever you got.
In Ojibwe, it's Nanabujo. That's your Christ figure, your savior figure, or the fire spirit, the seventh fire spirit.
No, he was saying like actually Jesus Christ came, not like.
Yeah, I know. We all have a savior story. There's only certain tribes that actually throw the name Yah or Yahushua or Yeshua in there. Most of the tribes just talk about the tribunal of fire spirits. The three.
Although he was saying like they knew about like when the colonizers came with their Bibles and their boats, they were like, no, we already know who Jesus is. and that's why his people were
Yeah.
considered some of the
Yeah.
civilized tribes because they'd already accepted Christ.
Yeah.
And also,
What
the
tribe?
idea that
What tribe was he? What tribe are you?
he said he was from the Kamloops area of British Columbia.
Iroquois, maybe.
I don't know the name, but
Well, there's only so many tribes that actually say Jesus himself visited them. And
well, that's why I was so surprised.
other tribes have a same story, the exact same story, different names. And that's because Algonquin is a broken language. We all spoke Algonquin, like there were variations, like Makwa is bear for me, but for you it might be Muka. Muka might be bear, you know. Wabe means little for me in Ojibwe and Algonquin, but if you're Cherokee or Iroquois, it might be pronounced a little different. And there are a lot of tribes who say, Ya, Yawana Atanka, Ya, Yawana Atanka, the great mystery or the great spirit. But it's Ya. And they do chant Ya. A lot of the tribe. Yeah. I've been to many a powwow. My dad was full-blooded Ojibwe.
It's really cool.
I'm trying to get up in a powwow. That's where they pass the peace pipe, right? Hotbox the tent. They hotbox the teepee.
Well, we can do that if you want, but you know, we'd rather.
Oh, that's the part. That was my favorite part.
Well, yeah, they do. You can do sweat lodges like that too, where they.
Yeah, those are ceremonies, religious ceremonies, like maybe coming to man or a spirit journey. But at the powwow, you just come high, man, and get in regalia and dance around with us. Show you're a brave warrior. Or the women might do an old ritualistic dance, you know, depends. Certain
And
things.
so, how old are these warrior dances? They go back probably pretty far, right? They're like handed down.
Warrior genes. They trace Native Americans back to 4 separate people from European descent. That's what they say with DNA.
No, but I meant like the dances, like for the warriors and stuff. Just because I hear a lot of like I do hear the argument that they were like very peaceful with each other, but then I've also heard from them that like they have like mass graves, they scalped each other, they took slaves, like the Europeans that came over considered the 5 civilized tribes civilized also because they dealt in the slave trade. You watch Old World Florida? He's kind of cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of Hollywood stuff in there in what you just said. But yeah, I mean, we couldn't really know honestly unless we were there.
What do you think was more Hollywood that I said?
The most? The fact that we went around scalping people, we learned that from the French.
Yeah, that to me doesn't resonate. That's like original Native American. If we're going to use that term, peoples. I don't think they like. When I think of like the ancients and the originals in that sense of that entire lineage, I don't think they were violent at all. Like zero violence. And
no, they had warrior dances, so they obviously.
Yeah, they were consuming plants and dancing and smoking peace pipes and in harmony and love with the earth.
You know, a warrior conquers Earth, right? Not people, Earth. A warrior can take his stuff and go out and live on his own on Mother Earth. She will provide for him.
Survival level of warrior. Yeah, exactly.
And 90% of your rituals are about the systematic seasons of Mother Earth.
Yeah, exactly. The cycles of nature, the sky, and the way that the nature functions. Because that's key when you want to be aware, in terms of getting food and shelter and weather and all of that, to be actually in sync with the realm you're in.
I mean, we shorten it to the circle of life. And anytime I ever ask my grandpa, the oldest native I know, how far our history goes back, and our rituals and the things we perform and know. And he said, as long as words could be spoken and shared, the history has been kept. That's all. And to be a keeper of the history, you'll spend your whole life learning these stories word by word. And if you can't memorize one of them exactly the way it was told before you, then you'll be told not to spread that. So let your cousin do that. She's a keeper. Let her tell that story. You don't tell it well, because there's certain knowledge in every story in it. But the thing is, what our people didn't understand is we use English words now. So the meanings of our story change all the time when they redefine words.
Yeah, it seems like there's been a huge effort to fracture those peoples and all native people all around the world, really. And whatever, I mean, I think we're actually in like a takeover right now. Like about 100-year is the peak of it, but it's really been like more like 150.
Well, a lot of the treaties were up, Gio. It's why it's a great reset, because a lot of those treaties that they signed with native peoples on every land of Earth, like the Queen and the Pope, actually own the entire world through treaty. They sent armies out and made these people sign treaties. Well, the times were up. The Philippines, Canada, next coming America. Here in Michigan, the Chippewa Treaty is up. A lot of people don't know this, so they want you looking at other things while they reset the ownership of land. They're the landlords, but they're not the landowners.
Exactly. They came in and just assumed power basically over their land. And
now they want us to pay for the nations that they build on our land. Like they made our land better by putting up concrete jungles where there were forests and bountiful food and shelter, and now there's nothing but concrete and asphalt. Sure, you improved our land. I would much rather live in the woods. Maybe cut out a small section of it, I mean, when everybody has to struggle for life like that, would people be more respectful? Because they won't be scared to admit they need help.
Yeah, I think like they've done a multi-layered fracturing process through their kind of genocide and their takeover kind of energy that they have and the kind of agendas. It seems like they were just like there's some group, as it were willing to take it to a level that most others were not. And obviously, like that level of genocide does have some effectiveness, I guess, at least in the short term. But I think it's all unraveling. Like I think we're in the beginnings of the whole next cycle in which this current power structure is dissolved, which I know is a huge statement, but I do think we're at the end of that cycle. It's going to take another decade or two. I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow, but
yeah, no, I agree, yo, because I mean they've already announced the Great Reset. Come on, they're resetting everything. They're starting a new cycle. If I reset my machine, then there's a pause in between cycles, right? And it's up to me when I hit the start button again.
Right, and how exactly, and how the rest of us react to whatever they're going to do. Yeah, it's pretty wild to think about that.
I think Michael, what they're doing is they're claiming authority over something they already know is a natural occurrence, right? And they call it a reset. And then they slap all their labels and their assumptions and whatever they want people to think the next experience will be. They don't know, but they do know that there's definitely a shift happening.
Yeah, I think that natural order and that natural shift is the rise and fall of nations and societies and city-states and countries. They peak. Civilization has a SPC chart where they grow until they get to a peak, and then they start to devolve. And this is the cycle that they're taking advantage of. They see it coming. They start to pack up. They build their clubhouses to go to. They let the nation fall apart. They let everybody fall apart, and then they come back in with hopes of a new nation, new freedom, all men equal. Plumbing, take a shit in your own house. We'll be.
I know, right?
Oh, I'm serious, and
Yeah, I know. They just come up with
and
new shit every time.
and they safeguard like the pillars of Solomon are trades and skills. You know what I'm saying? Crafts. They call them crafts. People think it's witchcraft, but is forging steel witchcraft, or is it a craft, a technology by which you can, the Iron Age? Come on, if they already knew this shit, and then bam, they're like, here, this is iron. You can work this. That's like giving my kid a hammer and a fucking plume and a bunch of charcoal and saying, make me some shit out of that steel, and just making him remake it 1,000 times. Now he's going to be the metal master.
Well, that's forging, dude. That's forging. So if you want to use that metal that you forged, which is honorable in the skill that you're talking about, if you want to use that for personal gain, to me, that's when it becomes what people see as witchcraft, because that's just a natural skill that you can turn dirt into a freaking car or an airplane. But when you use that airplane or the car or the sword or the hammer for personal gain, to me, that's when it becomes
That's what I'm
witchcraft.
saying. They're not just using the sword or the hammer for personal gain. They're using all the knowledge of men to rebuild, destroy, and always ride the top of every society that rises and falls. It's you and I who pick up the sword and slay each other and never see the real benefits of life. I don't live in a $1 trillion mansion. If I was rich, man, for me to say I was rich, I'd have $1 trillion and, man, probably a township. I'd need that much land in my own township.
That's what's up.
15,000 people live in Mike Smith town. You know what I mean?
Well, Michael, we were talking earlier about this. It's kind of what led to actually a lot of the discussions we were having as well. And I had asked Crypto his thoughts on this, and it was kind of an open to the room. And the question is, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on it. The question is, in your ideal mind, in your thoughts, would there be a governing body of some sort? But it would, if it was positive and actually, and I was relating it, like if you have a really good parent, a good father, a good mother that's really loving to the child and nourishes them well and is all just supportive and positive, that's a good thing, to have good parents for a child. And even though it's not the exact same thing, if we view it on the larger scale of some kind of governing body, what if they were actually good and actually had our best interest in mind instead of our worst interest in mind, and had a certain level of harmony that would actually be like, is that ideal in your mind, or is there something else?
Yeah, that ideal is right exactly in my mind, that the people who raise the family and raise the community should also govern them. We call it the panel of elders and the chieftain, but and they do what's best for the tribe, for the land too, not just the people, but earth. Like, hey, don't grow corn over there no more, grow it over there, or don't put your house so close to the river. We don't want your poop and pee getting in the river. That's where we drink,
Yeah,
stuff like that.
Imagine that.
Right. And get your boat full of iron racks out the fucking river because we eat the fish in there. So, but yeah, it would be a family. Yeah, a family's community.
Yeah, the elders, exactly, because it's that's my understanding of it as well. Because right now we have this kind of quote unquote global society, whatever that means. It's funny, it's called globalism. So we're on this kind of system now that but if you don't have some kind of large system like this, exactly like in any family group system, the elders become and they're holding those positions partly in the bloodline, as it were, in the family line, but also because they're doing the best for carrying that knowledge and wisdom forward. So it's like it's like a natural selection process more that happens, that like ideally like the highest integrity, wisdom holder is the one that kind of carries that position. And then it holds that positive elder energy for the wisdom and knowledge and for the integrity of the people to be, intact.
Listen, he said positive elder energy. My grandma was the meanest old woman I ever knew, but she had all the knowledge. But hey, what I like about the
Well,
elder
that's what's
system.
positive about her.
Listen, these old people, they don't have time for bullshit. They're going to keep each other in line. A bunch of old people arguing over what's going to be done to somebody that did something wrong and what kind of punishment is fair, to me, is more just and fair than 12 jurors that have no idea what the fuck went on in this guy's life. They don't even know this guy. You know, they don't know the court system, the police involved. They don't know whether the police pick on this guy all the time and just stop him every day. You know what I mean? But
True
in the
that.
elders in the community and tribal manner, you might know this guy, or you know his mom or his mom's fucking cousin or something, you know, and you're like, well, they're good people, you know. So will you go to his mom in faith and ask her side of the story? Not like the court today. And the mother will tell you, because she ain't got time for bullshit. It's all what's best for the people, the tribe, the land. So she'd be like, well, I hate to say it, but yeah, he did that shit. Because that's a mom, a real mom. She'll teach you a lesson. And if you need to learn a lesson, you need to learn it. It's best for all people. You should treat your neighbors like your family, because they are your extended portion of your family, and that becomes the same for your community. You should respect your elders and respect your neighbors like your brother. And everybody in your community is your neighbor. Just that simple.
Do you think how much does the cosmology play into that? Because when, you know, in terms of like a stationary Earth, whether one views it as planar would in a way come with stationary, because matter falls down. So if it isn't moving, then the Earth that's heavy is beneath us, and horizontal is horizontal, and level and vertical, all of that. And when
The
you have
rain,
that cosmology,
comes, yeah.
you're all on the same level under the same vaulted heavens.
That makes a lot of sense. I know, I'm with you. And the only thing that really would affect the lives of humans would be agriculturally. You know, like the Farmer's Almanac. This is the best time to plant your cucumbers and your carrots, because last year it was like this. And the Farmer's Almanac will even tell you what constellations are above you and when you should plant. And planting is based on when the constellations move into your zone. They cross certain lines into your zone, you know. If a lot of people don't know how much information about existing on Earth is actually in the Farmer's Almanac. Because you need food and shelter, and it's all about food and shelter. It tells you when you need heat, when you need to air the house out, when you can open up the windows, what months it rains, where it doesn't rain, when it rains.
Yeah, man, you got to start there. And even if you don't have one of those awesome books, count whatever, you can go out by yourself. But it all comes down to that.
Yeah, you can recognize it. You can say, man, every year when my corn is ready, man, these 3 stars are up here. The stars on the belt of the hunter. And why is he the hunter? Because the harvest is over. And now it's time to hunt for the winter.
Situational awareness.
So each one leads in the next one.
Pattern recognition.
Right.
That's all you need.
And that is greatly dependent on food sources too, like the salmon. How did we know when the salmon were going to come into the Great Lakes and lay their eggs? So as tribal members, we could go just feed the whole damn tribe. We could move the camp over by the river in Marquette or Manistee. We knew that of the positions of the stars. It was time to move that way. And then the salmon would start to run. And if you wanted bear meat, bear would be there. You'd eat bear. You'd eat moose, elk, salmon. And people get happy about this because they know when time of famine is coming and when time of rejoice is coming. Rejoice, the hunting season's here. The fatty bear and the elk return. So do
Mike.
the salmon.
I got a question for you about Native American history and their relationship with wild game.
Did your dad or his father ever talk about prions disease and needing to be worried about their meat, whether or not it was going to make them sick?
Bions?
No, prions disease.
No, but it's known that you only hunt venison and elk and certain meats certain times of years because the weather kills most of their diseases. So
Oh no, this is basically mad cow disease in specifically deer and elk, and it's actually the greatest natural disaster that the United States has ever experienced. We're going through it right now, but nobody's talking about it.
Have you heard that that's actually created by Jab? They literally,
dude.
Hold on. They go out, they go, dude. There's these government agencies that are connected to like animal welfare and all of that through the government. They have plans and protocols where they go out and they take wild elk, deer, moose. They literally capture them and jab them. And then that is said to be the actual spread of that disease. It's the actual jibber jabs that are doing that. And that's not a natural thing that actually, like those animals are strong. They don't get disease like that. Like a moose is a beast. Like it's an absolute.
Yeah.
Can they verify those jabs?
I'm
Can
glad
anybody verify this so-called injection of the whatever into the livestock?
So
Can
what I heard-
anybody do that
Hey, can you
besides
just
to
hold
say
on?
that's happening?
Not
All right,
livestock.
thank you so
he
much.
said.
So,
Has anybody
Gio,
documented
you're
that?
absolutely
Black.
Who's talking?
Go
Who's
ahead.
that?
Go ahead,
Okay,
Flat
cool.
Puffs. It's
Thanks,
cool.
thanks. Yeah, no, because I have talked to a bunch of like older folks and asked them about the whole prions disease thing that we're going through, and they would never be able to recollect any kind of issues with prions disease. But what they would always say is that the tick problems are way worse than they were, say, like in the '60s or the '50s. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but I'm really suspicious with the whole prions disease affecting a vast majority of the United States wildlife right now. Talking about
The
it.
mosquitoes are getting out of hand too. Ticks and mosquitoes, they're getting crazy, dude. The Northwest and the Southwest, we never had ticks in New Mexico and Arizona or mosquitoes. But all of a sudden here in the last like 8 years or so, I guess we have to worry about mosquitoes in Arizona. Like, what's going on here?
It's not so hot down there; it just burns them up mid-flight.
I don't know what I'm just like. What is? That's why I live over here because I can't stand parasites. And somehow, in just the last 8 years or so, mosquitoes and ticks, they love the desert climate now. It's just like, what?
Michigan got
What are
mosquitoes.
these
Big.
super mosquitoes or where are these
Nah,
things
man.
No, but yeah. Well, I think there's a lot of like genetically modified insects. Like some of those
For
ticks.
sure, dude. For
Ticks.
sure, that has to be.
Yeah, those ticks and those tick diseases, those seem all modified and created in like lab as it were. And then that prions disease thing. Because like when a deer gets that, it's awful. Like their hair falls out, their organs fail, their bones cripple, they can't even walk. They just literally die. Like it's terrible. So it is a real thing. But what's actually causing it is the big question. And they do go out and literally jab these like wild animals, and so the connection is there for it. And then the whole tick thing too.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Those jabs might even play a role in allowing the ticks to inhabit these deer species bodies and then transfer them as it were as well, because that's pretty intense too. Like it's insane how much they've gone after our wild game and wildlife.
Yeah, maybe it's like some way for them to go after the food supply, right?
Exactly.
Right?
They want to, I know,
Right?
totally, dude. It's so evil. Like they've wanted to suppress the wild species, wild game, the animal foods that are the healthiest for us. Where the animals are out in the land and they're eating all kinds of berries and little medicinal herbs and things. They're wild on the land, and they've like eliminate that to such a severe degree in so many ways, and then replace it with the factory farmed like one or two species like beef, chicken, all factory farm kind of thing. So yeah, it's a huge attack. And I think like the jabs they give them, in addition to these whole ticks that are transferred through them, is I
Yeah,
think
maybe that's their method of like bio warfare. You know, it's like a covert method of delivering their fucking poison and shit, right? You know, if you got like mosquitoes and shit rolling around, transferring all this.
It's all about dependency, man. If you
Yeah,
can't
that's
go,
why I like the desert climate, bro.
I also think it's only in some areas. Like it's real quick. It's only in some areas too, though. Like whatever in terms of some of these jab efforts they've done, where they go out and do that. It's not in all areas, so that's good. I think it's somewhat localized.
I live in a desert climate, and I got snow on my mountains. Like they're like right there in space.
In Michigan, we're big on that. Don't fuck
I'm in
with
July.
nature.
I got snow on those mountains.
Hold on, Plaque. They tried to make these genetically modified salmon, and then because we have a bunch of salmon refineries in the up north of Michigan, we release them into the Great Lakes, and then they go back out in the sea. So we help populate the sea from Michigan, but we won't allow them to do genetically modified salmon. We've made laws against that. So, and we got big laws against doing too much to any life out in our woods, man. They're all protected. So the top half of my state is national forest, and all the wildlife on that is protected.
Dude, when you've mentioned the wild turkeys, and that sounds awesome, bro. I'd love to have a wild turkey because most turkey, you know, it's fed corn and soy and wheat, all these inflammatory, toxic genetics. Oh, so yeah, dude, it's awesome.
Hey, dude, they're good eating, and you'd love it, but they get fucking annoying. We're overpopulated,
Yeah.
dude. I could be chilling in the front yard and just
You
here
must
comes
be living in the South, bro.
30 tom turkeys. Listen, and a tom
They're all
turkey.
over
Listen,
the place.
when you see 30 toms, you know there's a whole bunch of kids and bitches coming behind them, and so the toms clear the area, and they're not scared, man. They'll come up and punk out a car, 30 of them at once.
Yeah, they are like a little. They're like a little gang, aren't they?
Yeah. Sometimes I just want to run them over and then pluck them all and donate them to the fucking homeless shelter. But then
yeah,
that's some work. 30 fucking turkeys, you know. I've sat in my driveway, dude, for a half hour honking the horn until they finally let me through. Just had to start rolling like a stone 9-year-old lady.
Yeah, that's kind of their vibe. Like their archetype is they have their little they move slow. And, yeah, they are kind of loud too. We have them in Northern California too, and they're pretty big too. They're yeah.
Sound like a helicopter when they take off 2 or 3 in a set.
Yeah.
The city folk are like, "What the fuck is that?" I'm like, "Oh, that's a turkey, man." Or it
So I
could
used
be
to
turkey vulture. Go ahead.
I used to live in Merced, California, for a little while, and my neighbor was using an excavator to dig around on his property, and he disturbed a turkey nest. And I saw the mom fly away in the morning, and I was like, "Oh damn!" I knew she was up there. Like, so at the end of the day, I was just like waiting, and she never came back. So I went over and grabbed all her eggs. She had 10 of them, and we didn't have a lot of like electricity and like stuff. I was living out of a tent at the time. So what I did was I took beer bottles and filled them up with boiling water and put them into socks. And then I took an old hat and put all the eggs in the hat and just like put the beer bottles around the hat to keep it warm. And I hatched 6 out of 10.
No shit.
Yeah, it was pretty tight. It was one of my favorite experiences with wildlife.
That's fucking cool, bro. I've saved coons, and I've even saved a coyote, even though I don't like the coyotes. But this one didn't look all mangy and retarded, so I felt sorry for it. I took it to the vet. I got a fawn out here. It got hit by a car, broke its leg, and its mom just was bellowing out in the front yard, and it was screaming. So I called the veterinarian that does the horses. And the mom, dude, act like she was going to beat him up for a minute. And he's like, "Look, mama, I'm going to fix it, you know." And he give her an apple slice with a sedative in it. Stoned the mom. The doe sleeping in my front. He's like, "You got somewhere to store them?" But he set the leg, took it to his office, fucking x-rayed it, and they just lived in my barn for like 2 months. I had to finally go out there and start pushing it around, the fawn, and get it up and get it moving. Once it realized it could stand on its leg again, then the thing, I'd get up in the morning and it'd be out there. Because I'd bring them grain and fruits and alfalfa and shit. And a buck came around, dude. This is cool as hell. One night, I was coming out of the barn, and there's this big-ass 10-point buck with his horns right in my face, And it took me off. I thought I was about to get killed. I was like, whoa, boy. And I opened the whole barn door up, just let it swing open. And he looked in there and seen the doe and the fawn, and he just wandered in there. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just leave the door open, They all three hung out for a while, and then they split, but I'll see them now. Because I'll see deer running across the field, and one will stop and stare at me for a long fucking time. It's like, yeah, that's my boy. Yeah, he saved me,
Hey, Hugh, are you still there?
Yes, I am. How's my sound?
Oh, you sound good. Yep. Good.
Cool.
Well, it's just kind of a moment of quiet for a moment. So if others
Yeah.
want to continue the convo, we don't have to change it. But I was just going to ask. I haven't chatted with you in a while.
It's been a while.
Yeah, man. Good to hear you.
Thanks.
Yeah, and I was just curious in terms of cosmology, where if you have any different viewpoints or similar or the same as before, because there's been so much that's been occurring, and I was just curious, kind of what your thoughts were these days.
Yeah, I haven't been paying attention too much to it at all. I've been busy with things going on in life. I'm kind of only on here because my wifey is away up in Michigan. So I thought I'd get in and see what was going on, just to hear some familiar voices. I basically have the house home alone. So yeah, that's kind of the only motivation I have. I haven't really thought about it much, to be honest.
Yeah.
I always like the conversation in here. I came in a couple of days ago, just listened in, and it was pretty good. So I thought, I'll jump in there and see what's going on with the guys, But it's always good to have a conversation, right? It's always good to have respectful conversations. We don't agree, but there's ways of going about it that are where you can learn things. Like I was just learning some things about the American Indians or natives, however you want to call them. Just learning a few things there. That was good.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we have such a wide range of conversations in here, topics, and
we were talking earlier about stuff. I don't have anything magical or not magical. I don't have anything particularly majestically.
Your mic kind of shifted. Your mic was sounding really good before. Can you hear me? Yeah, Hugh, are you there? Yeah, I think he lost his connection or something.
It's happening. It's happening.
His ear pod popped out of his ear.
They shut down the entire state.
No, man. My daughter came in and told me I got to make the kids go to bed. So I had to make the grandkids go.
So you had to make a drink.
I'm back. I was in trouble too, because damn it, Dad, it's almost midnight.
Oof, Dad, what are you doing?
I'm like, I'm Grandpa. Listen, it's summer break. And kids get up when I get up. I get up 5:36 in the morning, bro, every morning.
I can't do that.
They get up and they're like, Grandpa, what you cooking? Same shit every morning, and I'm like, what do you want? You gotta tell me what you know. I'll cook whatever.
What I want every morning is basically Cracker Barrel. Every morning.
What? I like to make country omelets, French
Cracker Barrel.
toast.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I want every morning. I gotta have that.
Bacon, sausage.
Yeah.
Maybe a quiche. Sometimes I make quiche.
There you go.
Is Cracker Barrel just on the top of the list of like racist restaurant chains or what?
What? Racist restaurant chains? What's that? What? Huh? Where do you get that from?
That is that's what it's known for. I mean, have you seen
It is?
Oh yeah.
Known amongst what group of people?
Crackers. You know, Aryans, crackers, whipped crackers.
That was my joke. Well, my joke is I just realized why it's called Cracker Barrel.
Yeah,
that's
cracker.
That's my joke.
Cracker, whip cracker. You know what a cracker is? That's a guy cracking a whip on the plantation. You know? Not anybody can be a cracker, man. You gotta be able to crack a whip.
You weren't serious, though, Gio, right? Was that a joke? Sometimes I can't tell.
I don't know. I don't know, but I got it.
Oh, okay. He was joking. All right, okay. It's like they're racist.
No, there is something to it. Like there's like
really.
Oh yeah, people have done like TikToks where they go into one, especially like in certain areas, and like practically get refused service in some cases.
Really?
Yeah.
What, in southern areas or northern areas?
Yeah, I think more of the southern, like in those areas.
Yeah, I would think so too. And down there, them boys be like, hell yeah, this Cracker Barrel. What's that? What's he doing up here? He ain't a Peckerwood.
Last time I went into a Cracker Barrel, it was about 50-50 race-wise.
Fuck, I was gonna say I get the
generally,
joke, but I never thought it just because it's cracker.
Well, I mean, I think it's like a pretty big chain, obviously. So yeah, like most of them are going to be probably normal in that sense. But I think it depends on where you are. But yeah, people have done like videos like those YouTube shorts or those TikTok things where it's kind of like a social experiment, and but they don't really do anything that actually requires the way they were treated, in that sense. And it may have just been one or two locations that has, a management system that's more like,
could have been the person making the video too, though.
Yeah, that's the
could be they're stalking those people. Or they're trying to work every night.
Yeah, you don't know because what they do is you can imagine what they'll do is that to get the effect they want, right? They'll go in a Cracker Barrel and then they'll act up, whatever, and then they won't video that. They'll go in 3 times, cause a fuss. Then what they'll do is then they'll turn their phone on and they'll go in with their little vertical video, right? And they'll go in and then they'll be refused service. Look at this, we will refuse service.
I mean, I'm not only getting my information off it just from those short videos. I was just using those as one example.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it's like a major thing, but yeah, there also is other kind of components to that. Like it's kind of like almost like a little bit of a kind of like an ongoing thing with Cracker Barrel that basically that they have kind of a white thing.
A menu, white menu. I mean,
White
there ain't no chitlins up in there. It's
white
hard
man
to get,
menu. It's a white man's menu.
Yeah, there's no greens or pig feet, or cauliflower. You know what I'm saying? You ain't getting no soul food up in the Cracker Barrel, but I ain't never been there, so I don't really know. But I always pictured a bunch of old white people sitting around drinking coffee.
Yeah, it is. You go in there, it's always white people. That's it. That's what it is. So,
kind of like you have the Coney Islands and shit. The guys go there I know guys that hang out at the Coney Island, just drink coffee and eat Coney dogs all day, and I'm like, I couldn't do that. That's a hell of a life, though. But you just hang out at Coney Island, and drink a gallon of coffee. Fuck.
There's also been people that have done videos with Cracker Barrel where it'll be like one black guy with like a couple white friends, and he goes in, and they're just like laughing how he's the only black person in the entire place.
I see that I like. I like that sort of thing. That's the type of thing that I where you just people are different. Basically, I have a friend of mine who's from Jamaica, and he's got my name. It's my same name as me, and we like to make people uncomfortable because I'll say, yeah, I'm the white and he's the black. You know what I mean? We like to play with it a little bit. It's fun. I like stuff like that. I don't like it if if you are looking at race,
you mean play with it? That's
Yeah.
my brother. That's my brother Token.
That's exactly.
Listen,
Yes, that's that sort of thing. Make
listen.
jokes about it.
My aunt and my cousin are so dark they make the sun sweat. I like those jokes. Me and my cousin go to the bar, and he tells that when a black guy, we went to a country bar, and there was no black guys in there, just him, and he's my cousin. Most of my cousins are brown or black. My family's Ojibwe, just I'm mixed.
Right, okay.
Me and my brothers were. So, but we go to a bar and he tells this black dude comes in and he says, "Hey man, you got to go." And he said, "What?" He said, "I'm the only token here." And they both laughed.
We got a one token. You can't be in here as well.
Yeah, they both laughed. Token is a black kid from
Yeah.
South. There's only one, but they both
Right.
laughed. And then I bought them both a drink. But
Wait, hold on. You thought his name is from South Park is Token?
I thought it was Token. What is it?
No, it's Tolkien, like J.R.R. Tolkien, dude.
Oh, okay, Token.
I'm just fucking with you.
Shekel. I used to call him Shekel. I ain't gonna lie. The black kid from South Park, the Shekel.
I've never heard that as a euphemism for a token. I'm kind of a token.
Well, Token's a shekel, isn't it? Little
I've never
gold
even seen a
token,
shekel.
little gold coin, little shekel. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe if we say Ron Shekelson 3 times, he'll pop in.
I will hope he does. Ron Shekelson, Ron Shekelson, Ron Shekelson. Dude, where you at, bro?
Let's do it.
The shekel miser.
Do weapons do not exist? There were planes on 9/11. There were planes on 9/11. Where's Ron?
I know, Ron. You got to get us back on track.
Tartaria, man. Tartaria.
Mud floods, massive doors. What's up with
Secret
that?
technologies.
Shout out
energy
to
weapons. Energy weapons.
Remember that whole motel burnt down, but the tree 4 foot from it was just standing there, like didn't even have a burnt leaf, bro.
Yeah, I literally have burnt houses down. Like on this one property, he had a bunch of old tobacco barns, and he was like, "Yeah, you can take the excavator, knock them over, light them on fire, do whatever you want. We just need it gone." So I got to experiment with setting structures on fire. I know what Ron's talking about. Dude, it's insane that they didn't fucking do that.
I'm a country boy. I've done a controlled burn. I hear you.
Mike, you think those fires up where you're somewhere near, Canada? Do you think those are directed energy weapons created?
Fuck, I don't know what they're doing with them, but I know the smoke was so bad, bro. It was hazy in Michigan, and I could smell fire on the farm. I'm like, man, who's burning some shit, And my cousin says, he was out there, he's like, "Mike, that's that smoke from Canada." And I was like, "Man, Canada, what?" Like, I just heard about this yesterday, and it was foggy as shit, dude. Cloudy and smoke. You could smell it.
I'm clear here now, but oh yeah, dude, a couple years here where I'm at, I mean, like they have like those scales, like 0 to 10, how bad the air quality is, and like 10 being the worst. And like it's been at times here, like to the extreme severe level, like the level that they tell you literally it is a serious health hazard to even go outside. Like you have to stay indoors and close all your windows. So yeah, I know how it can be, man. Some of the years here, like, well, I think it was maybe 2 years ago. Oh my God, it was unbelievably thick. I mean, you couldn't even see 10 feet out your window.
Yeah, I kept the stables closed, man. I put all the livestock in barns.
But I bet where you're at now, it's not that bad. I'm guessing you're maybe a 4 or 5, maybe 6. Because I don't even know what kind
4.
of after. Okay, yeah,
yeah, we're at a 4 in Pulaski, Michigan. We're at a 4 from the fires in Canada, and I didn't even know about them until after 3 days. And I asked my foreman, the dairy farmer, I'm like, "Dude, we got livestock. How is it we don't know about a forest that's lowering our air quality for our animals, Because, I mean, I'm not a conglomerate farm. I've seen every animal here born. I got a certain degree of love for all these animals, you know what I mean? All of them. There's always something being born on the farm. And at the risk sounding like a mama's boy, who doesn't love a baby, I mean, kittens, puppies, calves, billy goats. It doesn't matter. They're all cute as a button. piglets. I mean, it's a hard life knowing, yeah, you're going to be baking someday, buddy, but you're going to live good. You got lucky. Mike's going to show you a good life. I do. I'll go out there and wash them. My heifers love it when I come out there with the hose, dude. They like line up and rotate by the fence to get a shower. But the alternative is you're packing them full of bag of balm. They're getting dried out, dehydrated. Flies are laying eggs on them. I don't like that shit. I try to keep the cows and the livestock healthy and the farm animals because, like you pointed out, ticks and bugs are like expanding. Like, there's more of them than there was, or that normally would be.
Yeah, we somehow have to just build our immune system stronger and stronger amongst all this. What do you think about, like, do you think that they would ever use directed energy weapons to make like many fires all around the world and call it like a climate change thing and then try to lock us down from that?
I think they already have. They were testing. Listen, the Great Chicago Fire? It jumped across the lake into Michigan, and if you look at the map of the fires, most people say the Great Chicago Fire, but there were a lot of fires in Illinois. It's Chicago, Illinois, but it looks like a straight line straight across from interstate, across the lake, 60 miles. An amber would have to travel 60, 70 miles, and it just keep going in a straight line. You need one directed wind blowing all the fire that way for it to jump across a lake that's the size of an inland sea. You know what I mean? Look into the Great Chicago Fire. Me and Ron talked about this once. It looks like it started here and ended 500 miles down the road. And if that isn't a directed beam, I don't know what is. It burnt down the top half of my state. That's all new forests up there because people who donate to the DNR, Department of Natural Resources in Michigan, we pay to seed the forest, to put back pine forest and hardwood forest where it all burnt down. And, we're fighting right now because they're pumping oil up there. We don't want them pumping oil, but it seems there's great reservoirs under the Great Lakes. And if they drain those, the Great Lakes will collapse in, it'll drop. And that much weight shifting at once can flood towns. Our runoffs from the Great Lakes couldn't handle a cave-in.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we can only hope that like they won't roll out like any crazy climate change thing or the Project Bluebeam thing. Like, what if they kind of put those off for a while, and then if people are not complying, like after the whole scamdemic thing, like if enough people are just like, not going to go along with it, like enough people are on the fence now, what if they have to keep delaying things? And so like, that would be like the best case scenario is if they keep delaying anything like that, we just kind of keep coasting along like we are now with just little things going on. It'd be awesome until there's enough awareness that they then won't be able to pull anything like that off.
Here's the thing. They have knowledge we don't have. Like in America, we built on every bit of land that we could. Now, if there was swampland, what we would do is dig canals and make dams and channel that up and keep the water off that land so we can build there. So a lot of Michigan was swamps, a lot of Illinois. And if these waterways fail, you're going to see inland flooding throughout the state. And they know the systems. And these systems haven't been being maintained. So if a waterway gives out, like how many lakes are man-made from dams? And if the dam breaks or the levee gives, then the entire lake just moves downriver because it's not supposed to be a lake. It's just a river where the water from the north flows to the south into the sea through the Gulf of Mexico. They all meet the Mississippi River, If any of that shit fails, you're going to see a large amount of flood.
Yeah, it could split the whole United States in two.
Yeah, it could be back to the biggest fucking river you ever seen,
Or into multiple sections, yeah. Like that idea that California used to be more of a peninsula or even its own island, separate from like Nevada, basically. Like there's the
Yeah.
Sierra Nevadas, but then like and Yellowstone and all that coming down on the east side of California, and then down like to the west from there, it's this huge low elevation area that's very kind of deserty, not a lot of plants. Definitely could have been underwater. Like it makes sense. It's not as developed. It's very hot there, and then there's the whole wind patterns, and then it kind of rises up to the coast where you have more of those cliffs and all the greenery as well. So the idea that the whole center there used to all be water coming up
Since they powered the technologies, the richest men, they get richer off everything we do in America. So they know not just our sewer systems, our river systems, our dam systems. Milo, the dam. Hold on. My dog's pissed at the cat.
Garfield over there.
Yeah, he's always trying to. The cat takes the dog's food. He gets pissed off.
No, I know what you mean though, because like, well, whoever's in control now or power now, in my viewpoint, this is obvious. I don't have any way to physically prove this, as it were, but it would make sense to me, and it resonates with me that they would have essentially like stolen those maps and those information of the waterways from, the old world, as it were, and then now, is that what you're saying, that they have like certain information basically about these
They
components?
know what it was when it was naturally here, the swampland, the rivers, and then they know all the systems we created to redirect waters so we could actually sell land, homestead land. You can't homestead a swamp. If you dam it up upstream so that it no longer floods the areas, it doesn't come through so much, you create a lake. Now, this lake holds most of the water that would be flooding swamp areas. The size of the lake, downriver, you created land down there because now all the water's upriver. You know what I mean? And they know those systems, so they know they can just shut off power to this dam, and once it overfills, it's going to break. When it breaks, everybody who lives in them low-lying areas where this large amount of water is that's supposed to be gradually trickling down course, they're going to get flooded. And they can make it seem like global warming, man, floods everywhere, run, hide, when it's really just them shutting down systems that they built. And it makes it appear they control the weather, because what do you think if it didn't even rain all night, but you woke up and there was a flood, You're thinking, well, it's raining way up there, upriver somewhere, or it wouldn't be flooding. But the truth is, they just opened the dam gates and let all the water that they've been holding back so you could live where you live on the swampland, they just let it all through at once. A lot of Michigan was swamp. A lot of Illinois was swamp. Chicago was a swamp. They raised that up 15 foot, before they built Chicago on the land. They raised the foundation up 15 foot so it would quit flooding. Now that water's got to go somewhere. That's when they start building these byways and bypasses that takes there's 10,000 lakes in Michigan, dude. And a lot of them, like 40% of them, aren't natural lakes. They're reservoirs that we created. When you scatter it all out, you shrink the size of every lake, you create more shorefront land, lakefront property, which is valuable. So now everybody who's actually living on the shore is about, if you just took an average guess, you'd say they're at least 1,000 foot too close to the fucking, because if all the water flowed, they'd be in the lake, but they shrunk the lake by controlling the flow of all the water. That's what I mean. Having control of the natural systems. It's the waterways. We redirect water. I don't know how they do it in California, but here in Michigan, we do this thing called sliming, because we have these big bowls on every lake. And as the water level rises, it starts to run in a certain spot to a bowl. And this bowl runs it down and into a river that we created. that reroutes the water from that lake so it doesn't overfill and flood another river, you know? So where most lakes would have just one river or two, we add in 2 or 3 and we redirect water. A lot of this is done for water treatment plants too, you know, because they're trying to pump thousands of gallons through there, dilute everything in the water. That's another thing. We got poor air quality here in Michigan, and they had an advisory in town because their water treatment plant had a fuck up. And now everybody in town may have been drinking contaminated water for 30 days that could cause problems, you know? If they just need control of the systems, all the systems that man have created, and they could seem like gods right here. Power goes out, front yard floods, your house is underwater. If they do have these energy weapons that can move storm fronts around, they can flood you, then move a storm front your way. Shut off your power. God damn it.
Yeah, dude. Well, the power outages can be brutal. Yeah, I think living here in Northern California, we've suffered through some huge power outage times because it seems like they want to control California even more. Like it's like one of the centers of their testing grounds because basically the entire tech industry in the entire world runs out of Silicon Valley, which is of course, like south of San Francisco. So Northern California is the tech center of the world, and all the social media companies and computer companies and all of it is centralized there. And then Southern California, of course, you got Los Angeles, so you got Hollywood and the entire music industry and film industry, or at least the kind of majority foundation of it, in terms of that. So it's like they seem to want to control all of California. And I'm just saying, during some of these like wildfires, they've shut the power off for literally weeks in certain areas. It's just brutal. And when I've gone through those, I have felt like it was purposeful. Like I don't have any like absolute proof, but the whole vibe of it, like in the ether, as it were, that is that they were purposeful shutoffs. Their claim is, oh, we have to shut the power off because these electrical lines might fall and start a fire. Which in one way would seem logical. You would think, okay, well, it makes sense, right? You don't want to start more fires. But I just think the truth of the matter is that really doesn't start fires. If that does start a fire, they can put it out locally before it becomes a problem. So it's kind of just a surface level kind of psyop way to basically try to write off that they wanted to test this area for how much they could get away with for shutting the power off. And turns out that after a couple of years of it, most people bought generators, or a lot of people did. So it did spur that. But yeah, it seemed like they were shutting it off on purpose as kind of a testing, sort of like testing for how they can shut power grids off, and then how people react and how they get by, and how they can keep extending.
Yep.
They keep extending,
bro. I live in a rural area, so we lose power a lot. So I bought a Generac power station. It's big as a shed, but I don't run out of power. But they do that a lot, and I've wondered that too, because we can drive. So we keep the trees clear where the power lines are better in the country than they do in the city, So I don't see power lines getting taken down in the country. The city should lose power before us, because we're not scared to work. I mean, a homeowner will go out there and cut trees down if they're getting too close to the power line. The county doesn't have to do it, but they do it. But people own more valuable land out here too. But most people in my area, they got a power station. I got a diesel power station. It
seemed like
it ain't cheap though.
It's always a good thing to have. It's not cheap. I know. It depends on what kind of system you get. Some of those that like run off natural gas are pretty interesting. Of course, you can't lose your supply of natural gas, but natural gas usually will flow in power power's out. So it does depend on that. But some of those, like whole house systems, the minute your power goes off, it instantly flicks on. There's usually not even a delay in power, and then it powers the entire house.
Yep. Mine could power a factory. I got one for the house and one for the barn system. They're not cheap. I actually got them at where they were selling off a plant shut down, a manufacturing plant. So I just went there while they were selling everything off, and I took advantage of it, you know.
Well, dude, that's the thing that's concerning with like what we were talking about before, with directed energy weapons and all that. I mean, that is like kind of a crazy concept that it may be why a lot of people don't want to talk about the possibility that they do have that technology, because it seems like it could be just absolute mayhem or a lot of pain and suffering if they unleash those things. Because yeah, like if they have the ability to start fires, basically roast your entire house. I mean, what they did with the Twin Towers and what they seem to do with these other, like, dude, in Northern California, those quote unquote wildfires. I mean, a fire can be put out and a wildfire can be put out as well. And the idea, like, okay, generally wildfires don't just jump over thousands of feet of pavement and just selectively burn homes and don't burn the trees. It's just not a thing that's ever happened before. It seems these directed energy weapons, because forest fires don't just take over cities. You can always put it out because they're slow burning. It's not that big a deal. Way before your shit, put it out. Yeah. So these things came in and just toasted like an entire neighborhood. Everything taken down to dust, even the porcelain. And when you look at the burning temperature, the melting point of porcelain, those don't even melt. Like in a home fire, the porcelain will still be there, like the toilets and the bathtubs. But in these, all the way down to the porcelain, even the like washing machine, all of it just to dust. So they tried to claim that they were just really strong winds or whatever, which there did seem to be some extra winds as well. So they probably were adding winds, but even the firefighters, the professionals, even like the chiefs of the fire stations were coming out and saying, no, this is not even what normal fire does. Like, it just instantly was in our faces. It just blowing, like, and you couldn't even put it out. It was so blaring. They said it was like a freak show level of it. So that they've never encountered before and everything. So anyways, I'm just saying that is an intense concept if they have a device that can do that. And that would be like, is that worth having fear about? But the question is, will they actually use them? And, I do think ultimately the creator is in control of everything. So only what's meant to be will be, and they've already been used. So, I mean, but we can only pray that they will not use them, for any mayhem. Because, I mean, if they could do that, like roast houses, start fires, shut off power, let's all just pray it does not go that way. I don't think it will. I'm not trying to be fear-mongering. I don't think it will. I'm just saying, when you think about the implications of them having that technology, that is pretty overwhelming. And like I said, hopefully they put it off because they can't get the control they need. I think that's what will have to come through for us. And then they kind of start combusting from within. And then the truth comes out to the point to where they just can't sustain their power any longer.
I mean, look at the line they're holding as far as like the information war goes. It's like they never even said the pandemic was over. They just kind of dropped it. Like they had to basically rebrand UFOs in the last couple of years. I mean, they're not holding strong. In fact, public trust in the government is near historic lows in the United States right now, according to Pew Research.
See, I was thinking the other day that I think they brought Biden in purposefully, of course, to create this kind of like malaise and frustration with the politics, and to have a guy that's kind of like neutral to some people, but also just completely ineffective and, just completely incapable ultimately as well. I think, even though I don't even think the president really does anything, I think they're literally just given things to sign, and that's just their system anyways. And he's just told what to say ultimately. But nonetheless, he does have like a social image. And I'm thinking they did that to even they tried, their agenda was to delay Trump and to have Biden be this kind of like like kind of boring, uneventful kind of energy, kind of malaise and frustration, whatever. And then they're going to pull the Trump card and have him be, do that whole thing, which he's all dividing, he's very just people are divided about him or whatever. So it makes sense that they would bring that in after the Biden thing, needed to play out. But my point to say is that, but I think it backfired on him. And people actually just are questioning the stability of the government now more than ever because Biden is so aloof and lost and just can't even has difficulty stringing sentences together that actually correlate with anything that sounds like leadership. So it did the opposite. Like it made people more distrusting of the stability of the system. And now if they bring Trump in, what they wanted to do with Trump, on the positive side, if it doesn't go their way, would be that it would just be like a breaking point in a negative way for them as well, because people already have more distrust. Whereas, anyways, yeah. So I just think if that's the case, it's pretty much backfiring on him. Like 90% of it is backfiring, even though some of it was effective in whatever this kind of Biden character role is played.
Yeah, I mean, the script is totally set up for Trump to come back. I mean, he wrote a book called Art of the Comeback. Probably going to happen. We'll see, though. I'm actually more intrigued about what's going on with this Robert F. Kennedy Jr. guy, because he's saying all the things that make me want to put my faith back in politics, but I know better. So I'm really like, wow, what do they have planned for him? Because he is targeting my people, the people that think like me. I hear what he says, and I'm like, wow, he's saying a lot of things. I'm kind of surprised he's still alive. Why is that? It's crazy.
I think Jin was in here, I think last night. I don't know if he was, I think he was saying positive things about him. Yeah. Cause Jin's kind of a fan of the Kennedys, I think, in a way. And I think he was saying that, but I forget, you were there maybe. So yeah, I forget exactly what he said. I maybe only partially heard it, but it's like he was actually positive about a politician, it sounded like, in some way. I don't want to speak for Jin, but I heard.
Well, yeah.
I heard you guys talking about it, I think.
Yeah, I said pretty much the same thing to him. I'm just skeptical. Anyone that's trying to tell me, yeah, I'm going to go in there and everyone's going to vote for me and we're going to change it from the inside. We're not going to get rid of the system. We're going to make it better. It's like, oh, yeah?
Well, the way I see it, like once the shape of the Earth is validated and tangibly physically confirmable, I do not see the current power structure being able to continue. Like I think the globe was such a huge deception, and it allowed them to get this level of control because it's a good deception. It trapped people's minds and totally tricked them to where they lived and made them docile and controllable. But so they took a huge gamble to do it, a deal with the devil, if you will. And it did get them like about 150 years of reign, along with genocide and all kinds of other things. But the globe lie, in my viewpoint, is also their Achilles heel in that sense, meaning it's the weakness that will, well, I use the Achilles heel, but maybe I don't want to actually use that whole archetype. So scratch that from the record. But basically it's like it's sort of related to the Achilles heel, but it's because it was such a huge deception in the case of the globe, and it allowed them to get the control that they've gotten in this whole modern world. Because of that, it was such a massive deception that the unraveling of it will dissolve the very power structure and this kind of fake empire that they've built. It goes down with the ship. Like when the lie is dispelled, their whole system, this whole matrix, whatever you want to call it, that they're controlling will no longer be. And I do think it's the shape of the Earth that is the thing that will shift it. I don't think anything else can. I think a lot of other truth can get people closer to that, and there's so many other topics, but I do think like the ultimate and final blow, as it were, has to be the shape of the Earth, in my viewpoint, because it's the thing we all live on and in, and the deception is so deeply rooted that it gets to the core that there absolutely, without any question, is a cabal, as it were, of some sort or some group that is absolutely doing this. And then there are the systems of justice. And then a lot of the people in the military are kind of civilians as well. So they may not really have control over them as much of the military as they may think, but they're definitely controlling it with money and as much as they can. But if it really comes down to that, I think the people are going to side with the people, and then they won't even have the military at that point. So yeah, I think the shape of the earth is the essential piece, this truth in particular. Just that it's not a globe. Doesn't even matter what it is, but just that it's not the globe that's been portrayed in this entire quote unquote Copernican revolution, as they try to call it. These last 500 years or so is what the narrative they try to sell.
Yeah, I think they're definitely trying to like stifle people's creativity right now. They're like just the level of, or like the caliber of distraction, like the whole submarine thing, the whole Russian thing. Those were literally like farts in a wind. Like nobody cares about the submarine. Nobody cares about Russia. All of a sudden, it's been what, like 3 days, and like everybody's fucking current thing has just been like totally hit the reset button. Now it's France or whatever, or the Supreme Court decision, whatever it is. They're just like rapid firing at us with like very low caliber distractions, and it's just excuse me, it's making me think that they're really just trying to stifle creativity and like basically just mess with your intuition, just to get you to be like questioning, oh, is everything okay? Like, oh, the world's such a mess right now, and just bring chaos into your little world by making you think that the larger world is just all screwed up.
Yep. Well, I think it's like in the collective unconscious of humanity, it's like there's a globe virus, to even use that term, which that word originally actually comes from the word for venom, like a toxic poisonous agent, as it were. What do you think about that connection? The V's with the venom, and then the reptilians. Whew.
Yeah, and then if you take into account that tomorrow they're going to be turning on the 5G up to 11. You heard about that?
The 5G V activator.
Dude, they're turning it up around airports tomorrow. You can just type in 5G airline delays, and there's all these articles about how like, oh, expect delays because we're turning on the 5G.
Oh, I didn't even know that. That's crazy. Really? That's
tomorrow.
In what area?
All over America.
Well, I mean, there's already 5G. Like so there's already a thing they call 5G. Is this some upgraded thing or something? I just haven't heard what you're referring to.
I think they've kept the 5G around airports at like a lower frequency or something, and now they're just going to crank it up to what they have around us. That was my interpretation, but it's never what they say it is. It's always kind of related.
What if we just call it the 5V?
5V, yeah, seriously.
Yeah, man. I mean, I do think that's a thing with those. The 5V or the 5G with the V is the activating agent there, and that's concerning for people who got that.
Yeah, I mean, there were no long-term studies. We have no idea what it's going to do to somebody over the course of their natural lifespan. It's really unfortunate that. I mean, it's really that simple. It's just like if you've ever done drugs before, and you have that moment right before you fucking put it up your nose or you put it in your mouth or whatever the hell you're about to do. There's that moment where you're just like, yeah, I don't really know what's about to happen. I have a pretty good idea of what's about to happen. I hope it's safe, but I kind of just want to, feel good. And that's what all those people did. They just wanted to feel good. They wanted to be validated by the TV and the rest of the society that was, kind of all coming together to fight this invisible enemy. And the enemy also becomes anyone that doesn't believe in the invisible enemy. I mean,
Yeah, that's right out of the playbook. That's right out of it.
And they didn't see it. So it's like, I don't even know what to say at this point. I have family members that are just, I mean, they're still very adamant about their decision. I have friends that are still very adamant about it, but they didn't get any of the B's. You know, they got the 2 V's, but they got no B's. So I'm always like, oh, okay, you feel good about your V's, but why didn't you get the B's? You know what I mean?
Well, and I'm seeing people even I'll just be very generalized and say, you know, people that are close to me, let's say, in my, you know, sphere of okay, I'll just say within my family, as it were. Some who got the V's and got like 2 B's, but are no longer getting any more V's or B's. So that's amazing. Like, you know, got the V with the 2 B's, but now no further, which I do think is good because they last in your body and they break down over time. So I think that's like the best case scenario for those who did take the plunge, as it were, in the original, you know, rollout. If they just stop, you know, could they be all good? That's a good thought.
Well, I also think that there are forces of light that are working against all of this, and they're working through good people that live a life that allows for love to come out through their actions and their words. And the darkness can't even fucking comprehend what's happening. Like, they don't know how badly they've screwed up by just trying to mess a bunch of people up. Yeah, they'll get some, they will, but ultimately it'll make humanity like stronger, you know, because we're gonna just be that much more resilient to their BS when they try it again. Like, I know exactly what I'm gonna do the next time there's a big happening. You know, when it's happening, I'm gonna be ready this time. It's gonna be pretty easy. Just figure out which industry is going to profit from it, and you know, just start telling people about it. You know, start speaking the truth. That's all you got to do. Just takes a couple of us to speak the truth, and then those seeds spread.
Well, one thing I would say, and I'll just kind of say it how I will say it, and you know, as is. But what I was going to say is that, in my viewpoint, from my own experience that I can connect with and am aware of, that there's like an actual karmic structure which involves essentially when you're some kind of entity in like a physical type world, and there's many different types, but let's just use the word physical, in some kind of physical world where there's some claim of a threat, and you have to either ingest something or have something injected or whatever it may be to be saved from that threat, as just a general like karmic, archetypal, symbolic, experiential layer within consciousness, where there'll be that dilemma: do I take the thing or not? And then if you take it, the ramifications of that, because ultimately I think it's a test of like being true to ourselves of what actually is a threat or is not a threat. And if we just believe in authority of a threat when there actually isn't one, then you're in a sense kind of like in a sense doing the wrong thing, and then you're going to have the karmic backlash of the health problem or something like that. Whereas if there's not an actual threat, and then you don't get deceived by it because you listened to yourself and actually had your own inner strength, you then transcend that karmic lesson, as it were, and then that won't happen to you again in the future. And in my mind, that's a whole way of saying that the whole scamdemic thing, and then the whole rollout of the V's and the whole thing was one of those types of engagements. And now we're living in the era where the people who got them, people that didn't, and then like with whatever other things that may come for those individuals, or even others as well, and what the ramifications are for that. And we've already seen a lot of it, but hopefully we've seen the worst and it won't get worse, but depends on what they concoct and then who ends up continuing to take them.
Well, I think it's about fertility, and that is going to be one of the hardest things to prove for a while. Because the only people, like the only way that we're going to find out is like the only people that are going to be having kids are people that were not V'd or hit with the saline. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because I'm actually one of those people that just is like holds out hope that a bunch of that was, because there's no way they could have made enough for that many people in that amount of time. Like I seriously question the numbers on that. That is ridiculous. How many doses did they give out? 7 billion or some retarded thing like that in a fucking year? Then no way. No way.
Well, that's intense too. Throw me a number from the ether that you think percentages are saline.
50.
The more
50. Yeah, I just want to. I'll just be safe with 50. I would hope it's 99. I hope it's freaking 99, dude. But I know it's not. It's because I knew people who died within days of getting it. Within days. They lived right down the street from me. Like, just a coincidence.
They were within what? Sorry, I
Oh no, I know people. Two separate individuals who were elderly that passed away within days after receiving 1V.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah, I know people from the Amish community who were being like forced V'd in hospitals, and like there was all kinds of like medical malpractice going on, and like these Amish people don't really like have a way to like defend themselves. Like they're just trying to like, like if one of their members of their community got sick and had to go to the hospital, like they dealt with serious problems.
Yeah, and I don't want to even say this because it's very unfortunate that it's a thing, but I will because it's true. Dude, it is bad. Like during the whole the juice demic there, they went down with their juices into the tribes in South America, in the Amazon. Is specifically these tribes that actually work with ayahuasca and use ayahuasca. They don't have any illness. They don't have any diseases. They literally live. They use ayahuasca to keep healthy, and they all stay healthy. But these in those countries, the insane government, like medical peoples, went to those tribes and virtually forced them to get the juice. Virtually force, and were very like severe about it. So, yeah, man. I mean, absolutely, just reprehensible conduct that they're doing there with that. And like, yeah, so that sounds connected to what you were saying as well.
And then I think it's been long enough. I'll just say this: I can almost tell if you've been hit because you have this like 1,000-mile stare, and sometimes like, okay, I have this problem with some of my friends who've been V'd where they tell me the same story 3 times in a week. And I don't know how to talk to them about it. We're not just getting old. It happened after the V's. Seriously. They have the worst memory. And they get the 1,000-yard stare.
Well, on the positive side, I've had some people in my life who did get it, but they actually became more open-minded and like actually in a sense, like, okay, in my viewpoint, I do see it as demonic to like either believe in or to push deceptions. And people's willingness or people's like default thing of defending those things, just defending them outright because it's the authority. What I'm saying is I've had a couple people in my life who they did get it. They got the juicers and the boost and the bees, the boost juicers and the the rocket ships afterwards. And they actually became more chill. They became more like open-minded and more like tolerant of other ideas. and it seemed to actually like dissipate something. Now, maybe for them, like it dissipated a fear that they had, and maybe that was kind of healing for them in a way, because they went through their fear of like, it's the worst thing ever, I have to get it, and then nothing really happened and everyone was fine. So that could be healing just in and of itself, even if they got the thing, and hopefully they got the saline.
Yeah, I saw some pretty crazy transformations just go on in people that were undecided, and they went on so they were so undecided for so long that they never ended up getting it, and now they are like, they realize how. I mean, they're just very thankful. They're very thankful that they were undecided for so long. I had this one friend who was just kept telling people that would be mad at him. He'd be like, no, I'm going to get them. I'm going to get all of them. I just want to wait 5 or 10 years, just see what happens. It was the funniest thing. But he wasn't. He wasn't
hilarious, dude. That's fucking. Oh my gosh! I just sorry to jump in, but man, that's great. I just
no.
I gotta share a smile on that one, because that's the best thing to say. Oh, I've got plans to get him. I have appointments set in 10 years from today. I'll see you then.
Well, dude, the thing is, he wasn't being sarcastic, and he wasn't trying to poke fun. He was being dead serious. He thought this whole thing was going to last that long, and he was just serious. Like, no, I'm going to get it. I trust the science. I'm just going to wait for the years. And yeah, he never ended up getting it, and he's way better off. It's awesome.
Bro, that's kind of synchronistic, because just now, before I got on, I was just hanging out with my friends that flew in, and we're talking about our friend in mutual. I ain't seen him in a long time, so I was asking about him, and they were telling me that he has like heart problems now, and this kid is like, so I'm 25, and he's younger than me by a couple years because he's my friend's younger brother's friend, so he's probably 22, bro, and he has heart problems or whatever. And then there was like another kid who has heart problems, and these like young kids, and it just doesn't. I was literally, when they were talking to me about that, I was thinking that, and I told my one friend about it. He was thinking about it too, and I just hop on here, and that's what you guys are talking about. I mean, and it's just weird, bro, because like you're saying, like hopefully they got the saline, hopefully too, but at the same time, like young children don't just have heart attacks or whatever and have to fucking, you know what they said? They said he has to get like a chip in the back of his head or something to help with the heart attack. I was like, that's even more weird. Like it's just getting really sus. Like, and you guys are talking about it right now, so it's very synchronistic. But like, that's fucking sus, dude.
That's the peak of sus. That's the peak
That's
of
what I'm saying, dude.
That's up at the peak of the arc of sus.
Well, you know what's really funny is I don't even know how we got on this conversation, but a lot of times I'll listen to Discord, to specifically Earth Awakenings, and write music. Because you guys talk about the craziest stuff, and like I was on this like 30-minute train of like doing Jack Johnson chords but singing about COVID, and like Gio, I don't know who brought it up. I don't think it was me. I feel like it was you, Gio, but I think it was because we were talking about like hitting the animals in the woods with the poke. Anyways, it's just funny. Like I was like singing about this, and then you guys we're all talking about it.
Yeah, dude, they set up cages and trap deer and then give them jabs. Yeah, it's insane. Wild deer.
That is
Trust the science.
That's so not like, dude. Deer have been running around in forests before humans even like what?
I know.
That's ridiculous. The deers were fine. They can listen. Deers can live without humans even being around. There can be entire deer colonies where there's no humans. Like, why? They don't need our.
You can hit it. They'll get hit by a car and just walk on, and like they'll just lay down and ground themselves on the earth, and they'll be healed within like a week.
That's pretty impressive.
I'm not saying it's good to hit them at all, but up here in Northern California, dude, deer are jumping out in the roads because especially in certain areas, they are all over. And I'm just saying, like, I have seen a scenario where it pretty much totaled the car, but it was a big buck. And then the buck was like not even affected by it. He just like kind of limped off. He kind of ran / limped off, but he was like fine. And that is unfortunate that happened. I'm just saying they are absolute beasts. They are just beasts of nature. And in nature, yeah, they don't like die and get diseases. That's just not a thing. Not in nature. I mean, if you're jabbing them up, yeah, now they got prions disease. They got that chronic wasting disease. Have you seen that one? CWD. That's another one that is like amongst these. They
That
claim,
is prions.
yeah,
That is prions. Chronic wasting disease is prions.
Prions are like the compound that causes the chronic wasting.
I mean,
that means something introduced it to them, though, if it's a prion, right?
Well, that's the thing, dude. Okay, so my understanding is that prions is just and like chronic wasting disease is just a fancy way to say mad cow disease. And we all know how mad cow disease started. They were feeding cows other cows. So where the hell did a deer or an elk or a moose eat another one of its kind? That doesn't even make sense. The fact that they're getting it is bizarre. And the only people that I've ever heard of going into the woods and doing creepy stuff is like the whole satanic panic thing. Oh, and caging animals in the woods and giving them jabs.
These are like wildlife. These are like the government hired wildlife, group organizations that go out and they capture them and then jab them. It's crazy. Like, but I was gonna say, dude. I mean, an elk or a moose or a deer, that they couldn't even eat another of their kind. Like, their teeth are just meant for plants. Like they just literally, they're not like a lion that would like be able to take one another down. And they wouldn't even.
Oh no, they couldn't even digest meat. They're ruminants.
Yeah,
it's absurd. It's absolutely absurd.
Well, they can eat a little, but they're not carnivores, so they're not just going to chow on a carcass really, but they might there might be a little birdie in the grass that they might eat up though, or little insects as well.
Oh, I saw a horse eat a bird once. That was crazy.
Yeah. They will, like a cow will. If there's like a little like rodent in the grass, she'll eat it right up. And definitely insects. They're always eating insects.
Vacuums.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, they wouldn't even eat each other. But isn't chronic wasting disease different than mad cow disease, though? But you're right; they do seem like they're in a similar family. Yeah, these are freak things. Dude, you want to know what's like so intense about though? Like, okay. Well, you were gonna say something, but like if they make these, okay, what does that mean? Like, okay, there's one idea that like in a lab, right? They're like tweaking with stuff. Okay, there's that. But what if these things are actually interdimensional?
What's interdimensional?
Well,
material that has materialized from another dimension into this dimension.
Oh.
So last night, somebody was asking me how the giants came back into the world after the flood, and I was really thinking about it. And for some reason, I was like thinking about diseases as well as being like part of like a demonic. Like, how does a spirit give you a disease? There's plenty of people have heard of it. Some evil spirit put a spell on you or whatever. How does that happen? And I was thinking about like parasites too. Like, could parasites be interdimensional? I know that sounds really bizarre, but I don't know. Maybe it might ring true with somebody else.
Well, I would say from my perspective, to me, absolutely a fact they are, yes. Because I've seen them, experienced them, and have witnessed and supported and been with many, many, many others that have connected with those layers as well and understanding of them. Because, for example, like with ayahuasca, it's such a potent anti-parasitic medicine. It just crushes parasites. And these are like lifelong wicked parasites that exist in the blood, in the stomach, in the organs, in the brain. And ayahuasca can absolutely just shred these things and purge them from the body. And people deeply connect with what that's connected with, when they release it, as it were. And everything you're saying there, like in terms of like demonic and interdimensional, for many individuals that those components are present, that there is a connection in that sense for them, and a release that's connected to that dynamic, meaning that the parasite has like a psychological correlation to it, and even like a memory bank component to it as well, and can also allow for like demonic entities or spirits to in some way impact someone. And when they cleanse that, they often are going through experience of like integrating and understanding what that thing that was out of harmony was, and then being able to cleanse it from their system in that potent of a way, which often will result in like a permanent resolution or permanent healing of very like deep emotional and psychological conditions that they previously had, like either anxiety or depression, phobias, things like these.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've spoken at length about my own battle with parasites over the last half decade and how I've literally conquered something that medical science says can't be conquered. I want to tell my story to a larger audience because I know there's people out there that have suffered like I have, and I don't need to. Obviously, I'm not going to get into details of my personal treatment because I don't want to give out medical misinfo, but yeah. You guys ever see Bible Blaze in here? She sent me a DM to check out some medication for horses, and it changed my life. You know, I wouldn't have really tried if she hadn't just been pestering me about it. And
have you heard the idea that this is intense? That parasites. Okay, let me think of how to put this. Like that. Okay, that parasites release venom into the body.
Yeah, dude, the research I've been looking at is suggesting that cancer isn't even a disease; it's a symptom of parasites, various parasites.
Yeah, and you get those parasites from eating pork.
I would be interested in knowing.
Yeah, any and all factory farm meat can have tons of these in them. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Any factory farm level is just thorough because they're putting them in the jabs that they're giving the animals, the juices, and in their food supply. So yeah, it's just riddled with them. And it just depends on what takes hold in someone's body or what their own health is. Because I think they all have spiritual components. Like I don't think it's just a world of like evil that's coming to get it. Like I think it's all connected to something. And I think if someone has to go through that journey, they'll attract that energy to go through that journey.
Yeah, but like these jab making and all this quote unquote medicine and science is not. It's not the way we think of it, where there's stethoscopes or whatever. They're basically doing fucking necromancy, mixing like fucking shit with fucking dead animal body parts and stuff, mixing it all up together and then putting it in and saying it's some sort of remedy. It's absolutely disgusting. Like you would think some of these procedures are like, oh, it's 2023. Some of this shit is like barbaric, dude. I don't know. And they have to like all these like different chemicals and stuff, like look into certain of them, like they have to harvest it from living creatures in like various weird ways. And it's just like, this is kind of weird, dude. It's kind of, I don't know, dude. The whole thing is kind of sus to me.
Oh yeah, there's some really like just out of alignment practices being done out there. Like there's another one where like there's a lot of wild game in Texas, like deer and elk and antelopes and wild boars. And but the USDA doesn't like, it's so hard to get like wild venison meat because they know how healthy it is when it's not factory farm meat, that they've set all these regulations and all these requirements. And to the point to where one of them, like the biggest company that actually catches all the wild game in Texas, dude, they employed something called, what's the name of it? It's something like okay. It's like electroshock stimulation. So they go out in a helicopter with guns, shoot these deer. They go down to the ground. They then get the deer. They hook it up to a battery with electrodes in the field and electrocute it. Okay. And they
absurd.
and but dude, it's insane. It's like electrostimulation or whatever. Now they do it in the mainstream factory farm industry as well. But the USDA like kind of seems to have restricted it and made it for the wild game so that we can't even get the good wild game to like require this electrocution. But also they sell it, and it might even do this. It's kind of intense, but like by electroshocking the animal, it squeezes all of its muscles and it squeezes the blood out. And they claim that by squeezing the blood out, it has like less of a gamey taste to it.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. And that's what they claim they do it. So like, and I will tell you, dude, I have tried that meat because it was wild meat. I ordered it years ago. I did a shipment. I just placed an order on their website just to try it and everything. And it was like decent meat, but dude, I'm not joking. I completely felt the electrocution in the meat. Now I know someone might say, oh yeah, you just, you heard that was what it was. Someone could say that, but I'm saying from my perspective, without any question of a doubt, the energy of it being electrocuted was in it. And it was a total disharmony energy. It like zapped all the life force out of the meat. And honestly, at the end of the day, it was terrible meat, even though it was pretty clean because it was like from a wild deer. So it had some good components, but absolutely. Yeah. So it literally had a whole like low energy electrocution vibe to it. So
whenever I have to eat poor quality meat, like either someone has offered me something and I don't want to be super rude, and I will be like very blunt sometimes, I'll be like, no, I won't eat that. But if I have to eat something that was done or that was produced through like CAFOs or something like that, I usually say a little prayer where it's like, you lived and your body won't go completely to waste. You know what I mean? But even then, it's like, if it's going to make you sick, it's better for the body to just go back in the ground.
Let's go.
And I feel like, I don't know, a lot, like I can tell you exactly the last time I ate unclean meat. It was about 2 weeks ago. Somebody made some chicken Thai dish or something like that. And I was trying to be polite and I took a couple bites. Dude, it tastes like shit. It's horrible.
yeah, man, I hear you on that. Dude, I just found the website. It's called this place is called Broken Arrow Ranch. And they basically supply like all of the venison to all of the restaurants, like the high level restaurants, pretty much around the whole country. Like uses this one company that are getting like a lot of wild game in Texas. And it says I'll post the link to it. That's the. I know it's kind of a dark thing, so my bad if I'm not trying to even focus on it, but just it says an additional step we take to ensure the quality of our meat is to electrostimulate all animals within minutes of harvesting. This process, developed for use by high-tech slaughterhouses, provides two important benefits which greatly enhance the quality of our products. The stimulation causes a contraction of muscles, which ensures a thorough bleed out, guaranteeing a mild-tasting meat with longer shelf life. The electrostimulation process also tenderizes the meat, producing meat which is typically 40 to 60% more tender than non-stimulated meat. We worked with Tenderbuck to develop portable electrostimulation technology. Why are they doing this to animals? It's just completely wrong on every level.
Well, what's weird is like they've captured that at conception in mammals, at least, or at least in humans. I would assume it's for other animals too, that there's a spark of life. There's like an electrical thing that happens when the sperm goes into the egg. And the idea of just like hitting it with some electricity after killing it, I don't know. There's something weird about that. That doesn't seem right. I got an idea. Let's shock the hell out of it. I don't know. It just sounds weird.
Yeah, it's been a pain because I've always searched for wild meats, and and this is they have a lot of good stuff. Like they have antelope, which is pretty cool.
I work with my buddy doing butchery. I don't know if you know this. He does fire prevention grazing with sheep and goats, so they never eat anything like foreign. They only eat from the earth. And then when he has orders to fill, like custom orders, or he serves a couple restaurants, like I'll help him butcher. So that's where I get my meat. He's trying to build his business too.
Nice.
Yeah, well, there's a demand, like people are they're waking up. They want clean stuff.
I know, dude. It's so hard to get good, clean food. Unbelievable. It really is, man. And there's so much that could be done to improve upon that.
It makes me think of Frankenstein's monster. He zapped Frankenstein back to life, right, with the lightning rod, and plugged it into his brain. He plugged the lightning rod into the Frankenstein's brain, like the deer. Here's your Frankenstein meat.
Whoa. That's yeah, wow. Totally, dude. That's an intense connection there, yeah. And why was that even a popular thing? Why was Frankenstein up in our media? Like, I mean, oh man. Like
Well, why are zombies
there
up in our
obviously
media
was
now?
yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
wait.
There's obviously like a desire for them to propagandize that.
So, real quick before I forget, I've been ranting for the last couple days about like the submarine and the Titans and the giants and the Nephilim trapped under the water, blah blah blah. And so naturally, my brain's looking for more like Titan references in media. So you guys hear about Elon Musk and Zuckerberg fighting, right?
No.
Okay, so Elon Musk and Zuckerberg are supposed to do a fight. Dana White is supposed to be like setting it up. I don't know. I don't know if it's UFC or boxing. I have no idea. I'm worried. I'll tell you what.
Dude, the Clown World fake Mason Shill actor fucking character scene is getting to a ridiculous fever pitch now.
Well, check it out. Check it out.
They're making WWE have the most these are supposed to be the most influential people in all of economics and the world and technology, and they're having a UFC this. It's just the character show is getting it's getting ridiculous.
Well, I didn't even get to the best part, dude. Musk. You could consider Musk and Zuckerberg titans of industry. And where would the best place for two titans to fight be? Well, guess what? Guess what? The Italian government said that they can fight in the Colosseum.
No.
Yes.
It's getting ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous.
You will live to see the day that titans fight in the Colosseum. Just think about that.
Dude, it's because we're controlled by the fucking NSA, CIA, fucking Mason shills, and they just have actors. This is on another level. What is this? Well, that's not my jacket.
Well, I think it's so they're obviously not real titans. They're not like I don't consider them to be like demonic entities. They might be like possessed or oppressed, but like I don't think they're truly evil people. I think they're caught up in an evil system. I think most humans are. I think there's very, very, very few humans that are just like purely evil,
Well, they agreed to play a character role for these Masons.
They do. I'm not shilling for these big titans. I'm just saying they are at the end of the day humans. Yeah, no, they signed a contract, but they're human, is what I'm saying. They're human. They're not actual titans. But a lot of times, they're pre-programming us. This is a pre-programming, and it's going to be a weird one, guys. I don't know where this is going.
They're going to throw some clones out there.
So which archetypal, I guess, god or titan is either person? Who is Musk and who is Zuckerberg?
Dude, it's red versus blue. It's strawberry versus vanilla. It's fucking black and white.
Like, is Zuckerberg Neptune and Elon Musk is Zeus? That makes sense to me.
Well, Elon Musk once tweeted out
They
a
have
picture.
us, right?
No, it's all good. He once tweeted out a picture, and there was like this funny object in the foreground, and everybody was kind of arguing about what it was. And I instantly saw it as Zeus's thunderbolt. Right? It's this toroidal sort of object that has like a bulb in the middle, and it's known as Zeus's thunderbolt. So maybe that has something to do with it. That's the only thing I can really say about that.
Or is Zuckerberg Pluto? Is he Hades? Like out of the underworld? Because I'm pretty sure Elon Musk would be Zeus if he's a Titan, right? Because he has the rockets that go up into the sky, and Zeus is the sky god.
Well, let's look at what they have.
Who would Zuckerberg be considered?
I'm going to see as little of that or even less than I did of Taylor Swift when she was doing her whole tour, which I probably saw about 5 seconds of footage from her concert. Like if whatever Musk is involved with, I personally just have zero interest in. And that's just me. I know that there could be like kind of people could have like a guilty pleasure of wanting to watch it if it's all dramatic or whatever they kind of do. I get that part of it. And I might even check it if, seconds of it or something. But I feel like those entities that are putting out those agendas, in my viewpoint, for myself, I guess I'll just speaking for myself, giving as little focus and attention of my energy feels to me is the most in harmony and in integrity.
I completely agree.
Yeah, you're here.
Like I actively avoided that submarine fiasco, and so many people fucking try to talk to me about it. And I was just like, you know what's gonna happen? Is I'm gonna see this afterwards when I have a truther decoding it and breaking down every single article and breaking down every phrase and sentence and grabbing all the information and all the fucking characters around it. And then I'm just gonna see impossible coincidences that would never actually take place in reality. And then I'll just see them doing actor show behavior presented like in a nice short video format, maybe like a month from now, and then I'll have all my information I need on the submarine.
Dude, that's so based. Dude, think about the spell that they're setting up. Like, this will be the most watched fight probably in the history of the world. It'll probably rival viewership of 9/11, Michael Jackson's death, all these crazy, Trump's inauguration, like all these things that have happened that just got massive viewership. This is going to be one of those things. And so whatever it is that they're trying to do, they want to make sure people are watching. So yeah, don't watch, basically.
I feel as though the actor shill matrix of agents in place and their various escapades are reaching a fever pitch, to which point the human beings that are on this planet are separated into people who blindly believe anything and will put a mask over their face and not breathe and then chant "I can't breathe." And then they're just separating. And now to this point where they're gonna have people watching the show and betting money on it and like believing in Musk and like crying and like, I don't know, like hit pieces on Zuckerberg. I don't even know what's gonna fucking happen, but like it's just reaching a fever pitch, and I believe the reason it's reaching a fever pitch is because there's gonna be some sort of rug pull. They're gonna pull the rug on us in some fucking way. I don't know. That's what it feels like to me. Because this is ridiculous. Like, this is ridiculous. At this point, you have to be an actual retard to accept this shit.
Or demoralized. I mean, when you're in a real state of demoralization, you can't tell right from wrong. You can't tell fact from fiction. Even if you have the evidence right in front of you, you're demoralized. It's a very hard spell to break.
Yeah, it's becoming more and more obvious of what's really going on to so many more people. Seems like slowly but surely.
Yeah, I love it. Every day, you're just more and more people are waking up. Enjoy this time while it lasts. You know.
Yeah, I think we are in the final days, but I think it's in the final days of a breakthrough, and something totally new and way better than the last 100 years is coming.
Yeah, it's like the beginning of a new beginning. I like that. I'm with it.
Yep, and even though there's going to be some growing pains and definitely some transitionary pains because of kind of this whole situation, but there's already been a tremendous amount of suffering and collateral, if you would want to call it that. However, I think the creator chooses these kinds of dramas for certain purposes. They offer different tensions and energies and dynamics. Um, and when it's able to create infinite dimensions and worlds with infinite timelines, it would want to experience one of everything. At least one of every possible type of experience.
I came to the realization that before the revelation, God, the perfect being, before that, chronologically, even though everything is already written, it has already happened, in the chronological order that we are going to see, the revelation of the devil, Satan, or evil will be before the revelation of God. Because the revelation of God is on the last day. So before the last day, Satan will reveal himself. And that's what I feel like all this shit is leading up to.
Like that Dana Carvey when he does the church lady and he's like, could it be Satan? Yeah.
I know we're like talking about how we shouldn't pay attention to the news and be like swayed and it's all fake. But the footage that I've been seeing out of France looks like a Mad Max film. It's absolutely insane what's going on there. It is nothing like we ever saw in the United States during like the BLM riots or anything like that. It is wild.
I'm sorry to hear that, but yeah, we are headed into this Jupiter Uranus I've been mentioning alignment. And one of the things that comes from Jupiter Uranus can be an acceleration of rebellions and revolutions, because Uranus is the principle of rebellions and revolutions, and then Jupiter is the principle of expansion and growth. So it brings expansion to, in this case, more revolutionary energies, more of that, the Uranus principle of rebellion, revolution, overthrow. Like it's kind of like that lightning bolt breakthrough kind of energy that in some ways can like be breaking down old structures, and then there's like this drive for some sort of a new structure, hence some kind of revolution, or and that can, there's many kind of spectrums within that. So yeah, we could definitely see an increase of that, and it's starting now. We're already within 15 degrees, so it's kicked into gear. We're just at the first steps of it, and it's going to be going on for about the next year, so that already fits that. And the good thing about those, it can also be the archetype of a successful revolution, because that's a good thing about it. It's not, it was Saturn, it could have a darker outcome in a sense, but with Jupiter, it does tend towards the positive. So it could be the thing of like, because Jupiter is expansion and growth, but it's also successful, being like success in that sense. So you could be the Jupiter success along with the revolution as well, or some kind of a positive resolution. Like the Velvet Revolution in 1989, that was a another Jupiter Uranus period, which also had Neptune in it, which is what made it even more. It was like the dissolving of boundaries, because Neptune is the dissolver.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, this thing popped off and just ramped up so fast. It's crazy.
What's happening in France?
It kind of like a George Floyd situation where a migrant was killed by the police, and now they're like burning down police stations, looting the arsenals. Like, cops have died, people have died.
They didn't even come up with a different script. It was just the same script.
Dude, you have no idea how similar the script was. So you know how they have like roundabouts at in France and stuff in Europe? This guy got killed at a roundabout called Nelson Mandela Roundabout.
No.
And you want to know what street it was on? Human Rights Way.
What?
Dude, it's unfreaking real. Like, dude, I got pictures or I got video of the kid's mom like a day after it happened, and she's like in the streets like cheering and smiling and like getting on dirt bikes and like revving the engine with like all these migrants around her like screaming and yelling, and she's getting up on
Wait,
top of
that's
police
not
cars with like
that's
flares,
not how
dude.
you would act. It's not how you would act if your child just died.
No, it's not at all. It's really, really weird, dude.
Wow, they're bringing in the dramatic crisis actors now.
Dude, this
Yeah,
is
and
it's getting like is it not getting to a fever pitch now? This fake fucking shit that people believe, like it's getting to a ridiculous point. Like they're like, or are we just becoming more awake? Like like what is fucking going on? Because it just the stories just seem to just be worse now. I guess
the
the
problem
moon landing must have been pretty bad, but like, yeah, I don't know.
Well, the thing is, it's like you're in the same situation you were during the pandemic if you knew it was fake. Like, knowing it was fake didn't mean it wasn't happening around you. So, like, all these French people whose businesses are being destroyed, whose their cars are being burned out, like, they might know it's fake, but it's, like, really happening, and they have no way of, like, the police do not have it under control at all.
The cause is fake, but the effect is real. So it's actually it's a hidden cause. It's a hidden cause that projects a fake cause to cover for itself, which can't fucking arise naturally. Like, that's not something that arises by coincidence.
Yeah, I'm definitely praying for the French people and for the protesters that they'll just like go home and stuff, or rioters, whatever you want to call them.
I know you would think by now that we could just talk to each other as humans and be like, "Hey guys, like just don't listen to the news." And they're like, "All right, we won't." And you're like, "All right, peace out. I hope you do take care. See you later." You know, it's like it's the news that literally creates these things for people to then go out, and then once they're instigating it with the news, with the media, and probably some like remember like when they were like putting like pallets of bricks on the road. Just loose bricks.
Well, dude, if you see the things that they're using in these riots, you're wondering like, where the heck did all this stuff come from? Like, everybody has a weapon. Everybody's got fireworks. Like, dude, I've seen videos of people with fully automatic AKs, like shooting up into the air, shooting at buildings. And it's like, okay, so maybe some of them got those weapons from the police stations that they broke into, but they have enough ammo to just be like shooting in the air. I'm kind of confused. Like, you know, we've got guns here in America, but I've never seen people firing fully automatic weapons into the air in America during a riot.
It's the pirates. It's the pirate Mason Templars supplying guns, running guns, and just smuggling and dealing drugs and fucking changing money.
Yeah, they could start a whole. They can start a whole like riot like that. All they have to do nowadays, put it in the news, and then all they have to do is get some fake people, like some fucking fake soldier dudes, or not soldier dudes, but what I'm saying is like
mercs. They can just get mercs.
Yeah, they just get people like hired people, but I think they're like at a level like whatever the other.
They don't even kill people anymore. They just have fake scenes of people dying, and then the whole fucking shit pops off, and it's like, wait, that was a TV show. Y'all are getting emotional over a TV show. Like,
remember
no one died. Like, no one's dead. Like, that didn't happen in reality.
Yeah, dude.
But y'all are fucking rioting like it. Like, y'all just got emotional over a TV show. Like,
you know what?
It's gone to that level.
What that one was that? Do you remember that Vegas shooting?
Yeah,
that was all fake. There were no
Bro,
guns.
you know how many people in Vegas have guns?
But I think I don't know. From what I saw of that one, like I remember researching it at the time, pretty detailed, like all the footage and everything they put out. It seriously seemed like a completely fake story with fake like machine gun noises, and then everybody running and freaking out. And then they had actors that had little like blood packets that they were like putting on their neck or whatever. So there were people that looked like they had like blood on, and then they had all the paramedics like around them. But I know it sounds intense, but my conclusion is that yes, they basically made the noises of the fake gun, freaked everybody out, and then everyone was running, and then they had like a whole team of actors in there to make the scenes that they were actually filming that they put in the news, and nobody died.
Yo, bro, no. Listen, if it was really a Vegas crowd, they would have shot back. There was no fucking crowd. It was Dan Bilzerian was there. It was like fucking actor shills. Everyone there was an actor shill. There was no people there. People in Vegas have guns, dude. I've been to Vegas. My friends have guns. They know normal people in Vegas have guns. Everyone just has guns, bro. It's America. They would shoot back. There would be someone in the crowd shooting back, but nobody shot back. The whole crowd was fake.
Well, but they have like probably metal detectors, so they don't let you bring in like guns to the actual because it was in like a concert. It was like a concert.
They were metal detectors at concerts, bro.
Here, I want to throw my 2 cents in there. I'm not gonna. I don't really know. I know a lot of these things are fake. I'll just tell you the facts. I was dating somebody at the time whose cousin was there, and she hurt herself climbing over a fence. She's not a shill. She's some libtard from Nevada. I don't think she's like CIA or anything. But at the time, I was like, yeah, I don't know if this is real. And I talked to her. I was like, so what happened? She just basically said people were getting shot, and she just started running and hurt herself trying to get over a fence and got away. And that was really all that she could give me. But I wasn't like, did you walk up to somebody who was shot or something like that or anything? So I think what Gio said is totally possible, and that there were also people at the festival who were just at the festival, and they would just do what any normal person would do when it seems like a mass shooting is happening and get the fuck out of there. They're not going to pull their phone out and start documenting. They're going to leave.
Everybody was running. Yeah. Everyone was running. Yeah. People were just booking for their lives, basically. No one was slowing down to like look at someone that's like a crisis actor. They did it with that one too. The fake the coup or whatever. What they call it? The takeover, the Trump rally thing.
Oh,
the insurrection.
Yeah, that shit. But the police are like letting them in. The police opening the door and just let it come on in. I don't know, bro. That was fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, Jeranism did like a long review of it, of all that footage. I remember watching a lot of that, and those guys were talking about it. And absolutely, dude. It seems like the one woman that they claim got shot, because she was like, the whole story was like that was the last door that they had to break through, and they were gonna get right to Nancy Pelosi, like whatever they were, whatever that ridiculous story is, as if they would let that happen. Oh yeah, you all came in. We're gonna sign pieces of paper. It's just so absurd.
But isn't Nancy like the Secretary of State or some shit like that, or like what is she? She's like the head of the House of Representatives. She's like an important position, bro. She wouldn't just be hanging out in a room where a bunch of guys with no shirts could just come in. That means I could go in and fucking with my shirt off. If a bunch of jerk-offs with a fucking cowboy hat and a fucking Viking hat came in, and they weren't like, that was ridiculous, dude. Like, the Secret Service would have fucking killed them all if it wasn't a planned event. Everyone would have been dead. There would just been a hallway of dead idiots on the floor. But it's just actors still. They're actors. They're not important. They're not real.
They wouldn't even
be characters.
Yeah, so I think like through the news, they got a bunch of people to show up just in the audience, like just fucking regular people, just whatever, But the ones that actually claim to have like gone in the White House or whatever, yeah, those are 100% of those were actors, I think. All of them that actually went in the White House, as it were, complete planned actors. Because there's only small scenes of like 8 people like running around a corner. It was just weird, like it wasn't like it was like a couple people climbing a wall and you're like, oh, okay, I guess they're getting in there. And then like at the door, there might've been like a group of people or whatever. But anyways, at the peak of it, like they had like, it was like the people that were at the final door or whatever. And they had 2 guys that had like guns, like CIA dudes or whatever that had guns on the other side of it. And then this woman who's kind of like a 55-year-old woman, like a little bit older and not even very athletic or whatever. That was like her persona or whatever it was. She's like climbing up there. She's climbing up there. They're not even through the gate yet at all, but she's just climbing up. And then you hear like a fake gun noise and you see the dude like holding the gun. And it's supposed to be that she got shot. But Jaron did like some really good analysis of it, showing that it did seem like a blood packet and many reasons as to why it looks like a whole fake scene, and the whole vibe of everyone there as well, like in that immediate little thing. And that was like the whole, peak of that one too. So I think they do this a lot because they can control it that way. They can control the reactions to get the footage they want.
Well, just also remember how they presented it in the news, and like they would really only show just this footage of like people rushing in, but like you'd never saw like a wide angle there because there was millions of people there. I know people that were there, and they said it was like insane how many people were there. And that was the one thing that they did not want to show on the news, is how many people actually showed up.
It's a good point. They just showed the close-up stuff of the actors doing weird stuff. Yeah, exactly. That's true. But I did see some cuts though, where you do see just a sea of people. So, like,
Yeah, I know exactly what cut you're talking about. There's drone footage from that day though, that like goes up even higher, and it's just insane. It's just like all streets everywhere are just completely packed. Like if you got separated, there's like no way you'd fucking meet up with your buddy or whatever. Like it's, and the one guy that I'm specifically referring to who was there, like, he didn't get in trouble, but he just definitely does not tell people that he was there. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way anything that I've said could give him away or whatever. But like he's like worried just because of what he saw and the way, and then what he saw afterwards, the way the government handled it. It freaked him out. He's not a Trump supporter anymore. I'll tell you that much. Probably a little bit more radical now.
Yeah, it seems like each PSYOP, they're getting wrecked more and more. They're just getting checked and wrecked repeatedly. And each one seems like it has less of a hold. Even though they are still getting people to get riled up.
Well, the globe normies are just like the extreme ones that we meet here. I mean, come on. They're never not going to get riled up by the propaganda, ever. In their soul, dude. It's like fucking like, I don't even think it's like a level of intellect anymore. It's like just an absolute refusal to speak on any normal terms.
Well, let's say for a moment, just from the perspective that, the globe absolutely is false. Could it be said that there is like maybe even something biological to individuals that tend to cling to that false idea? Like, is it a genetic thing? Is it genetic? Is it biochemical? Is it something in the ether? Is it something in the water?
Must be something in the water. Oh, I know what it's something in. It's something in the fucking jibs.
The jibasters?
Yeah. Those things.
The jibberoni balonies? Yeah, I know.
Yeah, definitely the baloney.
What if someone has a parasite that's actually making them believe the Earth is a globe? What if it's a parasite? What if the entire globe belief is connected to a parasite or a series of parasites that they put in the jabbers when we're born?
Yo, that's probably too close to the truth. That's kind of scary.
No, check this out. Find me an unV'd child, a completely unV'd child with ADHD or autism.
Yeah, I think we're on a 0% on that.
Yeah, 0.00 repeating, like flat. No, when I saw that on like an Instagram reel today, and it hit me so hard, I was like, "Whoa, that's crazy." Because I stayed with the Amish for a while, and one of the things I kept telling everybody was how beautiful all the kids were and how healthy all the kids were. But I never used the words like autism or ADHD. I was just like, they were polite. They were kids, but like they were respectful. They were healthy. They smiled. They were just glowing. You see kids today, and they're like got the fucking iPad, and they like can't make eye contact, and they're like skinny and like just look weird. Like children look bizarre to me in the city, but these kids they just look so nice and healthy. And now that I think about it, it's like, yeah, good clean living and no V's. I think you're onto something, Gio.
We know they've talked about like the God gene. What if they have other genes that can implant actual belief systems, which then would be lodged in terms of it could be connected at a parasitic level, which then can connect into the electromagnetic levels of the body.
Toxoplasmosis.
Welcome to Islam, brother.
Well, dude, I mean, toxoplasmosis is like super prevalent in the Middle East. It's also super prevalent in many Catholic countries as well.
Another plant that just shreds parasites even more potently and masterfully, actually, even than ayahuasca at the peak levels. Like ayahuasca can cover at least 80 to 85% of all parasites that are in all creation. But to get 100% coverage, would have to utilize a plant called iboga, which is a root bark from Africa. That one can get like certain brain parasites, for example, that are very harder to get, and also others that as well, the iboga. And what's amazing about it is that even at low doses or even micro doses, it can cleanse those parasites. So if someone doesn't want to go on like, I mean, the actual like visionary level dosage is certainly its own thing and is very potent and very long lasting as well. And so that's one way to utilize it. But another way is even in that microdose form, and it can clean up diseases or parasitic infections or fungal infections or bacterial infections, autoimmune disease, immune system problems, and so many even things like cancer and other tumors, all of these things. And so yeah, it's just incredible that even at that microdose, over time, even at a level where you wouldn't even feel it, even where you wouldn't even feel it, it still has that effect. And it seems to just be able to annihilate parasites, like similar to ayahuasca in that sense. And it's just it's amazing. It just has so much light to it that it can just completely, like, it transcends the darkest dark. So it's able to transform that and release that from someone who is kind of in that state. Like the idea of someone who, let's say they're like an alcoholic, and someone would almost be like, oh wow, it's almost like they have a demon in them, like when they get drunk, maybe they get aggressive or they totally change their personality or something like that. Like, what does that even really mean? And then that demon seems to like drive them to keep being either a drug addict or an alcoholic or something like that. And then if someone works with like either ayahuasca or iboga, they can have an experience where like that parasite cleanse from their body, and then they no longer are in, like they heal from that after that.
Dude, I knew a
Chinese
trick who I'm pretty sure was an alcoholic. Although we were in university, so I don't think anyone would take it that seriously. Like you're just a college kid, like get over it. But now that I think about it, when you mention that like other personality or whatever, that is exactly what she had when she was drunk, dude. And she wouldn't remember it the next day, which was even more of a sus part. And she would even like film herself. Like, bro, she was literally, because I knew her sober and I knew her drunk, and she was like two completely different people. And then I literally knew her so well that like the next day she'd be watching videos of what happened the night before, and she wouldn't even like, hey, bro, that kind of is what it reminded me of, bro. That kind of resonates with me and what I've observed.
You can just take this moment of silence to pat yourself on the back if you made it through the pandemic with your genetic code intact. Sorry, that's not funny.
You know,
Not that loud.
go ahead.
Oh no, that was it.
Enforcer.
You know, Gio, that's an interesting idea. Let's just say, for the sake of discussion, that flat Earth is all wrong. Is it possible that a flat parasite like a tapeworm causes people to believe that the Earth is flat?
Well, nobody believes the Earth is flat, Jesse. We see that it's flat. You have to believe that it's curving and that there's bendy oceans and that we're spinning really fast, but you can't feel it, and that gravity's pulling everything to the center, and it's super super strong, but it's not strong enough to pull the rain clouds down or like helium balloons or butterflies or anything like that. The gravity from the moon is what causes the tides, but it's not strong enough to move water in a glass. Like these are all these weird, goofy beliefs that you guys have. We don't believe shit. We're just like, I see flat. Like it's so simple.
Well, and that's always the case. Each side thinks that their knowledge is just pure, indisputable knowledge, and the other side's claims is strictly beliefs. And at the same time, I could say, well, I see the Earth is, spherical, and you strictly believe the Earth is flat, whereas I know it. That's not really a useful way to couch the argument, right?
Hey Jesse, your mic is super loud and it's like clipping and buzzing. So
I'm sorry. Is this better?
You may need to dial the gain back or something because it's like right at the clipping, and it's like a high.
It's a sharp.
Yeah.
Very sharp in the ears.
Like I turned you down on mine to a more normal level, but even at that normal level, it has this like piercing kind of electric buzz, like there's some like electrical interference or something. Just letting you know.
Hey, how's this? I switched to my headset.
This seems better so far.
Okay.
I think maybe. Oh, someone's got a hot mic. I think explore. We're gonna explore.
Anyway.
So Jesse, what were you saying? Yeah, what were you saying? Where were we?
I was just wondering if maybe.
Oh, let me say this. Well, here's what, okay, let me just jump in. And then you can repeat it or whatever you'd like. But what I was going to say is that as far as we're able to see, we can see, and there's extended planar geometry. Those two things are facts. Now there's refraction, so that's a factor, but we're seeing refraction within an extended planar environment. Because the longer we're able to see, that horizon just goes back. It lifts just like perspective does and goes back, further we can see. And we see that extended planar surface. Now, there is like some optical shifting that can happen very minimally. These are not massive curve shiftings, but just a little bit due to refraction. That's why positions can change very slightly. Just like if you're standing at a bonfire across from someone and the flames, the heat is between you, it can warp the person a little, but it's not going to warp it thousands of feet to the left or the right or anything. You know what I mean? It's just going to perturbate the medium that it's locally within, and that will have some perturbation to it. So there's no such thing as like it being able, in my view, to be able to bend it and warp it thousands of feet, miles over any curve. It's just refraction is something that just tweaks the environment up, down, left, right, which is where you get looming and stooping and all of the wavering that can happen. But it's just that mild wavering. Outside of that mild wavering and those distortions, the Earth is observable to be an extended planar surface as far as our sight and the environment allow us to see.
Well, but I mean, your hands are observably clean after you wipe your behind. But assuming you've looked through a microscope, you probably still wash them before serving food to people you care about, right? My point being that it's entirely within the realm of possibility that a surface could be curved, but slightly enough that it might not be plainly obvious to the unaided eye. But that doesn't mean that it's not slightly curved, right? I guess.
No, it does mean that there's no curve. Yes, there absolutely is no curve. That is 100% a fact. Even if someone wants to misinterpret a refraction effect as some kind of presumed curvature with presumed radiuses and implications that are acquired through assumptive faulty processes. But we don't actually observe any level of a curvature of the actual surface. There's no convexity and there's no concavity. There are the refractive effects, which can slightly distort the extended planar environment.
So let's say, for the sake of discussion, that the Earth was 3959 miles in radius. Would that look different to the unaided eye?
Sorry, this is a total non sequitur, but I just thought about something cool. I thought it'd be cool if there was a bot. Sorry, this is such a side thing. It's totally not even related. I just had the insight, so I just wanted to share it. With the hot mic room, if we had a bot that would, whenever we send someone into the hot mic room, it just locally mutes them and then brings them back to the live stream within like a second. How awesome would that be? It's probably not that hard to do.
Someone should write a script.
I wonder. Yeah, do we need a custom script though, or do you think there's one out there?
I don't know. All I know is to say those words. I don't know actually what that entails. I'm not a programmer.
It has to be able to. You'd have to have a bot that sits in there, which monitors for a new join, and then if it gets the join, then it could locally mute them and then put them back in the live stream. That would be sweet.
What do you mean by locally mute?
Well, like the way the Discord permissions work, if the base permissions of the channel for all the roles that people have, if it's all custom set, if it doesn't give you instant speaking rights, you'll join it locally muted. It just automatically locally mutes you. And then if you then send the person back to the live stream, by default, they'll still be locally muted.
Oh, as if he had muted himself, and so he could unmute himself.
He wouldn't even have any lapse in the audio, and then he would just be locally muted. It would be perfect because then they don't have to move themselves back or anything like that. They would just automatically be muted. The thing that they didn't do in the first place for whatever reason, they missed it, or some people are a little bit more loose with their mic. So yeah, right now they have to move themselves back manually, which is okay too, because they stop hearing the audio, so then they know it happened, and then they're like, okay, but it's an extra step for them. And I'm just saying, ideally, it'd be sweet if it just did it automatic, and then they're just locally muted, and then when they're ready to talk, they can just unmute themselves. Yeah, that'd be sweet. I'm putting it out there in the ether for that to happen.
Super sweet.
What Discord is not good at doing is the filter. The volume of my voice is much, much higher than the environmental noise that I have, but it comes through anyway. I've noticed that with other people. It doesn't take very much noise to come through. It's annoying, but yeah.
Well, it's kind of a way to locally mute someone without server mute. It'd be cool to have. Yeah. See, all these features should just be in Discord. It's unfortunate that they don't just build them into it, because
some companies, they allow you to really make suggestions, and they implement them pretty quickly. But there are a lot of companies like Discord, they just seem to be not paying attention. Apple, I used to be a big fan of Apple. Apple used to be, you could make suggestions and they would implement them. That's back in the olden days. But now, they're just so big, they don't care anymore.
Well, Discord definitely has that. They have a whole submissions area where
Okay.
requests for new features, and they say they'll get to these things. Yeah.
One of them, which one was it? I can't remember. They had a thing where you could vote for. Someone would post, say, "Hey, wouldn't it be great if you could do X, or if you could do this or that?" and someone would, you could vote for that. Oh, that would be great, and you could vote for it. And if you get a certain number of votes, then they would look at it. I think that's a good idea.
I don't know, Jesse, if you wanted to say I don't know if you wanted to still stay on that convo. Sorry, I know that was a total, like I said, it was a completely different topic. I just had that little light bulb in my mind because I think what actually happened is Explore Earth was hot miking, and I moved him to the hot mic room, but he must have just already had his button on the button to jump back in. So he went down there and then instantly popped back in, and he was locally muted. It just made me think, oh, that would be such an improvement to the hot mic room if somebody is hot micing that it just sends them down there and then the bot just instantly moves them right back locally muted. It's like a perfect solution. It's not ideal to have to mute someone else's mic locally because that ultimately is their choice. But if they're on the live stream and they're hot micing, that's the only way to stop their open mic from just obviously being on the stream. So kind of is required. Not kind of is required, completely is required. Because people could also say personal information when they're hot micing that they don't want on the live stream too. So
Well, anyway, yeah, my question to you, Gio.
Yeah. That's what we were talking. If you want to go back to that, yeah. So I'm just saying, dude, it's an extended plane in all observable facets, other than the overall fairly mild refractive effects that only warp and change things within a pretty tight range of alteration scale. And other than that those slight effects, I think magnification is one of them, for example. That's all happening over, like when I say the foundational geometry is planar, that's because the longer we can see, the more the plane extends out from us in all directions without any indication of any sphericity.
But my question to you is, if the Earth were a sphere with a radius of 3959, would that look differently than what we see with the unaided eye?
Yes, absolutely.
What would look different specifically?
Oh wait, with what? With what level of
with the unaided eye?
Oh yeah, there's many things. Are you talking about seeing curvature, quote unquote, or are you talking about if we were on a globe overall in the model they claim? Because there's several things with the sky that don't work for a globe. But if you're talking about, or are you just talking about local curvature at ground level?
Well, just as an experience to us humans, you say we see a plane.
Yeah.
And
So
I'm asking, how would that look differently than what we do see if it was in fact a 3959 radius?
There'd be a sagitta that would block our view from many different things, such as the Chicago skyline. I believe I did the calculations, and it was something like 456 feet. I want to say 456 foot sagitta. So, we just see too far. It's
we don't always see too far.
And then you say it's refraction, and so you're telling me that, like, when I'm zooming in with a zoom lens, that I'm zooming around a curve, that I'm zooming up and over a sagitta down to the other side. That's silly.
Why is it silly when it's known to be possible?
Because that's not what we're seeing.
But if it's possible for that to happen, then how can you assert that we're not?
Because if you were out on the open ocean and you could look at things that were 50 miles away, and every point from you that was 50 miles away was going to have a 456 foot sagitta blocking your view, we wouldn't be able to. I mean, do you see the problem there? Like, curvature would be like very easily identifiable from sea level. And what do they say that you need to go to? Like 120,000 feet to see curvature or something like that?
Right, because you would see the drop. Okay, so Jesse, here's what I would say. If the Earth was a globe, like you're saying, here's what I would expect. When you look out over the Earth, that there would be the 3959 radius globe amount of curvature. If we're going to say 8 inches per mile squared, I know there's a couple slight different ways of calculating it. Let's just stick with that in general. there would be a consistent blockage of objects, depending on all the math and what positions you're at. There would be a blockage that correlates with that curvature. Now, that would be consistent in terms of what would be blocked due to the actual physical curvature. So if it was a globe, that part would be consistent. And then the refractive effects would be happening upon that. So if you had something that was cut off due to the curvature, that is what you'd be able to see. There would then be refraction still between you and that. So between you, you could have some warping up and down, looming, you can have some of that. But the physical curvature would be there and consistent because it is physical. And physics are aligned in the coordinate system, and there's visibility components to how that all lines up. So we would see, so what I'm saying is we would see that consistent curvature, and then we'd have refractive effects upon that. Instead, we see extended planar geometry with a very mild refractive, overall mild, I'm just using that word, that just alters things slightly. And for you to claim that there's some kind of a refraction that is allowing you to see around a sphere or lifting an entire sphere up and making it be planar, I think that is a massive leap in logic and doesn't, to me, hold any integrity, ultimately.
But what if I documented it and filmed it and uploaded it to YouTube? If it's an actual phenomena that can happen, then why am I unreasonable for thinking that it happens?
Jesse.
Uh-huh.
It's flat.
Well, I know you believe yourself to know that, but so far my observations of reality aren't looking like that, really.
Well, you haven't really refuted anything I've said. Like you've kind of just said a couple statements that didn't really have anything behind it other than just saying no, basically. So, I mean, you'd have to actually show something. Because what I'm referring to is, like, you asked what it would look like if it was a globe. So what I'm saying is that physical things, like if you're looking at something and there's a huge rock covering half of your view, there is a little bit of refraction right around the rock that can occur. But that is the same amount as, like, if you're, for example, standing, like I've been saying, like in a bonfire, you're standing across from someone like 180 degrees. You're both at 6 feet tall. There's some flames and heat, and you can see their face kind of warping and things. That's what I was saying. Like that, that's a kind of just a way of making an analogy to the fact that there's like a wobbling or a warping within the, just like stained glass or a magnifying lens. You know, the way lenses work as well is correlated with this. And so if you had a rock, which means the earth, I'm saying, covering your view, right around where the rock meets the horizon there, you can have some looming and you would have those effects. But the majority of the entire earth that would curve away behind it would have no way of flattening out and becoming a visible extended planar surface.
And actually, to defend that point, Jesse, you have a video that shows a fish tank with a bridge in it with gradiated fluid inside of it. I don't know how long you let that rest or anything. I had it muted the whole time, so I need to go back and listen, I guess. Maybe it's in there. But there's some problem with that. There's a problem with that. It's that you looked at the side of the bridge and you were able to see the bridge as if it were flat, right? Is that correct?
I'm not sure what you're saying. When I moved the camera to the side of the fish tank, the bridge looked curved.
Okay, from the side, but from as if I was going over the bridge, from that end, that it looked flat, right?
Yeah, viewing the bridge from the end caused it to look flat,
right,
because the light was curving at the same rate as the bridge in the tank.
Okay, but you do admit also that the gradiated fluid had flat gradients because it was in a fish tank, right?
Effectively flat.
Right, essentially flat. But the bridge starts at the bottom, arcs up, and then goes down. So the medium was not physically curving in a gradiated fashion. But the bridge still looked flat.
Well, what I remember from that footage is he kind of lifted the camera up just enough to where it would look that way. Because, okay, if you have like a curved piece of metal and you're looking down it, like down the pipeline, in order to claim that it's like flattening anything out, you would have to have, in theory, I guess, that camera so perfectly level. It would have to be to precision. And then even at that, whether you could even do that. And then any amount that you lift it up, you're just going to see that other side of it because you're lifted up. And you're going to, because he does kind of waver it around. He's going up and down, up and down. And as he's going up, as he's going up, you see more of the little peg. It doesn't mean that it's seeing around a curve. It's just lifting it to see it at that angle.
Well, the 3 pegs do appear in a straight line, and they're definitely not in a straight line physically. And I redid that one where instead of 3 little putty pegs, I used 3 little copper wire loops.
So you redid it?
Uh-huh. And so you could look right through the center of all 3 little copper loops, which were physically not in a straight line, but when viewed axially, they appeared in a straight line. You want a video clip? Or want me to get a link?
Oh, yeah, dude. No, that's the one that shows the magnification, man. Yeah, that one. That's the one that gave away magnification. I gave you props for that because, yeah, like when the salt comes in or sugar, one you did, yeah, the salt or the sugar. It seems to both do it. But that one where it actually showed magnification to a T. The size of the ring that the last one. First of all, I don't agree that they were in a straight line, but that's a separate thing. But if you're just talking about the last O-ring, it would go tiny and then huge and then tiny and then huge. It was dramatically magnifying. So that showed that. And the thing is, like, salt is one of the most common elements in air, especially at an ocean would be even more so. So that's very interesting. And there's even sugars because long chain sugars are in nature as well, and in air and in water. These polysaccharide sugars that make up the electrical field of water. It's like sugar is an electrical conductance. Oh, I can't say that. Conductance mechanism.
I can never find this thing when I need to find it.
So yeah, you showed magnification in it for sure, which is cool. But I already knew. I mean, we already had seen that. It's not like it was new to me, but you did show it in a good way there. I give you props for setting that all up.
But doesn't that illustrate that a density gradient can cause something that's curving away and down from you to appear flat?
No, there's only can change position very minimally. Just like it's like, you've seen like things that get like warped.
No, I actually agree with Jesse there. I think this is the first demonstration I've ever seen where they're able to actually replicate something, or at least create something that appears to be flat. And there is actually, it's in the thumbnail there. So this is actually like an arced bridge. Okay, and from the side, and yes, he is somewhat up and looking down, but from every angle that you look at it on this side, it appears to be a straight bar. And then you go to the other side of the tank, and it's obviously a curved.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Metal.
I see you timestamped it. Yeah, what's up with that, Jesse?
Well,
using different metal strips here? Because dude, the whole purpose of the idea that they say we see around the curve is because it's at massive long distances. For Jesse to say he's doing this within a foot is also not even what they claim in their model.
Well, I have a couple things to say about this. First of all, the gradient is not curved with the bridge. Okay,
I don't see why that's significant.
You don't see why that's significant. Well, is the medium on the Earth not curved with it? I mean, planes would have to fly along the gradient, would it not?
That is a killer point, bro. That is on fire right there. That's absolutely true. Exactly. Their whole claim, it has to do with the medium that is curving with the Earth, and you're not doing that here. You just have flat level water.
Well, no, it's even more killer, Geo, because this is the whole point, is that he's able to create the globe argument strictly on the basis that they don't use the mediums they're claiming to exist.
Yep, that too. Absolutely.
But why should the equipotential level of the density gradient have to follow a particular curve in order for light to be curved?
I don't know. It's not my dumb idea. It's not my dumb idea. I don't know. Like, I don't know why the globe exists. Couldn't tell you.
But I mean, if the light is going through a density gradient, it will curve towards the more dense region, right?
Okay.
Well, the whole claim that you guys try to claim is that density gradient is curving with the surface of the Earth. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a density gradient that they claim is curving around the Earth and thus kind of pulling the light around it, if you will.
Well, it doesn't pull it because it's curved. That's not our argument.
The claim is that the gradient refracts it along that whole curve. And
Right. It's like a fiber optic channel.
No, that's not our claim.
Pretty much, yeah.
Where have you been, man? This is exactly what people have been telling us for years.
I mean, shout out to Travis because he calls it the ether band.
Right. You're referring to ducting where it actually gets trapped at a certain elevation.
Well, to some extent, yes. I mean, okay. What you'd have to be claiming is that light is going around the Earth, and then one of those mediums is carrying it a little bit further, right? So isn't that not some form of ducting?
But ducting is like what they do with a fiber optic, but that's not the only kind of density gradient refraction behavior that you get. What I'm claiming is that when the gradient is about 0.12 degrees per vertical meter, 1.2 degrees Celsius per vertical meter, that the light will be curving about equal to Earth curve. If it's more degrees per meter, it will be curving tighter. If it's less than that 0.12 whatever degrees per meter, it'll be curving lesser. So I'm not making any claim of the light strictly following Earth curve via following a particular density gradient level density in the density gradient. I'm just saying, and this is what my experiments have shown, that when light passes through a gradient, it curves towards the more dense region. If it's a strong gradient, it curves harder. If it's a weak one, it curves lesser. Right?
Well, keep in mind also that while you're informing the audience about that fact, it doesn't necessarily need to be a large interference. It could just simply be a small one. You know, there could be just a dense evaporation occurring at exactly 3.27 miles, and it could just skew everything beyond that point.
Well, Riggs, let me ask you this. Okay, do you think that over a planar surface and all that things could be lifted optically?
Not the way that they're presenting it. I've never seen anything resembling what they're claiming happens. Like the whole like what's it called again? Like the rising mirage kind of thing.
Looming?
Yeah, like this whole looming property. It just appears to be that something's in front of you, and due to the undulation of the air in front of you, it can sometimes appear above or low or change shape. smaller, bigger, you know. I don't this whole idea of like wrapping around a curve with like clarity and shit doesn't make any sense to me. It's actually kind of ridiculous,
but to some degree, raising does happen with significant amounts of clarity.
Well,
Yeah.
that's why, like this Skunk Bay
Where?
footage I'm posting that I'm sure we've all seen. That's the thing. Like that's what I'm talking about. Like the base foundation of this is planar, and then it's wiggling up and down within a range there, and that's just that's a pretty small range when you think of how many feet that is. Like what is like 100 feet at the most, maybe. I mean, you see that building there. I mean, 50 feet. It depends on what you'd call it, but I mean, those buildings are pretty visible. Even if it's 200 feet, that's so minimal. The amount that's needed for curvature of this type of effect, or some effect that you could see around it, is massively beyond this. Like being able to see thousands of feet or even miles and miles. And this effect here is you're not seeing around anything. You're just seeing the medium that gets refracted and like it's underwater. It's just wavering a little bit.
This is just dense evaporation during the day, man. I mean, I don't know why people can look at this and attribute it to any kind of globe. I mean, any kind of refraction happening here is not even hinting to any kind of bolular shape. What other words can I make up today?
I liked one time when I said believable, and I was singing to myself. I was like, "You're unbelievable."
So I just tagged you guys with a screenshot from one of my videos.
Okay.
Do you see that? The little lighthouse in duplicate?
Okay.
So that's the new Dungeness lighthouse. It's near me. It's old.
Is that's the same viewing spot?
Exactly.
Okay. Same time of day?
I doubt it. It's different days. I don't know what the exact time
What's the temperature difference?
Don't know. But one was a hot, calm day, and the other was a cool, blustery day. You can tell that much by the smoothness of the water.
No, actually, I'm going to call bullshit right here. Look, Jesse, you can't just hold on. You can't just make a video, first of all, which means you had to make a video, and then you screenshot the video. And then you're presenting this with two comparisons on it with what looks like you could be snipering somebody at the top of that fucking tower. And you can't even tell me what the fucking temperatures are? It says hot and cool day. You got that much right. Don't tell me you drove all the way fuck out there, did all this media, posted this shit, got in this chat room, and you didn't even look at the temperature.
And Jesse, the one on the right looks totally curved. Like, look at the left to right curvature. What's up with that?
That's just barrel distortion.
It's the moon.
The curvature of the Earth looks like it's like about 14 miles.
Yeah. Look, I'm not going to shit on you, dude. This is like, I'm glad you're doing these things, but like some of this stuff is just obviously flawed argument, bro. Like, what is this?
Well, may I say something?
No.
Pretty please. I didn't think
so. Go ahead.
So, look, even if you don't believe me that the one was a hot, calm day, even though you can see it's sunny, and the other was a cool, blustery day because you can see there's no shadows and there's the water's all rough.
So you're saying you don't have the numbers, the figures,
the facts.
The facts. We don't.
I'm sorry. Just keep talking, Jesse. This is an inside joke, dude. I'm sorry.
Well, so one thing that isn't
data is missing. But that's all right. We'll carry on.
So, just for the record, ignore the crosshairs on the right-hand picture. I just had it pointing some random place. It's just that was some B-roll from a different event that I was using as a comparison. But
okay, the cool day is out. We'll cross from the record.
No, just the crosshairs on the cool day. It's still a photo. Notice how much taller the building is in the right-hand photo as compared to the left-hand photo. Now, on the left-hand photo, the crosshairs are set straight and level at eye level, a few feet above the water. So that the bottom of that building the whole building is raised up somehow. If you don't believe me that it was a hot, calm day, then something else causes. For some reason, the whole building is raised up and vertically squished. And the bottom of the building, even the shoreline, appears way above eye level, like 10, whatever. Well, just figure how high is a building, 10 or 12, 20 feet higher above eye level. So the actual water on the shoreline appears 10 or 20 feet above eye level.
Neither of these look even close to eye level.
So the crosshairs on the right are not. They're just some random direction. But the crosshairs on the left,
pointing down into the one on the hot day is pointing down into the water as if you were tilting your head down, and then the one on the right is shooting way up over the building.
Yes,
so that one's cocked way up in the air. That one's shooting at the mountain behind it.
Yeah, that's why I said ignore the crosshairs on the right-hand picture. That's just, it was some B-roll from a different event that happened to be a cold, blustery day, and I wanted to compare the hot, calm day to the cold, blustery day, and I didn't have, specific. I don't have scripts for my films. I go out there and I'm like, what am I going to see today? And I film it, and then I'm like, well, that's interesting. That's different than last time. If I had known last time what I was going to see in the future, I would have lowered those crosshairs and done it right. But you know what? I didn't know what I was going to see in the future, so I just. But
did you learn that? Did you learn this from George? All right, rest in peace, George, and much love and blessings. But did you get this from him?
No.
This technique? Okay, I was just wondering.
This is the little.
It's the same.
This is the Kleinspit County Park. It's only about 20 minutes from my house, and I like to go there and film.
Okay, so you're saying the hot day one is shooting down into the, is that, you're claiming that's quote unquote eye level on the hot day? We're sticking with that one, you said. So what's the claim? You're claiming that that's quote unquote eye level, that's perfectly level?
Yes, within plus or minus 4 arc seconds, which is nowhere near enough to account for that much rising. So yes, that is eye level. The crosshairs are projected straight out at eye level, but somehow that entire building is raised up, the bottom being raised more than the top, thus it's being squished. And yeah, something can raise stuff, okay? That's my point.
I mean, under that short of a distance, I don't think it would raise it at all. Maybe a teeny tiny bit, but under this very close distance. If you're trying to claim this, lifting it up like hundreds of feet, I would just say that you don't have these things. These crosshairs are not level. They're aimed down. Because whether the Earth is a globe or an extended plane, over this short of a distance, the horizon is clearly made up by the mountain behind it and whatever that grass line is, like where the water meets the land. It looks like there's whatever those like cornfields or grasses or whatever. Then there's like 1, 2, 3 buildings. So wherever that kind of corn grass or whatever that is there, the brush or whatever that meets the mountain would be right at your eye level, where the horizon is actually forming between the ground and the sky. And on a globular Earth or on a planar Earth, it would be the same, because this is under such a short amount of distance that the curvature of what a globe would be so minimal, inches, that it's not going to be the dramatic amount that this shows. So this is just aimed down, it looks like.
I assure you it's not.
What are you claiming? If you don't have the temperature, do you have a distance? Do you have that data?
That I can get you.
Of the claim?
It's like 3-ish miles, I think. But let me go to Google Earth. It's from the Kleinspit County Park to the New Dungeness Lighthouse.
Inches of curvature, if it were on a globe, inches. So it's not 80 feet or whatever that shows in the picture.
Well, 3 miles would be 6 feet, right? But let me get you the exact distance. This actually may have been from the. Oh no, this was from the New Dungeness Landing Park. It's.
I think of anything between like 0 and 100 to just be inches ultimately. So yeah, I mean it's Depends on what your height was, but I'm just saying eye level on either, even if it were a globe, would still be where the horizon is there, because it's not an appreciable enough distance. Although, I mean, whatever your math is, if you're saying it's 6 feet, then okay, it'd be 6 feet. But that amount that it's shooting under that horizon is way more than 6 feet.
Well, 3 miles, if you were using one of those cables we were talking about, might be discernible.
Yeah, I got my screen
But
share.
optically speaking, I mean, it's just pretty close.
So I go to this little. There's a little picnic table here. Nice little beach. I was probably right down on the beach here.
I mean, is this where you're claiming you're picking up a curvature of the Earth?
No, I am picking up the curvature of light.
That's your, yeah. Maybe like just give your end result claim to this, because I mean, what I've said a few things, but I maybe just if you want to just finish the whatever the assertion is.
My assertion is that refraction can raise things up very significantly.
Okay. And then just shoot off into space, or what?
Rick,
I'm sorry, Jesse. I'm sorry. You do a great job, man. No bullshit. Like, I don't know anybody who's tried to do more stuff than you. Okay, but some of these, I don't know if these are like older ones or something.
No, I just want to say real quick. I'm 100% confident.
Sorry. I'm not laughing at you, Jesse. I'm just, it is funny, but it's funny more because of like the archetypal kind of components of it, more than any like personal type thing. But it wasn't laughing at you. I just wanted to say. But yeah, go ahead. I'll fly with this.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I think if you took any PhD professor, whiz kid, whatever, off the streets, some hot shit, and came in here, they'd get absolutely fucking mopped. And Jesse, you'd outperform them 10 out of 10 times. So,
thanks.
Yeah.
Anyway,
no, I mean, think about it. How many professors ever have to like defend defend the globe? Like they never have to do it. They just breeze through their entire career, never being challenged on the thing they think is true.
Yeah, no, I agree. Most people don't ever give it a second thought. Well, I didn't either until a flat Earth real life friend surprised me one day. I didn't know he was a flat earther until he says, "Hey, Jesse, you got to check this out."
What I'll say is
he still a flat earther?
Invite him in here.
Yeah, Jesse has this friend of his. Yeah, and Jesse, didn't you say you were going to invite him?
No.
He said he's not. He said he's not on Discord or something.
No.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's not on Discord until he's on Discord, right?
He won't talk with me about flat Earth anymore.
Yeah, I'm not saying he should talk to you.
Yeah, it's not surprising. He may need he may need some brethren. So
he's looking for his peeps, man. Help him out.
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
You should bring him in. Just gonna say that.
The distance to the lighthouse is 2.6 miles.
Oof.
And I assure you, I've got a lot of experience with this specific instrument. I've run it on its calibration check routines, because basically theodolites were designed to be carried all over the mountains on mule pack, and where you couldn't take them in to get them to calibrated in a shop regularly. So they were literally designed with the intention that the operator would do field calibration checks and field calibrations. And so the manuals literally tell you what to do. I mean, you could take it to a shop, they'll open the manual and they'll do that. Or you can open the manual and do that. And so I've checked this particular instrument.
Hold on, you calibrated your equipment, not a professional. Is that what you're telling us?
Correct. But I follow the same manufacturer's procedure that the professional would use.
That is still inherently problematic.
I think if you look into it, you'll find that surveyors do this all the time, because that's the way theodolites were designed. But look into it.
I mean, on that picture you're showing, I don't think physics or refraction works that under short distances like that. It just randomly lifts things that much. I think that the effect is usually over quite long distances where, like in the Skunk Bay footage, for example, where there can be some displacement. And I think there can be minimal displacement under closer distances. But I mean, the fact that, we can see lighthouses and we can see just so massively far upon the Earth, any amount of shifting of position is quite minor in comparison to the rest of the field.
Well,
kind of like I've said before, like if you have like with the bonfire thing where, the person's face can be warping or moving, but it's within a range. It's not just going to like move thousands of feet to the left or right. That would, if that's what you're even trying to claim. Like the effect is a localized shifting effect, which is what looming is, and stooping and towering and various refraction effects that all are connected to those processes of either lifting or lowering. And there's a couple others as well.
I'm not claiming anything about right to left displacement. You said thousands of feet to the right or the left. I'm not claiming that at all.
Or up or down. Yeah.
But
there's nothing about physics and refraction that we can test on any level that allows you to see around physical objects. You would have to show that that's possible at the rate that you're claiming to even have a possible argument of how refraction could be causing that on a sphere. And the side of the globe Earth absolutely does not have that and never has. Meanwhile, we see observations that are planar all day, every day, all around the Earth.
How then do you explain this building and even the shoreline being lifted up so high above eye level at not even 3 miles?
Is anyone talking?
No.
Oh, okay. I had to.
Well, I was going to see if someone else wanted to respond. I mean, I already shared my thoughts. I mean, yeah, I don't think that's level. At a close distance like that, eye level is where the ground meets the sky. Over a planar Earth, there's something called the dip angle, which will slightly lower over longer and longer distances. But over shorter distances, it's so minimal, it's virtually negligible. The reason is because on a planar Earth, you're creating a right triangle from your eyes down to the ground, all the way from the ground, all the way to that object, and then from that object to your eye. So that creates a right triangle. And that right triangle to the horizon creates what's called the dip angle, which means that will slightly lower over a planar surface below eye level visually. And the higher you get, that will even lower a bit more. So it's that's why like when you go up in a plane, it rises towards eye level in a sense, and it kind of stays with it, but it's always a little under. It raises towards it on the larger scale, then on the small scale, it lowers just a little bit, like on the actual smaller micro scale. It's like macro and micro. The macro, it lifts up with you like a massive planar surface would, but on the micro level, it drops just below eye level because of that right angle triangle, which is what the dip angle is. And that's what we observe on the Earth. The amount of curvature that's claimed on the globe is never observed, and is that functioning of the horizon, which would be on a sphere like that, is not anything we observe on Earth.
So I'm gonna just give me a second here. I'm gonna do something.
So if someone was going to claim, oh, okay, no, actually the globe is curving at all this stuff, but we can view it as an extended plane, they would have to claim some kind of dramatic effect, and then they would have to show evidence or some validation or demonstration of that effect to even have that argument even be like submissible. It's not even at the submissible level. It doesn't even have the core things that would be needed to even assert it.
Submissible to whom?
Anyone. Whomever requests the submission. of said validation of said effect. To whom it may toll.
To whom it may concern.
Yeah.
I did say to whom, didn't I? I did start that whole thing.
Okay, can you see my screen share, Gio?
Hey, Jesse, do you like Jack Johnson?
I don't know, never heard of him.
Oh, he sings this song called Upside Down. I think you'd really like it.
Oh, dude, that song's awesome.
Yeah, I've been jamming out to it right now, writing my own COVID lyrics to it.
It's really good, that song.
Oh, dude, it's got very powerful vibes. Like, you don't mess around with the vibes.
Dude, I'm gonna play that song right now for myself. Yeah, that one's. I just like. I know pretty much all his music. I've heard most everything. But that one, I know that's a very good song. Yeah.
Here, what do you think about this? The TV said that it will be all right. Just wear a mask, get a V, stay inside for just 2 weeks, and you will stay alive. I don't know. I'm trying to. I want to
Nice, dude, that's
write like a
awesome.
fucking like a
Hell yeah.
COVID song, you know, like just
That's
like we made it.
Oh,
We're
I love
out of
it, dude.
it.
I love it.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Dude, I came up with all those lyrics while we were having that COVID discussion earlier.
Just getting the truth out there and relate people that people can relate to.
Oh yeah.
Because dude, there's so many people that just know the truth deep down inside at this point, and it's just a matter of like nodding their head and being like, yeah.
Yeah. You just want to get people saying, "Oh, this guy gets it. I get it too." But yeah, I brought that up just really quick because there's that line in the song where it says, "I want to turn this whole thing upside down. I'll find the things they say just can't be found."
Right.
I feel like the Globies are like looking for this thing that just can't be found. The curve.
Hey, Gio, can you see my screen share?
Yeah, it's really just not there.
My screen share is not there?
The curve and your screenshot, but let me see if I can click it. I'm not looking at that window. All right, I can see it now.
Okay, so I've taken the pictures of the lighthouse from 2 different days and lined them up so the tops are the same height, right? Look at the difference in the bottoms of the shoreline and the shoreline. Something is raising the bottom of that building more than the top, right? I mean, we can at least agree that something is vertically changing the stretch of that building, right?
If you're expecting a response from me, Jesse, even though I know you did ask me to look at it, and I heard what you said. I guess I kind of feel like I've said everything on this topic for now, and I kind of have to somewhat be stepping away. Like I'll be back and forth from my mic, but I can't really like engage one-on-one basically. So, and I guess I just don't really have even much of a response to what you said there. I mean, yeah, you're clipping different things, and I've already said like in terms of what eye level would be over a planar surface at that distance, like that the Skunk Bay footage that has that effect to it when it's looming and moving like that, it causes like a whole warping effect to the environment because it's like stretching it, kind of like Laffy Taffy. It's like stretching it. So it causes that stretching effect, which is what these refractive effects are. What you're talking about, some kind of a very clean, perfect kind of just lifting, is also not any type of refraction effect. And you just kind of pointing these things in different areas out, on the water with a piece of equipment you calibrated yourself, to me is not going to be very compelling evidence.
Well, this calibrate it oneself is a total red herring because industry standard is that the operator will perform these checks. The manual literally says do this little routine. If your number is within this value, you're good to go. So
it's not only calibrating it, it's also even utilizing it correctly. Planar surveying is done over distances where they can be so accurate in building extended planes and planar surveying at these distances that they can create water flow to such accuracy at these distances. So this is all planar. There can be very slight fluctuations, like I was saying before, but those fluctuations are not going to just change something dramatically and move its position.
But look at what's interesting here. Let's say we assume that the top of the building is not refracted up or down much due to the fact that the line of sight to the top of the building is higher above the water, but the bottom of the building is being lifted up more on the hot, calm day. You'll notice that using the tops of the building as the reference point, the shoreline is actually just below eye level, right where it should be on the cold blustery day. But regardless, let's say I didn't use an instrument I had calibrated myself. Let's say I wasn't even using a theodolite. I was just taking a picture.
Well, I don't really. I mean, those things are just what they are. Like you did calibrate it, and then you did claim you're using it, and you're not a professional. But when the professionals use these equipments, like for building parking lots, warehouses, train tracks, bridges, highways, parks, all kinds of different scenarios, they use planar surveying, which is accurate, to the milli-arcsecond in terms of creating planes and including the ability to have such accuracy to be able to, like I said, like have a certain tilting directions to make water flow in like a parking lot, for example, like a massive parking lot, things like that. So things are not just jolting and moving the way you're describing over a distance like this. Over long distances, there does seem to be an effect that can cause things to loom or tower or stoop. But those are over very long distances. And when those effects happen, you can see like the blurred and shifting of the light of the band kind of being expanded. So it's just a totally different effect than this. That's what the effect actually is in terms of looming. That's why it's called looming, and that's why it happens over those long distances. Over short distances, it's planar surveying, and which is incredibly accurate. And they're not just measuring drops and curves and light bending all over the place in planar surveying. And they do that over, many. It depends on what size, but it can be up to several miles.
Well, look at this, the building on the right here. I just circled it. Look at how clear and undistorted these windows are. If you had seen only this picture, would you have known that it was being squished by refraction?
It looks like you have some kind of fisheye lens on it because, yeah, the one on the left there is like the whole horizon is literally curved to where, like I said, it looks like the radius of the Earth would be like 14 miles. So because it's so curved. And then, yeah, the building's all warped. I don't know. It looks like you're in a different position, different angle. Looks like it's a different zoom, different lens, some kind of setup with that, in addition to a different angle, different distance, because there's clearly more detail on the one. I mean, if you're trying to claim it's the same device, it's not even the same look at all. So yeah, it looks like it's from a different angle as well.
No, it doesn't actually. If you look right here, like take this peak and line it up to the edge of this chimney, and this peak and this chimney, and this chimney lines up to the side of this tower, which is behind it. It's the exact same angle. If it was a different angle, the parallax would make these chimneys appear in different locations compared to the peak and the sides of the tower. It's definitely.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone else wants to respond, feel free. But we could go back to another, or we could go to another topic or something. I don't have much more to say for myself. So
It's just used for short distances. And I built million-square-foot buildings, and I only use the theodolite to turn 90-degree angles. If I wanted elevation or level, I used water. I used a spirit level or a laser. Laser
A rotary
for
laser.
elevation. I didn't. I wasn't. I was shooting horizontal for level, and I was only using theodolites to shoot a 90-degree angle to turn the building for the corner of the building, and shooting long lines. But I was using it to shoot a 90 off of the building so that I had a distance point where I could turn the building the other direction and shoot another 90. They're million-square-foot warehouses. They're basically huge rectangles. Okay, it's a massive building, and the tolerance in error for the roof of that building has to be within, like, I'd say between a half an inch and a 3/4 inch out, or they would have to like remanufacture the roof of the building because it's sitting on a level pad and it's a massive building. But I only used Seattle. I didn't use theodolites to look in the distance to find the level. I used a spirit level to make sure the building was level and plumb, so that the roof could be put on the building.
Yeah, I mean, he's claiming at 3 miles that there's like I don't even let. I mean, that crosshair is just shooting down into the water. It looks like probably 40 to 60 feet over 3 miles.
No, not that much.
We all know that elevation for long distances is figured out by sea level.
Stories are about 10 feet, so it would be about.
Is there one thing on the globe model, Jesse, just one thing that just makes you just like scratch your head and go, man, that really doesn't really make any sense? Is there one thing that you're willing to admit about the model?
That is an excellent question. I'm waiting on bated breath. We could actually
Wow.
get somewhere with that.
Just one thing.
Because I mean, this presentation, I don't think, Jesse, that anyone is taking this as, unless someone else wants to agree with you or not. I don't know. It just, yeah. What? That's a good question. Do you want to answer it? Because someone asked someone earlier. Somebody asked Jace that earlier, and Jace just like trolled. He just said he just made up Coriolis, and he said dark matter, and he was just literally being sarcastic. So, do you have an actual response to that? Like, is there any in the entire globe model? Many of us claiming is completely false and is not reality, and we have hundreds and hundreds of reasons why that are very deeply thought out and etc. and presented and demonstrated on multiple levels. And yeah, so what he asked you, is there anything that you actually are skeptical about or questioning? Or something that doesn't, something with the entire globe model that really has you scratching your head, just like he said.
You mean specifically about the shape of the Earth? Or do you mean the fine nuances of special relativity that I don't understand? Or do you mean like whether NASA went to the moon or not?
Just one thing that you would go, well, that doesn't even sound right.
Well, I'm pretty sure it doesn't sound right that NASA lost the tapes for the most amazing feat in all of humankind.
All right, we're at this is the
moon landing. That's
moon
good.
landing.
That's progress.
This is step 1 in the moon landing journey. It's in the early stages. It's a beginning. It's a start.
But there's a lot of reasons they could have faked the moon landing, even if the Earth is a globe. I wasn't even around during the alleged time of the moon landing. I've got no way to personally verify one way or the other. I'm really interested in the shape of the Earth, but so far, in answer to your specific question, I have not come across anything relating to the shape of the Earth that doesn't make sense to me, but I would be delighted if you could provide that to me.
How, when it's so obviously and directly lacking the curvature that is required for the globe? How could you still hold it when it's completely lacking? Like, doesn't even have an assertion Because like I said before, the refraction claim has no demonstration or validation that an effect can take a sphere and stretch it out visually to make it look like an extended plane.
Thousands of documents that show that
You're coming
everything that they use to build things, to fly airplanes, everything they use flat, non-rotating Earth coordinates. You know, the coordinate system that you guys love to talk about, but that's all the evidence. I could show you literally thousands and thousands of military documents from other countries even that say right in them they use flat, non-rotating Earth coordinates to do to make their science, to make anything work. Jesse,
It's just so wild, Jesse, because you understand the contrast. Like, in my perspective, there's about.
Can we have a timeout?
No, I'm going to say something.
Two people have been taking turns asking me questions, and nobody will let me answer.
Okay, if you feel like I didn't think there was a question, but if you wanted to jump in, go ahead.
Okay, who was the first person to ask a question that I hadn't answered yet?
I didn't have any questions for you. I don't think Explorer did either. I mean, he did earlier, but I don't think he did right there that I heard.
you answered the question. You said the telemetry data, and you thought, well, that doesn't prove that.
Oh, Gio.
Yeah, you answered it well. I told you. You that was a good answer.
Yeah, Gio, I remember it. You asked me, or you stated that there was no evidence of curvature. That's not what my measurements have found. I have found that while near line of sight shots or near water line of sights can provide a rich tapestry to cherry pick from, you can cherry pick concave, convex, flat, whatever you want. Actually, it's hard to find ones that actually match flat. They're usually either concave or convex. But what I've also found is that when the line of sight is high above the water, that's no longer true. They're strictly convex, and they strictly match the globe model. And they show curve. Okay, that was one question. The other thing,
well, let me respond to that then, and then we'll do the second one. Because, dude, the thing with that, man, okay, planar surveyors use an Earth with a zero amount of curvature involved. No curvature. They treat it as a plane. And the equipments that are used for planar surveying create horizontal planes, level, verticals, etc. They do so to such accuracy within distances, like I said, up to even several square miles, that are accurate to create planar surfaces and to validate planar results. So planar surveyors are not going out and measuring curvature of Earth at all. The only ones who claim to do that in some respects are the geodetic surveying, which 90+% of it is all calculated. However, they do have a couple of claims, like the one from the 1860s or whatever, the spherical excess, where they're shooting these old school theodolites and claiming that they're measuring spherical excess. There's some wonky things like that. And of course, in today's modern day, they claim satellites, GPS and satellites are doing it. But in terms of actual measurement of the curve, it doesn't happen in surveying. It's calculated in geodetic, and it's asserted and claimed in a few scenarios. All of the surveying on Earth that is done to build things and to do everything within the distance that there would be appreciable curvature is all done planar. They assume a zero curvature and they confirm a zero curvature as their profession. That's what they do to create levels and horizontals for building and for water sloping and for all of that. Elevation, rise over run.
None of that invalidates my vertical angle measurements, though.
So for an amateur, no offense, like yourself, I'm not trying to say that in a critical way. You are an amateur in this field. To go out with planar surveying equipment and claim that you're measuring the curve of Earth, I don't want to be rude, but I'll just say is very, very far from the truth. I'll just probably try to say it that way.
Well, that's a huge fallacy, because just because someone's an amateur simply means they aren't getting paid for it. That doesn't mean they're not good at it, right?
Yeah, but the professional planar surveyors doing things at these distances have confirmed for decades in their profession, planar measurements, like I said, building railways and all of that, treating the Earth as a flat plane. So for you to use their equipment and then claim you're going out there and measuring the curvature of the Earth is completely antithetical to the entire profession of planar surveying, which is like 90+% of all the actual surveying done at these distances that you're working with.
Well, that's your opinion, but that still doesn't provide any objective reason as to why you think my measurement method is invalid.
Okay, yeah, well, I broke it down in thorough detail, so I was everyone is able to hear my perspective, and yeah, I'm pass the mic. Cheers.
Okay, thank you. And so, Earth Explorer, you said that all these government documents say they do everything as
But to be clear, for the record, though, you didn't respond to what I said at all. You just said no. I mean, I don't like to say that nuh-uh thing because it has so much ridicule behind it. But just to be clear, your response was literally you just reasserted your thing without actually refuting it or backing it up. Meaning you didn't actually explain why an amateur person, it's not a criticism, it's just you're not a professional, so it just is what it is going out using planar surveying equipment and claiming he's measuring the shape of the Earth. When in planar surveying, they specifically don't measure or incorporate the shape of the Earth whatsoever in their entire profession. And they do these measurements over several square miles, which is far beyond even what you're using here. You didn't actually refute that or even respond to it.
May I?
I'm just saying he didn't, for the record, as the record shows. So
right, but over a mile it would be 8 inches. That's really that's very that's a tiny amount, isn't it?
Yeah, and the second mile is like 32 inches. Yeah, we're talking like a 2 feet.
Right, that's the thing about this whole discussion. It's actually quite difficult because over a mile it's just a few inches.
Well,
that's just 16 inches over 2 miles. Gosh, I mean that isn't very much.
But that's what's even crazy, that within planar surveying, they don't even pick up that 8 inches. That's what's so crazy about it.
Have you done that? Have you personally done that though?
It's the way the field is. The field of planar surveying does not hold on. They don't account for or calculate any curvature. And if they were building railways where they're doing planar surveying over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 miles, etc., there would be appreciable curve. And they don't even. It's amazing. They believe Earth is a globe, yet they literally are purposefully measuring a plane every single day of their lives in their work.
So that's not an accurate description of the situation. In planar surveying, there's two ways they do it. One is with auto levels, which are placed equidistant between the backsite and the foresight. This cancels for Earth curve. The other way they do it is with a total station, which doesn't have to be equidistant, but the total station automatically compensates for curvature based on the distance, so it works ultimately just like an auto level.
Just make sure everyone heard that. The device has a curvature corrector, is what they claim it. Curvature adjustment, actually, is what they claim it. That's what they claim.
Okay.
Back to this,
they're not measuring the curve. The device just adds it for calculation purposes.
Yeah, so it's ridiculous.
Yeah, so that it fits it into the model, the WGS-84, which is what the government releases in terms of what they do in geodetic surveying. That part of it, because they do have to fit like city border lines, for example, property lines that are of the longer distances. State lines, country lines, things like this. Yeah. They don't even measure curvature in that either. It has to be added either by the equipment or by the calculations done by the user afterwards.
Anyways, so the surveying thing, but I asked you the question earlier, Jesse, that one thing that would just make you scratch your head, and you said the telemetry data, that they lost it. Well, the military have been gathering these documents. They're unclassified. You can go get these documents from many militaries, many governments. They didn't lose the paperwork. They keep it on file. You can find it. And it says they use flat, non-rotating Earth coordinates to design everything. I mean, look, I didn't want to be a globe. I did not want to be a flat earther. I lost my best friend over it. He hates my guts. Won't speak to me. But I didn't want to be a flat earther. I just took all the evidence, and it only takes, it didn't take me long to figure it out. I said, boy, that's kind of crazy. I kind of started, scratching my head going, that don't make any sense. How come there's no curve to this place?
Yeah.
Why is there absolutely no curve to this place? And they're saying I live on a ball.
The issue really is that whenever there is curve measured, you say that's not curve, or the people who did the measurements are untrustworthy in some way. And so in order to deal with the measurements of curve, you have to basically say someone is doing something shady or measuring something in some way that's shady or in some way doubtful, or the equipment is faulty, or something is mandated or something.
You think we're anti-government? These are government documents. These are military documents from other countries.
Okay.
There's so much paper that you can download. NASA lost all the telemetry data or whatever, but these governments keep track of how they build things and the way they do it, and they're all in the manuals. You can read the manuals.
There are manuals that say that that the military accounts for curve. There are manuals in the military. Sorry, pardon me. There are manuals in the military that say that they do account for rotation of the Earth and for curvature. I've seen them. So, I think the ones that I've seen that say they don't account for it are the ones where they say it is assumed for the sake of calculation. And they assume, for example, they assume that in one instance I read that they assume the plane is rigid and has a constant mass, and it's flying over non-rotating flat Earth. That's those four things, and two of them cannot be true. So we can debate the flat Earth apart, but two of them are absolutely untrue. The plane does not have a constant mass. And what the other thing was. Sorry, I lost track. I'm playing a game in the middle of doing this. Sorry about that.
Just apparently, because the whole government has all these documents and all these military documents stating how this place works, where we live.
Okay.
And they all say they use flat, non-rotating Earth coordinates to design everything.
That's not what they say. That's not what they say.
Literally, there are thousands of documents you can get online.
It is.
And go and look.
If you can find one that doesn't say assume,
just do this one, okay? Ballistic missiles, okay? Long-range ballistic missiles.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to see
flat, non-rotating. This is from the 2010 Encyclopedia of Science and Technology. Okay. Written by the government. It says they use a non-flat rotating Earth or flat non-rotating Earth coordinates in order to hit their targets. Long-range ballistic missiles. You can just look it up. It's in the Encyclopedia of Science and Technology for ballistic missiles. That's just one.
Okay.
But literally, there are thousands. There's lasers that they use. There's rail guns that shoot 100 miles and they don't miss their targets. Okay.
Okay, but what of the?
That's key. It shows that it can't be spherical or concave.
What you're doing though is you're discounting the ones that do say it is spherical and do say that it is rotating. You're just not even paying attention to that.
Why would it have?
It can only be one. If you look at
them,
I've seen the ones where basically everyone that I've seen. I'm sorry, I can hear someone very quietly. Who was that? Sorry.
Why would it have to set the premise if it's already assumed?
Okay, sorry. That's let me get you turned up.
Wow.
Can't even make out who that is. Very dangerously.
Hugh.
Yes, sir.
What's going on with your Discord? Because earlier, you couldn't even hear me, and I doubt you muted me. I know sometimes.
No, I didn't. I turned down a little bit because some people are very loud and some people are very quiet. So I turn people down and then turn the volume up, and they can't hear people. Let's go to my Discord. I just installed it on my iPad, and it's not very good.
Why? Huge anus.
Yes.
Ha 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 ha. Okay. Why would it have to
No, I
say?
think it's funny.
Okay. Why would it have to say?
It kind
that
of
it's
has
a flat Earth.
kind of has a
that
negative.
it's
It has a negative-
non-rotating.
It has kind of a negative, funny vibe to it.
A negative, funny
It's
vibe.
just a distraction.
No, it's just because it's.
I really don't care. This
Okay,
is
okay, you
trivial.
don't care.
What was your
yeah.
What was your
Please
question?
go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Why would it have to set that premise? Would it not just be just as simple to assume that everything works over a globe and that we don't have to state as such? But then in these particular documents, oh, actually, not only is it a flat Earth, it's non-rotating, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. Well, right, that's a fair point, but I would counter with, why would they say it's flat and non-rotating if the government is also saying the Earth is a sphere? Why would documents say that at all? Well, first of all,
That's not an argument. You're not answering my point, and you're just introducing a fallacious argument.
It's not a fallacious argument. It's a good
It's
argument.
absolutely a fallacious argument.
I
They
don't
call everything
think it is.
images.
So
I don't think NASA's telling lies. I think they're just telling everybody the truth. They're saying these are images. You believe them if you like to. But the government
not what
says that everything we create, everything that's invented, all the things that we construct are
none of that
using
is.
flat, non-rotating Earth coordinates.
Yeah, but there's a problem
When
with
I
that.
read these documents, I had no choice but to believe. Hey, I got to believe in science. I got to believe the government. But
Well, you are
not only
believing
that,
the government.
there's so many of us going out and we could see for 600 miles, mountains from 600 miles away. Are you nuts?
No, but if you view mountains from that far away, you must have a high elevation. No one at sea level sees mountains 600 miles away. When they put their face on the ground, they don't see mountains 600 miles away at all.
I mean, they see upwards of 300 plus miles away from a boat.
That's your measurements, not mine. That's what you say. That's what.
What do you mean me?
That's
What I mean? I don't say.
The heliocentric model says I should say. You don't say it. You just believe what those words teach. You're like reading the Bible from NASA, the heliocentric model. You're just reading another Bible written by another guy, and it turns out he was wrong.
He's what?
I don't think he was lying. He was saying, "Hey, look at the funny shit that I can make up. I can make up endless universes and big bangs and all kinds of craziness, and everybody's gonna believe it. A book like a Bible, but we're just gonna wrap it around and call it heliocentrism. Instead of the Bible, it's called heliocentrism. And there's an endless universes, and there's actual exoplanets that we can see. And
is that
no, they
ridiculous?
don't do that. These are images. We took data and we turned them into images. I don't think NASA's even lying.
Okay, but what's ridiculous about there being planets?
They're just fooling people. They're like magicians. They're like wizards.
That's rhetoric. That's rhetoric. I'm talking about they're saying there are planets. What is so ridiculous about planets?
That they're terra firma, that we can travel to them.
What's ridiculous? Okay, so what's ridiculous about that? There are great distances.
You're not lying though. That they just said we got some data, and I know what they're getting. They're getting numbers, and they're making pretty pictures, and they're posting them. They're putting them on national television and telling everybody, "This is what's next to this planet, trillions of miles away," and everybody goes, "I was one of them, by the way."
Okay, but what does that do?
I mean, what about the black hole? That thing was a whole mathematical.
That was crazy.
You know,
what is I'm trying
they
to
even knew what it would look like before they came out with the model of the black hole.
I'm trying to find out what is ridiculous about any of this. You're just saying it's ridiculous. Yeah, that's not. First of all, that isn't a scientific statement, and second of all, it isn't really. What is it? You're just saying this sounds ridiculous to me.
They're just pretending. They're putting on a big movie for the whole world, and everybody believes it. I was one of them.
To what end?
To what end? They get trillions of dollars. Are you joking?
Okay, but the government already owns all the money. Do you agree? The government controls all the money. Why create a lie when they already control all the money?
Yes, it's not that they need money. They print money. They have infinite money.
Right.
That's not the problem.
Why invent a story to get money when they already print all the money?
All right, please try not to
Because
interrupt.
not everybody operates on the same
control your movement.
level.
They're hiding something, obviously. If
What
they're
are they
telling
hiding?
like that.
Let's slow it down a little and try to go
Sure,
one.
sorry.
Let me just say my one thing, which is that
Go ahead.
yes, one of the reasons it's not that they need money; they have infinite money. The thing is, they want us to have less of it. Hence, taxes. Whatever we are making, as they're tightening the ropes as much as they can, whatever we are making, they want to tax as much of that because it's the only thing they can do to slow inflation, which is the ultimate annihilation of their currency.
Okay.
They want to control you. That's all.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, look at my GIF or my GIF for further information.
I can't actually. For some reason, I can't get stuff on my iPad. I'll look at. I'm not trying to be dismissive, but
it's very informative.
I'm just trying to be honest with you. And you got a ridiculous name. I could do some comedy with you right now with that name you got.
It's a great name. I love it. It's funny.
Crazy. Do you think the Fish Hat Boy likes that name?
The what?
The Fish Hat Boy.
The Fish Hat Boy? What is that?
Who speaks out of the mouth of a snake? You don't know who that is?
I have no idea. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you a religious man? Are you a religious man?
Yes, I am. Yes, I suppose you could say religious man.
Well, the last thing you asked is to what end would they do? And hold on, money was just the first one. So do you agree now that them wanting to extract as much of the money we are making from us via taxes, millions and millions, to be sent to a fake space agency to just be reinforcing an entire false model of the entire world in which we live, which then sets up the potential that people think aliens could be possible. Could they do a fake alien invasion? That's one other possible end. And then another end is hiding more land because a globe limits land. Those are three.
Okay.
Well, there's a whole free energy argument too, which comes with the motion. But I mean, look, Gio, I think we're barking up the tree, man. This is the last guy. Like when it comes out in the news, this is going to be the last guy that decides that he believes it.
Wait a minute! Don't be like
accurate.
That. I'm not being like that. You would not be like that.
Well, he knows the truth about the jibber jab juices.
Yeah, we can agree on this thing. I didn't buy all that.
I just don't see it. I just don't see it, man. You don't have you don't understand the scope that they would go to control people and what they think, and what they are capable of thinking.
Okay. It's
Did you take the poison?
Well, let him respond.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I didn't do that.
Good for you.
My family did. I couldn't dissuade them.
Goodness.
I feel bad.
You allowed that to happen?
I can't control my wife. She's her own entity.
Shit. We're never going to get through this. You guys have a good night.
Okay. I can't dictate to my wife what she does. Okay.
I'm
not in control of my wife.
I don't know. I guess I don't really think there's anything. I don't really think there's anything to get through. Briggs said that, but I guess I'm just saying from my perspective, I'm just enjoying the chat.
Yeah, me too. I just don't. I mean, you're going to have people in here that are going to disagree with you fundamentally from on all points.
I think you'll come to the truth about the Earth actually much quicker than many others. I think my sense of it is that you kind of just want to keep things a bit normal, like maybe not stretch out in terms of anything too different and just kind of keep that on the chill, which is actually understandable. To be honest, it could even be argued as a survival technique a bit, meaning that because you could always think what you want in your mind as well. Right. But if you were to kind of be public about it, that that the Earth isn't the globe, it's not ideal, but it kind of does put you in a category of sorts, because anyone you tell that to, or anyone who knows that, is going to then be in their own process as it relates to that, or they might judge, whatever it may be. Or in some cases, people really have aversion and some kind of almost like a reaction to it in a sense as well. And people could view you differently. So could be argued that you don't want to change relationships with your children, your wife, things like that.
Yeah.
But you might just, I sense you'll probably wait until it's a little more accepted, and then just that'll be, but you'll probably be on the early wave of it.
I'll be with it when I see, like Jesse was saying, when I see something that makes me go, huh. But at the moment, I mean, I haven't seen that. And bear in mind, again, just to reiterate what we were talking about before.
What is that? Why is that wrong?
What?
One thing that the globe model that you said to yourself, let me scratch my head. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Just one thing about the heliocentric model that you believe.
Well, let me put it to you in this way. I'll put it to you as a conciliatory thing. I'll put it to you in this way. I don't trust science either. I don't trust governments either. I didn't trust them with the Jibby. Okay, I didn't trust them at all. I thought it was sketchy from the get-go, and particularly
scientific community, the astronomers, the guys that look at the sky and make up stories, or the science, the actual science, where everybody's saying that the Earth, everything we create on Earth, airplanes, bridges,
that isn't true,
canals,
though. That's the thing. That isn't
dams,
true.
everything we build is using flat, non-rotating Earth coordinates.
No, I don't think that's true, though, because when there are incidents, when they do,
I read blueprints, okay,
but when
I've
there are
read so many blueprints for buildings and houses,
but those are short distances, dude. Those are
there's no way that this place is not a level plane. I'm going to promise you that. There's no curvature, either upward or downward. No way, no how.
If you think about leveling off a section,
it's documented. You said you didn't believe the science. I said of astronomy.
I'm very distrustful in general. I'm just a distrustful person. I mean, I'm just a distrustful person in general. But what I was going to say was, if you took a section of Earth, okay, as far as I'm concerned, it's a globe. But if you took a section of the Earth and you flattened it till it was flat as a pancake, whatever euphemism you want to say, very, very flat. Okay.
How about 400 miles by 200 miles? If I said it was flat as a pancake, you would believe it?
No, but I would say that if you
that's did, a long, that dude, 400 square foot by 200 square foot.
If you were to say, I'm going to level out, 2 square miles, that's very easy because you're only leveling 16 inches, right? That's not difficult at all. As far as the longer distances, I don't know, but I don't think.
Temperature is there in like 400 square foot.
The problem I'm seeing is, I'll be very honest. The problem I'm seeing is that when there is
400 miles. I'm sorry,
sure.
400 miles. If I said square miles, 400 square miles, there's a piece of land, 400 square miles, and it's flat as a pancake. What would you say?
How is it determined to be flat?
Well, the University of Kansas figured it out. They said this place is flatter than a pancake.
That's in respect to the.
They went and did all the measurements with all the Jesse's tools and everybody else's tools, and they said this place flat as a pancake.
I think what they were referring to, if you actually were to ask someone, have you asked someone what they meant when they said that? Have you done any research more than just reading
the experiment? I read how they measured 400 square miles. It was perfectly flat like a pancake.
Okay, what did they say when they meant in what context were they saying flat as a pancake in respect to the sea level?
They said literally it is flat as a pancake, Kansas. Okay. The state of Kansas is flat as a pancake.
Okay, last time, I'm a little bit, and I apologize, I'm a little bit
that don't work on a globe. I'm sorry.
But what about the instances?
Not any ball.
So what are these?
I promise.
Okay, well, what are the instances where they measure curvature, or they say there is curvature? You won't believe that, but when they say so when a government agency mentions flat Earth,
so many experiments that have been done that a lot of them are visual, but it's what you would expect to see. And then I say, okay, now let me go and see what the science is and how they build canals and dams and large structures like bridges and stuff like that.
Right.
And I actually get my hands on blueprints for long stretches of bridges that are over water. And there is no curvature calculation in those, blueprints. There aren't any. They don't calculate for curvature. And we're talking about 100-mile bridges, Louisiana.
Okay, so what are all the instances where they say they are? What are the instances where the I'm trying to think of it off the top of my head because I wasn't expecting to get into it a bit like this. Sorry.
Like the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, that bridge right there. There's no curvature in that bridge. Not the design, they did not take into one consideration for curvature of the Earth.
What I've seen so far is that when curvature is taken into account, then there's some reason why it isn't acceptable. There's always some reason why it isn't acceptable. That's the issue I have. So as far as
on Earth that takes into account the curvature of the Earth, can you please provide me the blueprints?
I don't have any blueprints for bridges. Sorry.
You got lots of globe buddies. They're high-powered guys. They can find these blueprints because I'll show them no curvature was ever considered when a man.
What organization? Which organization made those measurements?
They all use the same exact building. They use a plumb line. You know what a plumb line is, right?
Yeah.
And they put a perpendicular line to that plumb line, and they determine the elevation from that. Can you have a perpendicular line to a plumb line on a curved surface?
I don't know. Probably not.
Okay, hold on. You can't.
Okay, here's the issue. Who am I talking to, by the way? Let me see who I'm talking to.
We're talking hundreds of miles. This is how they design and build the bridge. They take a plumb line, they drop it, they use a perpendicular line to determine elevation, and then they build the structure on that elevation. There's a hub. They pound it in the ground, and they use that as an elevation point, and they use every single elevation off of that to design that bridge to where they want to go.
If you had a straight beam of steel or whatever, and you stretched over a mile and only had to bend it by 8 inches, I don't even think you'd be able to even see that, let alone measure it.
Look,
it wouldn't even be.
Dude, we just use a plumb line and a perpendicular line to determine elevation.
What about when we get measurements of curve from orbit and things like that?
This is how all the structures on Earth are created and built. Long bridges. Yeah. Canals that have to contain water because we know if they're not level, the water will just go right over the side of the canal.
Okay, but
all these things that we build and the documents are all unclassified. You can just go and read them yourself.
Okay. Well, the issue I'm having is that when I have seen documents saying that we do account for the curvature of the Earth and the rotation of the Earth, but those somehow aren't taken into account. They're just hand waved, or well, that's a government agency that I don't trust. Some of the government agencies, you do trust, but some you don't trust. So it's inconsistent with how you apply the standard of evidence here. So in some instances, you'll say, well, the military assumes this or says this. But when the military says we account for the rotation of the Earth, why would they do that if the Earth isn't rotating? To lie to us? In which case, why are they saying that it is not rotating?
It's NASA. NASA's like a subsidiary of the government. They're funded by the government. It's a whole different organization.
Right, so the one organization is trustworthy, but the other organization isn't.
And NASA really is.
So, but the issue is the one organization, a government organization that in your mind confirms flat Earth is trustworthy, but the government organization that you believe confirms the globe, then that is not trustworthy.
Well,
so you will be trust according to who it is.
What's interesting about it, though, is that where they say that it's a flat, non-rotating plane is in the documents that are like the actual testing grounds, like the actual testing of equipments and the actual practical application. Whereas the side of the government, as it were, and NASA that tells us Earth is a globe is their propaganda, Hollywood, Disney.
But Geo, that's pure. That's nothing but rhetoric. That's just you stating, oh, that's all Hollywood. So you dismiss anything that
the actual
your opinion.
they do.
You accept it, but when it doesn't back up, that's all Hollywood, and you go from one point where it gives the appearance that you're being very, very intellectually, strident and you're very firm, intellectually honest or whatever, and the next thing you're saying Hollywood magic. In the same sense,
I was very, very clear. It's actually the opposite of that. So the actual real tests that they do with real equipment, engineering wise, is where they say it's a flat, non-rotating plane. So the practical, tangible admission is that they use a flat, non-rotating plane. That's the actual practical, in real life thing. The side that they're selling to the public in terms of NASA and the pictures and all the rest of that stuff, that is the propagandized arm, because they're the ones that are saying it is curved. They're the ones showing it as a ball, because in the documents, a flat, non-rotating plane is obviously not a ball.
Okay. So when I see military documents that say that the rotation of the Earth has to be accounted for, what's that? That's military internal documents. So what's that about? Because I've seen those, and they say that the Earth is rotating, and you should account for it. So that's the point, is that when those documents,
would you like to post yours? Hold on. Would you like to post yours? Because I can actually give you a barrage in the chat.
I'm sure you can. You can.
Take a look at these. One after the other. Locked and loaded.
Yeah, you've got right, but they all assume, for example, the plane assumes it's a rigid structure of the plane.
I'm not even done yet. Here's another.
I know you've got lots of references, but what you're not going to do is you're going to say magic and cartoons and whatever else as soon as it disagrees with the flat Earth. So on the one instance you're being scientific, on the other instance it's anything but scientific.
Look at what this is: trajectory simulations. Trajectory simulations.
Simulations. Okay, simulations. You'll see the word assume.
Hold on. It says right here, the missile position in space is computed relative to a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Okay.
That's the practical truth and application.
That's a computation. That's not reality. That's just math. Math isn't reality.
Hold on. They're computing the arc and the physics using a flat, non-rotating Earth to calculate how to hit the target.
Okay. That's a calculation.
How many times do they use globe in calculations like that?
And this is why they're able to hit the targets, because they use a flat, non-rotating Earth, which all of these documents, which I just posted about 12, 10, whatever, 5 to 10 there, that all
I know these are all good, and I've seen most of them. I can't actually pull up documents on this stupid blasted thing. Let me see if I can do that. Hang on. Give me a minute. I'm sorry. I'm not very good at this. You can tell already.
We've been over these here like so many times.
This one says there,
exactly, but it doesn't really hold muster too well, because there are documents and there are agencies and there are governmental bodies that do say that the Earth is rotating and it's a sphere. But those you don't believe. You only believe the ones when they say it's flat and non-rotating.
Well, you'd have to post something if you have it,
which is a contradiction, and it doesn't make any sense to be so contradictory.
To even start that, you would have to show one or more pieces of that. So you'd have to show that first before you could even argue for it.
Sure. Yeah, I know that. I know what I'm getting into, by the way. How do you know?
This one says
you're practiced at this. I'm not.
I'm just going to read the first two sentences of this. Equations for angles of attack and side slip relative to both a rolling and non-rolling body axis system are derived for a flight vehicle for which radar and gyroscopic attitude data are available. The method is limited, however, to application where a flat, non-rotating Earth may be assumed. The gyro considered measured, etc. So this is gyroscope pitch, yaw, and roll sequence, all mathematically calculated using a flat, non-rotating Earth surface. So
Okay.
this is like they're claiming the actual real testing of these very accurate devices with gyroscopes, and this is what they're. So, I mean, it's in their data. I mean, the missile projectile one is huge because that's how they hit the target. You know how if it was a globe, they'd have to arc it differently. So it's a big one too.
I'm listening. Don't worry. I'm taking in, trying to find, trying to get on Discord on my computer.
And then this one says a linear aircraft model for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth is derived and defined. The deviation makes no assumptions of reference trajectory or vehicle symmetry. The linear system equations are derived and evaluated along a general trajectory and include both aircraft dynamics and observational variables. And that's all a flat, non-rotating Earth. That's how they're actually defining and building and deriving how trajectory works and how these equations with trajectory and aircraft dynamics are all functioning. So
okay.
It's pretty strong, I think, for for what it is. I mean, still coming from a completely corrupt organization.
Well, there you go. See, it's you got to have some consistency there. Absolutely. If they're corrupt, then you shouldn't be citing them at all.
No, I think that there's different expressions of things. The fact that in their here's the thing, in their technical documents, they have to, because if curvature, like if you're testing aircraft, things like this, there is appreciable curvature. So that would be factored in, and they would have to say the physics and the equations, and here's what we have to do because of the curve and the gravity, all of that, but they don't. That's the thing. And so it seems like they have to say it, because it's otherwise it would be just faulty on a level that everyone would be able to be like, well, what even Earth is this flying over? And it would not pass. So it seems like they have to admit it in the technical documents, but out on the TV and the social media and all that, it's space balls and the whole thing, balls in space and globes and all of it. But in the actual technical documents of engineering, it's not what they use.
Except when they do use it. That's the thing, is you say that they don't, but they do. When they do, you say that's a lie. So
I haven't said. Well, hold on. You haven't. That's a huge straw man, because first of all, you haven't presented it, and you just assumed and made a straw man, borderline lie, that I would say that I thought it was a lie, because I never said that. I asked. You haven't even provided evidence yet for anyone to even say it's a lie too. Plus, I never claimed it was a lie or even indicated that would be my response to any document you post. You were going to say you were going to post some that would show curvature, that they say they use curvature. So, but I just haven't seen one yet.
So I can't do that and talk at the same time and keep in the conversation. I would have to leave for about 10 minutes and come back in. Let me see here. I'm not even. I hate this interface.
I mean, it's not about convincing anyone in my viewpoint. So I'm just asserting my viewpoint, my understanding of it.
Right. And it's about having a better argument, though.
So I just think this is a very, very strong argument that in many of these NASA documents that are all engineering and technical documents, they specifically claim that the reference system they're using is a planar, flat, non-rotating Earth. I think that is very, very telling.
They say lots of other things. There's everything else they say. Like they say the vehicle's of constant mass, don't they?
I mean, I've never
said the vehicle's a constant mass, which it isn't, and it's also rigid, which it isn't.
I've never said that all of NASA is deception. I think
you have to cherry pick, Geo. That's the problem.
No, it's a mixture, because they, just like major news, the governments, the politicians, they have to mix lies with truth. That's always how they
you
do
are
it. So there's some
excusing.
things that are true. For example, like some of the weather data that NASA does is accurate. So there's certain things that are accurate because they have to be.
What you're doing is excusing you're excusing the fact that you're cherry picking by saying they have to do this and they have to do that. Who said they have to do that? You just invented that whole thing that they have to do this, they have to do this, and they have to do that. They have to lie, but sometimes they have to tell the truth. That's not even a thing. I don't know where you got that from. You're just making that up. You're just saying that. You're just saying those words. They have to do this. Who says they have to do that? Whoever said that?
Relax, dude. You're getting pretty toxic. It's strange. You're completely.
I'm not getting
I
toxic.
don't know. I don't know if you're deluded or what, but I never said any of those words. And then you keep all you're doing, dude. You're not even rebutting anything or doing anything. You're mocking a make-up story of something that I'm not even saying. It's really bizarre. Like I don't even know where to go in the conversation. It's like
because I'm challenging you, so now you're getting upset. I don't mean to get you upset, but I am challenging you. Before I was agreeing with you. Now I'm challenging you. So you're treating me differently because I'm challenging you.
All right, let me be very, very clear. The truth of the scenario, in my viewpoint, is absolutely. Please don't interrupt me, and I'll let you go as long as you want. The entire organization of NASA, and I've always thought this since all of my journey for years, and everything, is that they are an organization that has a lot of deception and complete fabrication. But there are certain parts of their organization that are true. That is how all of these things work, in my viewpoint. Mainstream media, the news, the politics, it all functions in this way. So, yes, I do think, of course, in my viewpoint, the Earth is a stationary, non-rotating planar surface. So the fact that NASA themselves, when they're actually testing these equipments, have to admit that, I do think is a very strong argument. I never made a claim that all of NASA is deceptions, because that's not ever been what I've thought. A huge portion of it is, however.
Okay. So I don't want to get you to the point where you're getting mad at me because I'm not insulting you. I'm not doing anything. I'm not telling you that you're lying. I'm not telling you that you have some virus, which is what you did before, by the way.
No, it's just that you were blatantly making up things that I never said.
Before,
you were like monologuing and just straw manning. So that's all.
You said earlier that people who believe in the globe must have some kind of virus. So
no, I don't.
That's funny.
We may have been joking. No. What it was? No. It's more so. It's a parasite that is in the jibber jabs.
So I have a parasite.
Dude, you're interrupting. Please just stop interrupting. I'll let you speak as long as you want, but at least just don't interrupt. But go ahead if you want to go first.
So I have a parasite.
No, what I said earlier is the idea that the globe could actually be a parasite that is given in the jabs when we're children. Yeah.
Okay, except I wasn't jabbed. Okay, I did get those jabs. Everyone did. If I had the choice, I still would probably have because I wouldn't want whooping cough or whatever. But no, I'm sorry, but I'm trying to look up the reference and I can't for the life of me. What I'm not good at is doing this stuff on the fly. I get flustered and I can't think.
And that's what makes it so interesting to talk to you. Hugh. It's always interesting to talk to you because you're an anti-jabber, but you still believe in the ball, and it's one of those things that makes you interesting to talk to because it's like, wait a minute, big contradiction, man, big contradiction. It doesn't seem like there's too many anti-jabbers. I mean, how many globe friends do you have that are also anti-jabbers?
I know several. You'd be surprised.
Really?
But like I said to you before, I couldn't.
That's really.
It's like a microcosm versus macrocosm, like the Earth is the macro and then the body's the micro, and they have the micro, but the macro is still out of alignment.
Right? They like to own both of them.
Here's the thing. I talk to all kinds of people in my daily life. Obviously, you do too. It's very rarely black and white. I'm by default, I would suppose I'd call myself a Republican, but I don't like guns, and I don't like big oil, and etc. 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 So people are nuanced. Sure. But most of the people I know, if they did take the jab, they had to for their work. And the people that I knew,
which is crazy, right? I mean, that's crazy.
That's. Have you seen? If you've been watching anything recently, people are saying, "Oh, yeah, we messed up," and I think it was one of the Canadian politicians. I think it was for not Manitoba. It was for Alberta. She was the governor of Alberta, and she was like, "Yeah, we're really sorry. We did. The
anti-vaxxers terribly. Some people were fired, some people were fined, some people were jailed. Nurses were fined, and doctors were fired. All that sort of stuff that went down there, that was just criminal. You talk about reparations. I want reparations for those people. So
yeah, exactly.
Just to jump back.
Yeah.
Just to kind of, I wanted to ask one thing. Okay, so these NASA documents that say a flat, non-rotating Earth, the thing is that we both are going to agree that it's contradictory from NASA, because they're saying flat, non-rotating Earth here, but they're showing us a sphere in space, right, with pictures, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
that's all I'm saying. It's a contradiction.
So now, hold on, let me just finish. We'll just go back and forth. So you agree with me that NASA themselves are self-contradictory within their own organization?
I don't know if I would say that. What I would probably say, again, not having the documents and not knowing, not being able to consult someone who can read them for me and say, oh, this is what we meant by this, or whatever. If they say, what I have seen is that it's assumed, for example, with the plane example of it being a rigid body with a constant mass, and neither of those things are true. No plane has a rigid body. No plane flies with a constant mass. It changes constantly. And so that's from the last time I looked at this, and it has been a little while. It has been a while since I talked to people in here. So I'm a little bit rusty. I've been doing a lot of other stuff. But it is the case that they do assume things, and one of the things that they assume is they say it's just a flat, non-rotating surface. So, but they also assume it's also that it's rigid and constant mass, and none of those things are actually true.
Well, it says here on this one, equations of motion. The helicopter equations of motion are given in body axis with respect to a flat, non-rotating Earth. The helicopter is considered a rigid body with mass symmetry about the x to the h minus x minus, I can't even see what that is, a z to the h plane. The effects due to the engine angular momentum are neglected. Translational acceleration. So they go through all of these calculations, all based, like the technical side of it is based on as they call it, a flat, non-rotating Earth. So, I mean, we would have to just agree logically that NASA themselves are contradicting themselves on these documents that are official documents from them, multiple of them saying flat, non-rotating Earth over and over. But obviously we know that NASA claims Earth is a globe with a circumference floating in a vacuum with a moon out there, and you can orbit around it and all of that. So it's already self-contradictory. And my reason for it was to say that on the technical side, they have to admit the truth. And then on the propaganda side, they're just pumping pictures of globes. And so, but you reacted to that. So if you want to respond to why, because that does seem like a very logical conclusion in my mind.
Right. Well, I've seen documents that are not meant for public consumption, and they have said that the Earth is a sphere, and they have said the Earth is rotating. And so what's happened is, if you get hold of just the documents that say if you just type in flat non-rotating Earth, you'll find all the documents. But if you type in rotating planet, military, you type those words in, you'll find, I don't know if you'll find more.
No, wait a minute. It's not that easy. We're talking about technical manuals here. Wait a minute. We're talking about technical manuals here. Like a pilot is trained to treat the Earth as stationary and flat. That's what a pilot does. He never assumes a turning Earth. And the atmosphere wouldn't even be in lockstep, so it doesn't work anyway. But I mean, left leaning here will say he never worries about curvature or any kind of spin or anything. Those are the technical manuals.
Is it possible that you guys are simply misinterpreting what it means by flat non-rotating, or misinterpreting the context? Well, that's what I'm saying. Is that possible?
How can you misinterpret that?
With all due respect, I already know like the best argument for this on your side.
If you did, you wouldn't be making your argument in the first place, then.
No, because the argument's not good enough. That's the thing.
So show your cards, Captain.
I appreciate the positivity.
Well, Hugh didn't post any that said it was a sphere, like technical documents. So I don't know. Hugh,
because I'm awful at this, and I apologize. When it really gets into the thick of it, I kind of fall apart. So I apologize.
What difference would it make if he did, though?
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know.
Well, if it was a technical manual saying, here's what you do when you're in a plane. Now, the Earth is totally spinning, so you're going to have to totally account for the spinning because you're going to have to be going the same tangential speed as you go over that gradient towards either the equator or away from it. And it's going to be really tricky because you have to be in sync with the Earth, so you can treat it as if it's totally stationary when you land, and which would be very tricky, in fact, impossible if it was actually spinning. So good luck, even though all your flight simulators trained you to just treat it as completely stationary and level, which they all do.
Well, the problem though is you misunderstand how flying on a rotating
Oh,
globe
yeah,
would work, and you think you would have to
Okay, go
account
ahead.
for all that. And so my
Oh,
question
yeah?
then would be,
You do?
why would
You
you?
do?
Why would that have
Left
to
lane
happen?
doesn't. Left lane doesn't account for any of that.
No,
You
but
can
you
pilot.
think you should. You think you should, and my question is why.
Well, if it's like if I came out with a video game, like I always say, if I came out with a video game, tomorrow I went to this guy that plays video games all the time. Like this Earth is like totally spinning in this video game, and you're flying through cities, and you have to make sure that you're in sync with the Earth, and all these things that are totally like exactly like they say the Earth rotates, same rate, but then you have to make sure you're like speeding up sideways as you're landing faster than the speed you're going forward, and all these things that would have to be the case. And then
So
and
don't.
then there's another video game where it's totally like the flight simulators that they train pilots in, and it's stationary and level, nothing moves. But
Okay.
what the weird thing is, it's the exact same video game. There's no difference with the dynamics whatsoever. Now, if you believe
Over,
that, I don't know. I can't help you.
if you're flying over a globe, basically you're flying so slow and so low to the ground that you can treat it as a flat and non-rotating because the rotational speed is so slow and your height from the floor is so low. Once you get
Well, I don't know.
way above
Well,
those,
wait a minute,
then you change the game.
You're taking off at a latitude of 500 miles per hour eastward. That means you
Right.
have to automatically assume that your plane is moving with the Earth when it takes off 500 miles per hour eastward. That's not
Of course
slow.
it would. Of course it would. If you were on a aircraft carrier and you take off on an aircraft carrier, the aircraft carrier is moving forwards at 20 knots or whatever, right? And your plane takes off at 200 knots. You're doing 220 knots.
Yeah, even the slightest movement of an aircraft carrier when they land, they have to have special training because even the slightest movement of being out of sync and not in line with that aircraft, they have to turn around sometimes if they're not in perfect alignment with it.
So
and it would be such a huge extreme worse if the Earth were rotating than landing on an aircraft carrier.
That's false though. That's demonstrably false because the
No,
Earth's
it's not
rotational
demonstrably
speed.
false. You believe it to be false, but it's not.
You're asserting it. What I'm saying is you're asserting that to be true. However, if the Earth is rotating very very slowly relative to everything else, so if you're in an airplane and you take off, and then what you have to do then, your perspective is you have to just basically just say it's crazy the distances and the forces. It's impossible to. You have to do that instead of actually calculating it. If you take off north.
Manuals?
If you take
Do
off,
you have the technical manuals for this? Everything you just described. Do you have the technical manuals you can show me, please?
Yeah, if you could,
Yes.
I mean, because all the assertions without actually having any documentation is
Over into the chat, please. I want to check this out.
Thank you. New perspective. If you could do that, if you could show,
Listen,
if you could
the
show us
bottom
why
line,
that's ridiculous and that it's impossible, then
well,
please
I'm not
provide
saying it's
those
impossible.
documents.
I'm saying even if it was slightly different, it would be a big deal.
Why?
Well, let me
because aircraft carriers take special training, and it's only slightly.
No.
different.
I'm talking about an airplane that takes off.
Yeah.
Let's say I'm near Atlanta, right, Hartsfield. It takes off at Hartsfield and it lands at Heathrow Airport. Okay, in the distance that it takes, it goes around the curve of the Earth, and then if it's landing a different latitude, right, it's going to have to land from a different position. It's not like the Earth is spinning, like 10,000 miles an hour. The plane,
No,
that's not
but it's
what's
spinning at a
going on.
different rate than where the plane took off. Even if
Yes, but
the
that
plane
was
took off and went
5
back
hours.
to land right back where it started from, it would
Okay,
be a
but that
problem.
was 6. That would be 6 hours ago. So it would change
No, I'm
by that
talking
much
about
in
even
6
if
hours'
it took
time.
off and turned right back around and tried to land right where it took off from, there'd be a problem.
Yes. No, it
There'd be a
wouldn't
problem
because
automatically. Yeah, because it's not in
why?
sync with the Earth automatically. Well, there's a lot of reasons. You want me to go through them? First of all, the atmosphere is not even claimed to be in perfect lockstep because there's fluid dynamics. So
There's
automatically,
wind.
it's not lockstep. And when you get to a certain altitude, you're going to have to be spinning faster than the Earth is spinning, because it's a greater circle, right? It's a higher altitude. So it would be
you're
out
in
of
the
sync
same frame of
just the
reference.
fact that you go high enough. These are all true. Now, if
Yeah,
you go
no.
from 500 mile per hour latitude to 1,000 miles per hour, it's going to be a 500 mile per hour difference in the place you took off from than the place you land from. Now, you could be
No.
one of the ballers that says you incrementally over 6 hours,
Yes.
adjust for it, right? But then other ballers say, no, you don't have to worry about it. The atmosphere takes care of it for you. So which one is it?
It's so minuscule. You're inventing this massive problem. It's a straw man. It's a minuscule difference. When you consider that if you take off from one position and then land in another position, there's hours in between. Plus, you're flying through air, so you're flying through wind. And if you have how do planes fly? How do planes land when there's high winds? They somehow
So that's a
manage
totally
it.
different thing.
It's the same
tendency
thing.
on your side is to
Hey
just
guys,
mix it in with the wind.
hold on. You guys got to share the mic. Hold on, you guys got to let some other people talk.
Yeah, I've done this argument many times to you. I can send you the recording.
I don't
hold on a second.
There's no technical manuals telling you to account for spin, so that's what we're talking about.
He's still
No,
talking.
it's just no, dude. It's just a lot of points are being made. I just want to be able to give everyone a time to respond as well.
I'm done. Yeah, I'm good.
I'm not saying be done. I'm just saying just give me like 20 seconds.
No, I know.
Just give me like 20
I think there's a lot of assumptions on Hughes' part, but go ahead.
But yeah, let's slow it down a little, and then yeah, dude, you can totally go next. I just wanted to say 20 seconds real quick because I just posted something. I just wanted to read it. NASA's reference publication number 1207, entitled "Derivation and Definition of a Linear Aircraft Model Assumes the Earth is Flat and Non-Rotating." Produced in August 1988, the publication details obscure concepts such as rotational acceleration and Earth relative velocity, or to a layman, how planes lift off, fly over, and land upon the Earth. Immediately following the cover page and index on the very first line under summary, we can see this, in quotes. This report documents the derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. The very same line appears again in the introduction, second paragraph, and again under concluding remarks, page 30. And finally, on the report document page 102, section 16, here's the entire link to the report, and it has the link as a nasa.gov PDF. So that is NASA fully laying out how the liftoff, it says right, the even word liftoff, fly over and land upon the Earth, how planes do this over the flat, non-rotating Earth.
Okay, the problem you have is that you ignore the line linear aircraft model for rigid aircraft of constant mass flying. Okay, so those two things are not true. So
I haven't actually heard you address that once.
What you're doing is
like literally, dude,
that
you're just
in
saying
order to get
it's
to the
not
flat
true.
non-rotating.
You can't just say it's not true.
Okay, so our aircrafts are rigid, completely, totally rigid, and have constant mass. Is that true?
NASA. We're just going based off what we're reading, man.
Yes, exactly. But is that true?
Yes. Have you been on an aircraft? It's quite a rigid craft, and it's able
No,
to
they're
take
not.
you.
The aircrafts are rigid.
Hold on. You guys, let's not interrupt. Just give each other time to speak. Aircraft are definitely massive, rigid metal devices. Yes.
No, they are not. There's flex in aircraft.
What is your argument? What's the problem with they're just saying a rigid aircraft, which means that it's not like a bendy, warpy thing. I mean, yeah, metal is obviously going to flex a little.
Right. So it isn't rigid, nor is it constant mass.
So what is your argument that NASA's wrong in this, or
no? Because you're assuming you're basically saying
and they're wrong.
You're focusing on the words flat, non-rotating Earth because someone did a Google search and typed those words in and found every document that has those words and says, "Aha, look." Okay, the problem is that in this reference publication, whatever, it says that the aircraft is also rigid and has a constant mass, and those two things aren't true. So in that respect, the flat, non-rotating Earth also is not true.
Okay,
because it would state that one of these things is true and one isn't.
Those are NASA documents.
Hold on. Let me make sure I understand your argument.
Yes.
I'm going to read that line again. It's in the thing. It says, this report documents the derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right.
That's
the next one.
Hold on. Let me finish. That's what it says, and then you can respond, and I won't interrupt. That's what it says. You're now claiming that the words rigid aircraft of constant mass are not true? Or what is your argument there with those? Rigid aircraft with constant mass. I don't see any problem with that. Rigid means it is a metal, in general, it's not made out of, pasta. Like it is a rigid device, a craft and aircraft, obviously. And then with constant mass, yeah, I mean, mass is like a whole theoretical concept, but the weight of it, the density, which is connected to the concept of mass, yes, of course, it maintains quite similar. Changes a little at altitudes, but not anything massive over a flat, non-rotating Earth. So, what is your actual argument?
My argument is that though none of those things are true, those are elements that they introduce to make the calculations very, very simple. When you actually fly planes and actually do the actual work, according to the people that I've spoken to, and I've spoken to 2 pilots, according to those people and other people, I won't go into that, but according to those people, yeah, that's the things that are assumed here. Oh, we don't, for example, the claim that pilots should have to dip their nose down and they don't, therefore the Earth is flat. Okay, those things aren't true either.
Documents. You don't trust them.
Yeah.
What are you doing? You don't even trust.
He's running away.
Yeah.
So are you?
Because they're all missing what he's saying. He's saying that he said it simply, but it was the most important piece of what he said. It was that these are assumptions made. These are assumptions. Hang on, let me finish. These are assumptions made by the people who wrote the manual that complicate things in an irrelevant way, right? So when he said they're not true, he means they're not true in the sense that they're not literally true.
Like real life.
Right. So, for instance, hang on.
That's your argument. That's your argument.
Come to NASA and write our documents. We want the smartest.
Yes, Gio. That is the argument.
You guys, we gotta talk. We gotta talk one at a time.
Spend trillions of dollars on.
We have to talk one at a time. Okay, real quick. I'll go first. Just short. You're telling me that this is the argument that you've been like cooking for the last like hour and a half, like just ready to unleash.
It means they're not true in a literal sense.
What do you think is wrong with that argument?
Hold
on. Let me just say his last thing. Hold on. No one else talk. Okay, Negator, we'll give you the floor to go ahead and lay it out. Go ahead.
Okay. So number one, I take issue with you mocking my response, Gio. I don't appreciate that. Okay. That
you ain't heard from me yet.
Number two, when I say there are assumptions that complicate matters, what you should then do is look at all the assumptions and say, is this literally true? Or is it something that shouldn't matter? So, for instance, when it says they're of constant mass, of course they're not of constant mass because they lose fuel over time, right? Loss of fuel means loss of mass. It's not constant, right? So then you have to think, well, if it says it's constant, but I know in reality it's not constant, what could that mean? So why haven't you asked yourself that question?
Can I say something? I don't want to get banned.
Can I retort?
What this is?
These
linear aircraft models. There are many of them. I know nothing about them, but there are many of them. One for this, one for that. What this is a linear aircraft model space for the rigid aircraft of flying over a non-rotating Earth. It's a specific linear aircraft model. It says in the following paragraph right below it, there is a need for the derivation and definition, which is what this entire document is, of a linear aircraft model of which is rigid and flat over a non-rotating Earth. They did this because there is use for it in communication, training, and various applications. Nowhere in this does it say because the Earth is actually like this. It is a model of which there's probably thousands or millions of that I don't know a single one. This is over. That's it. Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Missiles use non-rotating Earth coordinates to hit their targets. So it's a rigid body. It's a rocket. That's the whole reason they described it that way, so that they could use the same flat non-rotating Earth coordinates for many, objects that they would send. They would take off from the Earth and land on the Earth.
Okay. So Gio gave me the floor. I asked a very specific question. I would really appreciate an answer to my specific question.
It's simple. You don't trust NASA and their documents, right, Negator? They took and went to the best schools and said, we got to get the smartest people on earth to write these documents and figure out where we're at so we can spend trillions of dollars to figure it out. And all of them, all their documents say they're using flat, non-rotating Earth coordinates, and you don't believe them, Negator. You don't believe one word of those documents. You're smarter than all the scientists in NASA.
What was your
I think they talk about coordinates.
what was your response, Negator? I didn't hear it. I stepped away. What
my
did
bad.
you say?
Okay. If it okay, so
dude, so I'm like listening, but I do have I'm multitasking, and there's things. Yeah, so I didn't quite hear what you said there.
All good, and it's not directed at you, specifically, but it makes two claims, right? Well, it makes several claims, and two that we're taking for the purposes of this conversation is one, it says flat, non-rotating Earth, and two, an aircraft of constant mass. And the problem you have is the aircraft loses mass in terms of fuel. Its mass changes. You know it's 100% fact that the mass changes. You know it's 100% fact that it says of constant mass. So you should ask yourself, why does it state constant mass, but you know that it loses mass?
Well, I would say that's different. I would say that's weight that it loses. The mass of the craft remains.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense at all, Gio.
Hold on.
Really?
If it loses weight, it loses mass.
Well, if they're talking about the mass of the craft,
how else would it lose weight?
Well, hold on. In the calculations that they're using, they're going to be using Bernoulli's principle and all of those components, and the weight of the craft will have very, very minimal, but could have some slight variations. That's why the ailerons and the trim tabs and the elevation tabs are all dialed in a way that. But are you trying to say that like that it's flying over a globe because it's losing fuel? Is that what
no. It's used to simplify the calculations.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
It's
the problem is
assuming
your interpretation.
Yeah, it's just the assumption of that statement. Okay, the purpose of that statement is to make the calculations simpler. That's all it is, because it doesn't have a constant mass and it isn't rigid.
Please provide the citation, please.
I could get people who I could speak to people I know at Boeing. I mean,
Please
seriously.
put it in the text chat. Just
I mean,
cite that for us. That they do it because it's easier. It's easier math or something.
Yeah.
Please put that in there. Is that that's just your opinion?
No, but you haven't heard that before?
Can you put it in the text so we can know that you're telling us that this has been
what I'm asking, sorry to push back because I don't have that reference, but you're saying you've never heard that argument before.
Right? Or you're just saying it?
No, have you never heard that argument before?
Out of plenty anti-flat earthers, I've heard it all day long, but I've never seen a citation.
You've never seen it? I bet you have. I bet you have.
Come on, man. Put it in the chat.
No, you know what? I've seen citations put in chats, and the next day, same topic.
You can put it in the chat.
Technically, that is just rhetoric. That is not actually.
Let's be fair.
Now you're interrupting. Hold on. I'm just saying, if we're in court kind of a vibe, like a debate vibe, if we're just in discussion vibe, it's different. But if we're in kind of a debate,
that's where we are.
I'm just saying you haven't presented anything as of yet.
I would like to offer the opinion that we are just in a discussion, and I don't have the ability to look up things and provide you PDFs from online, etc.
Whoever wins gets $5,000.
In that case,
you're also in disagreement with all the NASA scientists, the best.
I'm not in disagreement with not in any way, because NASA says that the Earth is a sphere.
I just found a second.
Yeah, they admit it. They say the Earth is a non. They use everything.
Explore,
non-rotating.
Explore. You got to try to listen when other people are talking to, because
I'm sorry. You said 5,000, and I want the $5,000.
No, I mean you can have your chance to speak, but it's just we gotta go one at a time. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just found the second linear aircraft model. It's a document. This one's for a 4chan program, and this one also assumes a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Can you provide the whole document so we can look at it in context?
I linked it.
It is the whole thing, man. The whole PDF. Nice one, bro. I would. Yeah, I wonder. I could read it. It'd be nice to see those parts highlighted because it's a big document.
Yeah. What I do is I'll do a search for the term globe.
It's 100. This is 125 pages.
That's pretty short then.
Well, but I mean, to find just the words, but yeah.
Yeah.
It
So
says it right in the summary of flat non-rotating Earth assumptions.
Yeah. See, remember I said if they use the word assume, they will see that word. Sorry.
There's the flat Earth government talking about the atmosphere. So flat Earth is now accepted as an atmosphere.
I thought maybe Negator would have the best argument, but it does. I mean, unless you have another one, Negator, I don't know.
Well, the problem though is you haven't responded
You
to the
weren't
first argument.
responding or listening. Or
I'm about to take your place and become a Glober and drop the best argument.
Well,
like I said,
give it to me, Gio.
If the first argument wasn't particularly good, it should be easy for you guys to deal with it. No one's dealt with it yet.
Well, what is it again? Maybe people interrupt.
I'm not saying it for a third time, Gio. I'm sorry.
If I debate you and beat you, and you're the Glober, do I get 5,000?
Say the third time, please. For me, do it for me.
Yeah, one more.
It was so contrived. I don't know if you can. Go ahead though.
Just for old time's sake. Well, dude, you got to admit, everyone jumped in. People, I don't know because I don't even remember what you said. If anyone else did, repeat it. Whatever. I still want to know. But yeah, but we talked
to anyone who can repeat exactly what he said.
The core argument is that these things aren't literal, right? They don't literally mean Earth is flat and non-rotating, just like they don't literally mean the aircraft is of constant mass. You know it's not of constant mass. That's a fact, right?
Smarter than the scientists.
No, my rebuttal to that was I said that no, I think what they're referring to. So if you're dealing with physics and you have a craft, whether it's a car or an airplane or whatever it may be, that car or device, that thing is going to have its own. I mean, I think mass is sort of a fabricated concept. So that's a whole separate thing. That's why I'm not going to say, but if we're talking about weight and density and a combination of such, which is basically what mass is, because in order to get a baseline for mass, they use a weight that they compare it to. So it literally is all weight and density. It's linked in with some equations. Nonetheless, that thing is like the density and the weight of the craft. That is what is of constant mass is the craft. Now, the fact that you have fuel in the craft and humans in the craft and maybe some luggage in the craft, yes, that's going to change the physics slightly, but that isn't the main component. That's just the slight variations of weight that will be caused by those changes. The mass of the plane is what they're referring to as the technical, device being tested.
Okay. The problem though is that doesn't make any sense because it's the mass of the plane in the air that matters as far as its ability to fly. And the mass of the plane in the air includes the fuel on board. And the fuel on board does change. Right?
Well, of course it does.
That's a non sequitur. You just answered the question.
Yeah, I laid it out.
That can't be a non sequitur. Like using the term non sequitur there doesn't make any sense.
So hold on. So your entire argument is you're basically saying that because the airplane loses fuel, or maybe they dump the piss that's in the fucking can, and they lose a little weight. You're telling me that NASA's just lying on that. They're just false, and therefore somehow that debunks the fact that they say flat, non-rotating Earth hundreds of times.
This is quite simple. They make simplifying assumptions.
Yeah. Is that your argument?
Can I have a second, Gio, please?
Well, no, let him just respond. No, you can go next, but let him just respond if that's his argument or not. I'm trying to steel man it.
Yeah, they're not lying in any of those regards. They're telling you these are things that we're ignoring, right? And if you look at other documents, I could go through the documents you've linked. There's others that also state things such as no rotating parts. We could argue the rigidity argument all day long. We know the wings flex. There's other assumptions they put out there that we know are literally true or untrue, but they're just telling you ignore. We're treating it like this to ignore certain factors that aren't that big a deal.
Can we also say that?
Hold on. Give me 1 minute. So, Negator, NASA, okay, they made the documents. Okay, they had to have taken into account whether the plane is losing fuel or whatever. They had to have taken that into account, or they wouldn't have put out the document that said that they have to take into the account the flat non-rotating Earth coordinates. Are you claiming that you think that NASA is wrong, all their scientists are wrong, and that just because the plane is using fuel doesn't mean they have to use those same Earth coordinates?
No, what I'm
That
saying
was
is,
so on fire what you just said, bro. Cheers to that, man. That was so well said, bro. That was great. All
Oh,
right,
it's my turn. I
that was
get to
on
win the
point.
debate.
Let's
I get
not
5
interrupt
minutes.
Negator and let him totally roll with it now. Because that was
Go ahead.
fire. I interrupted to
I
say that
think
was
yes,
fire.
that comment was it was solid gold. Like it was so beautiful, very
yeah.
brilliant. That comment right
I
there.
know that comment
So
needs
so good,
it.
so good. I
Exactly.
just in my pants.
Come on.
No, I mean, it was just very well said, and that's not. Yeah. So anyway,
It was brilliant. Like there's cheese all over the place.
Let Gator talk. Dude, this ain't over. I gotta beat him. Come on. I want him out of here.
No, we like to circle jerk you.
I want
It
him
was-
on the team or out of here. One of the two. Come on, Gator. It's your turn. Go.
so what I partially have a problem with is I keep saying things and you keep not listening to them. I didn't say NASA lied. I don't know why you keep saying I'm disagreeing with NASA or saying NASA lied. Okay, it's if I were to write a manual for driving a car, and I said some of the assumptions we can make are that the driver has had a full breakfast and feels great. Right?
That's your answer?
Does that mean that every driver has had a full breakfast and feels great? No.
Let me explain this to you.
No, you don't need to explain anything because you're not listening to the words I'm telling you, man. Come on.
Just give me 1 minute. Can I retort for just a second?
Only if it's not driving a car with a full breakfast.
NASA
yeah, but I would also like to
everything-
hear new perspectives, thoughts on all this because there's a lot that's.
Please let me have one more
can't
shot.
stop
One more
laughing, man.
crack,
He's
please.
like he's just
trying to stay sane for
grasping
5 minutes.
straws, trying to make it seem like you are. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Well, Negator,
So-
yeah, I mean, I feel like, I mean, I steel manned your point, and then, I mean, you're telling us that because okay, dude, if you have a craft that has a certain mass to it, that is what your device is. You then have added fuel, added humans, added weight, luggage, whatever you might add to it, cargo, as it were. What they're saying is that the coordinates that they're using for the actual, all the equations for the way that the plane flies and takes off and lands is using a flat, non-rotating Earth. So whether the airplane changes a little bit of weight or mass due to fuel, due to luggage, etc., is not relevant to changing the fact that it's happening in what they're claiming over a flat, non-rotating Earth coordinate system.
I think it's relevant.
Yeah. I mean, it says constant mass, and you agree it's not constant. We have an issue with your understanding.
Oh, so there you go. Let's throw it all out.
I mean, why would the
say a couple of
document
things.
detailing how the plane flies through the air only worry about the mass of the aircraft when it's not in the air?
What?
I quickly say a couple of things.
So NASA, okay, they tell everybody these stories, but there's people who actually do research like us, and we like read documents and we read and we know how we understand what they're trying to tell us. And they documented these things. They didn't lose not like they lost the moon telemetry data. They didn't lose these documents. These things are publicly available. We all get to read them. Hold on. Don't interrupt. I ain't done yet. So listen, some of us, we read. The plebes, the people in the world that believe what NASA's teaching, NASA ain't even lying to them. I know the words they use. They say image. They don't say photograph. They don't ever like stick hard claim to nothing because they know they're the straw man and they don't really want to go to jail. So they're not really telling a lie. They're just using propaganda that was legalized by the government in 1955. What was that? They legalized propaganda. I don't know if there was an operation, but They allowed the U.S. government to tell propaganda stories. It was Mockingbird. That was it. The Operation Mockingbird. They could actually
let's
propagandize the American people.
Right on, but someone else is trying to get in as well. Who was right before that?
I was trying for a few minutes. I don't know if I can hear.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just that the documents never talk about flat Earth coordinates. There's no mention of coordinates. And also, like, if you're saying that it's okay to lose a little bit of mass, is it then okay for the Earth not to be exactly flat, but just curving slightly like 8 miles or something like that?
Could you say just the last part? It kind of, your mic went out a little at the end there.
Yeah. Sure. Like you said that it's okay for the airplane to actually lose a little bit of mass. So is it okay then for the Earth to curve slightly if it's not exactly flat?
Okay.
Okay.
That I got.
So you're saying there's a chance.
So you're saying now that because an airplane, you're saying because an airplane loses a little bit of fuel, which would all be calculated into it in terms of over a flat non-rotating Earth, that because it loses fuel, somehow that makes their other claim of flat non-rotating Earth just a complete falsity and just becomes a curving Earth?
No, it makes it a simplifying assumption because it doesn't affect anything.
Well, no, what he's saying, Gio, is you want to bend one of those rules a little bit, and he's saying, well, why can't we the other one a little bit?
Yeah.
Well, you guys are bending things. I'm just reporting what they're saying.
But Gio,
I'm just reporting what they're saying. You guys are seemingly wanting to bend things.
Sure,
so you have to back up, or you have to, if you want to be able to kind of back that up with something.
But also it says that the atmosphere is non-moving, so it's a stationary atmosphere. So there's no wind taken into account. Do you think that there's no wind also?
Where did it say that? I don't see any stationary atmosphere claims. Where you'd have to show.
I can. Yeah, we can read it.
Of one of the ones you posted, Gio.
I think that's in the
derivation.
Well, but not on the one we're referring to. Or which one are you referring to?
1207.
I'm just rolling up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, sure.
Well, also,
I'm just saying that there's different. And I thought we were talking about the flat non-rotating Earth claim.
Rigid aircraft of constant mass flying in a stationary atmosphere over a flat non-rotating Earth. That was in the conclusions of that publication, 1207.
It is stationary except for the ether drift of the 15 degrees.
So there's no wind.
Connected to this Siberia. Dude, let me finish, man. You can speak after me. Don't interrupt. That's the electromagnetic field of the Earth, which is connected to the sidereal rotation of the sky, is interconnected through the electromagnetic field. So there is that slight drift, but it's very minor, and it's actually already calculated into their gyroscopes, the fiber optic and the ring laser gyroscopes, because of that drift that it picks up when it's stationary. That's factored in, and then the rest of it is all done within a stationary medium over a stationary planar Earth.
How do you know?
But then again, there's wind. There's wind.
It says no wind. That's basically what it said, was no wind. And aircraft lose a lot of mass, Gio, not just a little bit. Fuel load is a lot. You need to look into that.
So you're claiming that are you backing that argument that because they're saying a constant mass flying over a constant mass and what was the other term that they said?
Rigid body.
Rigid.
Okay, here it is. I'll just read it again. And Blue, you respond to this. Okay, this is what it says. This report documents the derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right, and aircraft are not rigid. That is for certain. And they definitely are not constant mass. Need to look up what the fuel load is on a 747.
Okay, so what's the point? They're just trying to find something wrong with the statement, so then they can say, well, it might be also wrong in that they're saying it's stationary.
No,
it might
it's
be
not
slightly
wrong.
moving or slightly curving.
These are just ways of simplifying the model. It does not need all of those complexities in it to perform the task that it's designed to do.
So you're claiming that the airplane, as it loses fuel, it falls around the globe, Blue? Are you really saying this?
That's not what I'm saying at all. Don't straw man me that way,
Well, that's
Joe.
why
I
I'm
didn't say
asking.
anything
Hold
like
on.
that.
That's why. Let's go
The
one at a time. That's
aircraft
why
is
I'm
not
asking.
constant mass. The aircraft is losing mass every time, anytime the engines are running.
Let's go one. Let's fully go one at a
It's
time.
losing mass,
Hold on.
and therefore its trim is changing. Lots of things are changing.
Yep.
They're just assuming that they don't need to make all those assumptions to do the analysis that they're doing. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, out of curiosity, what percentage of an aircraft's weight do you think, let's say a 747 in this case, can be dedicated to fuel?
Oh, it's a good 20%.
Oh no,
We'll
not
look it up,
you, Lou, not you. I know you're familiar. But any of the folks in the room that think it shouldn't matter, give me a ballpark.
Can I have a turn, please? Can
Yeah,
I
go
go?
ahead. Safety
Okay, so look. There are top scientists at NASA.
Oh
Okay.
God, just don't answer the question. Come on, man. Can you
Well,
follow the conversation,
you know,
please?
we're gonna do it
Trying
completely.
to muddy the waters. Go ahead.
Yeah, we need. Here's the thing. Hold on, Explorer. Let me just say this.
Go ahead.
Let me just say this. Hold on. I just muted you for 2 seconds. You guys, let's try to have really clean audio so everyone can be heard. I know we're excited. You know, it happens. 2 people are trying to get in, 3 people, whatever it is. Let's try not to monologue though, for real. Like no monologues, please. Try to just keep your thing like short and sweet, and then actually just not interrupt and give each other the floor. Because I don't know, Blue, if I talked over you or what. I was trying to say my thing, and then you didn't stop, and then that's fine. I didn't stop either. So I actually didn't even fully hear what you said. My bad, because I was talking over you or whatever it was. I just didn't pull back. So I don't know if you want to say your thing again or if Explore Earth wants to go, but I didn't even catch what you'd said, to be honest.
No, that's okay. I'm done.
It's the rigid aircraft and the constant mass. How is that? You're telling me that because an aircraft flexes a little bit and because it loses fuel, that the flat, non-rotating Earth claim is somehow just thrown out the window and replaced with a curved Earth? Is that your argument?
No, that's not the argument I'm making at all. The purpose of the information that you're providing, that study, the model itself, is to investigate and look into flight dynamics, which don't really depend at all on things like the curvature of the Earth or wind or any of the rest of that. They're just looking at the way the aircraft itself responds to certain situations. And so you make simplifying assumptions like, okay, the Earth is flat, it's not rotating, the mass is constant, there isn't any wind. You can make all of those assumptions and still get very valid engineering data from it. And that's what they do. That's all they're doing.
So they're using a flat, non-rotating Earth as the foundational model for how airplanes take off and land and fly. But you're telling me that just because it's a model, that doesn't correlate because later they add curvature?
You don't need to add curvature later for what?
Because the airplane would have to be flying over curvature instead of over a flat, non-rotating Earth, which is what they're testing in the models they're using for how they actually design these equipments.
Well, yeah, it's going to fly over what it flies over in reality. It's got control surfaces, and it's going to be able to handle all of that stuff too.
If it can handle
But
wind,
you just don't need that for the dynamic analysis of how that thing reacts.
if you consider the speed at which a plane goes, it actually has to account for wind and stuff like that far more than the curvature of the Earth.
That's what your line has to
way more.
Thing. No, it's not the same thing. 15-degree mile rotation, 15-degree rotation, different latitudes, different tangential speeds, and all that. It's totally different than the wind. You like to mix it up in your head. They would like to think it's the same thing. That it just would be so much lighter than the wind, so you don't have to worry about the spinning Earth. No, you would.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't.
Well,
because what you're doing is you're saying it's all these various different speeds, but the plane is only in one of those speeds at any given time. And if it moves a certain direction, it does change speed, but it's very, very gradual. It's not like it has a sudden shearing effect, tears the plane in two because the Earth is rotating so fast.
No, that's the straw man. Never said it's going to tear the plane.
Basically, that's what you're doing. You're using hyperbole.
We got to have no interruptions, man. Let's have clean audio, please.
Do you realize that the plane is in a separate reference frame from the Earth spinning?
No, the plane is in the same reference frame as the Earth spinning.
You think it's the same reference
Why?
Okay,
Why
well, then
would
that's
it
the
not
problem.
be? Why
Is
would
there
it
a
not be?
Coriolis effect? Does Coriolis effect is there a thing?
No. Why would it not be? Explain why it would
Well,
not be.
Coriolis effect is caused by the Earth spinning at a separate speed than the plane or any other projectile. That's what the Coriolis effect is caused by, because it's a separate reference frame. There's inertial and non-inertial reference frame we're talking about. When we're talking about any projectile, including planes, regardless if it has an engine, it's a separate reference frame by law, by the rule of the fact that it's in the air.
Yeah, I mean, let me
No,
just read
that's not
for
that's
real.
not true either, because
Hold on, let me
It's
go. Let me respond for a sec, because we got to let each other go too. And I don't know if that was a direct question to you. My bad if I jump in. You can go next, but I just want to say this: like, how could you guys rationalize this? So, I just want to read this real quick. Like, why wouldn't they use a spherical Earth that is moving? If that's what it is. And let me just read this real quick. The example problem is a fixed time problem in which it is required to determine the thrust attitude program of a single stage rocket vehicle starting from rest and going to specified terminal conditions of altitude and vertical velocity, which will maximize the final horizontal velocity. The idealizing assumptions made are the following: a point mass vehicle, a flat non-rotating Earth, a constant gravity field at 9.8 meters per second squared, constant thrust and mass loss rate, etc., etc. So if the Earth was a sphere, and NASA absolutely knows this 100%, whatever, why would they even be using a flat non-rotating Earth, which is the actual thrust, altitude, and vertical and horizontal velocities to get a single stage rocket to fly over the Earth?
I can tell you an answer for that. I mean, it really is super simple, straightforward. It's because if they took all those things you just listed and they took the actual reality of it, the equations and the calculations and the analysis is orders of magnitude more complex and error prone and difficult to do. And if they get rid of all those because they don't actually matter that much because they're so subtle, like for example, the gravitation field can vary. Yes, it varies a little bit, but it's by so little that you don't really need to worry about it in your calculation because it doesn't make a big difference. So you can just forget about that part. And that's what they do. They simplify to get it easier to calculate.
So they simplify a globe into a flat, non-rotating Earth?
Yeah. And a point mass and a uniform gravity field and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Why wouldn't they just say it's a part of a globe?
Yeah, landing the plane's not. Just simplify it. Landing the plane's really not that important. There's no people on board or anything. It's not like simplifying is going to make a big difference. Come on, Gio. I mean,
the kind of simplifying they're doing is
it would make a difference. It might be a problem, but don't worry about it. We'll simplify it.
I mean, look, they don't always do that. When they want to simplify, when they think it doesn't matter, that's when they do that. But for example, you'll find places where they don't make those implications. They do analysis where they actually do the real stuff, and it's very complicated. They get supercomputers start crunching the dynamic analysis. That happens too. But there are times in which they don't need that detail, and they just simplify.
You guys are getting closer to what I think the best argument for this is, but I still haven't heard it yet.
Well, what do you think it is?
I thought mine was the best earlier.
I mean, what I'm telling you is true. I mean, that is the truth for why they do it. But I'm curious to hear what your argument is.
The truth.
It really is. I mean, that's what they're doing.
Well,
how would you summarize what you're saying? You're saying that because it's not significant, they purposefully use the words flat, non-rotating Earth.
No, they make those assumptions to simplify the analysis. So they're announcing their assumptions. They say we're going to assume these things in order to make the analysis to follow in this paper or this document or whatever it's going to be easier to calculate. So a lot of times you'll read that at the beginning of, say, a paper about like the aerodynamics of something because they don't need those assumptions are okay for the analysis they're about to do, and it makes things a lot easier to take those assumptions.
They don't always use the word assumption, by the way, but in some of them they do.
And they don't always make those assumptions, but sometimes they do because it's really helpful.
But these are the models that they use to have it like an airplane, like the word plane. I really do think it's connected because it's flying over a plane. It's an airplane. It's not a plane. It's an airplane, meaning the plane is the Earth. The airplane is the thing in the air, and it's flying over a plane.
So the question is,
what do you think the best reason is? I'm curious to hear what we didn't say that you thought we should have said.
Well, it's not that. I just was joking earlier, maybe before you got here. I was saying that because we were posting all these like 10 or 12 of all these documents, and then I just said I have my thoughts on what I think the best argument for this is. And I thought Negator was going to have it, but he did not. And then I thought maybe Blue, Blue got fairly close, and you're getting close as well. So you guys are at least you've said like parts of it. You've hinted in that direction.
Hey, but Gio, be honest. Does the argument that you think is the best, does that really pass the muster? Does that really to convince you that they might be right in any way? The one that's the best argument on their side that they haven't used yet?
I think it's strong enough. It's pretty strong, I would say. I mean, it's not
Really?
well, it's strong for this. It's the
I want to
strongest
hear it.
one for this, and would probably satisfy,
people that don't think about it very much, that just decide they believe it.
Well, that's insulting, because all that's happened is someone has done a search. All that's happened is someone's done a search and they searched flat non-rotating Earth. They found it. Maybe someone found it in one document. They did a Google search.
All the official documents.
Hold on, don't interrupt, because then we just can't hear the audio. We gotta have clean audio.
It's all the official documents.
It's not in all official documents. That's a lie.
We have to just make sure to not monologue too, though. But if someone gets interrupted, then they can't even finish. Just let everyone go one at a time. Go ahead.
Okay, what's happened is someone did a search. They found those words. They picked up and used all the documents that they say supports the idea that the Earth is flat because it uses the words flat, non-rotating Earth. What they haven't done is they haven't done all the research necessary. They haven't looked up all the documents to say the Earth is rotating, and it is rotating and it is curved. So all of those documents you discount, but all the documents that say flat, non-rotating, you'll say, aha, look at this. NASA says Earth is flat.
Okay,
what you
so
need
you're
to do is
saying
you need to look at all the data, and you're not doing that. It's just a poor
So you're
argument.
saying that so you're basically saying it was cherry picked. People were looking for those words, and that's the only reason that would come up. It wasn't official documents as they seem to be.
No, of course. What do you mean official documents? Okay, so if you only look,
they are official documents. Yeah, all the links and references are on them.
Sure,
Yeah.
but if you only look for certain words, of course you're going to find that. But if you do a search for planes, globe, gravity, etc., you could find just as many documents for them saying the Earth is rotating and is a sphere, and you will.
Okay, go ahead, prove that.
But you
prove
don't,
that because
because
we're looking for. Wait, hold on, Hugh. We're talking about what if the case is we looked at all the official documents, and they all say to treat the Earth as if it's stationary, and it wasn't at all true. Which seems to be the case because we've all done that many times, and we can't find any official documents that say this is how you correct for the curvature or the spin of the Earth, and we have all kinds of different answers on your side about, oh, you do have to correct, or you don't have to correct, or the atmosphere does it for you, or it's just to simplify. And we have Left Lane saying he never worries about the spin or the curvature, it just treats it like a stationary. And he's a pilot that talks to us all the time. So what are you saying? Is it cherry picked? Or are these actually official documents that people are actually coming up with, which we have millions of times over the last 7 years? If there was official documents saying this is how you actually do it, we had pilots confirming it, then that would be something we would all accept and know by now. But it's just totally
They're official. Definitely official.
Definitely official.
It's a very good point. Hold on, it's a very good point. Let's just let the next person go with clean audio, so no interrupt. I think Scott's next. Go ahead.
I think you're
just saying it's definitely official. Have no doubt about it. Those are official documents. Absolutely.
There you go.
I also like to take you to task about the confusion between the term of the term images. So all photographs are images, but not all images are photographs. If it states image, then that could be a photograph. It may not be a photograph. So you have to do a little bit more research before you just say everything that NASA produces as an image is all CGI. Just wanted to point that out.
Oh, so you think that we're just like, oh, everything is one way or another, and we're not even looking into this. We just hope it's flat.
Yes.
Come on, you know it's better than that.
I think that's what you do.
Come on, you know better than that.
I don't.
You know better, bro. I know you haven't been around for a while, but come on. You're talking to people that are intelligent, trying to find the answer. We're not just hoping it's flat. No one wants to be a flat earther. That's like a 2015 argument. No one's like that. We're trying to actually find the answer. We're not just hoping to find what confirms our belief.
You're using 2015 arguments. And you're talking about you're using arguments where it's obvious that you haven't really looked at the difference between a photograph and an image.
Stuff was not out.
Say the same thing back to me.
This stuff was not out in 2015, bro. Hold on. Let me just say these documents.
We're talking about.
Hold on, bro. I was around at that time every day, literally every single day involved. These documents were not being circulated in 2015. It took a couple of years for people to find all these and to be able to actually get them all documented in that sense.
And none of them.
hold on, because obviously everyone just believed Earth was a globe. And so once people began realizing it's not a globe, they were like, okay, what is NASA actually saying in their technical documents? Began searching in their technical documents and then finding that their models and their testing and the actual engineering is using exactly as they word it, a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Correct. I just posted 7 of them I found in 1 hour.
Okay, what you want to do is go and search
Nice,
for the
dude. Good one,
globe,
bro. I'm gonna say
rotation, or
that's
plane.
There's more
Look at those.
coming,
You're
don't
not
worry.
doing anything. You're just cherry
Sorry.
picking. It doesn't matter
Well,
if you
just,
find
hey, you,
1,000.
why don't you do those searches and come up with actual documents that say the opposite instead of saying, "Oh, I assume that you must just be cherry picking, hoping you find
Because
evidence that confirms it," which isn't the
and you
case,
haven't
bro.
presented one.
You have to
Actually,
present.
because
You
Someone
have to
just spoke up
present
in
something
chat and
that
said they did.
actually
They said they
shows
posted
what
them.
you're saying.
okay,
Okay.
because like Scott Beach, I was in Gem Pandas and people did that. And this is 3 years when I was talking to Chemo, for pity's sake. I talked to Chemo one-on-one. And at that time, this is like 4 years ago, at that time, people posting stuff like that. This has all been answered. And we're
Can I throw one
still at
thing
the
out?
point where, yeah.
Can I make one quick point?
Hugh, I'm glad you're an anti-jabber, Hugh. You're always pleasant to listen to, even though you haven't really kept up with some of the things that seem to be valid on both sides.
I appreciate
I gotta go, guys, but you're doing a beautiful job, Gio, and everybody else.
Thank you.
So,
Have a
Gio,
great night.
can I make one quick point real quick? I just really short. I just want to say, so it turns out though that NASA was actually asked about this when I guess a viral video happened, and they put a press release out explaining the situation. And I posted what they said. It is basically, I guess probably maybe it's what you were thinking, Gio, but it's basically what I said. It's just we don't need to always take those terms into account for different kinds of analysis. So if you find a paper where we don't need to, we're going to make those simplifying assumptions. And anyway, I posted it on the in the chat.
Russia, does Russia have anything to do with NASA?
Russia.
Yes.
They do?
Yeah, we're like a sister program with them. Like we
So
trade.
all their manuals that say that their flight controls are designed to fly over a flat non-rotating Earth. That was all agreed upon. That was just an easier equation.
This is what they say. Yeah,
we're gonna go along with you.
In quote, this is what they say. It makes our modeling equations much easier to manage. By saying it's a flat, non-rotating Earth, it makes their modeling equations easier to manage. Is that what you're saying? Is that the rebuttal?
Yeah, that's the simplify. That's what I mean when I say it simplifies their analysis. It makes it a lot easier to do.
It's easier to use the thing that we're saying is reality.
No,
well, reality is very complex and detailed and nuanced, right? So we don't use reality. We use a simpler version of it because it's much easier to do the math that we need to do or the analysis we need to do.
Yeah, but that's like Occam's razor to the T.
What do you mean?
It's proven in the fact that we know that positively, definitely, unequivocally, planes do not have a constant mass and are not rigid, nor are they flying through still air. So we know those three things are not true.
It's what. Okay, then you're saying NASA's a liar. Or is that you're saying
No,
NASA's
there's an
a liar?
assumption. It's a false assumption they make to simplify things.
Okay,
he's
you're
saying
also
it's
saying
more
NASA
smarter than NASA scientists.
Well, it's not a lie.
Are you guys
They're
saying
saying
NASA lies? Are you saying NASA
no,
lies?
it's not a lie. It's them making a simplifying assumption, and they're telling you about the simplifying assumption so that it's not dishonest. But he's making the point though that because we know that they're doing it for things that aren't true, like the mass, because obviously it's not really a point mass. We know they're willing to do that to change what reality is in order to get a simplifying thing. I thought we were not going to interrupt each other. What's going on?
Hold on, man. You're interrupting. Please don't do that, bro. Let him finish, and then you can have your time. Go ahead, Scott.
So I was just saying that since we know that that one is one in which it's obviously not true. It's not a point mass, right? But they're making that assumption to make it easier. We know that they're willing to take reality, make an assumption that's different, and we're saying that that's what they're also doing with the flat stationary Earth.
Yep.
All right, Explorer's next. Go ahead.
Hold on. If they would have added the caveat in their documents that says, we just do this because it's simpler, but we really live on a ball of water spinning in space, or a globe, or Earth with a 3,500 foot radius. Why wouldn't they just add that caveat in the end saying, we really just do this because it's easier, but we really live on a globe?
I believe it's supposed to be self-evident. And by the way, that's what the press release said when they were asked about it.
Anyone that's going to be reading that will know that.
All right, Explorer, hold on. Let him respond. Explorer, let him respond and no interruption. Just let him fully respond. It was a good point. Let him respond. Go ahead.
Anyone that's reading anyone that those documents are intended as an audience will know that. That's basically what it is. So when you, as a layman, read it, you go, "Oh, look at that! Look at that! Non-rotating Earth. Oh, look at that!" Well, of course, you're taking it out of context because the people that read it will know what it means. Of course, the plane is not rigid. Of course, the Earth is not flat. Of course, the plane is not a constant mass. All those things, they're all in the same. They're all in the same sentence, so it doesn't need to be said. That's the point.
That, okay?
Hmm? Say again?
This constant mass thing.
But apparently
But
does
listen,
need to be said because
there are
NASA
so
seems
many
to say it
fields.
repeatedly.
There are so many fields. Okay, not just NASA. We're talking about building structures around the Earth. We're talking about many, many documents, including blueprints, that show that they use flat, non-rotating Earth coordinates. The militaries of several countries, there's thousands of documents that say this. Now, where is one document, one of yours, that says
Not a single document
what these
says.
documents say? No, what these documents say are all, they're not right, and we know better.
Okay.
I posted it.
Right.
Not a single document talks about flat Earth coordinates. No
Where did
coordinates
you post it,
anywhere.
Scott?
In the chat, I
Read
posted
the
the press. I posted.
Encyclopedia of Science and Technology 2010 edition for ballistic missiles. It says they use flat, non-rotating Earth coordinates.
Coordinates? Can you post a link?
In order to hit your target. Dude, you can Google. You got Google right in front of your fingertips. You can just say Encyclopedia of Science and Technology 2010 edition, ballistic missiles. That's the military. That ain't NASA. No, they're actually trying to defend us. If someone attacks us, it's life dependent.
Explorer, you made a bunch of awesome points, but you got fully kind of let someone else go. Yeah, dude, what he's saying is true. Like they actually say in those documents.
If I was dealing
like
with anybody who had any kind of conscience,
hold on,
I
bro.
would
You're
act
not
totally
stopping
different.
talking, man. You're not stopping ever. So you got to stop at some point. Otherwise, it's just monologue. Oh, I appreciate what you said. I'm not trying to shut down what you said at all. I'm just trying to moderate.
I
was just
appreciate
going to
it.
back you up on what you're saying because, yeah, a couple of the ones I posted, they talk about the actual trajectory of the missile, meaning the arc of the missile, which would require, if the Earth was curved, to incorporate the curved Earth. Instead, they use a flat, non-rotating Earth, which is the actual trajectory that they use and calculate to actually propel the device through the environment in order to be accurate and hit the targets at a line of sight far beyond what the curvature would allow for.
How many missiles do you think they launched in order to hit their target to figure that out? That they had to use flat, non-rotating Earth coordinates, Geo. How many missiles do you think it took them to shoot to hit the target? It wasn't many, because they weren't taking the globe into account not one time.
All right, let Mailman get it. Let Mailman respond.
Sorry, what was the name of the encyclopedia? Because I didn't find anything.
You want the missile document?
Yeah, it's talking about the flat Earth coordinates being used.
Encyclopedia
I'll get it for you.
of Science and Technology, 2010.
Oh, thanks.
No, here, I'll get it.
Geo said he found it. He read it.
There's one on helicopters. All right, here it is.
There's thousands of them.
There's a
thousands
couple.
of documents.
Okay, here's what this one says.
We're talking about flat Earth coordinates.
Yeah. Yes. Let me read this. A trajectory simulation incorporating the above requirements is presented in reference 8. In addition to the above requirements, this simulation assumes a vehicle with 6 degrees of freedom and aerodynamic symmetry in roll and missile position in space is computed relative to a flat, non-rotating Earth.
So where's the coordinates? Flat Earth
That's what they mean by coordinates. That's what they're saying when they say coordinates. That's what they're talking about right there.
Yeah. So they don't use they don't use Cartesian coordinates?
No, that's not what they meant. They meant this, what they're saying right there.
Yeah, that's what I thought, that there's no flat Earth coordinates they would use.
But you can see why they're saying that. It's a similar thing. The assumption is that the Earth is not moving and it's flat, and so you can see why they're reacting to that.
I mean, this says right here. This is the other one. This one also is quite descriptive. It says equations for angles of attack and side slip relative to a both rolling and non-rolling body axis system are derived for a flight vehicle for which radar and gyroscopic attitude data are available. The method is limited, however, to application where a flat, non-rotating Earth may be assumed. The gyro considered measures attitude relative to an inertial reference in an Euler angle sequence. In particular, a pitch, yaw, and roll, those are all coordinates. A pitch, yaw, and roll sequence is used as an example in the derivation. Sample calculations based on flight data are presented to illustrate the method. Results obtained with the present gyro method are compared with another technique that uses onboard camera data.
So, by the way, in the thing you just read, this thing was really telling about what you just read, which was they actually call out the fact this is only applicable in the cases where you can make these assumptions about the flat road. They're literally saying, don't use this if you have to do an application where you need to have all the detail. You need to have the rotation and the curvature because it won't work. We are making this assumption. I think in the middle there, you read that.
But they have to defend us, and they use long-range missiles to do it. And they know this is real. They know it's true, or they wouldn't have put it in classified documents.
It's just a
These were
simplifying assumption.
unclassified. They put them in an encyclopedia for you to read. Is everybody lying to you, dude? Is everybody on Earth lying to you?
It's just a simplifying assumption. They're not trying to say that's a truth. They're trying to say, let's assume this to be true to make things easy.
But let me ask you this: why would you need to assume? Hold on. If it's not, I don't feel like you've answered that yet. If it's okay, if it's not reality, if it's total, like okay, if you believe Earth is a globe, you're saying you're absolutely saying it is false on every level that the Earth is a stationary flat plane, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, why is NASA claiming something that is just totally wonker balonkers, not even close to the truth, when it involves anything involving physics flying over the globe?
I'll tell you. So they can only do it in cases where the physics is sort of constrained to like the air. So like yaw and pitch, these things are like in air kinds of calculations. And the way, and it's the same reason why. Let me just sort of give you one example, which is if I ask you to tell me the length of the coast of California, you're going to make a simplifying assumption when you do that. You're probably going to make a simplifying assumption that the coast is more or less a straight line. You're not going to go and actually get the reality of the coast and calculate every single nook and cranny along the way. You're going to just simplify and say, let's just call this straight from this point to this point. You know, that's the coast, even though it's not really the coast. You do that because it's the only way to manage all that data. You can't, the analysis would be just, a nightmare. So it's that kind of a thing. They're doing that same kind of assumption only for a plane and the Earth.
Okay, so I have here in the live chat, I posted publications.
Hold on, your mic's going out, Hugh. It's kind of going like muffled.
Hold on, better audio right now.
We couldn't hear you, but we might be able to hear you now.
All right, how about this? Be better.
That's
okay,
good.
so in the side chat,
He's got his mic up. It's you, Janus. He's got his mic up there.
Hey now. Hey now.
Oh my goodness. Living up
4:31 a.m. I put a thing in there, Army Pubs document, and it basically, if you look at page 7-18, it says because of the rotation of the Earth, a point on the equator has an eastward linear velocity of approximately 457 meters per second, etc., etc. If you look at the illustration, table H, explanation firing east, you will see it shows a curved Earth tangent to Earth's surface. It shows the tangent and then shows the angle, shows the equator, shows the South Pole. That's in the Naomi document. And then you look at the second table H, firing west.
It's 600 600. Hold on, 600 pages. So what page?
7-18.
7-18? Okay.
7-18.
Page 7 then?
Yep.
I'm going to just say this, and I'm going to be calm about this.
10.
Look,
this is 10-18, and if you look at figure 717, table H, explanation firing east.
Well, what's the actual page number of the PDF though?
Page 7-18. It is a huge document.
Well, that's not how it's done. Like, okay, on the on the PDF, it's got 664 pages. And then what you just said, like I did go down to page 7 and I see 10-18. It says firing the HB or MPI registration, but you mean okay? I got
It's chapter 7.
Page
Chapter 7.
192.
Well, you got it, Blue?
Page 192.
There we go. That's going to save some time.
Thank you. Sorry. I don't see page numbers. Why do I see page numbers?
We're in disagreement with the whole world. The actual governments of the world.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Blue.
Here's what it says. Background theory of rotational effects may assist in understanding why Table H is needed to determine a range correction for rotation of the Earth. Because of rotation of the Earth, a point on the equator has an eastward linear velocity of approximately 457 meters per second. The linear velocity decreases to 0 meters at either pole.
Yep.
I don't know if I should read all the rest of it. Giving a gun at the equator,
that's all you need.
Due to the target during time of flight of the projectile. Yep. The gun
that's
and the
all
target
you need.
travel together from G to G and T to T, respectively, along the circumference of the Earth.
So according to the Army, the Earth rotates at the equator 457 meters per second. That decreases until it gets to 0 meters at either pole. In other words, there are 2 poles. The Earth is rotating, and the Army accounts for it. Thank you.
Yep, complete contradiction with NASA.
So that's not a contradiction with NASA. That's looking at the actual data. That's looking at actual numbers.
The Army versus NASA. It's a face-off.
I don't like NASA's chances.
But you've got a contradiction.
They're both connected to the government, so yeah, it's
okay. But this is people that are defending us, okay, and they're firing missiles. All right, and look at that. Oh, look at Table H. It says tangent to Earth's surface. It shows the equator. It shows the South Pole. Oh, and then the other page shows when you're firing west. It's a different effect.
You believe that? You need to be called. I can't.
These are people that defend us and have to get it right.
Make everybody bust out laughing.
Yeah, okay, but these are people that defend us, as you said. And I have to get this right.
With the whole world and all the documents that exist on the Earth. They did not lose these documents. They didn't lose the telemetry data.
We didn't talk about NASA.
No, they have these documents. They're declassified.
You're spying.
Hold on, I got another thing to read because I read mine, so I'll read the ones I posted. So I'll read the ones
you can't. Can you not answer that though?
Let me read this. Yeah, let me read this. It says, if examined, a gun on the equator firing due west at a target, see figure 7-18 on page 7 to 19, the trajectory would be interrupted by the Earth's surface and a projectile would impact east of the target, short of the target in this case. The value of angle A, the angle formed by the baseline, GP, and a tangent to the Earth, G, is negative. The projectile impacts short of the target. So this is definitely contradictory to what NASA and other military documents show. So
except what you're doing, you're sticking.
I want to send that to NASA.
You guys,
you're doggedly. Okay.
I don't want to do the screaming stuff. Let me just finish. Which shows that they are faulty. That's my last words.
Okay, what you're doing is you're doggedly sticking to your view that you found documents that say the Earth is flat. But what you're not doing is you're not actually even asking people who wrote those documents or anything like that. You're basically looking at them at face value.
Hold on, don't interrupt.
You're looking at them. You're looking at them at
people, so I don't want to have to sit in mute. So just don't. I'm just gonna unmute you. Just don't interrupt, please, dude. I don't even want to, because we got to let him finish, man.
Okay, so in order, here's the problem with it, Gio. The argument is demonstrably faulty. Your argument is faulty. What you at this point, your best chances of success are to improve your argument. Okay, and that way, then maybe you'll have a better chance of convincing more people that the Earth is flat. But right now, you're directly contradicting. I've just posted the quote, because of Earth rotation, the point of the equator has an eastward linear velocity of 457 meters per second, and that decreases at either pole. So when you're flying a plane, it decreases slightly until you get to nothing, but it does so gradually, and you're flying through that air, so it doesn't even matter. That's the point I was making before about the planes. That's a government document, army document, stating that's what the Earth does. If you look at the documents where you are taking planes that have a linear, are static or they are of a constant mass,
Come on.
That's what
He's
you're doing there.
scattergunning.
Is you're not.
This is probably in
Are
a
you done?
monologue territory, but I guess if you want to wrap it up, wrap it up. I mean, this is why we could do this timed, by the way, which is kind of more fun too. But go ahead.
But here's the thing.
He's
The
like going on,
argument.
and he's like talking about 19 things over here.
When we do
Okay,
it,
I apologize.
when we do it by
I'll
30
recap.
seconds, 30 seconds
recap.
is cool because you have to get your point in within 30 seconds. But go ahead.
10 seconds. Okay, when you make such an argument, the argument will always fail. That's it.
Okay. Now, I want that citation so I can send it to NASA and ask them if they're wrong.
It's in the live chat.
You go. Don't interrupt. Let him just say his whole thing. I mean, I know there's a type of convo where you can go back forth quicker, but I'm trying to kind of see if we can let everyone fully get their point out.
All right.
I just want to go back and forth with them for just a second. Just
You know, the way to do this, which we're gonna be rolling out several new things, but there's one way to do it where you're literally the two people are being muted and unmuted. Which makes it so that it's impossible for actual interruptions, so the full points can be said. But no, dude, let's let Explorer respond.
It's my turn, right? Okay, so you found one citation, right? You posted it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna need more than one because I've got like thousands that say that that's not reality. So give me one more. Just give me one more.
If I say to you there are no black ducks, okay?
No, we're not talking about black ducks. We're talking about military documents. Documents that say that the Earth is a globe, not flat, non-rotating Earth.
I just found one.
Here, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna mute and unmute you guys. We'll see how it goes. Let me see. It's very time consuming. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna mute and unmute you guys and go one at a time for real because I really want to hear what you guys are saying. Go ahead, Hugh.
It's my, you know what? It's my fault. I think we're both the same. I just didn't get excited. Okay, I only need one document. So you said, "Show me a document." So I showed you a document. Now you've changed you've moved the goalposts. Now you need two documents. If I show you two documents, you'll say, "Well, I've got 10 documents against your 2," and you'll say, "Bring me 10." It doesn't matter. I only need one document. The Army says the Earth rotates and specifies how it rotates. Okay, and it conforms with everybody. If you listen to anybody else in the whole world, and I ask them at what rate does the Earth rotate, they will give you exactly the same answer. We can't say the same thing for flat earthers who seem to have a different answer depending on who you ask. Okay, that's your problem. The argument's flawed. You need a better argument. It doesn't contradict NASA because the documents you're citing in your attempt to show that NASA thinks the Earth is flat, all right, don't actually say that the Earth is flat. Thank you. You can mute me.
Okay. Hugh, you're muted, so no interruptions. And then Explorer, go ahead, bro.
Look, man, there's thousands of documents, including NASA documents, military documents from foreign countries that all say that they design everything based on flat, non-rotating Earth coordinates. Okay, you have NASA and you found your one document that says, we may consider the Earth as a globe. I don't even think it says that. I think you're embellishing. This is why I want another citation. I would like another citation. In fact, I mean, you should be able to provide 5. You're the one with the positive claim. I'm not making positive claims over here. I'm just going by what the government tells me. You know? I find out all these classified documents that they produced, and I started reading them and saying, how do they think this place is a round ball? So, I mean, it's your positive claim. So, one citation, I mean, you guys could have made that out of thin air. I know who I'm up against. It ain't even funny. You guys got trillions of dollars. Who am I kidding? Can you give me a positive? You're the one making the positive claim. Now prove it.
All right, I'm just going to throw you back on mute. Thank you. Blue, did you want to get in?
I wanted to get in. It was me that was
Okay.
making noise.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
I just want to say one.
I thought that was Blue.
So this is a kind of a subtle point, but it's really important because this is, I think, a big part of where the misunderstanding is happening. Is those documents, and the one that Gio read at length explicitly says this. You can see it in the literal wording of what it says, that do not use this in the cases where these are not assumptions you can make. They are not, these documents don't say this is the truth. These documents say all the analysis in here assumes these following things, and we know they include things that are not true, like point mass of the plane. We know that's not true. They assume it, and they assume flat and non-rotating Earth. Our side, we know that's not true, and yet they assume it, and it's just because they need to simplify. But they aren't saying, "Hey, this is a fact about reality." So that document doesn't contradict Hugh's document. These documents both are saying, different things because they're making different assumptions, but they both share the same view of reality.
Okay, Scott, I probably don't even have to mute because you probably won't interrupt. Does anyone else want to get in, or it'll either go back to Hugh or Explore? But first, does anyone else want to get in? Well, I can't even be in the convo when I'm modding like this.
You can't do it. I just have to be.
Look, hold on. Let me have my turn.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Now I almost lost my train of thought. Okay, so look, I did lose my train of thought.
Sorry.
So, anyways, hold on. He's claiming. Now we got all these documents that were declassified from militaries around the world, many different countries, designing canals, aircraft, bridges. I mean, all the evidence points towards a flat, level plane, non-rotating, not moving. And you guys are contradicting even NASA with one document that you found. And NASA's released like hundreds of documents. And so if you want to go directly against what NASA says, I'm going to get a copy of that citation. I'm going to ask NASA. But look, the burden lies on you to prove your positive claim that the Earth is a ball, and you're failing miserably at it. I'm just letting you know. I think it's a clown show. I think you guys should just wake up. And I'm done. Go ahead.
All right. You don't need to keep modding. I'll try and not interrupt you. That was too much. 1 minute of that was enough. In trying to prove something, like I said about the ducks, I only need one black duck. That's basically all I wanted to say. That's all I need. If I say to you, rather, I say there's no such thing as black ducks. All you need to find is one. You don't need to find a gaggle of geese. You know what I mean? You don't need to find 100 of them. You just need to find one. So I found one document because you said, show me a document. I showed you a document. That wasn't enough. You said 2. And then in your previous comment, you said 5. And then it'll be 10. And then it'll be 20. It doesn't matter. We only need one. The army says the Earth is rotating. They say what rate it's rotating. And if you ask other people, they will agree with that statement. Okay.
You're in disagreement with like world governments around the world.
They're not in a disagreement with world governments around the world. Not at all. You're misreading the document. The documents don't say the Earth is flat any more than they say that planes are of a constant mass or rigid, because they're neither of those things.
Where
but
do they say
governments are lying.
But if they're using models and mathematics and actual physics based upon a flat, non-rotating Earth, and then building and testing equipment based on those equations, and then taking them out into the world and then utilizing them, they're now functioning and built and constructed upon the foundations of exactly what they say, a flat, non-rotating Earth. Like that's where the actual equations and the physics are rooted in the entire development of the engineering of the craft.
Okay.
But
go ahead.
I was going to say real quick, but they don't do that with things that would be affected by these details. They only do that for, say, if they're analyzing pitch and yaw or angle of attack or something that isn't going to be affected by it. And if they were analyzing something affected by it, something that was important in which we take that into account, they will not make that assumption.
They design aircraft controls, the flight controls.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing you can make an assumption for.
Control and all that nonsense you just talked about.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing you can make the assumption for.
Okay.
If you look at
And when they
at the
assume that,
professional
when
field,
they assume that, they go out and they test the aircraft. They get in the aircraft and they actually fly it.
Right.
And thank goodness they're using those coordinates, because they'd probably be hitting the ground pretty quick and just they'd be wasting even more trillions of dollars trying to, figure out that, hey, the Earth is probably flat, but we're going to consider it to be a globe. Because I don't see any of those documents, none of them, that say the
you
Earth
haven't
is
looked.
a
With all
heliocentric
respect, you haven't.
model.
With all
No,
respect,
I'm sure there's many that
you've
talk
not.
about a spinning globe.
You've definitely not looked, because if you're saying that the only calculations they do assume a flat non-rotating Earth, then you definitely haven't looked.
Yeah, no, I already know this. When I was asking you to post one, it wasn't because I don't think they exist. It was because we were just trying to go hand for hand. Like I was posting some.
Yeah, I know. It's a debate.
I am
You gotta do
thoroughly
that.
aware that there are many places in military documents that talk about curvature and the spinning Earth.
I mean, it took me a few minutes, but I found one. If I spent another hour and a half tomorrow,
yeah, it's contradictory.
I could find
Sounds
20.
like we could do a pretty simple experiment, and we can just test your model and see if it works. We can just take an aircraft and fly it at about what, 100 feet, 200 feet, and just assume it's a globe.
I still haven't heard. I still haven't heard the best argument for this.
Oh yeah, what is it?
And I almost don't want to give it now because it's so killer.
Come on,
you
come on,
guys will
Gio.
kill anytime
You
this
gotta
is brought
still
up.
man me, bud.
If
You're
I
the
share it,
glober.
it's game over for the.
Game over,
man. Come on, you're the glober. You gotta still man me, bud.
I mean, the one I have, one I have knocks it out pretty.
Devastator.
But you're saying it's different than what we've said, huh?
Yes, it is. It is still different than what you said.
on,
even though Scott has been the closest, I would say.
Come on, man. Let me add.
Well, Scott's got a NASA connections and everything, so of course he would be. I'm just some.
It's not a NASA. It's so funny because we're focused on NASA, but it's not a NASA thing. It's an engineering thing. No. You'll find that same phrase in all kinds of engineering docs around the world.
Yeah, you will. Yeah. I know. Go on, Gio. Devastate us. I'm prepared for the devastation.
Well, I want to hold it back because I think it'll be
You're the glober. I'm the flat earther.
I almost want to hold back on it because I think that it's a good topic to discuss, and if I give it to you guys, it's
fair enough.
It's the one thing that I'm playing. I guess I could say.
How many people are in here? There's only about 5 or 6 people in here.
Now, I'm gonna smash you in a million pieces. I'm gonna smash you in a million pieces. Go ahead.
Well, we've been talking about this where doing like a debate court type of style where like there's several ways to view it. Like one way is you could be debating for what is true, but another way you can debate is for what the best argument is. So both parties could have the exact same information, same facts, same things that they're saying, and one could win over the other because they presented it more skillfully or they backed it more skillfully without fallacies, etc.
I just want blueprints. Is that a fallacy? Give me the blueprint.
I mean, so technically, like anyone could, argue or debate, or like in a courtroom style type debate too, where it's like even more, structured. For a side that they don't even think is the case.
Like the punch train bridge.
Hold on, bro. Yeah, so you could argue for an entire case of something that you yourself may not even think is true, but through the skill of being able to present it and back it and have responses to rebuttals and have all the documentation, data, logic, all of those components, and you could actually win that actual showdown.
One of them was off by more than a half inch.
I've heard Neil deGrasse Tyson say he does not like debate because it's a matter of who comes up with the best sounding argument, not who's right. And I think he's absolutely spot on. I think it depends. You could have a really like a court case, right? You have a really good lawyer gets someone off because he's good at arguing, not necessarily the guy's not guilty.
That's
why.
I feel like I'm arguing with a bunch of lawyers.
Yeah. Yeah.
But,
no, I know. Well, I'm just saying that's two styles. Like one of them is debating for who is actually correct, then the other one would be for the actual skill of being able to present it. So my point is that I could technically present this argument for a rebuttal to all these NASA documents that say flat non-rotating Earth, and if it's stronger than the other side saying it does, a different indication, even though the truth may be something different, it would be possible to actually, well, then you could have a jury, and
No,
then
I'm going to call you out. We're going to do some experiments, man.
You could have like a point system, and see, that could even be linked to money. So what if, like an idea like this, you start with 100 points each. So let's say it's 1v1. This is one idea, although there's many. So you start with 100 points. And as you begin, and it's mute, unmute. So no interruptions. It's one person unmuted at a time, right? And then there's got to be a clock on it, so no monologuing as well. And then for any fallacy or, ad hom, things like that would subtract points. -5 points for every ad hom, or obfuscation, -8 points, whatever it would be. You have to have a system for it. You could do just like in court, objection, sustained, overruled. You can have a jury, and then those juries, etc. Of course, the judge, and you'd have to obviously be able to have a way to do it. So you would lose points, or perhaps you would win point. You would make more points. Like you start with 100 points, but there's things that you could get points for, like stating an argument that has yet to be refuted, yet, or an unanswered question. If you pose a question and the other party is not able to answer, things like this, you could get points for. And then at the end, whoever has more points, now if you wanted to involve real money, would win the pot of money. So, $500, $1,000, $5,000, $10,000, the winner, as it were, would then, you could add real money, I'm saying. But my point is just the point system in the first place. And you can make it, real money, or you can make it fake kind of credits or money or some sort. But if it was linked to real money, think about how intense that would be. Like you would be like, have the opportunity. It'd be even cool if both parties won money, so no one's losing money. Like the winner gets like $1,000, and then the second place guy gets like $250 or 500 or something. You know what I mean? That would be cool too.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, we're gonna do it.
What do you think, Scott? You want to get in on that?
Sure, sounds fun. I did debate in high school, and we used to, argue the most ludicrous things just because it was kind of like that, where it was much more about how clean and solid is the argument rather than what is it true. It was much more about the rhetoric of it.
I
feel like for these documents, I have the best argument. Like I would say at the top of the one that NASA themselves would claim.
No,
but
I
when
love
are you going to unleash it?
Hey, I might make a couple $1,000 first.
Oh, yeah.
I
got to bank in, right? I got to make a couple $100,000 on this thing.
No, I got a lot of money to lose, man. These guys should be coming at me at all sides. They should be coming and wanting some. They should come and get it.
It'd be cool if the jury members got paid too, like maybe, like ideally it's like the winner gets like $5,000, and then the second player, the guy who kind of, if it's 1v1, it could be 2v2, whatever. But let's say it's 1v1, like the winner would get $5,000, the second place guy maybe get $1,000, and then maybe all the jury would each get $500, and then the judge would maybe get $1,000 too, something like that.
Who's going to judge?
It's got to be no holds barred. If you're putting money on it, it's got to be no holds barred.
You know who's going to judge it? This is a joke, by the way, just because I have to preface it saying that. Eric Dubé.
Yeah. Oh, no. They talk over me. They talk over me when I'm trying to make a good point, and you claim I'm interrupting all the time. It's very.
Well, sometimes it sounds like you're done because you pause, but then you keep going, and then you pause, and then you keep going. So it sounds like you're done.
I do the same thing. I think what it is that I don't
mind that, but blaming me for interrupting when they're the ones talking over me, that shit ain't funny.
Yeah,
I don't like it.
I'll admit I do the same thing.
Too. That's their MO. They if they know I got a good answer, they're gonna talk over me while I'm trying to put my answer out.
Like Scott, I would say that the argument I have for this would be the one that would win. That's even as strong as I would.
Wow.
That's as strong as it is. Yeah, like if like money on the line, like the real deal.
Yeah, yeah.
And I actually would like vote for that, as it were, if you know what I mean. Because when I say vote, I mean that there would have to be some kind of what are the the structure of it, like the tenets of it.
We'll have to set it up so we can hear this argument, and you can win the money, but we'll at least get to hear it.
I know, because even if I did it once, then it would be out at that point. I'm obviously kind of joking about that, but yeah, no, I really do think it's an argument that like would actually be. It's because the problem with the flat non-rotating Earth is that the way it's worded. Well, there's a couple of things. Now I'm giving away part of it. I'll give you the one part of it, or I'll just So one part is that they don't, and you kind of said this, that they don't actually. You guys did say this to be fair, that they don't actually claim that's what the Earth is.
They can't claim it.
It's almost like we've been saying it's just an assumption.
Hold on. Do you know why they can't claim it?
It's like they're designing the equipment with coordinate systems of flat non-rotating Earth, but in technicalities, they don't say the Earth is a flat non-rotating plane. They say it, but they don't say it. They say it in so many words, but they don't directly claim that. So that's one part of it.
Yep.
And you guys did say that at one point. Someone said it briefly, but someone did say that.
I said something like that, I think, at one point. But that's a good point. I mean, getting that clarity it would be a good idea.
The problem is,
but that's not unleashing the one that's really the killer.
Right. What the problem is?
That's not the final blow.
That's the body blow, but that's not the knock you out blow.
Exactly. That's when you're just warming up the jury. You're just getting them cooking.
It's a great idea, but look, there's two conflicting stories that are being told here, and most of the world agrees that the place is flat, non-rotating, and all these documents, but it's really comes down to blueprints and the people who actually build these, projects and how they're constructed.
They design it as such, as if it is the flat rotating, flat non-rotating Earth. They use it as such, but in technicalities, they don't claim this is what the Earth is.
No, so I want to build another bridge right next to it that says, and we're gonna put in all their calculations, and we're gonna build it their way. I want to build a bridge side by side, like they're building, with their mathematics, and I'm just gonna use a plumb bob and a perpendicular line to figure out level and elevation to my bridge. I'm gonna let them side by side build a bridge with me.
How we do it too, though.
Let's see which one works. This is what they had to figure out for centuries. That's the whole reason it's in their stupid documents. Because they know.
You do have to agree, though, Scott. Would you agree that it is a strong point that NASA literally is using those terms like flat, non-rotating Earth, and using that within these models and within these actual calculations, which they use to build the engines and the materials?
I understand why. I understand why it appears that way. I totally get how it seems like a smoking gun, and I totally can see that. I don't think that it is a strong point. I mean, I'm used to that kind of thing. That again, I come back to the fact that they're also telling you that the plane is a point mass. I mean, they're definitely telling you things that aren't true that we assume to make this simpler, and that one we all can agree is a not true thing they've assumed. And the other ones are just more examples of that, even though one of them happens to be something you believe is actually true.
I just want to build a bridge across the Gulf of Mexico, and let's see which one works. I want to go.
I mean, listen, look at that one that All Glory just posted. This paper represents the theory for an application of an approach that provides a new solution of the flight test trajectory control problem. Listen to this sentence. The elegance of this solution is that the control laws are obtained from a flat non-rotating Earth. Sorry, I didn't say that very well. Let me say it again. The elegance of this solution is that the control laws are obtained from a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. So that, you know what that means? That means what they're saying, what they're trying to say is, if we have a very elegant way to calculate controlled trajectories. Normally, the way you've been used to doing it, using the rotation of the Earth, it's a mess. You got all these differential equations, it's a nightmare. We figured out a way to assume the flat, unmoving Earth and have a very elegant, clean, simple way to do it now, I think is what they're trying to say.
You're stupid. We got this. Don't worry.
Wow. Ouch.
We got it. We're smart guys. We got math.
Okay.
Don't worry. It's a globe, but we're gonna pretend it's a flat. So we can
Okay.
get
Okay. Gosh.
Was that an ad hoc? That's negative 8 points. You just lost $300.
Well, no, he's making fun of us, right?
I just lost 300.
Hey, 300 bones.
Shit, that's it.
I am curious. Gio, when you said they use these,
man, let's have fun.
They use these sort of documents to build engines. How is an engine built differently to fly on a flat, non-rotating Earth versus a spherical, rotating Earth?
Well, because the trajectory and the thrust values would be different.
Why? Why?
Because the actual surface has a contour to it.
Why does that change the thrust of the engine?
Well, okay, so if you were flying like a remote control airplane, and to scale it, we'd have to make the Earth like 300 feet in diameter, maybe, or something like that, whatever it would be. And you have your little airplane. It's going to be different if it's on a curved surface in terms of the pitch, the yaw, the roll, all of those extra components. Yeah.
How? In what way?
Because over distance, you're dropping due to the curve. You have to change your position coordinate wise in relation to the center of the Earth on a globe.
No, you don't.
How does that change the engine, though? You're just saying the thing would have to fly through atmosphere doing a thing. That doesn't change the need for the engine to produce thrust.
Well, I mean,
control surfaces to move the aircraft.
The thing is, there's several different ones. So there's ones that there's aircraft, helicopter, and missiles, and all of those that I posted, and they're all different in terms of that. Because obviously, a missile is not propelled by, well, it is propelled by an engine, but it's not the same type as an airplane, etc.
I'd like him to inquire into NASA Negator to write them a letter and say, "Is this really true?" And
That's my question is.
You're saying that I got this paper over here that says you guys are a bunch of, you don't know what you're talking about. So just write an email to
Someone did
NASA.
that. So someone did that, Explorer, and I posted the response. And NASA actually held a press conference and gave a response to that.
Well, they said it was easier to use a flat, non-rotating Earth, and we're saying that's. I mean, if it's being said that that's what the actual thing is, it's easier for them to use what it really is.
Sounds like reality to me.
That's what you guys think. But
you gotta admit, Scott, that is logically sound, at least on that front.
Well, if you believe it's real, yes, I get that. But the control surface stuff like yaw and pitch and stuff like that, if you think about it, that's exactly the kind of stuff you don't need to worry about the shape of, because all that matters right then is how is the aircraft turning in place compared to the ground just below it. Not the whole planet, but just the ground right below it, which you can assume is flat and not moving, because you just need to know, is it going to yaw? Is it going to pitch? Is it going to get an angle attack? All that stuff is the kind of stuff where you're going to see this phrase a lot.
Plus $300.
Well, that sound good.
Well, it's like the points could relate to some amount. Yeah, if there's a pool to, yeah. When you think about it, people play poker for money, and big poker games. Obviously, when people go to that level. The trick with this would be to have, obviously, the arbitration would have to be impeccable.
Yeah.
And you'd have to
who's going to do it?
You'd have to have an equal set of parties, as it were, on both quote unquote sides as well.
Can we just have 25 man, like just 25, like let's say 13 Globers and 12 flat earthers, and we just assume, like, we get a panel and they judge the debate and they go through the fallacies and they figure out who wins, and we could have 25. I mean, there's plenty of us.
I hate to break it to
Any Glober, I don't care who they are.
I hate to break it